Ross said, some of his southern coming through. Not for lack of trying, but they're as impenetrable as they've always been. What happened stateside? Wagner asked. We shut their San Diego front down, Marsh answered. Then why the fuck are you suspended? An SAC got killed in the process. Bloody hell, Marsh, it's never a dull moment with you. Aw, Wags. Marsh squeezed his hand where it rested on the table. You sound like you missed me. I did. Marsh drew his hand back, Wagner's response rawer than expected, of a professional colleague. Levi must have noticed, too, spinning on his stool like he was ready to come mark his territory. No need. Marsh rose and snagged the empties. I'm going to get us a round of shots. Sounds like we need it. He carried the glasses to the bar and slid in next to Levi. Easy, baby, he mumbled, before ordering a round of Wild West shots from the bartender. You're going to explain that later, Levi said. Nothing to explain. Marsh sidled closer as he waited for his drink order to be filled. And you're the one I'm going home with tonight. Levi checked the time on his phone. We've got our call with David in an hour. We won't miss it. The bartender dropped off the small tray of shots, and Marsh picked it up and balanced it on one hand as he leaned closer to Levi. In case you didn't know, you're the sexiest piece of ass in this joint. That brought a smile to Levi's face, his eyes sparkling with confidence and challenge. Enjoy your sugar shots. Marsh smiled the entire way back to the table. I'd heard the rumors, Ross said as he passed out the shots. And the ring says it's true, but that looks suspiciously like you flirting at the bar. I'm a happily married man. Was just letting him down easy. Wagner deflated impossibly more, from what the cat dragged in to the cat wouldn't even bother. So, you're not back for good. Marsh shook his head. I'll be moving to San Diego when this is all said and done. Wagner heaved a sigh, then straightened and plastered on a smile. All right, whatever I can do to help. You deserve to be happy. The sentiment seemed genuine and fit with everything Marsh knew and thought about Teddy Wagner, a decorated soldier and a good cop. Ross? Sean prompted. There's only so much I can do under the Bureau's nose, but if I can help, count me in. Likewise consistent with Marsh's impression of their colleague. Well then, Marsh raised his shot and clinked his glass against the others. Since you're both so accommodating, which of you can get us tickets to the Ader benefit next week? Marsh was lucky he didn't take a whiskey shower. 23. Their nightly call with David ended in tears. Happy ones. David was still giddy over the birth of the new goats. He'd named the roan one Kristen, and the spotted one Bond. Hence Levi's tears. Even Marsh's eyes were glassy. David had spent all day with the newborns, learning from Irina about their care and development from kids to adults. He was a teenager, and teens often change their minds about the future, but David seemed to really love this, and Levi loved it for him. Loved He cut short the thought, afraid to let the idea and words fully form, even as the truth burrowed deeper into his chest. Even as he planned a future with the man he leaned against, quiet as they contemplated the strides David was making, that they were making as a family, regardless of how their unit had come to be. Eventually, the quiet moment was interrupted, Sean joining them in the living area with 2 coffees and a tea. Will cut through the heavy stuff. Levi detached himself from Marsh's side and laid a hand over his belly, still full from the Käsespätzle and Apfelstrudel, mac and cheese, then apple strudel, he'd eaten at the bar while listening in on the 4 former colleagues catch up and strategize. Metaphorical or physical? He asked Sean. The former agent's quiet laugh was perceptive, like he'd known to give them time, and that they'd need a distraction afterward. He was a good detective, even a year out from the bureau. Do you secretly hide out in Paxton's risk management department so you get to investigate still? Me? Sean hid a smile behind the rim of his mug. Never. Got it. All the time, then. Everyone laughed, and Levi was reminded again how good it felt to spend time with friends. Hoped Sean and his family would visit them in San Diego when they weren't in the middle of a work shitstorm. You pick up anything tonight? Sean asked. Other than the fact Wagner's interested in Marsh. He always was, Sean said, then to Marsh. Did he ever act on it? Levi cut a sideways glance at Marsh. He wasn't letting him off this time. He expected an answer. After you left, Marsh said to Sean, we were working late one night. He made a pass at me, but that's as far as it went. I didn't reciprocate. 1, I wasn't interested in him like that, and 2, he's married. Unhappily? Levi asked. I didn't see a ring on his finger. Very unhappily, Sean answered. He and Philippe have been on the verge of divorce as long as we've known him. Still a no, Marsh said. Too Catholic for that guilt, and the curse. Sean narrowed his eyes. What curse? It's broken now, Levi answered, not giving his husband a moment's doubt. How much did they know about Ader? Obviously something. You mentioned it tonight, but were they fully read in? They knew Ader was on our radar, Sean said. More so after the explosion, as our investigation led that direction, but they didn't know as much as Binny. Marsh sucked in a sharp breath, and Levi glanced between them. Is Binny a suspect? He had an alibi that night, Marsh said. Doesn't mean he didn't help set things in motion, Sean countered. He loved her. That sounds like more than a torch, Levi interjected. And she didn't return the feelings, Sean piled on. He looked like hell. Because he's doing the work of 3 people. I know you like this less than Wagner and Ross, but it has to be considered. Afraid this tennis match would go on for hours, and recognizing the strain both Sean and Marsh were already under, Levi focused them back on the immediate suspects. Putting Binny aside for now, he conceded. What do you think between Ross and Wagner? Ross, Marsh said. At the same time, Sean said, Wagner. A hilariously spot-on impression of Binny and Ajay. Levi pretended to be Marsh and banged his head against his husband's shoulder. Marsh chuckled. What do you think? I think we should wait to see what Ajay and Holt turn up on the bank accounts. There were discrepancies connected to both, and following the money had gotten them this far, had helped take down Ader's West Coast operation. They couldn't lose sight of what worked for them before, the financial and operational details that could take an empire down. But instincts played a role too. But for what it's worth, I don't think Wagner would do that to you, he said to Marsh. Ross had more to gain from the bombing and from Sophie's death. How so? Sean prompted. Levi was sure Sean saw it too. He was too good to miss the motive. But talking it out was also part of the process. Professionally, she's out of his jurisdiction, and he can direct the FBI's mission in Vienna however he sees fit, in Ader's favor or not. His play. And it sounds like he's operating unchecked. He could also coordinate with anyone else in the Bureau, Marsh said. Like Bell stateside or someone else in the other Legat offices. I don't actually think it's either of them, Levi said. Yes, they both seem unhappy and overworked, but would they kill a colleague, risk innocent lives, risk their careers, and lose you two as friends? He shook his head. I don't see it. So we wait, Sean said. And meet with Charles Sanders. Levi laughed at how fast Marsh's head whipped his direction. What? Sean didn't bother to speak, just looked at him like he'd lost his mind, and maybe he had. But after that call with David, Levi was raring to move this forward, to get out of the corner they were stuck in and get home, to start living the life that was unspooling before him with Marsh. "It's a risk," he said, anticipating Marsh's first objection. "But we were planning to poke around Ader HQ anyway. They know we're here. Someone's told them, or they're monitoring us. We didn't fly in under fake documents." "Probably both," Marsh conceded. "So let's use your maneuver. Theoretical novelty, something unexpected to put them off balance, to flush them out." Marsh cocked a brow. "That didn't go too well the last time." "Liar!" Levi shoved his arm. "The first time Bell, we assume, leaked the op info. Not your fault. The second time we rescued 5 women. "Do you really think this is the best idea?" Sean said, finally finding his words. Marsh, though, was coming around to Levi's argument, catching on to where his brain was going. "He's right. They know we're here, and they know you're rich and out of the bureau." "They probably know you have money too," Levi said. "Me? Not a penny left until we married, but you two, you're big fish. And they think we're suspended." Sean finally caught on. "You want them to think they can recruit us. Why would they believe that?" "With limited exception," Levi gestured at the two of them. "Most rich people think they can buy anyone. They think other people just want to be rich too. They can make you richer, and they can add 2 more insiders to their stable of turncoats." "Or think they can," Marsh said, "while we get the information we need. At a minimum, we get invites to the benefit. You have money. It'll look bad if they say no to potential donors." "Nice work, Bishop." "I've been learning about romantic chess from this guy." "Ugh." Sean flapped a dismissive hand at them. "You're getting as nauseating as Holt and Brax. Says the guy I watched fall back in love with his soulmates last summer." "Touché." Sean rose from the table. "Let me see what I can do on my end." As he left the room, Marsh angled toward Levi. "You ready for this?" "I'm ready for the after part." He leaned over and brushed his lips against his husband's. "With you." 24. Levi was mixing drinks at the wet bar when Marsh crested the stairs to the penthouse's guest suite. He clicked his tongue against the back of his teeth, making a chiding sound. "You were a jock, surely. You learned the saying in college." "Don't call me Shirley," Levi snarked, quoting one of his and David's go-to veg-out movies. Marsh chuckled. Mission accomplished. "And yes, liquor before beer, never fear. Beer before liquor, never sicker. A rule that you broke at the pub." He popped the top on a bottle of ginger ale and split the soda between 2 glasses, pouring it over ice, grenadine, and lime. "Which is why we're drinking Shirley Temples." He stirred the drinks, tossed the bar spoon into the sink, and picked up the glasses. He headed to the bedroom, pausing over the threshold to glance back at Marsh, whose brows had drawn together in a confused expression. Good. Levi enjoyed knocking him for a loop every now and then, especially when his husband would enjoy the surprise. And Levi was certain he'd enjoy this one, ever since this idea had taken root at the pub, inspired by Marsh's own behavior. "You can leave your hat on," he said with a wink. Marsh easily hit the softball, adjusting his Stetson and humming the tune as he followed Levi into the bedroom. "I can play it on my phone," Levi said, "if you needed to recreate the mood." Marsh kicked the door shut and leaned against it. "What mood?" Levi crossed the room to the dresser with the mirror above it. He set the glasses down and lifted his gaze, meeting the reflection of Marsh's curious brown one. Good again. He was hooked. Levi just had to reel him into the fantasy. A little role play, a little time out of their heads and their chaotic world. 2 strangers in a pub, been shooting eyes at each other all night. The one at the bar asks the bartender to pour 2 Manhattans. Levi pushed one of the glasses to his left and rested his forearms on the dresser, ass out in invitation. He wants to see if the other guy will bite. Bite, huh? Marsh pushed off the door and sauntered over, his eyes flicked to the drink. You saving that for someone? You. Marsh went to remove his hat, and Levi hummed another few bars of the tune. Smirking, Marsh righted it on his head. You want me to take off my coat and shoes? Go stand on a chair and shimmy? Not yet, Levi said, before taking a swallow of his drink. Marsh did the same, then had the audacity to lick his lips. You like cowboys? He asked as he lowered his glass. Not something you see around here every day. Marsh's heated gaze raked over his body. He stepped closer, a scant inch between them. Not every day someone as gorgeous as you walks into this pub either. On the verge of combusting, Levi wanted to dive into Marsh's heat, desperately. But they were also having fun. They needed this, needed the light to balance the heavy. Gorgeous, huh? You know you are. He lifted a hand and carded his fingers through the flop of hair Levi couldn't keep out of his eyes since Camilla had cut it in Texas. This hair drifted his hand lower, down his neck. These shoulders traced the breadth of them, then journeyed down his spine. Muscles down this perfectly V-shaped back, palmed the cheek Levi had used to invite him over. This glorious fucking ass. You're awfully forward, says the man who lured me over here. He closed the remaining distance between them, hand palming Levi's other ass cheek, erection hard against Levi's hip. Was there something else you wanted? Your dick in my ass. Marsh laughed, the sexy rumble a cocktail Levi could drink all night long. Now who's forward? Said the man running his hand along Levi's crack. Levi tossed back the rest of his drink, set the glass aside, then took Marsh's left hand in his and placed it on his dick. Forward and hard. Groaning, Marsh melted against his side. Jesus. Not Jesus. Just Levi. He thrust into Marsh's hand. Can you take care of this for me, cowboy? Marsh shot out a hand, bracing himself against the dresser behind Levi while he palmed Levi's length with the other. He nuzzled the side of his face, warm breath a river running behind Levi's ear and down his neck, turning up the heat in all the right places. Oh, baby, I can take such good care of you. Another long, torturous stroke. My apartment's just across the street. I can have my dick in that ass in less than 5 minutes, railing you, making you scream. 10 minutes, Levi countered. I want the striptease first. I want you naked, all but the hat. I want you on your knees, sucking me off, your own cock hard and dripping all over your thighs and the floor. Then I want you to rail me with that stiff, hot prit deal. Marsh rotated in the blink of an eye, caging him against the dresser, chest to chest, claiming his mouth with brutal, delicious force. Negotiation over, but the fantasy played on. Marsh trailing wet, open-mouthed kisses down his neck. This is me, shoving you up against the wall outside the pub because I cannot wait the 30 seconds it'll take to get into my apartment to taste you. He pressed their bodies together, chests, thighs, cocks. Cannot wait for you to feel how hard I am already. Levi grabbed his chin and hauled his mouth back to his, needing another taste, soaring higher with each nibble, each swipe, each thrust, their lower bodies rolling together. But they were flying too high too fast if Levi wanted that striptease. He planted his hands on Marsh's chest and shoved him back. "Start stripping." They were both panting too hard to hum, much less sing, but Marsh, slowly working his clothes off, had the intended effect. By the time Marsh's jeans and boxers were gone, his shirt hanging open, Levi had his own jeans unbuttoned and a hand inside his boxers, alternately pumping his cock and grasping his balls to stave off his orgasm. Marsh peeled the shirt down his arms and tossed it aside, leaving him naked but for his hat. Exactly as Levi had asked, exactly how he wanted him. He stalked toward Levi while fisting his own plump cock, pre-cum coating his fingers. "Is this what you wanted to see, Levi? How hard, how hot I am for you?" Levi tore his gaze from Marsh's cock and immediately second-guessed himself. This new sight far more erotic than the other. Marsh's face was etched in painful, perfect desire, cheeks a red-stained bronze, pupils blown wide, lips wet and plump from the earlier savaging. Levi clasped his balls again, strangling the threatened climax and his words. "The stranger you just met in a bar?" "No," Marsh growled. "My fucking husband." He grabbed Levi by the ass, lifted him, and dumped him onto the dresser, tipped him back enough to rip his jeans and boxers off, righted him, then bent over his lap and swallowed his cock, all the way to the back of his throat, with his fucking hat still on. Levi smacked the dresser with his open palm. "Fucking hell!" Arched his back and thrust as Marsh's throat tightened around his tip. "Holy fuck!" His legs tried to close, to lock Marsh's head in a vice he could never escape because, oh my God, his hot, wet mouth, that suction around his dick was divine. But Marsh flattened his hands against his inner thighs and spread him open, making room to bob on his cock, with the occasional detour to his balls and taint, spit dribbling south, so close to where Levi needed this to go. He scooted forward and lifted his hips. Reading him right, Marsh dropped the rest of the way to his knees, draped Levi's legs over his shoulders, and dragged his ass to the edge of the dresser. Wide open, hole on display, Marsh took advantage, tongue teasing his rim, paving the way for his spit-slick fingers, working him open, hat teetering. Levi grabbed it, shoved it on his own head, and Marsh's leather and tea tree oil scent invaded his senses, overloaded the circuit as Marsh stroked his cock and penetrated deep with 3 fingers. Levi bucked, coming hard, soaking his own t-shirt and Marsh's fist with cum. Marsh, however, was far from done with him. He rose, all of him rosy and hard, and grasped Levi's wrist, hauling him upright. He plucked off the Stetson, tossed it onto the corner chair, then rid Levi of his shirt, discarding it in the pile of clothes on the floor. Then, same as Levi had done earlier, Marsh guided Levi's hand to his erection. "I'm dripping, just like you wanted." Levi slumped against his chest, forehead on his sweaty shoulder, as he stroked Marsh's cock. "I need this. You, inside me." "You still want me to rail you?" Levi tipped back his head, smiling. Blissed out, loose, ready and willing to be used. "Show me how happily married you are." Challenge accepted. Marsh yanked him off the dresser, carried him to the bed, and a generous squirt of cool lube massaged into his worked-open hole later, drove into him in one single, brutal thrust. Back bowed, Levi pressed his head back into the pillow, eyes screwed shut, stars exploding behind his lids. Holy fuck! More, as Marsh set a brutal pace, the railing he promised, that Levi continued to beg and plead for. Harder, harder. Sitting back on his haunches, Marsh jerked him onto his lap and pumped up, the penetration so deep it brought tears to Levi's eyes, brought him to the edge again, his hole clenched around Marsh's cock, and with a strangled grunt, Marsh spilled into him, filled him up, his hands splayed under his back, head to his chest, murmuring Spanish benedictions as they drifted in bliss together. As they sank to the bed, a sated tangle of limbs, a blanket of warmth, in and around Levi. He pushed the dark, sweat-matted curls off Marsh's forehead, waited for his languid gaze to focus. "You never told me your name, cowboy." Marsh smirked, a new lazy one that Levi thought might be his favorite. Definitely, once he heard the answer behind it. Mr. Levi Bishop. 25. Some view. Marsh waited next to a suited Levi, staring out the floor-to-ceiling windows of Ader Capital's corporate headquarters. Vienna looked like a sea of red from the top floor of the city's newest skyscraper, the tile roofs of the shorter surrounding buildings aglow in the afternoon sun. My dad used to come home from tours in Europe and tell us about these famous old cities, about the mix of architectural styles. Bella studied it too as part of her engineering degree. He used to show me pictures. Levi adjusted his tie and cuffs. Seeing it, though, is unreal. It should clash, and it does, but it also works in its own way. Makes you realize how much older these cities are than ours. Marsh remembered that sense of awe the first time he and Camilla had traveled with Irina to Poland. How small, how unexceptional he'd felt compared to a country and its people who had survived so much more. That feeling had only grown as he'd seen more of the world during his service. Vienna is centuries older than the oldest European-founded city in the States. Many of the cities here are. The United States is like the David of countries, a young, surly adolescent who craves attention. He spread his arms wide and seesawed them. Moods vary wildly. Levi's chuckle was cut short by the receptionist descending the internal staircase, her high heels click-clacking on the glass steps. "Miss Sanders will see you now." "Miss Sanders?" Sean stood from the reception area chair and buttoned his suit coat. He and Levi had opted for professional attire. So had Marsh, throwing on a blazer with his t-shirt and jeans. "We had an appointment with Charles Sanders," Sean said. "You had an appointment with Mr. Sanders." She cut a glare at Marsh and Levi. "He is no longer available, but Miss Sanders has 15 minutes before her next meeting." "Well then," Marsh drawled, detecting her accent was French, and figuring his Texas one would grate. "We better hurry up and meet with Miss Sanders." If he'd had his phone out, Marsh would have snapped a picture of the woman's narrowed eyes and wrinkled nose and titled it, "French Woman Smelling Shit." He couldn't say he regretted spoiling her day. Levi either, poorly hiding his smile as they followed her up the stairs. His smile died, though, as soon as they stepped into Charles's office. But not as fast as Marsh's hope went up in flames. Catherine Sanders stood behind the desk, and if not for his prior knowledge, Marsh might have mistaken her for the woman in the pictures on Levi's mantel back home. Petite, with auburn hair and green eyes, Catherine was a near-dead ringer for Levi's late wife. Artificially so. In prior pictures, Catherine's hair had been brown like her brother's. The red was new. Intentional? If so, it had the intended effect. Levi froze mid-step, sucked in a harsh breath, and Marsh felt it like a dagger to his heart. Direct hit. And Catherine knew it, her Cheshire cat grin wide. "Agents Bishop and Marshall, Mr. Henry Paxton," she greeted without an extended hand and without offering them a seat. She meant for this to be brief and unwelcome. "I was surprised to see you on my uncle's schedule today." Levi came unstuck and shifted, making room for Marsh beside him. Maybe it was the iceberg in her cold, practiced British voice, or maybe it was Marsh's hand on his lower back, but he seemed to come unglued from the past to rejoin them in the present. "We heard your uncle was the man to speak to about tickets to the benefit in Salzburg. Surely, one of you," she split a glance between Marsh and Sean, "has the means and the connections." Marsh removed his hat and claimed a chair, invitation or not. He'd just been punched in the gut. He needed off his feet. "Bureaucracy can be a bitch." "Don't I know it?" She sank into the leather chair behind the desk. "Tell me why you're really here." An answer was on the tip of Marsh's tongue, but then he spied the chess box on the corner of Charles's desk, and a question jumped the line. "Is that a hand-carved rider set?" It looked closer to the ones he and Quan owned from a craftsman with a shop in Stephansplatz. He reached out, picked up the box with its intricate carvings and red inlays, and turned it over. An edelweiss at the center of the Prater's Ferris wheel carved around the latch. Standing behind him, Levi sucked in another sharp breath and clasped his shoulder, hard enough to bruise. "It's a Pinkler," Catherine said. "I found his shop when I went wine tasting in Grinsing. My uncle bought that one recently. He's an avid player. I understand you are too, Agent Marshall." "Marsh," Sean gritted from the chair beside him. "Why don't you put that down?" He held the box in both hands, judging its weight. It felt right for the box and pieces, nothing extra. While David and Belle hadn't noticed, Marsh had handled more than a few and was familiar with the weight of a board and 32 pieces. He flicked the latch and opened the lid. Cushioned red velvet and 32 pieces. Levi blew out a held breath. Catherine's laugh tinkled like church bells off the glass walls. "What were you expecting, Agent Bishop? A bomb?" "You know something about bombs and chess sets?" Marsh asked. "No." She crossed one leg over the other and rested her forearms on the desk. "Just going by your husband's reaction. Now, what are you really doing here?" "We're here about a murder," Marsh said. "Still, 3 years later." She wrapped her manicured nails on the desk. "And isn't that the federal police's job?" Interesting that she'd gone right to Sophie's death when there were more recent murders on the table, and to jurisdiction as her counter. "You haven't changed your business model the past 3 years," Sean said. "No, we haven't. We've actually expanded our philanthropic activities into humanitarian relief for the refugee crisis across Europe." Marsh scoffed. "That's not the only business you've expanded." "As I understand it, your friend was in the wrong place at the wrong time." Levi relaxed his hand on Marsh's shoulder, left it there as he circled to sit on the arm of Marsh's chair. "Coincidences are rare in our line of work." Catherine twirled a loose lock of hair around her finger, an action so out of character for the corporate image she was projecting, and so in character for the terrorist she was, attempting to emotionally manipulate them. "Is that so, Agent Bishop?" Levi didn't fall for it. "Your brother was in Amarillo, Texas recently, checking out a building for purchase. You signed the paperwork to buy it, on behalf of Orchard Investments." "A client," she said. "Like Ader Capital is your client?" "Exactly." She heaped on more bullshit. "Stefan was scouting it for me." "After you purchased it? At the same time we intercepted a trafficking shipment that was supposed to lay over there? Catherine shifted, and Marsh did not like the interested spark in her eyes. She was enjoying this, matching wits with a new player on the board. So, you're here about a different case, not about Agent Cohen's murder, and not about the benefit. I thought you were suspended, Agent Bishop. I'm sure your superiors would be interested to hear you're here investigating. Her gaze flitted to Sean. Or your wife's, Mr. Henry Paxton. Like Marsh said, Sean interjected, we're just here about a murder. She stood, regarding Sean and him with barely concealed distaste, Levi with disconcerting interest. And yet, you keep missing the obvious all these years later. She picked up the single folder on the desk and offered it to Levi. Your invitations will be delivered to the embassy. Mr. Henry Paxton will expect Paxton Industries to make a matching grant. Not to your client's organization, Sean retorted. To the charity of your choice, she finished. You can speak to my uncle and brother at the benefit. Levi waited for her to leave, for Sean to swing the glass door shut behind her before opening the folder. To a stack of photos of Sophie and Stefan in one compromising situation after another. The last picture the most damning of all. The two of them stood together in a cinch outside the Karlsplatz U-Bahn station, snow falling at the entrance where he and Levi had stood on Friday. Sophie in a long wintered trench, the ends of her coat caught by the wind, exposing the red chiffon of a long red ball gown underneath. Levi spoke the terrible truth staring them in the face. That's the night she was murdered. 26. For as good a shape as Levi was in, those couple of inches Marsh had on him were turning the brisk walk to Wagner's place into a sprint for him. Adjacent to the city center, Sean had called this district Josefstadt when he'd suggested they take a car or the U-Bahn. Marsh had ignored him and hoofed it on foot. By the time they were in the elevator of a modern, oddly shaped building across from a park and Gothic cathedral, Levi was a sweaty mess from the tips of his hair to the valleys between his toes. Maybe we shouldn't do this at his house. Levi yanked loose his tie and shucked out of his jacket. Why don't we set up a meeting somewhere else? I'll give you some time to cool down. The elevator doors opened, and Marsh led the march down the hallway. Those photo stills were from local police surveillance. I know where all the cameras were that night. That angle, that camera, it was Wagner's, and we were blacked out that day. Because our government didn't pay its bills, Sean said. Marsh rounded on Sean. Do you honestly believe he didn't know? He jutted his chin at the folder in Sean's hand. That he didn't see those photos or know about Sophie and Stefan? Someone kept those from us. The door at the end of the hall swung open, and an impeccably styled man filled the condo doorway. Middle-aged, he was shorter than Levi and as broad as Marsh, a solid wall of muscle in designer athletic threads, his expression like thunder, blue eyes hard and shooting daggers at Marsh. Well, this explains my husband's shitty mood. Philippe. Wagner's husband ran a shaky hand over his spiky blonde hair. I had hoped you were gone for good, but no such luck. We need to speak to Teddy, Sean cut in. Dispatch said he called in sick today. Because he came home at 2 a.m, he answered snidely, then shifted his icy glare back to Marsh. Did you have anything to do with that? Let them in, Phil, Wagner called from somewhere in the apartment. Philippe's body didn't move, but his gaze landed on Levi for the first time. I don't know you. His diction was perfect, despite the simmering anger. His British accent the opposite of Wagner's, high class and proper, similar to Catherine's but less practiced, More like Levi was used to hearing in those merchant ivory films Kristen used to love. Levi didn't bother extending his hand, figuring it would be unwelcome. Special Agent Levi Bishop, Agent Marshall's husband. Eyes wide, Philippe spun on his heel and charged inside, facing down Wagner in the middle of the living area. That's why you've been on a bender all weekend. Not now, Phil. He winced, acting and looking like he'd just rolled out of bed, shirtless and in sweats, his blonde waves tousled and jaw covered in dark stubble. When, Teddy? Or are you going to pine forever? You married me. Me, Teddy. He shoved Wagner's chest with both hands. A decade before he ever showed up in his stupid fucking hat and boots. Shoved him again, out of the way so he could storm deeper into the condo, a door somewhere slamming in his wake. Where can we talk? Marsh said. The listening room. Wagner led them the opposite direction, from where Philippe had disappeared, through the living area, past the kitchen and dining area, and down a long hallway to one of the rooms at the end. By the time they reached their destination, Levi had mentally calculated 6 figures worth of furnishings and knickknacks, and added another 6 figures in audio gear inside the room. Let me go grab a shirt, Wagner said, leaving the 3 of them alone in the room. Marsh tucked into the corner of the chaise, and Sean sank into one of the club chairs while Levi examined the wall of audio components he could only dream of owning one day in the forever distant future. Philippe's an interior designer, correct? Sean nodded. Has his own firm. Even with his own firm, even with designer discounts, something wasn't adding up. Levi withdrew his phone and shot off an email to Holt, hoping it wasn't too early on the West Coast, hoping to get an answer before they were ready to leave here. Wagner materialized in jeans and a tee, face damp and hair combed back, looking more alert, if still hungover. You should have called before showing up here. Would you have answered? Marsh replied. Ignoring him, Wagner met Levi in the middle of the room, hand extended. I should have known he'd married the hottest guy in the bar. Teddy Wagner. Levi Bishop. Congratulations. I toast you too, but I think I've had enough booze to last me the rest of the year. Wagner was charming in that rough-around-the-edges, hot guy next door sort of way. Someone you'd want to grab a drink with. But how much was he hiding behind that everyman exterior? Marsh wasn't waiting to find out, going straight for the jugular. Sophie was having an affair with Stephen Sanders. You knew. Not a question, a statement. A truth Wagner acknowledged as he sank into the other club chair, propped his elbows on his knees and hung his head, raking his hands through his hair. Who told you? Catherine Sanders, Sean answered. He whipped his gaze back up. She knows. That's not the point, Marsh snapped. Why don't we? Does Benny? No, not that I know of. He dropped his arms and left them hanging over his knees. She asked me to keep it from him, and from you two. Why? She said it was an op, that you would never go for it. Was it just an op? Levi asked, as he lowered himself onto the chaise beside Marsh. I don't think so. Wagner rose, crossed the room to the acoustic panel on the far wall, and swung it open, exposing a wall safe behind it. From inside it, he withdrew a laptop and flash drive and brought them back to the coffee table. He booted up the computer, inserted the drive, and opened one of the unmarked folders. The screen filled with pictures, all of them Sophie and Stefan, all looking as real as the ones Catherine had shown them. Some more so, handheld selfies and close-up photos. Why were we blacked out the day of the bombing? Marsh asked. That was the government's doing, not mine. Stuart Anthony, Levi suggested. He was one of the Congress people holding up budget approval, A rather vocal opponent, if I recall correctly. "Why didn't you show us these, Wags?" Marsh said, some of the fire gone out of his voice, the sting of betrayal filling its place. "After the bombing." "Because I was ordered not to." "By whom?" "My boss, the superintendent for Vienna." Marsh and Sean lurched forward, the latter asking, "Why didn't you tell us that?" "Because despite the fact we cooperated," he gestured among the three of them, "I don't work for you or your country. There is a chain of command here in Vienna and at the federal police that I am obliged to obey, and you two fucking left." Betrayal colored his voice too, cutting off any other words for several long seconds. Levi wanted to say something, to ask all the follow-up questions filling his head, but there was more involved here than his own investigative curiosity. Wagner had been Marsh's and Sean's friend and colleague. He'd been put in a no-win situation, same as Marsh and Sean, and the three of them had to come to terms with that if their present investigation was to move forward. Because they couldn't chase Stephen Sanders on their own here. They needed Wagner and the federal police, but was the will there to do it? "Where'd the internal investigation go?" Marsh asked Wagner, arriving at the same question. "Fucking nowhere." He shut the laptop, yanked out the flash drive, and slapped it into Marsh's palm. "I've been conducting my own with the tools you gave me. Everything I've found is on there. But I still can't conclusively tie the bombing to Ada. Maybe a thread you have will." "Thank you." Marsh closed his fingers around the flash drive. "Did you talk to Ross about any of this?" Wagner shook his head. "Sophie didn't trust him." Another strike in the Ross column. But Levi was still curious about the ones in Wagner's. "Teddy, how do you afford this place on an inspector's salary?" "Philippe takes care of the house out of his." "Do you have any idea how much some of this costs?" "I don't care." He waved a dismissive hand. "I could live in a tent in the woods and be fine. I did. I'd rather—" "You'd rather what?" Marsh said. Wagner averted his gaze. "It doesn't matter." "Are you torn up because of me or because of this?" He gestured at the laptop, at the flash drive in his hand. "I hated lying to you." His voice cracked, years of recriminations bubbling to the surface. "I knew what she meant to you. Maybe if I told you." He covered his face with his hands and choked back a sob. Marsh rose to go to him, but stopped short when Philippe appeared in the doorway. "That's enough. You can leave now." He sat on the arm of Wagner's chair and draped an arm around his husband's shoulders. "I'll take care of him." Wagner curled into Philippe, hiding his face against his leg, Philippe's fingers carding through his hair, a kiss and an "I'll be right back, love," before standing to see them out. Sean spoke quietly to him, giving their regards and asking that Philippe keep them updated. Marsh was silent, fist clenched around the flash drive. Levi pulled up the rear, checking his phone, reading the timely reply from Holt. He paused just outside the doorway, a last-minute question for the designer, a follow-up that had to be asked. "You do a lot of work for Calix Enterprises?" Philippe nodded. "They have properties in Vienna, London, and several cities in the States, commercial and residential. Keeps me busy." "Who's your contact at Calix?" He tightened his grip on the door, knuckles white. "I don't have to tell you that." "Is it Catherine Sanders?" He slammed the door in Levi's face. 27. Marsh exited Wagner's building, inhaled the soupy summer air, and made no objection to Sean's suggestion they take the U-Bahn back to the penthouse. The hair under his Stetson was wet from the earlier sprint, and Levi's dress shirt wasn't faring much better. He had no idea how Sean was still in his jacket and tie. There was no need to press themselves to melting any longer. Hadn't really been in the first place. They'd hit another brick wall. Or rather, Wagner had. Marsh was still angry Wagner had kept the truth from him, but he could commiserate, having been stymied himself for years. He'd likewise been manipulated from on high and prevented from doing his job. He also hated that his friend's life, professionally and personally, was a train wreck. Hated that he in any way had contributed to the breakdown. Marsh didn't see how to help the personal situation. That was between Wags and Philippe, but maybe the flash drive in his pocket could help professionally. Or maybe Levi's final curveball question would. "What was that about Calyx?" Marsh asked as they emerged from the station a couple blocks from Sean's building. "Their flat reminded me of Aunt Liz's place. I'd seen some of those items, some of that furniture, or items like it before. High-end shit. It didn't make sense on a cop's salary. And interior designers do well and get discounts, but few, I imagine, do that well, or get discounts enough to pay for that place and everything inside it." Holt was already digging into Philippe's financials, Sean said, as they wove through people and construction barrels, accessibility improvements in progress across the city. "I texted and asked him to book it. He turned up Calyx, which, while not directly tied to Ader or Catherine Sanders, used the same attorney as Ader and Orchard to file their foreign business papers in the U.S., and is headquartered in, take a wild guess. Not too hard to make that one. Marsh wouldn't even call it wild. Vienna." Levi made a keep-going gesture with his hand and flicked his gaze toward the downtown skyscrapers. "Getting warmer? In the same building as Ader Capital?" "Bingo!" Levi said, with an Oprah-worthy you-get-a-car flourish, nearly knocking over a barrel. Sean was more circumspect. "She could be paying him for design." The squeal of tires and the alarmed shouts of pedestrians cut short Sean's words. Marsh whipped his gaze the direction of the commotion. A black Mercedes sedan barreled through the crosswalk a block away, speeding the direction of the crosswalk the three of them had just stepped into, with a herd of other people. "Everyone out of the road!" Levi shouted as the three of them kicked into action, even Sean, who'd been out of law enforcement for a year. Sean and Levi surged forward, the former shouting, "Bevegan! Bevegan!" as they hurried half the crowd to the opposite curb. Marsh spun, arms wide, and shouted, "Polizei! Calm Zurich!" Forcing his half of the crowd back onto the curb they'd just stepped off, several staggering as they crashed into the construction barrels, but at least they were out of the road. All except one. "Mama!" A little girl about Lily's age raced into the road, separated from her mother in the commotion. Marsh did the split-second calculations. There was no way she'd make it to the other side before the charging Mercedes plowed through the crosswalk. Even less chance when she stumbled and the bends failed to brake. Levi made the same calculations, locked eyes with Marsh, and sprinted into the intersection. Marsh stepped off the curb, prepared to put himself between the charging car and Levi and the girl. From the opposite curb, Sean, who had his arms wrapped around a screaming woman, the child's mother, no doubt, shouted, "The barrels! Marsh, grab a barrel!" A risk. The car could swerve, hit the other pedestrians, but the only chance at saving the ones in the middle of the crosswalk. Marsh spied the nearest barrel a pedestrian had already knocked over and yanked it off its mooring. "Everybody get back!" he yelled in German, Sean doing the same on the other side of the road. He lifted the barrel over his head and heaved it into the oncoming path of the vehicle. The Benz swerved, narrowly skating between where Levi was using his body to shield the child and the curb. Marsh heaved a relieved sigh and thanked his saints, only to curse when the chaos magnified tenfold. Shots rang out from above them, from one of the upstairs windows over the ground floor restaurant, and Levi hit the deck, covering the girl. Sean and Marsh revised their directives, shouting, "Get down!" and moving people back to the cover of the buildings. But Levi was out there, in the middle of the street, exposed. Another round of shots rang out, stalling Marsh's sprint into the street, forcing him down, forcing him to reassess the shooter's target. It wasn't Levi, or him, or Sean. It was the car. A third flurry of shots, one hitting the Benz's back right tire and causing it to spin, enough for Marsh to glimpse the driver. Buzzed brown hair, broken nose, thick neck, tattoos. Stephen Sanders. The facilitator, the attempted murderer, wrenched the wheel, righted the car, and hit the gas. With run flats for tires, he could make it another few miles before he had to ditch the car. They weren't likely to catch Stephen, but they could catch their other suspect at the scene. Levi made the same assessment. Crouched, he carried the child to the curb, handed her to her sobbing mother, then sprinted toward the building. "I'm going after the shooter." Marsh took off after Levi. "Stairs," Levi asked the restaurant hostess, watching from the front door, but something down the side alley caught Marsh's eye. "Bishop, around back." He hustled into the narrow, shadowed alley, no footsteps behind him, but a small figure running flat out in front of him. "Halt!" he shouted, to no avail, the figure disappearing around a corner and reaching a dead end. A young woman, white, her clothes too big, her long, dark hair stringy and matted, clutched the chain-link fence with one hand, a knife in the other. Crying, she mumbled, "I'm sorry," in German over and over again. "It's okay," Marsh spoke in German as he slowly approached behind her. "Why don't you put down the knife and we can talk about it?" She spun and fell back against the fence. "I just want it to be over." Marsh took a step forward. "Want what to be over?" "All of it," she said in English, and raised the knife to her throat. Took another step. "What's your name, sweetheart?" "Maria." She closed her eyes and shook her head, the chain-link fence rattling. Levi appeared at the back screen door of the restaurant, poised to move. Eyes still closed, Maria's voice, her entire being, was full of defeat. "I just need it to be over." Heartbreaking, the intention final. Marsh nodded, and Levi slammed open the screen door. Maria's eyes popped open, her gaze following the sudden sound, and Marsh lunged forward, knocking loose the knife. A split second before Levi launched himself from the top step, wrapped his arms around Maria, and took her down in an Academy-perfect roll. Suspect secure. 28. Marsh would have preferred to take Maria to the U.S. Embassy for questioning. Someone with the federal police was aiding and abetting Ader's criminal empire. Ross could be too, but that was less certain. But with the crowd of bystanders, the number of emergency calls received, and the amount of video footage already on the internet, there was no escaping the federal police taking charge of the incident. Their saving grace had been Wagner's appearance at the scene. He looked markedly better than he had at his condo, calm and in control, which was enough to convince the officer in charge that the incident was related to a joint task force that Wagner oversaw for the police. A defunct task force, including a retired agent and 2 suspended ones. But thankfully, the officer didn't check too closely, more than happy to turn the scene over. But they would only get so far, so long, before their lie was discovered, which was why they needed to interrogate their suspect sooner rather than later, before someone pulled a bell and yanked them off the investigation.
Wagner exited the interrogation room and joined Marsh, Levi, Sean, and Ross on the crowded observation side of the glass. Marsh had called the latter down to the station, despite Sophie's doubts and despite Levi also asking if it was the best idea. Maybe it wasn't, but it was also a test. Marsh wanted to see what, if anything, got back to Ader Capital or Catherine Sanders. "Did you get a last name?" Levi asked. They'd been held up giving their own statements and had arrived after Wagner had already asked the record basics. Wagner's expression was grim. They weren't going to like the answer. "Bauer." Marsh staggered, catching himself on the observation desk. "Bauer? As in Peter Bauer. The same Peter Bauer who walked into Karlsplatz station with a bomb under his trench coat and killed Sophie and 9 others? Yes, she's that Peter Bauer's sister." Sean ran a hand down his tired face, and Ross, forearms braced on the chair back, hung his head. "Whose fucking payroll are these people on?" Levi, the only one who didn't look like he'd been punched in the gut, asked. "How's her English?" "Seems fluent," Wagner answered. "Let me take a run at her," he proposed. "I'm a new face with a new angle." "You're suspended," Ross said, straightening. "You're not even supposed to be here, much less in the room with her." "And none of you," Wagner swung a stern glare around the room, "have jurisdiction." The same argument Catherine had used. Also, the same argument any cop with half a brain would use. "So come into the room with me," Levi countered. He split a glance between Ross and Wagner. "Both of you, if you need to." Wagner's indigo eyes flicked Marsh's direction. "You okay with that?" "Don't ask me. He doesn't need my permission. He's my partner on this case." "No offense meant," Wagner replied with a raised hand, then headed for the door. "Let me go get my file on Bauer. We should have forensics back by now, too." "Get a picture of Stefan, too, please." While they waited for him to return, Sean asked Levi, "What new angle?" That part of Levi's proposal had intrigued Marsh, too. "Let me play it out." Good enough for Marsh and for Sean. Ross looked skeptical, but followed their lead. Marsh, for one, couldn't wait to watch Levi work. Wagner re-entered with 2 file folders. Levi flipped through them, brow wrinkled in concentration. But he was nodding. Good material, then. "This'll work, thank you," he told Wagner as he snapped shut the folders. "Let's do this." Marsh held the door open for the group, then after closing it behind them, leaned a shoulder against the wall by the observation glass. On the other side, Wagner reclaimed his chair across from Maria, but Levi didn't take the one beside him. He rounded the table and pulled out the chair next to Maria instead. Sinking into it, he braced his forearms on his knees, the 2 folders dangling from his fingertips. "He's good," Sean said from his spot at the desk. "Below her eye level, giving her the perception of power and congeniality." Marsh smirked. "I know." "Maria, I'm Special Agent Levi Bishop with the FBI. I'm sorry I didn't get to introduce myself earlier. Are you okay if we chat in English?" She nodded and shifted toward Levi in her metal chair. She probably didn't even realize it, but any trained interrogator would. Levi was connecting with her, winning her trust. "You've already met Chief Inspector Wagner," he said. "That's Special Agent Ross over there, brooding against the wall. He works for the FBI, too, here in Vienna." She briefly looked them over, then brought her gaze back to Levi. Good. He had her attention and her trust, more than anyone else in the room. He withdrew a photo from the thinner of the 2 folders and held it out to her, forcing her to take it instead of setting it on the table in front of her. "We found this weapon abandoned in the building near where the shots were fired from today. Your prints are on the weapon." He handed her another photo. You're also on camera leaving the side door of the building. He passed her a third. Before we stopped you from using this to kill yourself. The knife, then, to which she closed her eyes and looked away, swallowing hard. With her eyes still closed, she didn't see Levi riffle through the much thicker file, didn't see the picture he did place on the table. This is your brother Peter. Her eyes flew open, going straight to the photo. He died 3 years ago on a similar mission, then darted up to Levi. Am I right? You were both sent to kill someone?
I don't know what you're talking about, she said.
He laid Stephen Sanders' picture on top of Peter's. Was this your target? Maria didn't reply, but her eyes became glassy, wetness gathering at the corners. Was he your brother's target too? Levi said. And Marsh understood his new angle, where this was going. To an alternate theory of the events of that night 3 years ago. One that the rest of them had been too close to the event to see. A more objective observer, Levi had seen the larger forest and found a place for those photos of Stefan and Sophie.
I just want this to be over.
A repeat of what she'd said when they'd cornered her in the alley, but then she said more.
I just want my family to be free.
Free? Wagner said. You're Austrian citizens. She swallowed hard.
My parents were missionaries in Kosovo. They were so busy.
She reached out and moved the picture of Stefan so she could see the one of her brother again. Lightly, lovingly, she laid her fingertips on his cheek.
They didn't notice Peter slipping away. He got addicted to drugs, indebted to bad people there.
The ISIS cell they'd tied him to. She drew back her hand.
When we got home, he got clean. I thought we were free, but the bad people were here too, and so was she.
Catherine Sanders, Levi said. Maria nodded.
She told Peter she could wipe out his debt, could make the terrorists and dealers go away, and we would all be free if he just did this one thing.
Kill her brother. Wagner offered her a box of tissues. He wasn't too bad an interrogator himself. Maria snagged several.
She left us alone after Peter died. I thought we were free, but then I saw her and her brother at an event later that year. I knew we never would be. Not really.
She came back to collect, Wagner suggested.
3 days ago, Maria replied. Said it was my turn. Said if I didn't do what she told me, she would have my entire family wiped out.
What did she tell you to do, Maria? Levi asked. Marsh leaned forward, anticipating the awful answer.
To answer the call when she rang. And she did. Today. She told me when and where Stefan would be and said a rifle would be waiting.
She told you to kill him?
Yes.
29. It was the next morning before they reconvened due to the clusterfuck the previous day had devolved into, especially for Wagner. He'd had to finish booking Maria, interview witnesses, process incoming forensics, and coordinate the search for the driver of the black Benz that was found abandoned several miles from the scene. Levi, like Marsh and Sean, had identified Stephen Sanders as the driver, and, while Wagner believed them, while Maria had confessed to being there for the express purpose of killing Stephen Sanders, the fact that travel records still showed him in the U.S. was a hurdle. Ross didn't have much better of a yesterday, dealing with the mess Levi, Marsh, and Sean had created by pretending to be cops at the scene. Levi agreed that it had been the right call at the time, the quickest way to move potential victims out of the way of the speeding vehicle. But Wagner's boss, the one who'd shut down his investigation, was coming down on them hard, threatening a diplomatic shitstorm. Eventually, Ross had told them to get the hell out of the station so he could try to smooth things over, which was how they all ended up at the U.S. Embassy the next morning. Marsh, Levi, and Sean making official statements that their actions yesterday had been for the sole purpose of saving innocent lives. They formally apologized for the overstep and hoped it was enough to put out that particular fire, while they stoked another. Levi admired his husband at the head of the conference table. The fact that Marsh couldn't not take charge to save his life. It chafed sometimes, but it was also sexy as hell.
"All right," Marsh said. "Theories. Go." "Catherine wants Stefan gone," Wagner said. "Because he's the heir." "Or because he was fucking Sophie," Ross countered. "A traitor." They'd filled him in on that fact, a revelation that had resulted in Ross storming into his office, slamming his door, and throwing things. After that, Levi was fairly convinced Ross was not Ader Capital's mole inside the FBI. He'd been as surprised as them by the Sophie Stefan news, and angry as hell. At Sophie, at Wagner, at Binny, who Levi was fairly convinced knew more than he was letting on to anyone, possibly even to Ajay. "Catherine's had Stefan in line for 3 years, Sean said. "What's changed?" "We're back and closing in," Marsh posited. "If we believe what Sophie told Wags, Stefan was an op." Ross scoffed. Levi mentally agreed, but Marsh kept going, undeterred. "She had something on him, and when she died, he was out from under her thumb. Now we're back, and if we find out what Sophie had, we can use it against him too. So what did Sophie know?" "Maybe he was just in love with her," Wagner said. "He's covering up his mistakes. And Catherine is done with him altogether," Ross added. Marsh shook his head. "That can't be all there was. That can't be all there is." "We need to see Sophie's files," Levi said. "All of them." "I thought I had everything," Marsh replied. "And we're back to Binny," Sean said. "Keeping something from us." "Fuck!" Marsh spun from the table, hands laced behind his head, pacing. Levi reached out and laid a hand on his arm as he passed, creating a connection while a different one was unraveling. Marsh squeezed his hand. Link acknowledged, then continued pacing. "This is a bad bishop nightmare." What?" Levi asked. "I assume that refers to a chess term and not me." Marsh's chuckle was a welcome one, a release of tension. "A bad bishop is one that's cornered behind its own pawns. No good way out." Levi didn't believe that. There had to be a way through this, through it, through the Sanders family and the brewing internal conflict Levi and his team could manipulate to bring the entire Ader Capital operation down. "Do you think Charles knows what's going on between his nibblings?" Marsh caught on, albeit from a slightly different angle. "There was a falling out between their parents and Charles. Maybe the parents can shed some light on things." He looked across the table at Wagner. "Are they staying in Vienna?" "Salzburg." "What if this is vengeance?" "Whose?" Sean asked. "Stefan or Catherine, on behalf of their parents." "And the other is still Team Charles," Ross said, playing it out. "But which one? And vengeance for what?" On that note, Levi circled back to where they'd begun, tying it all together. "What if there's leverage of some sort over the parents, and Sophie promised to get them clear if Stefan delivered evidence of the trafficking?" "I like where this is headed," Marsh said. "But why would Stefan try to kill us? Why not try to work the same deal with us as he did with Sophie?" "Because he's made that deal with Catherine already." "Why would she?" Wagner asked. "The woman's ice cold.
I don't think it's because she cares for them. Stefan must have something she needs, Marsh said.
But she doesn't trust he won't turn traitor again, Ross added. Thinks she could get it herself.
Levi propped his elbows on the table and scrubbed his hands over his face, wanting to scream, but holding it in. Barely. Something doesn't add up, and we're pretzeling ourselves to figure it out. We're getting lost in the weeds.
Which, if Benny is the mole, Sean held up both hands, palms out, a "don't shoot the messenger" gesture.
Lost in the weeds is exactly where he wants us. Why he gave Marsh those files in the first place, to send us down this rabbit hole. Marsh stopped at the head of the table and braced his hands on the edge, looking as frustrated as Levi felt.
Okay, big picture. How do we take these assholes down? What threads do we have still to pull that can help unravel this knot?
Pretzel, Levi mumbled, aiming to poke a hole in the rising tension. It worked, laughter rumbling around the table, including from Marsh at the head.
Pretzel, he conceded. Now I fucking want one, so let's wrap this up. The parents, Ross said, answering Marsh's question. I have initial background searches in our files. No red flags. Wags, can you help me dig deeper?
Wagner nodded.
I'll also make a list of colleagues I suspect are on Ada's payroll, starting with my boss, though I think it goes higher. I'll also talk to Philippe about Calix. I doubt he understands what he's involved in. I should be the one to tell him.
Levi appreciated his willingness to go there, watched in admiration as Marsh squeezed his friend's shoulder, offering support, waited until their moment passed before tossing out another lead.
The chess boxes, he said. Air and stateside.
We'll go check out Pinkler's shop in Grinsing, Marsh said.
And I'll also follow up with Holt and the team in San Diego, Levi added. On the boxes delivered there and on the shelter's debt Catherine tried to leverage. I'll touch base with Charlie, Sean said. Find out if Anthony or anyone in the Bureau has tried to interfere again, including Benny. Marsh nodded, all to his liking, it seemed. Big picture, we need to know who is standing behind the pawns. We gather the evidence we need and turn the pawns we can to reach them. That's how we end this. That's how we shut Ader Capital down.
They all rose, prepared to get started on their to-do lists when the conference room door opened, Ross's assistant poking her head in. Agents, these just arrived for you. She handed Ross a stack of stark white envelopes.
Your invitations, Ross said, handing one each to Levi, Marsh, and Sean.
Levi judged the weight of his, heavy, expensive cardstock, his name and title written on the front in calligraphy. He slid his index finger under the lip to pop it open. The embossed card inside invited him to the Ader Capital Relief for Refugee Benefit Gala at the Sanders family estate in Salzburg that weekend.
Well, Marsh drawled, I guess we're in.
Levi went to tuck his invite back into the envelope and met resistance. Setting the invite on the table, he squeezed either end of the envelope, opening it more. There was a folded strip of paper at the bottom. There's something else in mine. He drew out the note, Marsh peering over his shoulder, his hand on Levi's hip, as Levi read it aloud. Karlsblatt Station Square, Wednesday, 10 a.m. Come alone. Catherine. Marsh dug his fingers into his hip hard enough to bruise.
30. Marsh leaned against the side of the SUV parked a block away from Karlsplatz and considered his husband. Are you sure you want to do this? Marsh was sure he did not want Levi to do this, but it wasn't his call. Back in Amarillo, he'd sworn to himself to not stand in Levi's way when it came to doing his job. His husband was a smart,
competent agent with sharp instincts. But that was the professional side of the equation. Personally, Levi was his husband, and about to go toe-to-toe with a murderer, a woman who had twice tried to kill her own brother. Levi, however, was fearless. All business this morning as he rolled up his shirt sleeves and prepared to do battle. I'm sure I want to get to the bottom of this and get home. I miss my son. Marsh missed David too, but he'd also promised David he would keep Levi safe and bring him back home. He wouldn't break that promise. We might not be able to hear you down there. She might force you onto a train. Someone at the federal police may get wind of this meet and cut the station's surveillance feeds. If I can't... Levi silenced him with a kiss and pinned him against the SUV while he argued his case with his tongue and lips. Marsh gripped the front of his shirt, never wanting to let him go, yet knowing he had to, because Levi was right. This was business. Marsh needed to trust Levi to do his job. Let that trust quell the personal fear inherent in the situation. He uncurled his fingers and smoothed out the wrinkles he'd created. Levi lifted his face with a finger under his chin. Nothing I said before we left Texas has changed. I will come back to you. I will give you a home with me and David. You can't be certain. Levi's second kiss was brief and to the point. A period on the argument. With you at my side, I am. He didn't give Marsh a chance to counter further. He turned and strode the length of the block to the station entrance and disappeared into the tunnel's shadow. Marsh hauled ass into the SUV. Grabbing his tablet from beside the seat, he propped it open on the dash and laid his keyboard across his lap. You love him, don't you? Sean said from the driver's seat beside him. Not going to tell you before I say it to him. But yes, Marsh had been falling for his husband since he'd first laid eyes on him. Harder as he got to know the amazing father, son, brother, agent, and partner he was. And after being back here in Vienna, in the trappings of his old life, he was more certain than ever that he wanted the new one with Levi and David. Yes, that four-letter word was grafting itself onto his bones, flowing in the blood that raced through his heart, deeper and stronger with each argument Levi made, convincing Marsh a little each day that those three terrifying words wouldn't break him if he said them to Levi. Sean just smiled and patted his shoulder. I'm happy for you. Marsh rolled his eyes and tucked the calm into his ear. I'll be happy when my husband walks back out of that station alive. I'll walk out of here alive, Levi replied. Copy that? Marsh chuckled. Copy. Levi continued to report his location as he navigated the station, Marsh hopping camera to camera with him. No issues with reception or feeds, including when Levi rode the escalator down to the Red Line platform. Marsh spotted Catherine before Levi did, sitting on the farthest bench from the escalators, nearest the tunnel. That's a good sign, Sean said. She's not looking to make a spectacle. She could be looking to throw him in front of the train. My husband, ever the pessimist, Levi said in a dry, droll tone. I've got this. His confident voice, his equally confident strut, said he did. So too did his expression. The confidence turned Marsh on. The flirtatious glint in his blue eyes turned his stomach. The expression, the heat, too similar to the expression he'd worn for Marsh the other night when they'd role-played strangers in a bar. Catherine lifted her bag to make room for him on the bench. I wasn't sure you'd come. You delivered the invitations we asked for. Seemed the least I could do. He sat and crossed his legs her direction. Marsh barely stopped his hands from clenching. He worked the keyboard instead, zooming the camera in, watching for any tells that might compromise Levi. He saw none. And I had some questions. Such as? Why are you trying to kill your brother? Catherine laughed. That same tinkling sound from the office the other day. She was evil, yet her laugh sounded like what Marsh thought an angel's must. A straight shooter, just like your husband. Not exactly straight, Levi said with a wink. Her laughter subsided into a wide, easy smile. It was no wonder she'd fooled so many people into thinking she was just an investment banker who worked for the family business on the side. I can see why Agent Marshall likes you. You like him? I married him. Oh, now that's an interesting answer. She angled his direction, wrists resting atop her crossed knees. Not exactly to the question I asked, Agent Bishop. He parried with a teasing smile. You didn't answer my question either, Miss Sanders. The loudspeaker announced the approaching train. Catherine didn't bother to speak louder, and with the increasing background noise, Marsh had to strain to hear. I didn't try to kill my brother. Maria Bauer did. After he tried to kill us. She wrinkled her nose. I don't think Stefan likes you very much. And you do? I sent you that invitation, didn't I? She stood as the train pulled into the station, grabbed her bag, and beckoned Levi to follow. Ride with me. Levi didn't hesitate. He stood in the subway car's open doorway, gesturing politely for her to enter first. Marsh wished like hell he'd said those 3 terrifying words. In the minutes of audio static that followed, he wished like hell he'd said a lot of things to Levi that had been on the tip of his tongue for weeks. Wished like hell, professional boundaries be damned, that he'd never let Levi go down into that station alone, that he'd never agreed to the meet with Catherine, that he'd convinced Levi to stay in Texas. Wondered, in the back of his mind, if he should have ever involved Levi in the first place. If he'd compromised a good man, a good father, by putting him on the radar of a viper who would do anything to get what she wanted. Sean gently clasped his biceps. Breathe, Marsh. Marsh slammed shut his eyes. He couldn't watch the empty station, see the empty platform where his husband was a moment ago. He'd lost him, had broken his promise to David, wouldn't be able to bring his father back home to him, safe and... Taubstummengasse, Levi said in his butchered German. We're only 1 station down. Marsh opened his eyes, sucked in air, then struck keys like his life depended on it, accessing the surveillance feeds for the new station. There, Sean pointed at the top left corner of the tablet screen. Marsh redirected the nearest camera, zoomed in, and wanted to hurl. Catherine and Levi were walking arm in arm, Levi's flirtatious smile turned up to 10. Surely, we could have walked. I have a class at the Diplomatic Academy in 5, Catherine replied. This was quicker, and you'll get a chance to look around. It's a lovely building. A class? You teach? The intersection of corporate philanthropy and diplomatic policy. Levi laughed out loud. That's rich. She stopped just shy of the entrance, still in shadow but with the sun threatening her toes. She leaned closer and lowered her voice. Not as rich as 2 FBI agents marrying to skirt one getting thrown off a case and the other's debts. Marsh froze. Levi shrugged. Fucking shrugged. We do what we have to do. Is that what you're still doing? What you have to? That's what I'll always do to protect the ones I love. Catherine's evil, satisfied smile would win her a one-way ticket to hell. That's good to hear, Agent Bishop. Marsh tossed his keyboard and earpiece to the floorboard, staggered out of the SUV, and puked. 31. Sean had warned him. Meet us at the pub. Marsh did not handle that well, his text had read. Levi had worried about that. Marsh had been on edge about the whole meet, And the second Levi had stepped onto that train, Marsh had no doubt gone over the edge into the abyss. Sean's warning, Levi's worry, didn't do the reality Levi walked into justice. He stood near the pub's entrance, watching as his husband polished off a second stein of beer, and it wasn't even noon yet. Marsh slammed the glass onto the table next to the other empty and looked up for the server, and saw Levi instead. Oh. The day drinking wasn't the worst of it. Marsh looked wrecked, and not in the good way. His hair was a mess, like he'd run his hands through it countless times. His shoulders were tight, his jaw was clenched, and his eyes. Levi had never wanted to see that look directed at him. Anger, doubt, and fear, the last hitting Levi like a tsunami. Fuck. He crossed the pub to the U-shaped booth Marsh occupied. Levi slid into the end across from him, Sean between them at the back of the booth. His ass had barely hit the wood seat when Marsh began his interrogation.
What else did she say to you between stations?
Nothing.
Nothing?
He scoffed.
You walked off that train, arm in arm, and you expect us to believe nothing else was said?
Yes. As much as the accusatory words and tone rankled, Levi understood where Marsh's anger was coming from and tried not to take it personally.
Have I given you any reason to think I'd lie to you?
Marsh pressed his lips together. Good. His brain knew the correct answer, even if his heart was shouting otherwise. Levi continued. I started to speak to ask Catherine whether Stefan would still be at the benefit, and she said she couldn't hear, so I didn't say anything else until after we got off the train. She's looking for a way in, Sean said.
That was obvious. Hopefully I fooled her into thinking she has one.
Marsh shifted forward, forearms resting on the table. Fooled her? I sold it. We've had enough practice the past month. Marsh jerked back like he'd been slapped, and Levi immediately regretted his choice of words.
Marsh, fuck. I didn't mean...
He bolted out of the booth faster than any man his size should be able to move.
I'm going to the bathroom.
Levi moved almost as fast, only a step behind as Marsh ducked into the narrow back hallway. Near the end, when it looked like he was about to turn into the bathroom, Levi called out,
Keep walking!
Marsh obeyed, slamming out the back door with both hands, but then he kept walking, like he was going to walk right out of the alley and away from him.
Marsh, stop!
He halted, but didn't turn around, his back to Levi, his hands fisted at his sides. Levi reserved several feet of the distance between them, sensing Marsh needed those couple of seconds to cool down.
We set ground rules when we started this. Do you remember what those were?
Marsh flung back his head and laughed, the bitter sound bouncing off stone walls and scraping across Levi's nerves. Yeah, we keep this professional. Levi smiled. They'd failed at keeping that one, spectacularly. But the other one, the other rule, was the reason this partnership, this marriage, had worked as well as it had from the start. The other one, asshole. Marsh righted his head, shook out his arms, and stretched his fingers, releasing the tension. A deep breath later, he repeated the 4 words he'd said to Levi that first morning at the bakery when they'd negotiated their marriage. Don't lie to me. Turn around. Levi waited for him to do so, then closed the distance between them.
I did not lie to you. Hell, I didn't lie to Catherine either. I just couched my words in a way that hopefully she misinterpreted the same way you unfortunately did.
How's that? He laid his hands on Marsh's chest.
That you aren't included in the list of those I will do anything to protect.
Marsh made the connection in less than a second, recalling Levi's exact words and realizing what he was saying. His eyes widened, a gasp escaping his parted lips. He lifted a hand to Levi's cheek.
Baby,
Levi pressed 3 fingers over his lips. We will not say those words to each other for the first time in some grimy back alley. Marsh smiled behind his fingers.
I don't know. Seems pretty perfect.
Perfect was his lips on Marsh's, tasting his smile, coaxing the last of the stress from him, reminding his husband that he was right there with him. Believe me, Marsh. Believe this.
I want to.
Marsh dove back into the kiss and drew Levi with him against the wall, using it for support as they reconnected. They were both there, together. The pub's back door opened, startling them apart, and Levi laughed at seeing Sean there.
What? Sean said. Your timing is impeccable, Marsh grumbled.
At least we got to kiss this time, Levi said.
Sean rolled his eyes. Holt's got more info for us.
It's what, 4 a.m. there?
Marsh pushed off the wall and threw an arm over Levi's shoulder. No one in that family sleeps. And, he said to Sean.
He confirmed Calix is one of Philippe's clients. He also confirmed that Calix is the lender on the 6th Street shelter. Holy shit, Levi cursed.
Gets better, Sean said.
The federal minister of the Interior maintains a private family office in the same building as Calix here in Austria. Marsh gasped.
Wagner's boss's boss?
Could be a coincidence.
Marsh scoffed.
Levi didn't buy it either. 6 degrees of separation, he said. We just need to tie Calix directly to Ader and to Catherine, and then we've got them. Extortion, blackmail, trafficking.
To start, Marsh said with a wicked smirk, his confidence back where it belonged. And I don't think we'll need to go to 6.
32. It's gorgeous up here, Levi said as they walked down Grinsing's cobblestone streets. Vineyards covered the hillsides, houses looked like hobbit holes from the Shire, and taverns, shops, and biergartens lined the main streets.
I wish I could have spent more time here, Marsh said.
He vastly preferred this part of Vienna over the city proper, but work had kept him in town, close to the embassy. That's where you bought yours and Quan's chess sets? In town? He nodded.
A craftsman who'd set up a shop in Stephansplatz. I carried a rollable one when I was in the service, but when I got here, the hand-carved boxes were everywhere. It was small enough to carry and a memento I could take with me always. I gave Quan one as a thank you for helping me get the Cyber Legat gig.
They stopped in front of a glass-fronted shop on the main neighborhood square. On the other side of the picture window were all manner of hand-carved creations, including chess sets. And above the door was a hand-carved wooden sign with a familiar logo.
Looks like the right place, Marsh said.
The door opened, and a middle-aged man with neat brown hair, a long nose, and brown eyes behind his wire-rimmed spectacles stood over the threshold smiling. "Can I help you with something?" he asked in German.
"Are you Harold Pinkler?" Marsh replied. The man nodded. "Do you speak English?"
He nodded again, and Marsh switched to English so Levi could follow the conversation.
"I hope you can help," Marsh said. "I need to buy my new husband a chess set so he can practice."
"Herzlichen Glückwunsch,"
the craftsman said with a wide smile, then remembered he was supposed to be speaking in English.
"Congrats. How long have you been married?"
"A month," Levi answered.
"We're on our honeymoon," Marsh embellished. "We heard from friends we made at a pub last night that you're an amazing carpenter. We'd love to see your chess sets."
"Yes, let me show you."
Harold showed him to the collection in the window, and another stack in a bookcase beside it. Half a dozen or so hand-carved board boxes and pieces with intricate inlays and plush velvet linings. As Levi gravitated to the ones with green touches, with double clasps for security, Marsh quickly sorted who he was shopping for and agreed wholeheartedly with Levi's selection. "I think this one." He tapped the one currently in Levi's hands. "It's the right size to fit in your book bag. In David's book bag. And it has an extra latch for safety so the pieces don't spill out. So there was less likelihood that when dropped it would pop open and explode." He traced his fingers over the narrow strips of green inlay, the same shade as David's eyes. "This is perfect." Levi glanced up, expression earnest, eyes glassy. "It's perfect," Marsh repeated, the "for David" unsaid but understood. He leaned in and kissed Levi's forehead. Harold sighed, and Marsh glanced back over his shoulder, only to have Harold, likewise glassy-eyed, wave him off. "It's always a joy to see two people so in love." "Thank you," Marsh said, "for your words and your skill." He gently slipped the set from Levi's fingers and held it out to Harold. "We'll take this one." "Very good. One of my favorites." Harold moved behind the counter with the set, wrapping it securely in padded paper. "How many of these do you make a year?" Levi asked. "Each one is hand-carved. It takes about a month, and I usually have a few going at a time." "We're lucky to get one." "Who's the most famous person you've sold a set to?" Marsh asked as he pulled the correct bills from his wallet. Harold blew out a giant breath. "I don't know the most famous. I've been doing this for years. Actors filming in the area will stop by." Marsh took back his change. "What about recently?" "Oh, that's easy," Harold said as he finished wrapping the chess set and tucked it into a gift bag. "Charles Sanders. He's been a regular lately." He handed the bag to Levi, and Marsh hoped Harold didn't notice his husband's trembling hand. "He stopped by just the other day. Bought two." "Two?" Marsh said. "Did he say for whom?" "One he was flying all the way to America for a friend," Harold said excitedly. Marsh doubted he would remain so if he knew that box had almost killed two people. "The other is for a charity event this weekend." 33. After an intense 24 hours of meetings and strategy sessions with Wagner and Ross, with the teams in San Diego and Texas, with Charlie and her SAC in D.C., not to mention the marathon hacking session with Holt, Jax, and Farmer, it was down to a single decision. Make arrests now based on the evidence they had and stop any potential death and destruction at tomorrow's benefit, or attend the benefit, gather more evidence, hope and pray they could divert any mayhem, and take Stephen Sanders into custody. Marsh made his case for option 1. We have Calix, which Philippe confirmed is his client, and Catherine Sanders, who he admitted is his primary point of contact there. Marsh glanced across the penthouse dining table to Wagner. The poor guy looked worse than he had Monday morning. The shouting match with Philippe had been epic, but had ended with both men in tears, their arms around each other. Wagner had been right. Philippe had had no idea what he'd gotten himself into. He'd just been trying to land a big fish so he could make enough money so Teddy could retire, live a less stressful life, and spend more time with him. Philippe also confirmed his design work for the family office of the Federal Minister of the Interior, which was paid for with a tenant improvement allowance provided by their sub-landlord, Calix. The sublease included a rent credit if any of the allowance was left over, of which there had been $250 million. The minister signed that sublease 1 month after the U-Bahn bombing, for which we have Maria's sworn affidavit, testifying that Catherine Sanders blackmailed her brother to kill Stephen Sanders, and when he failed, blackmailed Maria to do the same. Finally, we have a sworn affidavit from JoJo that a recording of Catherine's voice matches the voice she heard threatening Greg Hudson, that Calix would foreclose on the 6th Street shelter's mortgage if he didn't deliver the merchandise, which we have probable cause to believe referred to victims that Ader's West Coast front, Orchard, was trafficking.
Okay, that's all Calix and Catherine, Ross said as he scribbled furiously on a legal pad. With a tangential connection to Orchard and Ader. I need more. Everything we had from Levi's case already. Stefan's presence at the Amarillo building, Catherine's signature on the purchase documents, and the chest boxes. Harold's affidavit that 2 boxes were sold directly to Charles Sanders and that 1 matches the description of the box delivered to Agent Kim. Ross laid down his pencil and put his head together with Sean, the attorneys conferring. Catherine's involvement with the bombing is your strongest case, Sean said after a moment. But even then, it's not airtight. You've got a pillar of the community against testimony from a 20-something-year-old under duress whose family is living in poverty after what happened to her brother, who was mixed up with ISIS. And as for her brother, Ross picked up, it's hearsay that Catherine gave him the kill order on Stefan. And then there's the question any good lawyer will use to kill the case. Why did Peter still press that button if he didn't see Stefan on the platform? Marsh's frustration at the lawyer speak got the better of him, and the nagging question at the back of his mind escaped. Why weren't you on the platform that night? Why did you take a car instead? All eyes turned to Ross. He didn't react defensively, just lowered his chin, his cheeks turning rosy beneath his dark skin. Embarrassment or regret? He lifted his chin after another moment and took a deep breath. I'm surprised it took you so long to ask, he said. Did you ever wonder why I shied away from the big events? And if I had to go, was in and out as quick as possible? It's like you were allergic to them, Sean said. In a way I am, Ross said. I have social anxiety disorder. Those galas are my worst nightmare. I don't schmooze. I can't schmooze, not without breaking out in hives. And you know what Sophie was like, always the center of attention. If I'd taken that train, arrived there with her, I would have been a disaster. That's why you haven't climbed higher? Levi asked. He nodded. I'm comfortable in this role. I'm comfortable working on smaller task force teams like this, or in a pub, hanging out with a few friends. He gestured around them. And thankfully, I don't need to keep advancing. My wife makes triple what I do, and I'm more than okay with that. The year-end deposits? He nodded. Tax planning. Why do you keep working at all? Sean asked. He chuckled. I'd drive her crazy if I didn't, and I love my wife like you do your partners. He glanced around the table, and even Wagner nodded. I got a second chance that night of the bombing. Sophie didn't. I want to solve this case and hold those responsible for her death accountable as much as you all do. Sean clasped his shoulder. Thank you for telling us. It was not the explanation Marsh had expected, but one that made sense, that answered the rest of the questions in his head tagged for Agent Ross. Understanding better how much he hated being the center of attention, Marsh moved them on. What do we need to make the case less circumstantial? Charles Sanders' prints, Sean said. We need them to run against the partial prints forensics managed to get off the chess box delivered to Matt. You also need more direct ties between Calix and Ader, Ross said. You've got it circumstantially, but you need... Marsh braced his hands on the table. Greg or Amanda Hudson's testimony. Or Stefan's, Levi said. Which is why we need to go to that benefit. We don't even know if he'll be there. Catherine said he would be. And we've got eyes on him in Salzburg, Wagner confirmed. He's there. The facilitator, the reason they were here in the first place, the crux of Levi's argument to let the benefit go on. Give us your case, Sean said to him. We could make an arrest now, but given Ader's connections, the chances the charges will stick are not good. If we can even get charges brought, Wagner said. I'll try, but it's ultimately not my call. Which means we would have shown our hand and lost the benefit of surprise, the chance to gather more evidence.
Representative Anthony is on his way here. They'd still been up at 2 a.m. when the lead from Brax had come in. Marsh had hacked the flight manifest and confirmed it. We observe. We see who he interacts with, how tight the Sanderses are with the Minister of Interior and anyone else. Sean, you cozy up to the bigwigs. I'll find Catherine and Stefan's parents. And Marsh, once we're on site, you'll infiltrate the security system. Ross, you'll be in the comms van monitoring feeds. And we are prepared to take Stefan Sanders into custody at the end of the evening for questioning. Hopefully, with the leverage we need. Wagner, your team will be on site investigating a bomb threat that is anonymously called in. Is there someone we can trust with the federal police in Salzburg?
Military, mate, he suggested. Not high enough up the ladder for Ada to corrupt, but high enough up to get us boots on the ground.
Good. If we find that chess box, if we find it rigged, we tie the boxes and any prints on them to the chess boxes delivered stateside. Maybe it's the same person who Bell delivered the box to, who put the bomb inside it that killed him. Hard evidence either way. The attorneys nodded. As long as we walk away from the night with no deaths and with Stefan Sanders in custody, we've not violated jurisdiction. We've got more leads to follow, and we've put a major crimp in Ader's criminal enterprise by detaining their facilitator.
But there is a risk, Marsh said. A big one in a tiny box that could go boom.
We think. We don't know that. He raised a brow. I know it's a risk, but it's a bigger risk letting these people continue to get away with what they do. I want this case to stick. I want this done. I want them shut down for good. He rounded the table and clasped Marsh's hand. I want to go home with you and start our life together without these assholes and their threats hanging over us.
Listen to your husband, Wagner said. He's a smart man.
Conviction burned in Levi's eyes, all doubt gone. And for as many times as Levi had trusted him, trusted his intuition, Marsh went with his husband's gut on this one.
All right, then.
He glanced over his shoulder at Ross and Wagner.
Where can we rent a couple of monkey suits on short notice?
34. This was the best balcony yet, hands down. This view is incredible, Levi shouted back into the hotel room. Marsh was still in the bathroom dressing, so Levi returned his attention to Salzburg in all its glory. On the edge of what Marsh called the New City, but was really the portion of town built in the 1800s, hardly new, their hotel overlooked the Salzach River. Fronting the other side of the river was a row of colorful buildings, the delicate pastel tones reminding Levi of cake frosting, the large Baroque church of the old city behind them, and the medieval fortress up the hill. And if he looked left or right instead of across, all he saw were rolling hills of green and the Alps. I want to bring David here. Hell, I want to come back here sometime when we're not working so we can enjoy it.
Magical was my thought the first time I visited here.
Magical was Marsh in a tuxedo. Sean knew a tailor, of course, and every inch of the black and white ensemble fit Marsh like a glove. Except the tie, which hung loose around his neck, but Levi figured that was more Marsh's resistance than the suit. He liked the tiny imperfection, made the rest of the perfect package, tamed dark hair, broad shoulders and chest, long legs, even more divine.
Do not lick your lips at me. Marsh plucked his phone off the charger and joined him on the balcony. We need to call David, and then we need to get going. We do not need to end up sweaty and in bed.
Yet, Marsh smirked.
Yet.
They stood against the balcony rail, the old city behind them, and rang David. He answered the video call, and as soon as it connected, his ginger brows raced north. Oh my God, am I missing the wedding redo? If there is a redo, Levi said. You'll be there. Irina poked her face into the frame. Us too?
Yes, Marsh said. Everyone can be at the second wedding, I promise.
Whereabouts? Our backyard, David told Irina. The view is perfect. We've got a fire pit, a huge table, and this massive tree. As he carried on, Levi struggled around the knot in his throat, struggled not to get teary-eyed when he looked at Marsh and saw him struggling too. Struggling with happiness neither of them knew what to do with, but that they both wanted to share with their loved ones. They shared a nod, an agreement, a promise. Are you in Salzburg? The question drew Levi's attention back to the screen, where Irina had disappeared, leaving just David sitting at the kitchen table. He cleared his throat. We are. He ducked his head to the side so David could get a better view. Take a look at this place. He moved the camera side to side, giving him a look up and down the river and at the old city. We want to come back here with you sometime. Looks old. It is, Marsh said. It was founded in AD 696. That fortress up there, he jutted a thumb over his shoulder, is from the medieval era, and the church in the old city at the bottom of the hill is from the 1600s. He looked mildly intrigued. Levi sealed the deal. Food is pretty delicious, too. Our late lunch was a fresh-baked pretzel, salami, and a chocolate torte. David rubbed his hands together. Now we're talking. Everything good there? Marsh asked once they were done laughing. David nodded, then leaned closer to the screen, voice lowered. I think maybe Holt is tired of the desert. He's very red. More laughter before a serious turn, even if David didn't understand how serious. And like all his siblings and their friends are here, he carried on. They're scary, but I don't think anyone is getting through them. Or maybe he did understand, and was just that comfortable, felt that safe. A good sign. A good call Marsh had made, calling in reinforcements in case Ader made a play while they were making theirs. When are you coming home? David asked, voice losing some of its cheer. Levi understood the feeling. Salzburg was magical and all, but he'd give anything to be on his back patio, sharing breakfast casserole with his son and husband. If all goes according to plan, early next week. David brightened. Both of you? He asked, an optimistic ring to his tone. Both of us. You're still being careful? Marsh leaned in closer. I've got his back, David. He was convinced enough that his curiosity about the chocolate torte Levi mentioned won out, asking for details that they gave him before Holt jumped on the line for a quick status check. All was in order, Mierencia more than secure. They hung up, Levi feeling more hopeful than ever about wrapping this up soon and the future that awaited them back in the States, but he didn't want to presume. He pocketed his phone and looked out at the river, afraid that if he looked at Marsh, his husband would see the lie, how badly he wanted what David had proposed. So, about that wedding we just promised your moms and David, if you don't... Marsh grasped his chin and forced his gaze. I won't, he said, the same look in his eyes that Levi imagined was in his too. I do too. Marsh brushed their lips together, soft and hopeful, that tempting taste of the future Levi couldn't get enough of. He drew back first and took Levi's hand in his, thumb rubbing across his ring. We get through tonight. We bring Stefan in and get him to flip. We close this case and shut Ader down, and then there's nothing I want more than to spend the rest of my life with you. A knock sounded on the door. Levi snickered. Sean? Marsh rolled his eyes. The king of interruptions strikes again. He walked to the door, Levi on his heels, and it was a good thing he was close, the surprise enough to make Levi put a hand to Marsh's back to catch his balance. He started, then corrected. Quan, what are you doing here? His ASAC was on a tuxedoed Sean's arm, hair swept up in a chignon, decked out in a long silver sheath dress, and heels that could pass as murder weapons. Eagle, Marsh greeted. This is a pleasant surprise. Nerd, she said with a smirk. I thought you might need this. She drew her other hand from behind her back, Marsh's snow-white Stetson balanced on it. Can't have you going to a fancy gala without your best hat. Marsh took it from her reverently, a nod of thanks, and placed it on his head. And if Levi hadn't already been confident about tonight's outcome, seeing that hat back on his husband's head, where it belonged, he was certain they'd be back where they belonged soon. 35. Marsh offered Levi a hand out of the car, seeing him to his feet and guiding him away from the curb, making sure he didn't trip or run into anyone while his attention was focused on the castle in front of them. Because really, there was no other word for the yellow structure built into the hill, its turrets and towers soaring above a sprawling mansion and even more sprawling manicured grounds. Levi's whoa was 100% justified. And a reminder Marsh couldn't help but poke fun at. Okay, Keanu. If the woe fits. Levi shot him a sideways grin before staring up at the castle again. It's massive. They're probably the richest people in town, Sean said, as he and Julia began to move forward at the urging of the valets, who were impatient to keep the line of cars moving. Music drifted outside from the grand foyer, beckoning guests into the marble spectacle under glass chandeliers. 3 of them, the space was so huge. And splashed with photo banners and easel pictures of refugees, shots of suffering families huddled in front of Ader-branded tents, in Ader-branded thermal blankets, soup bowls, and canteens in their hands. Are they fucking kidding? Levi cursed under his breath. You've seen Marsh's maps, Sean said. Capital flows into these places earmarked for refugee efforts. And then it gets redirected elsewhere, Marsh continued. Laundered through Bitcoin and other means to be used by trafficking empires. They may have helped that kid. He pointed at one of the children pictured on a banner. But they destroyed the lives of dozens of others. Levi turned away from the pictures and closed his eyes, breathing deep. I think I'm going to be sick. Marsh laid a hand on his lower back. Just focus on bringing them down. I knew all this, but seeing the hypocrisy on full display, I didn't feel this sick in Texas. Marsh gave him a moment to recover and checked in with the rest of their team. Wagner, Ross, do you copy? I can hear you, Ross radioed. Just need some eyes now. Roger that, Wags. The inspector started, but Marsh tuned him out when he saw who was making a beeline their direction. Agents, Catherine greeted. So delighted you could make it. And Mr. Henby Paxton, you brought a +1, who I don't believe is your wife. Assistant Special Agent in charge, Julia Kwan. She held out her hand, and damned if Catherine didn't hesitate for a moment. I hope it's not too much of an inconvenience. Someone hadn't reported in. Julia was a surprise. A point in the win column for them. Of course not. Catherine recovered and shook her hand. Your former colleague purchased an entire table with his matching grant. Paxton is committed to relieving the refugee crisis, Sean said. And I'm personally committed, having seen the effects of traffickers who take advantage. Catherine pulled a face similar to the one her assistant had the other day. Marsh would title this one, Fake British Woman Smelling Shit. As if she could hear him, she turned her sneer on Marsh. If you don't mind, Agent Marshall, I need to steal your husband for a moment. Well, in fact, You need to go wrangle your pet inspector, she said. He barged in here a half hour before guests started to arrive, raving about a bomb. Did he now? He's in the scullery downstairs. She looped her arm through Levi's, and it was everything Marsh could do not to rip those evil hands off his man. Levi's calm nod. They'd expected this. He was prepared. was all that kept Marsh from flying off the handle. And Sean reiterating the same as Catherine led Levi away toward the atrium courtyard where more guests were gathered. "We knew this would happen," Sean said. "He'll be safe in the crowd there, and we'll keep eyes on. Go find Wagner while she's distracted and hook into the system. Get Ross some eyes, too."
"You ready to listen to me now?"
Wagner said in his ear. Marsh closed his eyes and inhaled deep. Reset. His husband could handle himself and Catherine. He needed to work on the other threat and focus on shutting Ader down for good.
"Tell me how to get to the scullery."
He was at the top of the stairs to the downstairs kitchen when one of the wild cards they'd considered appeared. Hair cut and neatly styled, tuxedo freshly tailored, Binu Patel looked a sight better than when Marsh had last seen him, but the ghost still lingered in the bags under his eyes and his sunken cheeks, in the slump of his shoulders and his near-empty champagne glass.
"We figured you might be here," Marsh said.
"Every major political player in the region is in there." He gestured with his glass to the teeming courtyard. "Where else would I be?" Marsh couldn't stop the scoff escaping.
"Is that why you're here?"
Benny stepped closer, a hand clasping Marsh's bicep, and lowered his voice. "We're after the same thing here."
"I sincerely doubt that."
"They'll find your weakness and use it."
"Is that what she did to you? Is that how Catherine Sanders made you her spy?"
He released Marsh's arm and stepped back, and Marsh could swear that was hurt in his hard, dark stare. "I don't work for her." He drained the rest of his champagne, and when his gaze returned to Marsh, it was carefully devoid again. "Don't let him be a weakness. We have too many pawns on the board already. Use their pieces. Make them come to us. That's the only way any of us survive this." 36. "How was the trip into Salzburg?" Catherine asked as she led Levi into the bustling open-air courtyard that was the size of the entire downstairs floor of his home in San Diego. Little white lights wrapped the trunk of every tree and stretched out through their branches, while additional fixture lights on the second-floor balconies cast the space, its fountain, and the dozens of tables with guests gathered around them in soft, inviting light. "Lovely," he answered Catherine, as much to her question as a commentary on the current surroundings, hostess excluded. Judging by her flirtatious laugh, she misread him once again. "And our little village?" "I don't think I'd call it little, but it is amazing. Magical. I'd like my son to visit someday." "You two are close?" He and Marsh had anticipated this line of questioning. It was the most obvious leverage against him, and Levi had already opened that door in their previous conversation. No use hiding the ball now. "He matters more to me than anyone." "That's good to hear. There's someone I want you to meet." She led them closer to the fountain, toward a large crowd gathered around one of the tables. "Let me introduce you to our guest of honor." The crowd parted, and by the table next to the fountain stood Charles Sanders, a big man, tall and regal, but in no way a matchstick, no hair on top of his head, all of it on his chin, and all of it white. And beside him stood Representative Stuart Anthony, his salt and pepper hair neatly trimmed, his blue eyes bright, and his smile the practiced political one Levi hated. No, on second thought, Sean would never be able to pull that off. He was too genuine a person. He faked a stutter step. Catherine bought it, laughing at his feigned surprise. "I promised you could meet my uncle tonight, and I'm sure your sources already told you the good congressman would be here as well."
"Ah, there she is," Charles said, beaming as he waved his niece closer. Anthony's smile for her seemed more genuine, fraternal almost. The nickname certainly was. "Cat, you look amazing as always."
"Stuart," she greeted warmly, leaning in to kiss each of his cheeks. "I'm glad you made it on time."
Short hold up at Dulles, but we worked it out. He picked his glass back up and took a swallow of champagne. And who's this? Your date?
"Sadly, no." She pouted, the look completely wrong on her, the act completely wrong. And an act, Levi was sure, but hell if Charles and Anthony weren't buying it. "He's married to someone I believe you know. This is Special Agent Levi Bishop, Special Agent Emmett Marshall's husband."
Anthony nearly spit out his champagne. "Well, that's a surprise." Catherine looped an arm through Levi's, pulling him closer.
"I'm winning him over to our side. Uncle Charles, this is Levi."
"It's nice to meet you both." Levi extended his hand, and both men were too well-mannered not to take it, and too distracted to notice the very thin, hardly noticeable film covering Levi's hand. Prints obtained, Levi withdrew his hand and put it behind his back, not wanting to compromise the valuable evidence.
"I hear you've been causing us some trouble,"
Charles said, reclaiming his own glass. "Only the if you do crime, you do time kind," Levi said with a wink. Everyone laughed, Anthony's nervous, Charles's and Catherine's with the air of confidence that came from decades of getting away with it. Charles leaned into the lie.
"No do crime kind here. As you can see, we're a philanthropic organization."
He gestured around the courtyard and at the foyer.
"Everyone is here tonight to support bringing humanitarian aid to refugees."
He laid a hand on Anthony's forearm.
"My old friend here has promised your government's cooperation and funding."
"Your old friend?"
"You remember the Diplomatic Academy from the other day?"
Catherine said. He nodded.
"This old man,"
Anthony clicked his glass against Charles's,
"used to play chess in the courtyard there every Thursday with one of my professors. Taught me to play."
"You were a student there?" Levi didn't remember seeing that in his record.
"Briefly, for a summer. We were supposed to be in Innsbruck, but there was a last-minute change in venue." "A change I will forever be grateful for."
Charles considered him fondly. Like a son.
"He considers him a son," Marsh echoed in his ear.
It was a jolt, the comm clicking on so suddenly, but Levi managed to hide his reaction, in large part because the picture before him had just snapped into perfect clarity. Same as it had for Marsh.
"He's the heir."
"If you'll excuse us," Catherine said, interrupting their thoughts. "I need to get Agent Bishop back to his husband before the cowboy comes gunning for us all."
He said his goodbyes to Charles and Anthony, the two of them getting sucked into conversations with other guests, while Catherine led him to the quieter edge of the courtyard. She snagged 2 glasses from a passing server and held one out to him.
"Do you see now?"
"That you're not second in line, but third." He sipped from the glass. "Must sting." She smiled, tapping the rim of her glass against her ruby lips.
"I do like you, Agent Bishop. You cut right to the chase, so I'll do you the favor of the same. I intend to be the queen before this night is over."
She leaned forward, kissing each of his cheeks as she'd done Anthony, whispering in his ear before she drew back.
"If you join me, I'll make sure the team I have waiting outside Mi Herencia delivers David to you in one piece."
She stepped back and held her glass up in a toast.
"And breathing."
Levi clicked the rim of his glass against hers, praying his whole world was not about to shatter. "We do what we have to do." 37. Levi made it to the scullery, barely,
His legs wobbly, his breathing erratic, every worst-case scenario running through his head, even though they'd planned for all of them, had the reinforcements in place to make sure none of those worst cases came to pass. Didn't silence the father in him, screaming to get to his son, to make sure he was safe. He put out a hand to catch himself on the door. "Don't do that." Marsh looped an arm around his waist, taking his weight, steadying him. "I've got you."
"David,"
he choked out. "I've already alerted Holt. Nothing is getting through that perimeter. Between the Madigan and Redemption forces, Barnes's FBI team, and my mother's, David is in the safest place he can be right now. Trust me." Levi nodded and sucked in a breath, trying to wrangle his emotions. "Now, let Wags get that film off your hand." He held out his right hand, and Wagner carefully removed the coating with a pair of forceps. He held it up to the light and smiled. "We got it."
"And did we get enough from Catherine?"
Levi asked.
"We're getting there,"
Ross answered from the laptop screen open on the scullery island.
"Sean and Julia?"
"Chatting up the Minister of Interior."
Ross flipped the feed from him to a shot of the courtyard. Sean and Julia standing with a dark-haired man in full uniform, a stone's throw from Charles and Anthony.
"There's more," Marsh said. "Benny's here, too."
Levi rested his head on his husband's shoulder. Not unexpected, but a lot of pieces on the board to keep track of. And what about the most important one?
"Any sign of Stefan yet?"
Ross, back on camera, shook his head.
"No sign of their parents either."
"Catherine means to eliminate him."
"And Anthony," Marsh said, "by the sound of it."
"We've got movement out front,"
a German voice said over the comms, Wagner's Salzburg contact. In the scullery, all of them huddled around the laptop, and Marsh took control of the feeds and flipped quickly to the front cameras. Stefan Sanders emerged from a black SUV, and appearing behind him were Henry and Anna Sanders, his and Catherine's parents. But neither Stefan nor his parents were the most interesting, most potentially dangerous new arrival.
"Is that what I think it is?"
Levi asked. Marsh leaned closer to the screen. The chess set from Charles's desk in Stefan's hands. He straightened, his expression grim. "Ross, do you have the background info on their parents? What do they do?"
"Hold a second."
They'd only recently begun to take a deep dive into the estranged half of the Sanders clan, had been unable to make contact to learn more about what had precipitated that estrangement. Hadn't poked around too much locally either, or asked Wagner's contact to do so for fear of tipping off Ader. Ross came back on the line.
"Anna's a teacher. Henry is a—"
He closed his eyes, defeat written all over his features.
"Fuck me. Henry Sanders is a painter now, relatively prominent, but before they immigrated he worked for a mining company. Corporate, but his degree was in engineering," Marsh said. "Explosives, I would bet."
He opened a terminal window and typed commands Levi didn't understand, but it only took a minute before a service record appeared.
He served, not in an explosives ordnance unit, but he had the marks to do so if he'd wanted. Was a better mechanical engineer.
"Is that why they're estranged?"
Pieces flew together in Levi's head.
"He wanted out of the family business, went straight, left Austria, but his brother kept calling in deadly favors, even across the pond."
Marsh was nodding.
"The person Bell took Quan's chess box to, who Anthony brought the one from here too. He rigged them both.
And now he's rigged another box, at Catherine's request, at Stefan's, who is trying to get them clear."
That theory had always rung true with the parent and son in Levi. Made sense why Stefan would ally himself with Sophie, and then, when that path was closed off, with Catherine. Why he couldn't risk his and Marsh's reappearance threatening his parents' escape.
"That's what Sophie was after," Marsh said with a nod.
What Benny is after. But he took Catherine's deal instead. There was only one way out of this. We need to make him a better deal. 38. Marsh and Levi slid into their seats at the Paxton table in the middle of the grand ballroom, just as Charles Sanders tapped the mic behind the podium that had been set up on a raised dais at the front of the space. "Is this thing on?" Marsh lifted the brim of his cap and wiped at the sweat that had collected around his hairline over the past 40 minutes of frantic maneuvers, physical intercepts, calls with trusted partners at umpteen different agencies, complicated negotiations, tears shed, and contingencies put into play. Levi wasn't doing much better, shrugging out of his coat, the back of his dress shirt sweat-drenched. There'd been some close calls. Was it enough? Levi leaned close to him, voice lowered. He's like Kris Kringle, the awful one they never tell you about as a kid. That was exactly what Charles Sanders was like beyond just the appearance. An evil specter that kept adults in line more than kids, through blackmail, addiction, and murder, through a smokescreen of hypocrisy that was on full display this evening. "I'd like to welcome you all here tonight, and thank you for joining us. We at Ada Capital are committed to delivering aid to refugees around the world, and your donations, your capital investments, make this important work possible. When you put your money and trust in us, you know it is going to a socially responsible business partner, one who is as committed to making the world a better place as you are." Levi gripped his knee beneath the table, his expression green around the gills again. Marsh understood the "I'm gonna puke" feeling. "Before we start the dinner and program portion of the evening, we do have some special guests with us that I'd like to honor." He waited for a spotlight to flick on, then, hand over his eyes, pretended to be looking for someone. At their table. "Mr. Henry Paxton, where are you?" Sean cursed under his breath. He damn well knows exactly where I am. And stood, the spotlight shining on him. "There you are." Charles feigned surprise and graciousness well. "Mr. Henry Paxton is the CEO of Paxton Industries, and he's generously pledged to match tonight's donations with a grant to Polaris for their non-profit work to combat human trafficking." The crowd applauded politely, and Sean, after a gracious nod, sank back into his chair. "With us tonight are also my brother and his family." The spotlight shifted to the round table at the front of the ballroom, to Henry and Anna, who looked as green as Levi. "It's been some time since we shared a meal together, and I look forward to doing that with you tonight. And finally, our guest of honor, Stuart, join me up here." Anthony rose from his chair at the main table and practically bounded onto the stage, a real smile for Charles, then a politician's one when he turned to the crowd. "I met Representative Anthony 30 years ago when he studied here in Vienna." He clasped his shoulder, every bit the proud surrogate father. "I knew this was a man who would do great things, and he was a man I could beat at chess." The crowd laughed. Anthony, too. "He's like a son to me. He's been with me on this humanitarian endeavor over the decades, and I will be thrilled to throw my support behind him when he officially announces his candidacy for President of the United States." Cameras flashed, and party-goers applauded, all but those at Marsh's table, who'd watched Anthony fearmonger his way to the top, spewing hate at people like them. "Stefan, if you'll please." Stefan rose, the chess box in one hand, his mother grasping the other. He kissed her knuckles, then briefly clasped his father's hand as well as he passed them on the way to the stage. Catherine sat up straighter. Stefan handed the box to Charles. Sweat dripped down Marsh's neck. Had they done enough? Had Catherine made another play after theirs? Was Stefan making plays no one knew about? Levi's hand, still on his knee, gripped tighter.
You will always be my favorite person to meet across the board.
Charles handed him the box, the two men hugging over it. Anthony drew back and sniffled.
The feeling is completely mutual.
He turned to the audience, making his pitch.
Some of you may know, I didn't have a dad growing up. I got one when I turned 20, and he is my staunchest supporter and fiercest competitor. This, he held the box to his chest, means the world to me, and I hope it'll sit on the Resolute desk one day soon. Well, open it, damn it,
Charles said with a watery chuckle.
The craftsmanship is remarkable.
He flipped the latch. Catherine leaned forward, and Marsh held his breath, hand over Levi's.
It's beautiful.
Anthony beamed as he looked inside the box and held a piece up for the audience to see. Without incident. Without the bought and paid-for explosion. The would-be murderess's expression was the opposite of Anthony's. Barely contained fury as her gaze whipped to their table, then whipped the opposite direction, the closest set of doors swinging open and Wagner leading a group of officers to her table.
Catherine Sanders, you're under arrest.
For what? She protested as Wagner hauled her up.
The attempted murder of Charles Sanders, Stephen Sanders, and Stuart Anthony.
More surprised gasps from the crowd. Not the good kind.
I'm sure we'll add more charges,
Wagner said as he put the cuffs on Catherine.
But those three are the biggies.
Charles and Anthony stood on the dais, silent, a calculating look about them Marsh did not like. That made him wonder what they had missed. For his part, Stefan had rejoined his quietly sobbing parents while the Minister of the Interior met Wagner at the back doors and demanded to know what was going on.
We'll fill you in at the station, sir.
He kicked open the door, but not before Catherine wheeled around in his arms, seething, shouting back at Marsh's table, at her families, at her uncle, brother, and surrogate cousin on stage.
You won't win! None of you!
39. A major candidacy announcement. A foiled assassination attempt. A high-profile figure arrested for attempting to murder her uncle, brother, and said candidate. All in a room full of witnesses and press. It was a mess. And for once, not Levi's job to clean up. He and Marsh had given their statements. Wagner and his Salzburg counterpart were processing the scene, and a lawyered-up Catherine. Stefan was in custody. A deal struck with Charlie's help stateside that would extradite him back to the U.S. on lesser organized crime charges in exchange for testimony, clear re-entry for his parents, and minor charges against his father. And Ross, Sean, and Quan were sorting out how to explain the U.S. team's involvement without compromising the present charges and the broader case they were continuing to build. Phase 2 complete. Levi finished showering, spent an extra minute drying off with the sinfully soft hotel towels, then, fluffy softness wrapped around his waist, followed the low rumble of his husband's voice into the hotel bedroom. Marsh was in a similar freshly showered state, towel stretched across his muscled thighs, barely covering the goods Levi wanted to get at, as he leaned against the wrought iron headboard, a pillow at his back, the phone to his ear.
That's perfect, he said. Don't tell David, though. I want it to be a surprise, and I want to be sure we're clear.
Levi cocked a brow, then a knee, his towel falling to the floor as he climbed onto the bed and straddled Marsh's lap. Gotta go, Brax, Marsh said, and given the gravel in his voice, if Brax didn't know why his best friend was disconnecting in a hurry, he wasn't as smart a man as Levi gave him credit for. Marsh's cheeks flamed bright red. Yep, Brax knew. I plan to. He disconnected the call and tossed the phone onto the bedside table next to Levi's. 2 questions, Levi said as he worked free the knot of Marsh's towel. I only have 1. Marsh raked his gaze down Levi's body, smirking when Levi's semi hardened more. But you can go first. Well, aren't you considerate? Ignoring the prize revealed, for now, Levi ran his hands up his husband's chest, slowly, lightly, teasing touches that made Marsh squirm, made him strain for more. 1. What aren't we telling David? That we have plane tickets booked, and that if all goes to plan, we'll be home by Monday. Levi smiled, a full, happy one, no hiding his joy at that news. They'd had to exercise some contingencies, but not all of them, and he prayed it stayed that way, that they could get back home to their family, to the life they were building together, to see the same joy, the same hope reflected on Marsh's face magnified Levi's happiness tenfold. He framed Marsh's cheeks, tracing the corners of his bright, beautiful smile. Fuck, you're gorgeous. Says the bombshell naked in my lab. He bent his knees, bumping Levi forward, his erection pressing against Marsh's abs, Marsh's cock a tempting ridge beneath him. 2nd question, so I can ask mine. Levi draped himself over Marsh, hands braced on the headboard, lips at his ear. What did Brax say to make you blush like that? Marsh's hands were warm on his skin, one burning a path to his lower back, holding their bodies close together, the other languidly climbing his spine. That I should spend tomorrow in bed with my husband. Your bestie is a smart man. Levi licked into the hollow beneath his ear and got a roll of Marsh's hips in return, his erection skating the underside of Levi's balls and taint. What was your question? The hand on his back crept higher, into his hair, cradling his skull and tipping back his head. What do you need tonight? My husband. As simple as that. Marsh cradled his cheek. I felt like your husband tonight. Because you are my husband. Levi mimicked the gesture Marsh was so fond of, covering his hand and running his thumb over Marsh's wedding band. You have been for weeks. You just have to believe me. Fear swirled with desire in Marsh's dark eyes, with that something more Levi felt in his chest too, the words on the tip of his tongue. Marsh tried to speak them first. I believe you. He closed his eyes, pressed his lips together, so used to shutting the thought down. But Levi was there to catch it, to return it, was as ready as Marsh to start their future together, to look love in the face again. Trust me, baby, Levi urged. Trust me with the words, and with this. He pressed his hand over Marsh's heart. With all of you. 40. Marsh had never been more frightened in his life. Not the first time he was bullied, not the day his mom packed them in the car and left his father, not his first day of basic training, not the day his first love broke his heart, not the day he watched a building come down on 2 of his friends, not even the day he stood under an arch of flowers and said I do. No, this right here was far more terrifying. The hardest moment of his life, one he'd sworn off, determined not to put his heart back out there again to be rejected, cursed. But Levi had broken that curse, had said so himself, was sitting on his lap ready to take his late wife's advice and look love in the face again. Marsh was ready too. He swallowed hard and opened his eyes, gazed at his husband, the bravest man he'd ever met. No, this wasn't the hardest moment of Marsh's life. It was the easiest. I love you. Levi's smile was as magical as any city Marsh had ever set foot in. I love you too. Tasted better than any food he'd ever put in his mouth too, their lips meeting in a kiss that would have quickly gone from soft to plundering, if not for their giant smiles. I have another question, Marsh said. What's that? What do you need from your husband tonight? Levi kissed him once more, then righted himself, and there was the fire, burning in blue eyes so intense, so hungry, Marsh would have hauled Levi back to him if he hadn't canted sideways instead. He opened the bedside table drawer and pulled out 2 items. The lube he tossed on the bed. The handcuffs he held in front of Marsh. I need you to use me. I need you to be rough, to not hold back, to show me how much you love me. Can you do that for me? Marsh clasped his hips, held him down, and rocked his hips up, rutting his erection against Levi's taint. Now who's the bad bishop? Except I'm not trapped with you. Levi braced both hands on his chest, the cold metal causing Marsh to hiss. Levi's kiss to his sternum, the roll of his hips, the pre-cum streaked across his abs, causing him to groan. You are freedom. You rescued me from the darkness. You got me back in the game, the whole board, the future in front of us. Levi stretched over him and cuffed his own wrist to the metal bed frame. Now show me what our future holds. Together. Marsh angled his head, rewarded Levi's trust with kisses from his cuffed wrist, down the inside of his arm, to the crook of his neck, Levi shivering, goosebumps rising all over his skin. Marsh returned to his mouth, murmuring, Yeah, baby, I can do that, before capturing his lips in the plundering kiss their earlier soft ones had promised. He sucked, he nibbled, he swept his tongue through every corner of Levi's mouth, wanting it all, wanting all the secret parts of Levi. He rolled out from under him, flipped him, and trailed his chin down Levi's spine, letting the rough stubble scrape. Levi whimpered and thrust against the mattress, writhed more as Marsh gave one, then the other ass cheek the same rough treatment, focused all his effort on the twin divots at the top of his crack, first with his beard, then his mouth. Traveled lower with his tongue, not gentle, rough, claiming, demanding, lashing over Levi's rim and spearing into his hole. And Levi loved every second, groaning, clutching the pillow with his free hand, trying to ram his ass back for more, but limited by the cuff that rattled against the headboard. Marsh moved in closer, making it easier for Levi, keeping it rough, increasing the friction, but giving Levi what he needed, rewarding his trust, grabbing the lube and working him open with slick fingers, driving Levi crazy, causing him to hump the bed with lovely abandon. Fuck, what are you doing to me? Loving you. Marsh, though, would rather be loving on another part of him that needed his attention. He drew back and tapped Levi's hip. Up, baby. I'll give you something better to ride. He must have been anticipating Marsh's cock, because his surprised expression when Marsh slid face first between his spread legs was fucking priceless. Fuck, I wish I had a camera right now. To capture that face, and the sight of his flushed, heaving, turned-the-hell-on husband above him. He kept watch as he stretched his lips around Levi's cock and treated him to the same torture he'd exacted on Marsh in the shower in Texas, licking, teasing, swallowing him inch by inch, until Marsh had Levi buried to the hilt in his mouth. He slapped his hip and mumbled, "Ride," around his cock. Levi gasped, clutched the headboard with both hands, and thrust. Pounded into Marsh's mouth, bringing tears to Marsh's eyes, bringing relief to a heart that had been second best for so long, but now beat as one with the man above him. "Baby, I'm going to come." Marsh squeezed his ass, and Levi exploded in his mouth. Came down in slow, languid thrusts as Marsh licked him clean, then scooted the rest of the way up against the headboard, putting Levi back on his lap where the evening had started, where Marsh had wanted it to go all along. He peppered his husband's face with kisses, told him how amazing he was, how beautiful he was when he fell apart, how hard he'd fallen for him, how much he loved him. Marginally recovered, Levi righted himself and palmed Marsh's face. "Let me show you how much I love you too." He rose on his knees and reached behind himself with his free hand, grabbing one cheek. "Help me out, Mr. Levi Bishop," he said with a grin. Marsh kissed his chin, grasped his husband's other ass cheek, and Levi sank down on him in one fluid motion. Tight, slick heat all around him and draped across his front too. Levi determined to make this ride a longer, smoother one. "Make love to me, husband." Like magnets, their lips gravitated back together and stayed that way, brushing, angling, opening as their lower bodies rocked together. Marsh pumping into Levi, and Levi riding him like they had all the time in the world. The night, that future he spoke of, stretched out before them. He wrapped his arms around Levi, holding him close, wanting to keep him there forever. "This wasn't supposed to happen. I wasn't supposed to fall in love, but I did. And I do. So fucking much, Levi." Levi's eyes gleamed with happy wetness. "I do too." By the time Marsh finally came, a fierce, quiet explosion, his cum filling Levi's ass, his silent screams swallowed by his husband's gentle kiss, his tears combining with Levi's. He was as wrecked by Levi's gentle lovemaking as Levi was by the rough tumbling, and as certain as he'd ever been that he'd finally put his trust, his heart, in the hands of the right person, the best person he'd ever known. His husband. 41. The banging on the hotel room door started at 6 the next morning. Marsh turned away from the sunrise over the Zaltzach River, from the view that had once been magical but was a new shade of haunted this morning. They'd expected this, had thought last night that maybe they'd escaped it, but here they were, exercising the rest of their contingencies. Planning didn't make reality any easier, didn't make the moves they had to execute any less difficult. Some of the hardest in chess, the hardest they'd face in their careers, and in their marriage. He crossed the room to the door and swung it open to an uncharacteristically disheveled Binu Patel. Jacket askew, vest unbuttoned, tie undone, too many hairs out of place for Marsh to count, but the fire in Binny's dark eyes, the life in him, was more than Marsh had seen this entire visit. The legat charged into the room, voice raised, gesturing wildly. "Catherine Sanders is out on bail. Her pal, her lover, the Minister of the Interior, pulled some strings. The federal police released her into the custody of Special Agent Levi Bishop 5 fucking hours ago." "Binny," Marsh started, but Binny was ranting again while looking all around the room, for someone or something, evidence probably, which he wouldn't find. There's surveillance footage of them leaving the country together. He shoved his phone under Marsh's nose, video playing of Catherine and Levi boarding a train to Munich. They used fake passports. He snatched back his phone. And, despite being told to stay in the country, Charles Sanders is on a private plane with Stuart Anthony, flying to D.C. All of them gone. Do you have any idea how many months, years of work you and your husband have ruined? Marsh left Binny ranting and went to the in-room safe, opening it and pulling out the invite from last night's gala. I told you not to let him be a weakness. He's not my weakness, Marsh said. He's my strength. And he had to trust that strength, had to trust that Levi would keep his promises and hold true to their vows. He returned to Binny, who stood still and stopped shouting long enough to notice the second ring on Marsh's hand. Is that his ring? He left it for me. He held the card out to Binny. With this, flip it over. Binny flipped the card and read Levi's chicken scratch out loud. King Hunt. This is Phase 3, Marsh said, even as his gut tossed and turned. They'd planned for this, but letting the love of his life go, letting him venture into the center of the board was the most painful, most frightening thing he'd ever done. The worst day of his life. But it had been Levi's choice. Romantic chess and all that, he'd said with a parting kiss goodbye. A desperado sacrifice to bring this dangerous game they were playing to an end. We captured their rook. Marsh swallowed hard around the knot of fear in his throat. The facilitator is ours. We captured their queen too, even if she doesn't know it yet. Now, we lure their king to our side of the board, into our territory. Binny's rage face cracked, realization dawning. And check. And check. If all went according to plan. Marsh fisted his hand with 2 rings, running his thumb over Levi's, and vowed to do whatever it took to make that happen, to end this game and keep his promises, bring Levi home, give their families that wedding redo, and spend the rest of his life loving his husband. This has been Bad Bishop, a perfect play novel. Written by Layla Rain, narrated by Christian Leatherman. Copyright 2022 by Layla Rain. Production copyright by Layla Rain.
Thank you for listening. The action continues as Marsh and Levi's case comes to a head in King Hunt. Next in the collection.
King Hunt, a perfect play novel. Written by Layla Rain. Narrated by Christian Leatherman. Chapter 1. You need to understand. Stephen Sanders' English was the definition of neutral, trained, carefully spoken, no trace of an accent. Not from his Austrian heritage, not from his London schooling, not from his life in the States. A true chameleon. This is a game between 2 chess masters, a father and the son he always wanted, seeing how far they can push each other and the world. I'm just a pawn. So are my parents and sister. So are you, Agent Marshall. And so is your husband, even if his last name is Bishop. Marsh folded his arms and dug his fingers into his biceps, trying to ground himself, to keep his world from spinning apart. It had been 3 hours since his boss had charged into his hotel room, 8 hours since his husband had taken Catherine Sanders into custody, then boarded a train to Munich, 9 hours since Marsh had last held Levi in his arms. Yes, this had been their contingency plan, but the tilt-a-whirl was no less dizzying because he understood the mechanics of it. He'd understood the how of the ride when he was a kid, too.
He'd only been able to tolerate it once his mother had taught him an old ballet trick. Focus on a single point while the world spun around him. Focus. On the hulking human trafficker across the interrogation table from him. Stefan looked equal parts tired and relieved, equal parts out of place in his rumpled tux, a clash with his crooked nose, scruffy beard, and colorful tattoos, and like he was born in one. His uncle, one of the wealthiest men in the world. A criminal, fronting as a philanthropist. And now, serving as the war chest for a presidential hopeful. Exactly how far do Charles and Representative Anthony want to push the world? Marsh asked. To war. Stefan's calm, matter-of-fact answer belied the death and destruction that had paved the road of Charles and Stuart's long game. One they all, including Sophie, Stefan's lover and Marsh's late friend and mentor, had been caught up in too. You know what my uncle does. He traffics people, Chief Inspector Wagner said from the chair beside Marsh. And weapons, Marsh added, the picture coming together in his head. And basic commodities, Stefan continued. Food, water, medical supplies. My uncle's so-called humanitarian aid. He split a glance between Wagner and Marsh. You're both smart enough to know what makes the price of all those things, people, weapons, and commodities, soar. War. Stefan was right. They both knew the awful truth not only as law enforcement agents, but also as military veterans. Marsh had served in the Army, Wagner in the British RAF. Like most soldiers, they'd seen food and medical shipments go astray. Marsh, as a cyber officer, had overheard the sort of deals thieving warlords made in exchange for guns and skin. A tangled web his Legat team had been unraveling for years. An investigation he'd roped Wagner into in Vienna before he'd taken the case to San Diego and landed right in Levi's path. So, every move up until now, Marsh said, has been to drive to that conclusion? Eventually, Stefan said. Immediately, Stuart provided documentation and supply, the shelter as cover. He got the good PR of being connected to a major philanthropic organization and his dirty work handled quietly. And if Stuart becomes president, Wagner said, your uncle gets unfettered access to the U.S. and the Oval Office. In return for the occasional false flag operation and messes Stuart can clean up to look like a hero. More ammunition for their eventual war. One parasite feeding off another, drawing others into their criminal conspiracy and destroying everything and everyone in their path, including their family members. You say Catherine's a pawn. Marsh brushed a thumb over the extra ring on his left hand. Too small for any of his other fingers, Levi's ring sat snug on his pinky, nestled next to its match. Why not a queen? Stefan's laugh was as dark as the bags under his eyes. We were the ones exposed. Charles stayed shielded behind the foundation while Kat and I committed his crimes. I moved the victims, and she moved the money. Wagner leaned forward and rested his forearms on the metal interrogation table. So, let me get this straight. His Cockney accent was thicker than usual, drawn out by the long hours and the case that continued to crater his life. You controlled the supply chain, Catherine controlled the funds flow, and you two were pawns. My uncle controls the contacts, and us. By threatening your parents, Marsh said, who we've rescued off the board for you. I hope so, and for that I thank you. His tone lightened. I have never felt relief like I did last night when you intercepted me at the gala. Then nosedived. But it is hard to comprehend freedom after so many years under his thumb, and when his son, he made air quotes as much as the handcuffs would allow, maybe the next president of the United States. One, you were not free, Marsh clarified.
You will be prosecuted for a long list of trafficking-related crimes. My parents will be free, and I will be too, from any leverage my uncle had over me. 2, Marsh continued. Stuart Anthony will not be the next U.S. president. Stefan didn't look like he believed him, but Marsh was one hell of a chess player too. He'd been setting up this king hunt for 3+ years, had critical pieces on the board he hadn't even moved yet, not to mention the pieces already in the middle. Pieces he was still assessing. How much did Catherine care about your parents' safety? Stefan shrugged. Hard to know. She used them as leverage over me, same as Uncle Charles. But now she's making her own moves, Wagner speculated. We were told about Stuart's announcement in advance. She read the writing on the wall same as I did. We had to make our moves. They were escalating. He flicked a gaze to Marsh. Speed chess, if you will. And if someone connected the dots and followed the trail of bodies and weapons back to him, he wouldn't hesitate to throw us under the bus. Muscle and launderers are replaceable. Marsh considered Catherine's play last night and the avenues left open to her. Your sister thinks she has other contacts to work. In London, Wagner said, following his train of thought. Maybe elsewhere. Maybe she thinks she can work Charles's too. That's the part I don't know, Stefan said. Never wanted to. He spread his hands, grunted when they would only go so far in the cuffs. I have enough blood on my hands. He laced his fingers and stared at them. If I'd sunk further into hell, I would never be able to get my parents out. That's what mattered to me. Marsh didn't miss the emphasis on his last word, the truth Stefan had dodged earlier. That no, Catherine likely didn't care nearly as much about their parents as Stefan did. It didn't excuse his crimes, the hell he'd put countless victims and families through, but he seemed to feel genuine regret and remorse for his actions. Catherine, however, hadn't seemed relieved that her parents had been saved last night. Hadn't seemed to care one bit. She'd been too wrapped up in vindictive anger that Charles and Stuart had lived. That Marsh and Levi, with Stefan's help, had foiled her murderous plan. The same vengeful, would-be murderess Marsh had sent his husband off into the world with that morning. He'd hang his head in his hands if it weren't for the criminal across the table and the colleagues watching from behind the observation glass. He straightened, snagged the legal pad from the corner of the table, and tossed it and a pen in front of Stefan. Give us a list of where she's most likely to go in Munich and London, and any likely stops in between. While Stefan scribbled his list, Marsh followed Wagner out of the room. Special Agent Binu Patel, Marsh's current boss, pounced as soon as Marsh closed the door. This is what Sophie knew, why she was working him. Yes, but Marsh suspected Sophie was also in love with Stefan. His late legat was the patron saint of lost causes. She'd tucked Sean and Marsh into her team, eased their transitions into the FBI, and nursed their broken hearts with friendship and enough work to keep them relatively distracted. Stefan, with all his conflict, with his sad eyes and broken nose, with his steadfast devotion to his parents and his connections to the international criminals Sophie had been chasing for years, was the Holy Grail. They needed to go back through Sophie's files in light of all they'd learned the past 24 hours. Maybe on the flight to London, because Marsh would bet the ring on his pinky, that's where Levi and Catherine were headed. Marsh! Binny snapped. Are you listening to me? I think, Sean said, as he stepped to Marsh's side. Maybe we should adjourn for a few hours. Binny opened his mouth to protest, and Julia stepped to Marsh's other side. Levi and Catherine are under constant surveillance. We're tracking their every move. We know where Charles and Anthony are, too, Ross added. Give us a few hours to shower and caffeinate, then let's regroup. And maybe by then, Wagner said. Levi will have more information for us, too. Hell, Marsh would just settle for an I'm still alive text. Chapter 2. 10 minutes and a list from Stefan later, Marsh was sliding into the back seat of Sean's rented SUV. They were a mile out from the station when Julia twisted in the passenger seat to look back at him. "Have you heard from Levi?" In the ever-changing world of people he could trust, the only two people on the current scene Marsh trusted completely were the two in the car with him. He withdrew his phone from his pocket and opened his encrypted chat app, toggling to the one with Levi. Nothing. He closed the app and set the phone aside, face down on the seat. They must still be on the move. He and Levi had agreed to minimal contact until Levi knew they would be stationary long enough for Marsh to catch up. "Do you think they'll go all the way to London today?" Sean asked. "It's possible. They started early enough." "I'll alert the pilot as soon as we get back to the hotel." Sean drummed his fingers on the wheel. "We'll be ready to go as soon as we get word." Julia righted herself in the seat. "Catherine wouldn't have made that play last night if she didn't have better control of the funds than we know." "And contacts," Marsh said. "She'll make stops along the way to shore those up." Assuming she and Levi weren't stopped first. "Any word from DOJ yet?" "Cam took care of our reinstatements and the provisional custody paperwork," Julia confirmed. "FBI took custody of Catherine Sanders, pending extradition. The federal police will retain custody of Stephen Sanders." The deal stung, but they'd had to make it. He and Levi had been chasing the Ader Capital facilitator, Stefan, for months. But Stefan was out of the game now. Wagner and Ross could pump him for info as they needed, but he wasn't a piece to match up against the power players. "Per Charlie," Julia said. "Extradition paperwork will be reviewed first thing, D.C. morning." Marsh glanced at his watch. 5 hours for Levi's actions to be officially sanctioned. 5 hours for shit to go sideways. Sean's blue gaze snagged his in the rearview mirror. "We've got eyes on him," he said, correctly reading Marsh's tension. "And Levi's got eyes on Catherine. We could have lost her completely if you and Levi hadn't made your move." Marsh sank back into his chair, last night's curveball replaying in his head. "It can't be morning yet." Levi tossed an arm over Marsh's waist and snuggled against his back. "Turn off the alarm." Marsh flung out an arm the direction of the offending noise, but before he could reach the phone, it mercifully silenced itself. Which his alarm would not do. It rang again, the screen lighting up the dark room. Levi immediately tensed, the same realization striking him. "Whose phone?" "Mine." Marsh stretched for the bedside table and plucked his phone off the charger. Wagner's name lit the screen. He answered the call and flipped it to speaker. "Wags, what's going on?" "Catherine will make bail within the hour." "Bail?" Levi shot up beside him. "When was it set? It's the middle of the night." "A lover. The Minister of Interior pulled some strings. She's going to be released in his custody." "They'll run," Marsh said. "No shit," Wagner replied. "I can tie things up in paperwork long enough for you to get down here. We're on our way." Marsh ended the call and tossed his phone back on the table. So much for their reprieve. Levi's rough and ragged words shattered the peace for good. "You know, you can't come with me." "I know." They had planned for this potential turn of events, a contingency they'd been prepared to exercise. Catherine seemed to genuinely like Levi. If there was anyone who could turn her, it was Levi. But in order to do so, he needed to go it alone, at least to start. Alone left Levi the most options for how to play this with Catherine, how to move her into the position they needed. Professionally, Marsh got it, but personally, it didn't make it hurt any less. Sending his other half into danger was still sending his other half into danger. And without having his back, breaking promises he'd sworn to keep. "It's just," Marsh flitted his hand, the one with the ring on it. "We're partners, in every sense of the word." Levi caught his flailing hand and laced their fingers together. Funny how that happened so fast. He lifted their joined hands and kissed the back of Marsh's. "Trust your partner
Your husband. I can handle this. He whipped his gaze to the side, gaze clashing with the determined blue one that was so close. I do. Completely. You are the best agent I've ever worked with, but you're also my husband. The last thing I want to do is let you walk out that door alone. Levi leaned forward and kissed him softly, lips brushing as he spoke, as he made his own promise. I will bring my heart home to you. It had been a mad dash after that, the two of them quickly showering and dressing, and Levi packing his go-bag. The hardest part had been watching Levi take off his wedding ring and set it atop the gala invite on the vanity, right before he'd shoved Marsh against the wall and kissed him to within an inch of his life. Everything they'd built together the last 5 weeks, the love that had taken hold and grown beyond their wildest imaginations, driving the kiss higher and higher, leaving them breathless. After, Marsh had retrieved the ring and picked up the invite, turning it over and reading the 2 words Levi had scribbled on the back. King Hunt. They were on the same wavelength, personally and professionally. They could do this. Even if slipping Levi's ring on his pinky for safekeeping had felt like a knife to his heart. 9 hours later, it was the only thing holding him together. The back seat door opened. You okay? Sean asked, voice pitched with concern. Just missing him. He mustered a small smile, grabbed his hat, and slid out of the car. I suppose you know how that feels. ×2, Sean said with a wink. He shut the car door, then clasped Marsh's shoulder, his expression gentle and earnest. It's the worst feeling in the world to be apart from them, and also the best, because you know how much this, he tapped his chest over his heart, is capable of. More than Marsh had ever thought possible, and he would do whatever it took to bring his husband home, to make sure they both kept their promises. Chapter 3. Levi sat alone at a pub table in Karlsruhe, sipping a Pilsner and picking at a plate of fries, wishing like hell Catherine had taken a liking to Marsh instead of him, because at least Marsh would understand the conversation going on behind Levi. The third such conversation Catherine had had today. One on the train from Salzburg to Munich with a person Levi had at first mistaken for a random college kid, the 20-something in a hoodie, jeans, and backpack plopping down into the seat next to Catherine. But as soon as the ticket checker had passed, oddly, without ever checking their tickets or passports, Catherine and the young person had begun conversing in rapid-fire German, a cell changing hands that Catherine seemed to think Levi hadn't noticed. 30 minutes later, the kid stood, left the backpack behind, and disappeared into the next car. Catherine had made a beeline to the bathroom, changed into a knit dress and cardigan, and returned without the backpack. In Munich, she'd strolled through the botanical gardens with an older woman, the two of them arm in arm, sipping coffee and sharing words Levi wouldn't understand, much less hear, from the distance he was tailing them. They'd parted once the morning sun was shining bright, and Catherine had met Levi back at the statue of Neptune, commending him on the distance he'd kept, her colleague oblivious to his presence. From there, they'd taken another train to Karlsruhe, a town Levi had never heard of before today, but that felt oddly familiar. Maybe because the pub he found himself in was so much like the one Marsh had taken him to in Vienna. Subterranean, a space that should be claustrophobic, but that leaned more toward cozy. A bar stretching the length of one wall, the rest of the area filled with long tables and big booths. A single bartender served the handful of occupied stools and tables. Not too many this time of day. Perfect for whatever clandestine meeting Catherine was conducting with the man and woman in the booth behind Levi. Catherine's tinkling laugh floated on the ale-scented air, she and the couple chatting like old friends. While Levi didn't understand most of what they said, he did recognize when pleasantries were over and the conversation shifted to business. Voices lowered, Their words were harder to understand, but Levi didn't have to wonder about the names of people and places that reached his ears and the words that were close enough to English to guess. Charles and Stuart. Politics and Washington. Transporting Waren, which Levi thought must mean something, people or guns, that Catherine wanted to traffic. San Diego and Texas. Every hair on Levi's arms rose. Was Catherine targeting his family? His colleagues? He strained to hear over his pounding pulse, over the blood rushing in his ears, listening for any mention of his name, David's, Marsh's, or any of their family members or colleagues. He struggled not to spin and defend, not to demand they speak English so he could understand what they were saying, not to pull out his phone and call Marsh and tell him to get everyone to safety. He white-knuckled his stein until the conversation moved on. Catherine and her associates speaking of other destinations, their focus still on the Waren. Levi's panic waned and understanding dawned. With it, a better idea of what Catherine was up to, what she'd been up to this entire day. Fuck. If he was right, Catherine was already halfway to doing what he and Marsh needed her to do in order to flush out Charles. He waited for her associates to leave and for Catherine to slide into the chair across from him before leveling his hypothesis. You're making a play for your uncle's trafficking routes, the ones west of the Mississippi. She snagged a fry off his plate. He'll need to shed assets while his pet is running for president. Assets, Levi scoffed. Criminal enterprises, you mean? She didn't dispute him, just flitted her fingers in a dismissive gesture. You think he's just going to let you take them? It's not like he can get into a territorial fight with the spotlight on him. She gathered her auburn hair into a ponytail, using a hairband she pulled from her purse. She instantly looked years younger, a riotous conflict with her cutthroat words. I should thank Stuart next time I see him. And your husband. Levi barely stopped his thumb from brushing over the spot where his ring should be. You do realize you're on your way to jail? Catherine's green eyes danced with amusement. You do realize jail rarely stops criminal enterprises? How long have you been planning this? Well, it's not exactly what I'd planned. She lifted a hand to call the server over and ordered 2 glasses of scotch. The brief pause in their back and forth gave Levi a moment to recalibrate the day, to reconsider her maneuvers and reach another conclusion. He waited for the drinks to arrive, then leaned forward, twirling his glass between his fingers. These are your contacts. You're setting up your own criminal enterprise to rival his roots. Little bit of both. She eyed him over the rim of her glass. And I've got all this time to do so before I go to jail, thanks to you and the minister. It was a calculated play on her part. How much could she get away with while Levi and Marsh bought time and worked their angles? But where did Catherine see her play going in the long run? What happens after Stuart wins, or more likely loses, the presidency? Levi asked. Assuming he even gets his party's nomination, do you think your uncle will just let you keep those assets? Let you steal the roots right out from under his nose? He sat back in his chair and sipped his scotch. Whatever you think you have, it's temporary. Are you proposing to make it more permanent? All this was a calculated play on his and Marsh's part too. How much of the Catherine-induced chaos could they rein back in? Would there still be pieces left on the board by the time they were back on U.S. soil? Or would the board be blown to bits? Levi tossed back the rest of his scotch, burning away those doubts. He'd asked Marsh to trust him. Levi had to trust Marsh too. Had to trust their play would work, that Marsh would work his angles while Levi worked his. That with Marsh as his partner, he might finally fucking win at chess. He lowered the empty glass to the table. Your brothers and your parents will testify against your uncle. That's supply chain and explosives. You can tie Charles and Ader Capital directly to the money. You're so sure I control the money. You do, or you wouldn't have gotten any of those meetings today. Still not sure how you're going to launder it now that we blew up your Bitcoin scheme, but we'll figure it out. She sipped her scotch and smiled. I think you might be smarter than your husband. It took his team years to get this close, and you've been on the case how long? We're this close because your partners at Orchard made a tactical error right under my nose and a Bitcoin one right under Marsh's. Not to mention the ill-timed mistake she'd made to accelerate matters at the gala. Are you sure there won't be more mistakes? Her pale cheeks flushed, understanding the mistakes he spoke of and those he didn't. She finished her scotch and checked her watch. You've got the train to Paris, then to London to convince me you and your partner and the inside of a jail cell are a better deal. She stood and shouldered her bag. Tick-tock, Agent Bishop. Tick-tock was right. But if he was on the clock, so was Catherine. And they were all running out of time. Chapter 4. Marsh trudged into his hotel room, tossed his Stetson on the chest of drawers, and fell back onto the bed. He stared at the ceiling and idly considered undressing, but the mere thought of righting himself and bending over to remove his boots sounded like the worst kind of torture. He closed his eyes instead and drifted on the edge of sleep, body too tired for more, mind too keyed up to shut down, heart aching for the warm body he'd gotten used to having beside him. What were the chances he'd crawl into bed with Levi tonight? Slim. He wouldn't go so far as to say none. Nothing about this case had been predictable, but realistically, he'd be lucky to share the same bed with Levi again this week. Who knew how long it would take for Catherine to make her move, for him and Levi to snare her in her own web, for Charles and Stuart to get caught in it too. As long as it needed to take. That was the right answer, even if Marsh didn't like it one bit. After 5 weeks under the same roof with Levi, the past 2 sharing a bed, the thought of one night without Levi tucked against him made Marsh's heart hurt. He brushed his thumb over their rings. 5 weeks. 5 weeks for his world to be turned upside down, for life to give him everything he'd ever wanted, only to have the goalpost moved out of reach, his fairy tale future paused, pending the outcome of one final drive. A drive he had to win. And lying in bed, failing to sleep, wasn't the way to do it. He had 4 hours until their scheduled debrief with Charlie's team. Enough time to start running searches, to pack the rest of his and Levi's things, then maybe he'd be tired enough to catch a nap. He dragged himself out of bed, retrieved his glasses and laptop, and got to work, identifying all the major rail routes between Munich and London with first-class service because Catherine was the sort who wouldn't travel in less. With no direct route, he took an educated guess at transfer points where she would have contacts and set up searches for her known associates in those locations. He wanted to be prepared with a list when Levi checked in, ready to identify anyone he described and why Catherine may have met with them. Those searches running, he started back through their team's case notes, looking for other evidence and means of money laundering. If Catherine still had control of Ader's money, which, as the banker of the bunch, he bet she did, even after the stunt she pulled, they needed to sort how she'd keep EC's illegal operations funded now that the Bitcoin scheme had been burned. He was jotting down his notes, an organized crime list for Charlie and her SAC, Sutton Conder, to follow up on, a list for Ross and Binney of known launderers in Europe who'd had contact with any of the Sanders family, and a list for Wags of Austrian account numbers he would begin tracing first thing Monday morning when his phone rang. He lunged for the device, heart in his throat, Levi's voice the thing he wanted most in the world. He glanced at the screen, and his stomach sank the opposite direction, dragging his heart with it. David. Their call with Levi's son was usually later in the day, at a decent hour Texas time, not pre-dawn at Miarencia. So why was David calling now? Was something wrong? How was Marsh going to explain Levi's absence? Marsh had anticipated having more time to prepare for this. "Don't lie to him," Levi had said as he'd packed his go bag. "I promised Kristen to always tell him the truth, and I've managed to keep that promise for 2 years. We're not going to break it now." Levi's "we" had been a bright spot in the swirling darkness. He was bringing Marsh all the way into the fold of his family, trusting him with his son and this important part of his late wife's legacy. But now, Marsh wondered how Levi had kept that promise. The ringing stopped, and Marsh cursed. Sure, he could let it go to voicemail for now and wait for David to call back later, hopefully when Marsh had a better idea where Levi was and when they'd all be home again. But that felt suspiciously like lying. Marsh wouldn't be the one to betray Kristen either. He stood, tossed his glasses on the desk, and made his way out to the balcony. He leaned against the metal rail and gazed across the river at the charming town he and Levi had admired the day before, had talked about bringing David back to visit. He believed they would get that chance one day. Had to, for the call he needed to make. David answered on the first ring. "Is Dad's phone dead? It's going straight to voicemail." He didn't give Marsh a chance to reply, launching right into conversation, which, as the teen had come out of his shell, Marsh had realized was often his way. "Irina got called out to an emergency in Fort Davis and said if we got done early enough, we could go to McDonald Observatory. Camilla said I should call before we left, so you're not worried if I'm late calling tonight. But Dad's not picking up, so I'm calling you." Marsh smiled, his heart warming even as it wobbled. David had fit so well into his family, too. His moms had taken David in like the grandson they'd always wanted.
He's probably got his phone turned off.
"Oh, shit."
"Language."
David ignored him, same as he usually did when Levi made similar corrections. "Are y'all right in the middle of a work something?"
"He's working, yes."
David's quiet breathing was the only sound on the other end of the line.
"You there, David?"
His breath hitched, and his voice, when he spoke again, had a wobble in it similar to the one in Marsh's heart. "He's not with you?"
"Listen, David."
The wobble escalated into high-pitched trembles. "Why is he not with you?"
"David, I need you to breathe and turn on your video."
He sent through the video request, and a moment later, David appeared on screen. His initial sunburn was giving way to flaked skin and more freckles, and his red curls looked like they hadn't seen a brush in days. Not that it would matter, under the cowboy hat perched on the stall post behind him in what Marsh recognized was the surgical barn.
"How are Kristen and Bond?"
he asked after the baby goats, aiming to distract, to center David back in the here and now. His expression hardened, a reappearance of the surly teen that had receded as of late. "I don't want to talk about them."
"David," he coaxed. "How are the kids? What's their weight up to?"
He huffed and rolled his eyes, so much like his dad. Marsh smiled as his heart gave another thump, smiled wider as David rattled off an update on each baby goat.
"That all sounds good."
"Your stepmom is good at what she does."
An opening. Marsh took it. "So is your father."
David shot him a green-eyed glare, and Marsh chuckled.
"Feel better now?"
Chuckled more as David flipped him off with a small smile of his own.
"Listen to me, David. Yes, your father's flying solo."
He kept going before the panic reddening David's cheeks worsened. "For a short time, but this is going exactly as we planned. Your dad is smart, the smartest person I've ever known. He's doing what he does best, and we have to trust him to handle himself. Look at all he's handled the past 2 years. He wasn't doing it well, not alone. And he's not alone now. I may not be with him, but I have his back. And yours. You're not supposed to let him get hurt. I will do everything in my power to keep that promise." David slumped back against a stall door and snagged the hat off the post, twirling it around one fist, looking anywhere but at Marsh. "You won't leave us when this is over?"
"David, look at me."
He waited for the green eyes to lift, swallowed around the lump in his throat at the fear and worry there. He held up his left hand so David could see his and Levi's rings. He wriggled his pinky finger.
"The only place this ring is going is back on your dad's finger."
Wriggled his ring finger.
"And mine's not going anywhere either. I'm not going to leave either one of you."
David bit one corner of his lip, bit back the hope that flickered in his eyes. "Why?" Marsh stoked that tiny ember with the truth he'd promised Levi.
"Because I'm in love with your father, and I might even love you too."
David let his lip go, let a smile loose too, and a big breath later flipped the hat up onto his head. "I just miss him, and you. I love it here, but I want to go home with you and Dad."
"There's nothing your father and I want more."
Marsh pushed off the balcony rail and turned for the inside, to get back to work.
"We'll make it happen, David, as soon as we can."
Chapter 5. "Did you get any actual rest?" Sean asked as Marsh closed the door of the presidential suite behind him.
About an hour."
His eyes had eventually said no more, and the rest of his body had likewise given him the middle finger. But the respite had been short-lived, his subconscious feeding him nightmares of David, cheeks wet and eyes red-rimmed, standing over a grave with the rest of the Bishop Morelli clan behind him. Marsh had jolted awake before seeing the headstone, but his racing heart, knotted stomach, and clammy skin told him all he needed to know. Freaked him out enough to call it quits on the whole sleep thing.
"I'll try again on the plane."
"Does that mean you don't want any of this?" Julia, in the adjacent kitchenette, lifted the coffee pot. "Time's short for the good shit. Back to American swill before you know it." He liked her optimism.
"Biggest mug you got."
He flipped the dining chair to Sean's left around and straddled it backward, the better to hold up his tired body. "Do we know where we're headed?" Sean asked. He shook his head.
"Still waiting for Levi to confirm their final destination. Surveillance last reported them at a Karlsruhe pub near the train station."
"So likely moving again." Julia passed out coffee mugs and slid into the chair across from Marsh. "You still think they're headed to London?"
"Pretty sure," he answered. "From Karlsruhe, they can catch the high-speed rail to Paris, then the Eurostar to London.
Add the prior leg from Munich to Karlsruhe, and it was the route Marsh had suspected was the most likely. Fast and in style, probably on trains Catherine rode frequently, probably with staff who knew her well and would assume all was status quo with their frequent traveler, who would never guess she was a wanted fugitive. Sean's laptop chirped. "That'll be Charlie." He set aside his mug as the call connected and Charlie appeared on screen. A soft, eager smile stretched across Sean's face, the same head-over-heels one Marsh had first seen on his best friend's face in Hanover last year. "Hey, babe." "Hey, yourself." They held each other's gazes for several long seconds before Charlie seemed to reluctantly tear hers away to nod a greeting to Marsh and Julia. She was in yesterday's blazer, a new top on underneath, with her dark hair pulled up in a messy bun. Marsh doubted she'd left the office. Sean, the sometimes idiot, said as much. "You look like you got about as much sleep as we did." Julia swatted his shoulder. "Did you learn nothing at Emmett Marshall Charm School?"
"Ha!" Marsh scoffed. "You admit it. I am charming."
"I'm sorry," Sean beseeched, while Marsh and Julia laughed. "I meant it in commiseration. You're as beautiful as always," he said to his wife. She smiled at their antics. "Beautiful and running on too many cups of coffee. You can beg our husband's forgiveness when you get home, which will hopefully be soon. Marsh, Julia, check your emails." A ding sounded on their devices, and Marsh opened the email from Charlie in his work inbox, scooting closer to Sean so he could read too. He flipped through the attachments, scanning quickly, hope rising with each page of the final custody and extradition paperwork that officially authorized the release of Catherine Sanders into Special Agent Levi Bishop's custody for transport to the U.S. on charges related to organized crime, human trafficking, and the attempted murder of 2 U.S. citizens, Stephen Sanders and Stuart Anthony. Granted, they'd had to go about it backward, operating on provisional paperwork due to exigent circumstances, but the year's worth of detailed casework, Stephen Sanders' testimony, and Catherine's own actions last night had been instrumental in putting the case together to get the final approvals. But to get it this fast, and on a weekend too? Marsh whistled low. "Your SAC has some juice." Charlie held up her hand, thumb and forefinger an inch apart. "Tiny bit." Her teasing tone turned serious as she continued. "Said juice will probably only last until word gets back to Anthony, so the sooner Levi gets back with Catherine, the better." "We believe they're on their way to London," Sean said. "We'll rendezvous with Levi there," Marsh said. "Get an ETA on when they'll be back in the States." Charlie nodded. "We can be ready to make an arrest as soon as she steps off the plane." Or they could give Catherine some more rope and let her hang herself, and maybe also her uncle and Stuart. "What are you thinking, nerd?" Julia said, clearly reading the mental plotting behind his eyes. "Last night's events aside," Marsh started, "Catherine is a step removed from most of the trafficking crimes. Hence the conspiracy and RICO charges," Sean said. "If we can catch her in the act on U.S. soil, the case against her is stronger, and the jail time is longer. We can use that as leverage to get her to help us nail her uncle and Anthony. EC and that asshole will be done." "You don't think Catherine already knows that's the game we're playing?" Julia asked. "Oh, she knows." Marsh had no delusions about that. Catherine was a smart woman, but she was also a lonely one, an island in her own family. "We just have to stay a step ahead. We find out what makes her tick, what she wants more than even her uncle's empire, and that's how we get her to flip." "And you think Levi can do that?" Charlie asked. "I know he can." He wasn't lying when he'd told David that Levi was the smartest person he knew, and that he was damn good at his job. Levi was the only person who could be on that island with Catherine and get the information they needed. We just have to buy him time. Chapter 6. Levi added Paris to the list of places to return to with David and Marsh. His and Catherine's layover between trains had only been a few hours, but in that short time, Levi had fallen in love with the old-world city that bustled like a modern metropolis, with its gilded monuments that shone in the setting sun, and with its twinkling lights, colorful storefronts, and charming cafes. And that was just Levi's visual impressions. The aromas were a field day of the best kind. Foods from all over the world, but always with the underlying scent of fresh bread. He could picture a future visit in which David and Marsh would gorge on croissants and linger over a chessboard while he'd lounge against Marsh's side, sipping his peppermint tea and marveling at how far their incredible son had come. Their son. He rubbed a hand across his aching chest. He missed David and the family, the life they'd begun to build with Marsh. No matter how his and Marsh's marriage had begun, it was real now, for all of them, and Levi desperately wanted to get back to his husband and their home. He hoped he was on his way there now. London was only a couple hours away, and Marsh would be there, assuming Levi had sent the encrypted message in time. One step closer to David and home. He wished the high-speed train would go faster. Wished the server filling his and Catherine's glasses with champagne was instead delivering a tea for him and an overly sweet coffee for Marsh. He waited for the server to finish, then slid into the seat across from Catherine. He tucked their passports, the real ones, into his bag, then slumped in his seat. Are we expecting anyone on this trip?
Just us.
Catherine sipped her champagne.
My meetings are done for the day. Are you expecting someone?
She rolled the flute's stem between her fingers.
I keep expecting your cowboy to come lumbering through the door.
He crossed his legs, hands folded in his lap.
He'll be traveling on Sean's private plane.
She laughed out loud.
Ha! The level of petty is delightfully unexpected.
I've been taking lessons from my son, he said, as the server returned with a cheese tray. Catherine gestured at the lavish spread. Multiple cheeses and pâtés, mustard and honey, cornichons and nuts, rich salted butter with fresh bread and peppery crackers.
I'm sorry, business premier isn't good enough for you.
I didn't say that. He glanced at the server, a younger man who thankfully wore a smile instead of a scowl, seemingly more amused than offended. This is far better than airplane food, Levi said. And rail travel is a hell of a lot less hassle, too. I wish we had these options in the States. Enjoy them while you're in Europe, the server said with a wink before retreating. Catherine leaned forward, whispering conspiratorially.
You have a fan.
I also have a husband. She tilted her auburn topknot toward the server.
He doesn't know that.
Tilted her glass toward herself as she eyed his left hand.
I don't know that.
He went to spin his ring and cringed at finding his finger bare, that ache in his chest making itself known again. He'd not worn it long, but being without it felt wrong, even if its absence was necessary. He and Marsh hadn't known which angles they'd need to play with Catherine, so they'd agreed to keep them all open, including the one Levi least wanted to play. Hadn't had to yet. Was that what Catherine was hinting at now? In any event, she swerved a different direction.
I take it from your exchange with the rail authority just now and on the train to Paris that Marsh got you whatever paperwork you needed to extradite me.
He did.
You know, once we get to London, we can just disappear.
And swerved back onto the road Levi did not want to travel. She spun a lock of hair around a finger and sipped her champagne, eyeing him over the rim of her glass. Maybe it was the lack of sleep. Maybe it was the intelligence he'd seen on display all day. Whatever it was, Levi rolled his eyes and chuckled at the show. Similar to the server, Catherine didn't seem the least bit offended. She dropped the sultry act and let loose an easy, relaxed smile. She grabbed another piece of cheese and rested back in her seat, nibbling.
I knew the second you two walked into my office that you were head over heels in love with your husband.
Then why continue to try and lure me to your side?
Because love can't be all there is, and because you hadn't picked a side between me and my uncle.
He could argue her first point on love, could point to a dozen examples where love had overcome impossible odds. His parents, Marsh's mothers, their friends, him and Marsh. But what he'd said to Marsh and Sean in Vienna last week rang again in his ears. Most rich people think they can buy anyone. They think other people just want to be rich too. That was the angle he'd rather play. The one that intersected with her second point, which Levi had been noodling all day. He leaned forward and buttered a hunk of baguette. He savored it while mentally debating his approach, finally settling on, "You don't actually want your uncle's approval, do you?"
"I just want his empire."
But that wasn't exactly right either, was it? His or your own? He asked. At first, I thought this was about you wanting to be the rightful heir. You didn't like being third in line behind Stuart and Stefan, but after Salzburg, I think you just want them all out of your way. And you don't even need his contacts. You've got your own.
Well, I want some of them.
She finished her champagne, set the glass back on the table, and swiped another piece of cheese.
But yes, I just need his transit lanes, or better ones. Something Marsh had said earlier now rang along with his own words, spurring another idea he'd have to discuss with Marsh and the team in London. In the meantime, he drew the champagne bottle out of the bucket and refilled Catherine's glass. "Why are you telling me all this?" "Because you picked a side. Mine. And now I know your husband will follow your lead. Anywhere." He finally picked up his own glass and tilted it in acknowledgement. She'd been playing her own angle, too. Expertly. No doubt he and Marsh were playing a dangerous game, letting Catherine move around the board relatively unchecked. It was a calculated risk, aimed at taking down the bigger threats at checkmate. But Catherine was on the clock, too, with limited time to make her moves. He gave her a little more space to maneuver. "Our flight leaves Heathrow at 10. We're at the Sofitel Heathrow until then." "Under surveillance?" He drained his glass. "You bet." She laughed and dove for the last hunk of cheese. "I can work with that." Chapter 7. It was past midnight when Levi and Catherine arrived in London. Wouldn't know it, though, by the boisterous crowd at the hotel bar, a group that grew louder when they spied Catherine at the reception desk. Glasses and cheers were raised, a champagne bottle popped, and two of the group broke off, laughing and stumbling their direction. "This is the opposite of clandestine," Levi said, as they crossed the lobby toward the bar. "It's not supposed to be," Catherine replied. "If this is my last night of freedom, I want to spend it with my friends." "Do your friends know what you do for a living?" "Work as an investment banker and run my family's foundation." She grinned, that Cheshire cat one she'd worn the first day he, Marsh, and Sean had walked into EC headquarters. "Of course they do." She snatched one of the keys from his hand, then strode ahead of him into the bar, the arm not tugging her suitcase outstretched, open for the friends who barreled into her. She curled them into a hug, her tinkling laugh joining those of her friends, zero trace of the conniving woman who'd spent all day engineering a coup. Levi had chased a lot of criminals during his career, but Catherine Sanders was one of the rare few who had the personality and smarts to pull off the Jekyll and Hyde routine so effortlessly. Shame all that charm and intelligence was wasted on evil. He pivoted left toward the lounge area and barely made it a step before someone called his name. A uniformed hotel employee, Eugene, manager, his tag read, stood holding out a different keycard envelope. "I'm terribly sorry, sir, about the confusion. Mr. Moore left this for you at the front desk." "What confusion? Mr. Moore?" Levi flipped the envelope over and saw a room number scribbled on the back. Same floor as the adjoining rooms he and Catherine had checked into. "I don't know a Mr. The lone patron in the lounge cleared his throat. Levi glanced back over his shoulder and startled at the familiar face who'd turned in his chair. Big Sal, the hulking Marine from the embassy checkpoint at The Hague, smiled wide. "Mr. Moore from Texas," he said. "Oh." Anticipation zinged through Levi together with a tidal wave of relief. Marsh, his very own Roger Moore, was there. In the hotel room he'd just been handed a key to. How fast could he run across the lobby? He nodded his thanks to Eugene, then once the manager left, cut his gaze to Catherine. "You've got eyes on?" he asked Sal. "Me," he confirmed. "The couple in the booth." He jutted his chin at the two women in the corner, both with sight lines to Catherine's party and the exits, then tilted his head back toward the lobby. "The other front desk clerk." He held his hand out. "Give me the other key. You've got the night off from Catherine duty." Levi didn't argue. He handed the adjoining room key to Sal, then hauled ass out of there before the powers that be changed their minds, or, worse, Catherine roped him into introductions. He briskly traversed the lobby and after a lone, quick elevator ride, stepped off onto their floor. He slid the key card out of the envelope. A slip of paper fluttered to the floor. He shifted his go-bag on his shoulder, knelt, and picked it up. Unfolding the note, he immediately recognized Marsh's handwriting.
Call David first.
Thankfully, there were no witnesses to Levi's facepalm. David should have been his first thought as soon as he broke free of Catherine's orbit. 24 hours of no sleep and the overwhelming desire to do just that in his husband's arms were blotting out rational thought. The fact that David was top of Marsh's mind, though, warmed Levi's heart, even as he continued to chastise himself. He forced himself to walk past Marsh's room and continued on to the glass vestibule at the end of the long hallway. He dropped his go-bag, dug out his phone, and turned off the Do Not Disturb he'd activated to avoid Catherine seeing any texts or messages she shouldn't. A string of texts from his son filled the screen, timestamps as far back as early morning Texas time. Excitement over a house call to Fort Davis with Irina. Worry that Levi wasn't picking up. Cautious acceptance.
Marsh says you're okay, but call when you can, please.
He glanced at his watch. Early evening in Texas. David might still be in Fort Davis with Irina, but the house call portion of the outing should have been over by now. He dialed, voice only, needing to keep his volume down in the hallway this late at night. David picked up after the first ring.
Dad, is that you?
Hey, buddy.
It's him,
he said to someone over background noise that sounded like a restaurant. A chair scraped over floor, then the background noise undulated as David moved somewhere else, all while peppering Levi with rapid-fire questions.
Where are you? Are you with Marsh? Are you safe?
His voice escalated with each cracking on the last. Breathe, David.
I'm sorry.
He heaved a sigh.
I was just...
A door shut, and the background noise died.
I was just worried. You haven't been gone this far or this long since
his mother had died. Fuck. Levi wished he could be there to wrap his arms around his kid. I'm safe, David. In the same hotel as Marsh.
Oh, thank fuck.
Language. David talked over the correction.
When are you coming home?
He eyed Heathrow's runways out the plate glass windows.
We should be flying back to the States tomorrow. We'll need to be in D.C. a few days, but then we'll head home as soon as we can. Both of you? Marsh too? Texas or San Diego?
His son's brighter tone brought a smile to Levi's face, as did his eagerness for Marsh to return to San Diego with them. Brought more anticipation and relief of a different sort, but still so very welcome. Having the future to hold on to, the future where David and Marsh played chess at the breakfast table while Levi sat on the patio with his morning tea, made the last 24 hours, the last 5 weeks, worth it. Both of us, he said. We'll swing through Texas to pick you up, then head on to San Diego. While he couldn't see his son right then, Levi was pretty sure David fist-pumped the air on the other end of the line. When he spoke again, it was fast, excited, the way he'd been when Levi and Marsh had last spoken to him from Salzburg.
I have so much to tell you about Kristen and Bond, and OMG, Marsh's moms are the best, but also kind of scary. I love it here, I really do, but I'm ready to go home.
Like father, like son. Me too, David. Me too. Chapter 8. Sean opened the hotel room door, and Levi's face fell. Marsh debated revoking Sean's best friend card right there on the spot. Didn't matter that it had been Marsh's idea to have him answer, and also Marsh's idea to stand on the opposite side of the room. If he'd opened the door to his husband, Marsh would have done a half-dozen indecent things in front of their colleagues. Judging by Levi's expression in that split second before it fell, when his hungry, blue gaze had clashed with Marsh's, he was ready to do the same half-dozen indecent things. Maybe more. So yeah, Marsh had been right to stand out of reach. Unfortunately for Levi, doing so put him directly in Binny's line of fire. Levi had barely closed the door behind him when Marsh's boss launched into the tirade he'd been on since he'd barreled into their Salzburg hotel room earlier yesterday, morning. "I already told your husband this, and I'll tell you too. That's the last time you pull a stunt like this without first clearing it with our Legat office." Levi dropped his bag on the floor, then straightened to his full height, tall enough to meet Marsh's gaze again over Benny's shoulder. "How long is the flight to D.C.? 8 hours, Marsh answered. "And takeoff is still at 10? "Correct." Levi shifted his attention back to Benny. "All right. Good," Benny said with a nod. "All right," Levi repeated, then qualified. "For the next 17 hours. Marsh did the math in his head. Levi was giving Benny the hours between now and takeoff, plus the flight time. But that was all. And Benny, fueled by too much caffeine, a list of demands from Justice, and God only knew what off-book intelligence his brother Ajay was feeding him, didn't like it one bit. "The U.S. won't be the only country that wants to charge her. We just got there first, and we had to give up Stephen Sanders to do it. This is a delicate, diplomatic situation." "She's in our custody," Levi said. "With an extradition order you signed. Do I need to pull out my phone and show it to you again?" Snarky Levi was not helping Marsh tamp down the desire to leapfrog Benny and tackle-kiss his husband. Levi was putting off the same tired and grumpy vibes he had that night in the restaurant when Marsh had proposed. All he'd wanted to do then, and now, was to make it better for the beautiful man. 5 weeks, a wedding band, and a heart roped later, the urge was only stronger. "I signed off after you'd already gone over my head, because Marsh said the intel would be worth it." Levi's gaze skated back to Marsh's, one corner of his mouth hitched. "Making promises on my behalf?" He winked, returning some of the torture. "Because I know you're the best." Benny shifted so he could split a glare between them. "You two have got to start taking this seriously." That was a push too far for Marsh. He paused his need to jump his husband and defended him instead. "What the hell do you think we've been doing the past 5 weeks? Or the past 24 hours? Levi added, similarly on the defensive. He stepped closer to Benny, color rising in his pale cheeks, making the bags under his eyes more pronounced. "I'd much rather be home in San Diego with Marsh and our son, but I've spent the past day making nice with a fucking murderer while trailing her around Europe, all to get you and this team intel. So don't tell me to start taking this fucking seriously." Marsh would have stepped between them, would have tried to defuse the situation, but Levi's "our son" froze him in place. He'd begun to feel that way about David, thought Levi did too, from the future plans they'd been making, but to hear him say it, for it to fall so casually from his lips like it was a given, made Marsh's heart swell. Made it feel like it would explode from all the hope and love Levi had packed into it the past 5 weeks. Thrown as he was, words caught somewhere behind a too big heart and the too big lump in his throat, Marsh looked to Julia for the save. She knew him well enough to pick up the ball. "Agent Bishop," she called in her major-turned-ASAC voice. She waved him over to the table. "Come tell us what you've learned." Levi dead-eyed Benny another moment before turning toward the table. "Ma'am?" "I'm going to chalk that 'ma'am' up to not enough sleep, and it's Julia now. I'm not taking Quan as an answer either." "Thank you, Julia." He chuckled, some of the tension receding from his frame, more of the weariness making itself known as he slumped into the chair next to the open one behind Marsh's laptop. "You coming, nerd?" Julia said. Marsh unstuck himself and slid into the chair beside Levi. His ass had barely hit the seat when Levi claimed his left hand and slid the wedding band off Marsh's pinky. He slid it back onto his ring finger and made a fist, nestling the ring where it belonged. "Turns out I didn't need to take this off. Catherine saw right through me." Marsh should have been worried, but pride and gratitude won out. His ring, on such an incredible man's finger, was a sight he would never tire of. Levi's presence at his side was something he would never tire of either. The relief he felt at having him back there sank deep down to his bones, settling him for the first time all day. Binny, the asshole, poked the peaceful bubble. "So, you didn't get the intel." "I didn't say that." Levi shifted closer to Marsh, cementing the renewed bond even as they got down to business. "Catherine had 3 meetings. I didn't catch names, but I can describe each person and exactly where we met them. She was friendly and familiar with all, so I'd say we're looking for known associates." "I've already compiled lists based on your stops," Marsh said. Sean tapped his toe against the boxes on the floor between him and Julia. "We'll also check in the case files. Add Binny's Europol and other connections, translation, Ajay, and we should be able to make quick work of things." Marsh couldn't afford for this to take all night. Thinking positively, he and Levi would be in D.C. together tomorrow, then on their way home shortly thereafter. Thinking realistically, they didn't know how long the next phase of their plan would take to play out. He had to bank every minute he could with Levi so he could make it through the hours, possibly days, without him. Binny, temporarily appeased now that there was intel to act on, settled into the seat across from them and drew his laptop closer. "The first contact was in Munich?" "Before that, actually," Levi answered, then described the person who had sat beside Catherine on the train from Salzburg to Munich. "Were the phone and change of clothes the primary purpose of that meet?" Julia asked, while Marsh searched his lists, Binny his databases, and Sean their files. "I don't think so," Levi said. "If it had been, the contact would have left the bag and moved on. They wouldn't have sat and talked to Catherine." "Less obvious, maybe," Marsh said, playing devil's advocate because he tended to agree with Levi. There was likely more to that meet. "Maybe," Levi conceded. "But I don't think so." "Why did they hand the phone to her instead of just leaving it in the bag?" Sean asked. "Biometrics," Binny answered. "They both had to touch it at the same time for Catherine to be able to unlock it. Means we likely won't be able to lift and bug it. We've seen the tech in some of the more advanced devices lately. It's a favorite of paranoid executives and terrorist cells." "That's frightening," Marsh mumbled his first reaction, then quickly on its heels, his second. "And helpful." He filtered his Salzburg and Munich lists further, which brought the potential identities of their person of interest down to 14. He nudged the laptop in front of Levi. He scrolled through them, then shook his head. "None of those." "Any chance you made a Vienna list?" Sean asked. "I did," Marsh replied. "Why?" Sean dropped a folder onto the table, open to a black and white surveillance photo. "This is from our files on the U-Bahn bomber, Peter Bauer. Is that your person?" he asked Levi. One look, and Levi nodded. "That's them." "Let me reapply the filters," Marsh said. "Binny, can you run facial recognition?" "On it." He drew the photo to his side of the table, snapped a photo with his phone that he dropped to his computer, then began furiously clicking and typing. He could be a prickly son of a bitch, but he was a good agent, and when his relentlessness was properly directed, one of the most productive Marsh had worked with. "Go on with the others," Marsh said. "These searches will run in the background." Levi next filled them in on the older woman in Munich, who was easily identified. Bethany Futch was Catherine's mentor from the London School of Economics. Bethany had since moved into the private sector, where she was a renowned expert on alternative currencies and investment vehicles. With a single search, they surfaced a half-dozen articles on her most recent pet project, non-fungible tokens and their investment utility. "Explains why Catherine was comfortable strolling in public with her," Levi said. "Bethany is a public figure already." "And Catherine's new favorite launderer?" Julia speculated. "Probably not her per se," Marsh said. "But the vehicle, yes. NFTs are the new darling of launderers. No regulation makes it easier than even Bitcoin." Either way, Sean said. The meeting doesn't raise eyebrows. It looks like Catherine visiting a trusted friend to do her banker due diligence. Any investment firm has to be looking into NFTs right now. One connection and motive sorted, they moved on to the couple in Karlsruhe. They were not as readily identified because, as it turned out, they had no connections to the town or Germany. Jessica and Evan Hagen were American tourists passing through Karlsruhe on the train. Whether their meeting was happenstance or planned, Marsh's team would never know, but it had been productive for Catherine, and for them. With the few words Levi had picked up, Marsh had cross-checked Ader Capital's contact management system he'd hacked against U.S. transportation companies, then narrowed that list by filtering for donors of Representative Anthony's opponents. That produced a much smaller list from which Sean had identified the Hagens with his own industry knowledge. Levi identified the motive. Trafficking routes. Interestingly, Binney said, the Hagens are contacts of Charles's, the professor, and our stranger from the train. He flipped his computer around. Ash Sinclair, a person with known ties to the same ISIS cell as Bauer, are contacts of Catherine's. Hold that thought, Levi said to Binney with a raised finger, then asked Marsh. Did you check the group downstairs already? Marsh nodded. Tapped into hotel surveillance, got pictures of each, and ran them through facial recognition. Most are Catherine's colleagues at the investment firm. 2 are neighbors. None have criminal records or criminal associates other than Catherine, and I doubt any of them know she is a criminal. That squares, Levi said. Catherine told me they were her friends. I tend to believe her. She was a different person with them. Marsh trusted his husband's judgment. Levi had read Catherine Sanders pretty well, even before he'd spent the past 24 hours watching her work. Marsh circled back to the other open item instead. You picked up something else today? He asked Levi. About what she was doing? Levi crossed a leg Marsh's direction and slumped sideways in his chair, shoulder against the padded back. For a split second, it felt like being back home at the start of all this. Him and Levi decorating the walls of the upstairs office while they traded theories and built their case. But then one of the planes from Heathrow rumbled overhead, and it sounded nothing like the fighter jets that rumbled over the house in San Diego. Levi tapped his calf with his toe, drawing Marsh back to the present. You with me? I was at home in San Diego. Soon, fellas, Julia said. We're still on this side of the pond for now. What else did you learn today, Levi? He left his foot tucked under Marsh's leg, keeping them connected, as he explained his latest theory on the case. I started the day thinking Catherine was trying to steal her uncle's trafficking routes. Then I thought, maybe she was trying to prove herself the rightful heir so he'd give them to her. But that's not her plan A. She's building her own empire. Marsh deduced, and Levi nodded. So she's not out to steal EC from her uncle? Sean asked. Oh, I think she wouldn't a heartbeat, Levi said. And she's got a window of opportunity to do so while the spotlight is on Charles and Anthony, but that would just be gravy. But she's on her way to jail, Julia said. She gets that, right? Since when has that stopped a criminal? Binney mused aloud. Levi chuckled. That's exactly what she said. Binney shifted his computer to the side and propped his elbows on the table. The Hagens are her U.S. transport routes. He lifted one finger. The professor gave her insights, possibly contacts for laundering funds via NFTs. Raised a second finger. Ash is the European end of the supply chain. 3 fingers. She'll need one in the U.S. if she doesn't already have it. And that's where Marsh and Levi had her. From the word go. Phase 3, Marsh said, referring to the EC paths he and Levi had first outlined in San Diego. Levi grinned, confirming he'd followed correctly. She has to solicit new clients. She tried deterrence and retribution. Marsh explained their thinking to the others. Neither of those worked. We have EC on their heels. Catherine has to look outside the usual circle. For clients she can keep for herself, Benny said, catching on, then throwing a curveball. Or present to her uncle if she decides that's the smarter play.
Has to be considered, Marsh conceded. Either way, we lead her to clients who are in our pocket.
Ross and Wagner can get us a list of Stefan's supply chain contacts in the U.S.
I'm not sure how much of that he controlled, Marsh said, remembering his words from the interrogation.
If there are any, Levi said. We'll need to confirm those contacts are Stefan's and not EC's.
And besides, Marsh said, we might have a cleaner option. He and Levi had discussed it as one of their many contingencies. They hadn't exercised it yet because they hadn't wanted to put more of their friends and family at risk, but Marsh trusted their contacts a hell of a lot more than any Stefan might provide. How soon can we get flight clearance out of here? He asked Sean. Levi shot out a hand and clutched his thigh, hard.
You're leaving?
The sooner I get to San Francisco, the sooner we both get home to San Diego.
You don't even know if she's there.
Marsh covered his hand and coaxed Levi to flip his grip. He laced their fingers together and gently squeezed. Brax and Mel will get her there by the time I arrive, and everything will be ready by the time you and Catherine land. He glanced again at Sean. How soon? Sean checked the time on his phone. It's a busy airport, but at this time of night, it's mostly mail and package couriers. We've got a couple hours before passenger traffic picks back up. Make it 3, he said, banking a little more time for him and Levi. And let's get Charlie and her SAC on the phone. We're going to need Condor to work some more of his magic. The right spell, the right trap, and hopefully they'd all be home soon. Chapter 9. By the time flight plans had been changed, tickets rebooked, and clearances obtained, there was less than an hour left before Marsh was scheduled to depart with Sean and Julia. As much as Levi hated it, he understood why Marsh had to arrive in advance. If they were going to convince Catherine, Marsh would have to carefully work his connections to lay the groundwork, and Levi would have to sell the shit out of it to Catherine. Levi trusted Marsh to deliver, and Marsh was trusting him to do the same, was trusting him to execute the final phase of the plan they'd put in place over a month ago. Starting with a marriage proposal Levi, at the time, had thought absurd. He brushed his thumb over his wedding band, his soul at peace now that the ring was back where it belonged. Further proof his and Marsh's marriage was far from absurd, was more real than ever. The man beside him at the table, sexy as hell in his glasses and rumpled from the long hours of work, was the person Levi wanted to spend the rest of his life with. Wanted to spend the next hour with, for certain. Alone. Are we all set? Levi asked once Benny wrapped his call with Sutton. When everyone around the table nodded, he pushed back and stood. All right then, I'd like to spend what little time I have left with my husband. In a rare show of acquiescence, or more likely the truth of how tired everyone really was, there were 0 complaints to adjourning, not even from Benny. He called down to Sal to confirm Catherine's whereabouts, then trudged out the door. Sean and Julia followed after a last check of departure times, leaving Levi and Marsh alone. Finally. Marsh closed his laptop and tossed his glasses on top of it. He scrubbed his hands over his face and groaned behind his fingers. You can't say things like that. Levi scooted in front of Marsh, knocking his knees wide enough to stand between the V of his thighs. Like what? He asked coyly. He carded his fingers through Marsh's dark hair and waited for the purr of appreciation. He didn't get it. Instead, Marsh lowered his hands and tipped up his chin. His expression was as close to pained as Levi had seen it since their flight from San Diego to Texas. Baby, what is it? Marsh lightly clasped his waist and gave him a gentle jostle. Don't say things like, what little time I have left. Oh.
Levi closed the distance between them, folding Marsh into his embrace and tucking his head beneath his chin. I just meant here in this hotel room. I know. Marsh wound his arms around Levi's waist and nuzzled into his chest. But anything could have happened the past 24 hours. Any of those people she met could have killed you. She could have killed you. You could have died if Charles had tried to kill her. Hey. Levi's heart hurt for Marsh, but it also quietly sang at how endearingly reminiscent Marsh's worst-case ramble was to David's frequent spirals. Less so nowadays, thanks to the man in Levi's arms. He dropped a kiss on the crown of Marsh's head and breathed in the familiar tea tree oil and leather scents. I'm right here. Anything could happen in the next 24 hours. Marsh was swinging from the past to the future, fluctuating between the terrible things that might have been and the unknowns that lay ahead. Levi needed Marsh in the present with him, for the good they could have for the next 60 minutes or so. He drew back far enough to cup Marsh's cheeks and tilt his face up. His dark eyes were tortured, same as they'd been that day they'd run from San Diego to Texas, when Marsh had been beating himself up with guilt over the bomb that hadn't been. Levi needed to get him out of that dark place and keep him from going back there ever again. He stepped far enough back to move his legs outside of Marsh's and lower himself onto his lap, crowding him so Levi was all Marsh could see. I don't care about the last 24 hours or the next 24, Levi said. Not right now. For the next hour, all I care about is making love to my husband. Marsh's breath hitched. Heat flickered in his eyes, and Levi leaned forward to stoke the fire, to give Marsh the kiss they'd both been wanting since Levi had stepped across that threshold. He wove his fingers through Marsh's hair, holding his head and angling his mouth so Levi could take long, slow sweeps through with his tongue, deep and claiming, thorough, the way Levi wanted Marsh to take him apart in the time they had left. Take me to bed, cowboy. Marsh skated his lips over Levi's jaw and down the column of his throat. What if I want to take you right here? There was his husband. Levi grinned as he arched his neck, giving him better access. You can take me anywhere. His grin turned to a gasp when Marsh surged out of his chair and tipped him back, Levi's spine meeting the table before he could barely blink. Dark eyes stared down at him, the guilt gone, no room for it, with the desire swirling in Marsh's blown-wide pupils. He planted one hand on the table and used the other to shove his laptop and glasses clear. We'll start here, then we'll finish in the bedroom. I'm good with that. He was even better with Marsh stripping off his shirt, miles of bronze skin on display, as he stretched back over Levi. He removed Levi's dress shirt one button at a time, peppering each exposed inch of skin with kisses and nips. He lashed a nipple with his tongue, and Levi arched his back, chasing after the teasing heat. Marsh chuckled, warm breath puffing over Levi's sternum as he kissed across his chest to the other nipple. You still good? Levi plowed a hand into his hair and directed his mouth to its intended target. Marsh seemed to like his answer, working Levi's nipple to just this side of painful. His fingers dug into Levi's thighs, hitching his legs higher over his hips, hauling him closer. He rocked his hips, erection rutting against Levi's. Holy fuck. Marsh grinned up at him, lips wet and rosy, more tempting than they had any right to be. You still good? If by good you mean about to come in my pants, then yeah, baby, I'm fucking spectacular. Well, we can't have that. He stepped back, dragging Levi closer to the edge of the table. Levi moved to loosen and lower his legs. Thank fuck, then swallowed his words, Marsh's left hand closing around his balls. Can't have you wasting all this goodness in your pants when I'd rather have it in my mouth. Levi cursed, a blue streak that made his husband laugh out loud. Poor baby. Levi's answering laugh came out a groan. You better hurry. Which Marsh thankfully did, divesting Levi of his pants and boxers in one go, then swallowing Levi's cock the next. Levi slapped a hand against the table, fingers scrunching pieces of paper in the absence of bedsheets. Jesus, Marsh. He started to arch again, but Marsh splayed a hand on his abs, keeping Levi pinned to the table, concentrating all his pleasure on his dick that Marsh continued to work hard and rough with his mouth. He didn't go any easier on Levi's other sensitive parts, fondling his balls with zero mercy, aggressively rubbing his taint, rubbing his fingers against his quivering hole, denying him the penetration he craved. None of it was gentle, and all of it was perfect, exactly the way Levi needed it. His husband gave him that, gave him everything he could have wanted and more. Levi exploded. He jackknifed up, hand-fisting Marsh's hair and holding tight as wave after wave of pleasure crested through him, out of him, Marsh wringing every last drop of cum from his dick. When he was sure there was nothing left, Levi used the hand in Marsh's hair to gently tug him off his spent cock. Hungry eyes clashed with his, and Marsh's erection strained the zipper of his jeans. The best sort of compliment, almost as good as Marsh wiping his mouth with the back of his hand like he'd just finished his favorite meal. Levi's turn to feast then. He cupped Marsh's shaft through the denim. I need your cock inside my ass. Now. Marsh's voice was soaked in lust and gravel. Is there lube in your bag? Levi nodded. He hadn't taken it out in the mad dash to pack yesterday morning. Good, Marsh said as he unbuckled his belt and lowered his zipper. 'Cause I don't think we're going to make it to the bedroom. Good with that, too. And, with watching Marsh swagger across the room, jeans barely hanging onto his hips, effortlessly sexy, Levi's cock got interested again, always interested in Marsh, and Levi got moving. He slid off the table, shucked his shirt, and turned. He spread his legs, bent at the waist, and braced a forearm on the table, ass thrust out. He reached his other hand down and stroked himself, moaning softly as he grew hard again. Marsh moved behind him, drawing Levi's gaze over his shoulder. His cheeks were flushed, his big, beautiful chest heaving, his eyes locked on Levi's hole. He ditched his jeans and boxers, kicked them aside, then tossed the lube onto the table. He stepped close and splayed his hot hands across Levi's ass cheeks, knocking Levi's own hand aside so he could nestle his cock against Levi's taint. Fuck. The reverence in his groan made Levi want to preen. He rutted back against Marsh's erection as Marsh stretched over him, claiming his lips in a repeat of the deep, plundering kiss Levi had given him earlier. He drew back when they were breathless, when their rocking hips demanded more. Hold yourself open for me while I finish getting you ready. Levi groaned, the thought alone ramping him higher. He followed the order, reaching behind himself with both hands and spreading his cheeks. He hissed as his bare chest hit the cool wood and sighed as Marsh's fingers spread lube over and into his hole. More, Levi panted and begged. Please. Marsh circled his rim, then pushed one finger inside. Do you know what else you deserve? What? Levi keened, forehead pressed to the table, ass thrusting back for more. Tell me. Marsh kept him in suspense, working him open with a second finger. Levi's arms and hands ached, his dick dripped on the floor, but he didn't let go. Marsh pumped a third finger inside and stretched over him,
finally whispering the filthy answer in Levi's ear. My dick, pounding your ass so hard you'll spend all 11 hours of that flight later today thinking of me. I'd do that anyway. He craned his neck to look back. He opened his eyes and met his favorite pair over his shoulder. But yeah, baby, give me that reminder. Marsh dropped a kiss on his shoulder, so soft, same as his words. I'll give you everything, Levi. Everything. Tears pricked the corners of Levi's eyes, but only for a moment, until Marsh slammed into him and Levi slammed his eyes shut. The force of Marsh's thrusts took his breath away. Levi loved it, same as he loved the man, same as he loved surrendering everything, his body and soul, to his husband. That's it, Levi. Marsh curled over him. Take it. Take all of me. He peppered his shoulders and spine with more soft kisses, pounded his ass with his dick, the pace and force relentless. A perfect, devastating combination that made Levi lose his mind, made him beg Marsh to let him come. And when Marsh finally reached a hand around to stroke his cock, when he confessed how badly he'd wanted to do this to Levi that first night they'd fooled around at home, when he pumped his cum into Levi with a groan and shout, a promise to do this again when they were home together, Levi soared. Chapter 10. Marsh hated San Francisco in the summer. Drippy and 50 in the middle of July was not his idea of a good time. Brax, on the other hand, looked like he was having the time of his life. He stood on the tarmac outside a private jet hangar, his gaze and bearing calm, the lines of his craggy face smooth, a picture of serenity. Still don't get it, Marsh said as he descended the steps of the Paxton plane. He waved his Stetson through the soupy air, collecting cool moisture on the brim. This is gross, and very not summer. Better than Texas summer, and the fog will burn off by noon. Huh, for an hour. Marsh dropped his bags and stepped into his best friend's open arms. It's good to see you. Brax hugged him tight, a double back slap before he withdrew and waved to Julia at the door to Sean's plane. Eagle, thanks for giving him a lift. I'll pass it on to Sean, she said. And for the record, I agree with the nerd on this one. Marsh flipped his Stetson onto his head. 2 points for real summer. And on that note, Julia said, I'm headed someplace sunny. Traitor! Marsh called her direction. They were all better rested and a measure lighter this morning. They were back on their side of the pond, Levi only a few hours behind them, and with a solid game plan moving forward, assuming Marsh could pull this meet off without a hitch. Get your work done, Agent Marshall, Julia said as the mechanical steps lifted. Then get your ass home. I expect you in the office this week. Home. He liked the sound of that. Sun, San Diego, a job and colleagues he enjoyed, a husband and son he couldn't wait to spend the rest of his life with. Foggy San Francisco was a pit stop on the way there, and some place they'd have to visit frequently for family. Just not in the summer. Reinstated? Brax asked as he picked up one of Marsh's bags and turned toward the hangar. Marsh grabbed the other and followed. For now. Hopefully, the operation here won't compromise that. We ran it through Charlie and Sutton Conder in D.C. He signed off for organized crime, Benny for Legat, Cam for the applicable field offices. It's all sanctioned. Relatively. Came a familiar voice from the hangar's second floor. Melissa Cruz stood braced against the metal catwalk that ran the length of one side of the space. Maintenance bays below for the private jet to their right, a couple of bare-bones offices, a conference room, and a bunk room above for when Redemption Inc., the bounty hunter business she ran with Brax, needed them. Marsh removed his hat.
Cruz, good to see you again.
The former special agent in charge leaned her toned forearms against the metal rail and stared down at him with dark, devilish eyes. Sounds like I'm also adding you to the official troublemaker list.
If he?
Marsh tipped his hat toward Brax.
Didn't warn you of that already? He's a shit business partner.
Brax dropped the heavy bag on Marsh's foot.
Fuck you.
Laughing, Marsh glanced between the two of them.
Thanks for setting this up.
Group effort. She straightened and waved them up. Leave your bags. We'll get them on the way out.
Marsh rescued his foot from under the one bag, dropped the one he was carrying beside it, then followed Brax up the stairs. How's David? Under Holt's watch, Brax confirmed. He's an amazing kid. I know. Not sure how I got so lucky, but I know.
They crested the stairs, and Brax clasped his shoulder.
I'm happy for you.
Good, he said as they traveled the catwalk to the conference room.
Hopefully, you won't mind spending your wedding anniversary in San Diego this year.
Brax cocked a brow, and Marsh spun the ring around his finger, failing to hide his grin.
We kind of promised David and my mom's a wedding, one they get to attend this time.
Brax matched his smile and dragged him into a sideways hug.
We wouldn't miss it.
Am I invited too? Helena Madigan asked. Holt's sister and the second most dangerous woman Marsh had ever met, behind only Mel, waited for them at the door to the conference room. Long blonde curls bouncing, she turned up her cheek like her niece so often did. Marsh leaned forward and kissed it.
Of course, gorgeous.
This whole reunion thing is cute, a sharp, lightly accented Russian voice said. But the clock's ticking. Marsh had seen photos of Remy Pak before, but pictures didn't always translate presence, and Remy had it. Dressed in dark jeans, a fitted leather jacket, and knee-high combat boots, the striking woman with cool undertones beneath her light-tanned skin, her dark hair gathered in a high, tight bun, was the human personification of the deadly weapons she ran for the Russian mob. She'd pinged federal law enforcement's radar years ago, only now she was a double agent, brought in by Hawes Madigan's husband, a former ATF agent. She was also a Madigan frenemy and a reluctant redemption asset. Her reputation preceded her. Agent Marshall, Mel said. Remy Pak. Remy, this is Marsh. He'd normally smirk and make a flirty remark, flexing his charm to see how it would be received, but some instinct told Marsh his balls were safer behind manners where Remy was concerned. He removed his hat and held out a hand.
Ma'am, thank you for meeting with us.
She shook his hand, then rested back against the table's edge near Helena. Do you have access to a channel my boss would like to reopen? That didn't make sense. He cut a questioning glance Mel and Brax's direction. My other boss, Remy clarified. Oh. Maybe Marsh needed more sleep since her meaning hadn't clicked the first time. Maybe they needed to reconsider this plan altogether. He tossed his hat onto the table and crossed his arms, fingers digging into his biceps.
I'm not interested in putting more guns or people in the Bratva's hands. I just need Catherine Sanders to think that's what she's doing long enough to arrest her.
Potato, potato, Remy shrugged. I'll help you with this. What happens after? Helena stepped between them, squaring off with Remy. I'll call Agent Salty on your ass. She rolled her eyes and flicked a dismissive hand. Fuck off, bitch. Children, Mel chided with a poorly concealed smirk. Tension cut. Marsh chuckled and stepped closer to Brax, lowering his voice.
How's life as a babysitter?
Brax's answering grin was bright enough to burn off the fog outside.
Fucking spectacular. I'm happy for you too,
Marsh said genuinely, beyond thrilled his best friend got a second chance at the love of his life and a second, third career that suited him so well. All right, then. Mel moved to the head of the table and gestured for everyone to take a seat. Let's figure out what we can and need to document so I can get Agents Byrne and Henby what they need. Marsh claimed the chair beside Brax, Helena and Remy the ones across from them. You can't be at the meet, Remy said to him as she flung his Stetson back across the table. You scream, Fid. That's a first. Marsh couldn't recall anyone ever saying he actually looked the part. Brax bumped a shoulder against his. Your husband might make an honest man out of you yet. He as obvious as you? Remy asked. He can pull it off, Marsh assured her. The discussion turned to logistics after that, the where and when of a meet between Catherine and Remy, who would facilitate, what they needed Catherine to say and do, and where and when Remy was supposed to end things. Marsh still wasn't convinced she actually would, but finalizing a plan that put Catherine Sanders behind bars, that would lead to Charles Sanders and Stuart Anthony there too, and that ended Ader Capital and a racist bigot's presidential hopes, would ultimately balance out any damage Remy could do. They were just finishing when Marsh's phone rang, Julia's name lighting up the screen. You at cruising altitude already? Negative, she replied. Just touched back down in San Francisco. He stood, exited the conference room, and peered out the hangar doors. No accident that he could see. No Paxton plane in sight yet either. What's going on? We're coming back to get you. You're needed in San Diego. Now. But I'm needed here. Levi would land in a few hours. Marsh would run comms on the op they'd spent the last half hour planning, and then both of them would be on their way home. Together. This would all be over. We found Greg and Amanda Hudson. Dead. Or things were further from over than ever. Chapter 11. The flight from San Francisco to Carlsbad took less time than the relatively short but traffic-packed drive from the airport to Temecula, the same airport Marsh had flown out of 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks and a lifetime. That had been one of the worst days of Marsh's life, when the future he had only just begun to believe was possible had almost slipped through his fingers. Was almost stolen by murderers he and Levi had spent the past 3 weeks chasing. And now, they'd murdered again, by the look of it. Several bureau sedans, a crime scene unit van, and a Riverside County coroner's vehicle were parked in front of the end unit of a single-story industrial building, one of 4, Marsh counted, in the freeway-adjacent complex. Only the coroner from local? He asked. And the deputy sheriff, Julia said, as she parked in an open spot across the lot. He's a transplant from L.A., someone Matt knew and sweet-talked into keeping this quiet for a few hours, but this close to the freeway, she jutted her chin at the I-15 on the other side of the complex's chain-link fence. It's only a matter of time before someone from the local PD drives by and wonders why there's no chatter about this on the radio. We better move, then. Marsh reached between the seats, grabbed his hat out of the back, then shoved open the car door. He got as far as closing it behind him when his phone pinged. He pulled it out of his pocket and opened the text from Sean. Anthony press conference tomorrow afternoon, announcing exploratory committee. He held the text open on screen long enough for Julia to read. She glanced up from the phone, over to the crime scene, then back to him. We might have some counter-programming here. He pocketed the phone and started across the parking lot beside her. That's exactly what I'm thinking, depending on what we find. A linebacker of a white man with dark hair and dark eyes appeared on the other side of the coroner's van. Agents! He called, flagging them down. Even if Marsh hadn't already met Agent Byrne in San Francisco or recognized his Southie accent, the Celtics tee he proudly wore would have been a dead giveaway. Cam, Marsh greeted, hand extended. You planning to be the next murder victim wearing that shirt in Lakers country? He laughed as he shook Marsh's hand.
"Ha, a little purple and gold don't scare me." He shook Julia's hand next. "Agent Kwan, welcome back. Apologies for not leaving you a day off before jumping back in." "What's a day off?" Julia replied, and they all shared a laugh as they started toward the unit bustling with agents and crime scene techs. "I'm sure this isn't the way you prefer missing persons cases to go either." Never the end we want," Cam said. "But not unexpected this time."
"Did they come through the bay here?" Marsh asked as they passed under the roll-up door.
Cam pointed at the in-wall door to their right. "Entered through that door." "Any signs of forced entry?" Julia asked. "None," Alyssa answered, as she left one group, including Farmer and Will, outside an interior door on the left side of the space to join theirs. They either had the key or someone was a half-decent lockpick. "Hold the lock," Cam added. "Not that hard."
Marsh lifted a brow. "Got some experience, Agent Byrne?"
Wasn't always a happily wedded Fed."
"They were holed up here?" Julia asked.
"The entire time." "We think so," Alyssa answered. She pointed at what looked like a cordoned-off kitchenette to the left of the room where most of the crime scene activity was focused. "There's stuff in the fridge, on the fringe. The amount of luggage and detritus also point to a long-term stay," Cam added. Marsh glanced around the rest of the space. Workbenches lined the entire back wall, greasy tools and random car parts on top and in bins below, and a rusted-out car body sat under a pulled-back tarp in the back right corner.
"Who owns the space? A mechanic?"
Cam nodded toward the office directly to their right. Inside, Matt and a black man with a sheriff's badge on his lapel sat across a desk from a gray-haired white woman Marsh would guess was somewhere in her 70s. "Her husband used to restore cars here."
"Used to?"
"He passed a few months ago." Julia cursed. "And now this?" "Not her best year," Alyssa concurred. "She stayed at the shelter an age ago when she was getting back on her feet after an abusive relationship. She's still a donor." "Amanda saw the obituary," Cam continued. "She approached the owner about using the space for temporary shelter storage." One last con while they figured out how to flee. Where had their plan gone off the rails?
"Quan said you found them?" Marsh asked.
"Thanks to our guy in protective custody." "Frederick?" "He was the ACH processor Amanda's boyfriend had used to embezzle funds from his employer and launder them through Bitcoin. A trick he'd learned from Amanda, who, with her father, worked with Frederick to do the same for Orchard Investments, Ader Capital's West Coast front." Cam nodded. "He had a list of all the Orchard Bitcoin accounts."
"Amanda accessed one?"
"She'd know the risk. They must have been desperate."
"Tried to," Farmer said as he joined them. The cyber agent's ears must have been burning. "She created a new account, tried to make a deposit into one of their older, dormant accounts, and hit a wall since we froze all the Orchard ones. We picked up the ping, then followed where she went. She sent a payment out to another account for services rendered."
She was going to launder it through Orchard. Marsh pieced together aloud. "For what?" Julia asked. "To pay Blaine Anthony," Alyssa answered. "For 2 fake IDs. Fucking hell."
"How long ago?" "Friday," Farmer answered.
Julia's gaze snapped to Marsh. "She and her father got word of the benefit in Salzburg. What happened with Catherine, Charles, and Anthony?" Marsh nodded.
"Last chance to run. Anthony would clean up anything that threatened his candidacy."
Alyssa wondered aloud what they were all thinking. Including his son? Couldn't be dismissed, but Marsh didn't think. Hoped. It wasn't Anthony's first instinct. "Amanda had to know she was taking a risk," Julia said. "Contacting Anthony's son for help."
"But she trusted him enough," Marsh said. "Might be something we can use."
Julia turned her attention to Farmer. "How'd you use that to locate them here?"
"IP address. She used a computer at a nearby public library."
"From there, we pulled surveillance from any camera in the vicinity." Cam said. So many hours of footage, Alyssa groaned. Heh, but you found it, Cam chuckled. A delivery person dropped groceries outside this unit last week. And between then and now, Julia prompted. Cam led them to the bunk room at the back of the unit. He, Alyssa, and Farmer hung back while Marsh followed Julia inside the room, careful to stay in the designated areas and not to disturb any evidence. The coroner was working over a body bag on the floor. Amanda. There was another zipped bag behind the coroner. Greg, Marsh assumed. Aside from the lingering scent of bodily fluids recently discharged, there was no smell of decay, and Amanda's skin wasn't slack or gray yet. "This is recent?" Marsh asked. The coroner glanced over her shoulder. "Within the last 24 hours. Any sign of a struggle?" He didn't guess so, given the bullet wound to Amanda's forehead, but he couldn't see her hands from where he was standing. "Shot in their sleep." The coroner moved back enough for Marsh to see the second gunshot wound to Amanda's chest. "Execution style. I've seen enough gang hits out this way to know." "This was a hit," Julia said as they rejoined the others. "Sure looks like it." Marsh concurred, just as the office door opened across the bay. Matt exited alone, the deputy sheriff remaining in the office with the owner, which gave Marsh the opening to lighten the mood they all needed. "Huh, should you even be out in the field?" Matt answered as Marsh expected. "Fuck you very much." The laughter was welcome, Matt's hug even more so. "Aw, Agent Kim, did you miss me?" "You and your better half." He drew back, arm over Matt's shoulders. "He'll be here before long." Cam grinned. "Hey, it's good to see you making new friends, Matty K." Matt scowled and shook a finger at his old partner. "Don't you start." More laughter, until Julia brought them back to the depressing earth. "Anything else useful from the owner?" He shook his head. "Just some finer details on the when of communications with Amanda, but it all tracks with what she told us before. She doesn't recall telling anyone they were here." "Has she visited at all since they've been here?" "No, she hasn't been back since the day she met them here with the keys." "So, just the delivery person," Marsh said. "Only one time," Alyssa added. "And the fake IDs?" Julia asked. "Haven't found them yet." "Any activity on their bank or credit cards?" Marsh asked. "None," Farmer confirmed. "On their cards," Matt said. "Let's also run a check if there were any stolen cards reported in the area." "And double-check with shelter staff," Marsh suggested. "They may not have noticed until recently." Farmer and Alyssa stepped away, drawing Will into their huddle as they began running down the requested information. Marsh, meanwhile, glanced back over his shoulder, trying to piece together exactly what had happened here the past 24 hours. How did the killer find them, and why not get rid of the bodies? "We're working on the first," Cam said. "Trying to find the delivery person and Blaine Anthony." "As for the second," Matt said, "we can only speculate at this point. Most obvious is that the killer thought they wouldn't be found until decomposition had set in. Or maybe they got interrupted," Cam said, "by Blaine Anthony or someone delivering those IDs." Marsh threw out another possibility. Or the killer was just that arrogant. Fits the Ader M.O. Julia nodded at his side. "You thinking what I'm thinking, nerd? That it's always the little things, like arrogance, that trip up the biggest criminals." Chapter 12. "Are you going to tell me now why we used fake passports to board a flight to San Francisco instead of D.C.? Catherine shivered as she dug through her luggage for a sweater. The linen jumpsuit she'd worn for travel comfort and for what she'd anticipated would be a summer day in D.C. was no match for July on the fog-shrouded San Francisco Bay. "And whose yacht are we on?" A heeled leather boot appeared at the top of the upper deck ladder. "I can answer the second question," the woman in denim and leather said as she descended the stairs. "But first, I need to sweep you for bugs." Levi recognized Remy Pock from her faint Russian accent and from the photos Marsh had briefed him on. But even without the pictures, even without the accent, her bearing, once she stood on the stern deck with them, was unmistakable. She carried herself with the kind of fuck-off energy that made even Catherine take a step back. Remy retrieved a wand from under one of the bench seats, swiped it over him and Catherine and their bags, then tossed the wand back under the seat. "The yacht belongs to my boss," she said. "Dmitry Petrov." Catherine's eyes widened. "Which makes you Remy Pock. Good. You know why I'm here, then." "I can assume." Wrapped in Burberry, the fake Londoner seemed better suited to the fog. Or maybe it was just her shield backup, Catherine's back straight and balance found now that the initial shock of the meet had passed. "I hope it's the same reason I am. I heard," Remy glanced at Levi, then back to Catherine, "that you were looking for new channels of business. Whether it's for yourself or your uncle, my boss would be interested in hearing more. Our relationship with Ader Capital in the past was mutually beneficial." "Can we have a moment?" Catherine said to Remy, then, hand on Levi's arm, walked him a few steps out of Remy's earshot. "You're setting me up," she whispered through clenched teeth. "No," Levi replied. "I'm setting myself up, financially. Our reinstatements were revoked." Or so went the cover story Levi's team had put in place in the wee hours of the London morning. "Which is why we had to use the fake passports." Eyes narrowed, brow pinched, Catherine remained skeptical. "I thought your husband was wealthy." "He is," Levi admitted. "But I learned the hard way how fast circumstances can change. I will not have the rug pulled out from under my son again." Not a lie, just the truth reframed in a way that would appeal to Catherine's independent streak and self-interest. Her scowl was slow to temper. She eyed him for any sign of a lie, but eventually, judging him truthful, a small smile turned up one corner of her mouth. She eased the grip on his arm and patted his shoulder like a proud best friend. "There's that backbone I knew you had in you, Levi." "We do what we have to do," he said, repeating back his earlier words to her. The other corner of her lips rose, a full-fledged smile, and she turned back to Remy. More of her confidence returned. It faltered only slightly when, after a few steps, she realized Levi hadn't followed. "Go on," he said. "I'm going to call my son." The scowl flirted again with the hairline wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. "You don't want all the details?" "Not if I want to sleep at night." And not if he wanted to convince Catherine this wasn't a trap, which it totally was. He couldn't sit there and listen to her and Remy discuss trafficking weapons and people and not react. Not after years of work locking up criminals like Remy and Catherine for doing exactly that. Turning a blind ear and pretending to be an ostrich was his only play to maintain cover. He prayed Marsh's and the Madigans' trust in Remy to report back whatever arrangements she made with Catherine was not misplaced. Leaving the two of them on the stern deck, Levi moseyed around to the promenade and leaned against the rail. He squinted, trying to make out the ferry building through the fog. Maybe that was the clock tower. Who could navigate anything in this pea soup? He withdrew his phone and opened his encrypted chat with Marsh. Package delivered. Marsh texted back almost immediately. G-A-H. Dead. Temecula. Stay sharp. It took Levi a moment to decipher the message, but when he did, he jolted off the rail. He scanned the area around him and the yacht, cursing the fog that hid any threats, the number of them suddenly multiplying in his head. Greg and Amanda Hudson had been found dead in Temecula, halfway between Riverside and San Diego.
Not what he wanted to hear when David was supposed to fly home tomorrow.
Is it still safe for Dee there?
We'll check the house over with the team tonight. It'll be a fortress by the time we're done.
But even a fortress wouldn't have kept out the bomb that almost stole his son's life 3 weeks ago.
We'll have protection too, Marsh added. I wouldn't risk him if I didn't think we could keep him safe, if we didn't need him home with us.
And David needed to be home. He'd said as much to Levi last night. He needs to be home with us too.
Brax will be there with the plane first thing tomorrow.
I'll call and tell David. They signed off with I love yous, then Levi closed the app and dialed David.
Hey, Dad, he answered after a few rings. You want me to switch to video?
Levi wanted nothing more in that moment than to see his son's face, but he couldn't compromise his safety either.
Can't right now, buddy.
Worry shot through David's voice.
Is everything okay? Where are you?
I'm in San Francisco. And vanished, replaced with thinly veiled excitement.
San Francisco? I thought you were going to D.C.
Change of plans. Things are moving faster than we hoped, which is why I'm calling.
Please say what I think you're going to say.
He repeated the phrase twice more, and each time he somehow made please sound like a 3-syllable word. Levi laughed. Fuck, he loved his kid. On this very long, very gray day, from 2 time zones away, he managed to brighten Levi's day. Levi was happy to return the favor. Brax will be there with the plane tomorrow to take you home. That good enough?
Fuck yeah!
Language, Levi corrected absently, otherwise caught up in imagining David doing a happy dance in the stables. He was probably scaring the poor baby goats.
Will you be there too?
David asked.
Marsh?
Marsh will meet you at the airport in San Diego. I'll be there in a couple days.
Yeehaw!
Make that a 2-step happy dance, complete with cowboy hat. Levi leaned back against the rail, grinning. What's the neighborhood going to do with the Texified version of you?
Ha! Not just me,
David laughed.
Me and Marsh.
Fucking hell, Levi muttered.
Language,
David threw back at him. More sunshine wrapped around Levi, buffering him against the fog, buoying him after days, weeks, years of hard times for both of them.
I'm proud of you, David. I know this hasn't been easy, but seeing you thrive, even under the pressure of the past several weeks, it's what me and your mom always wanted, always knew you were capable of.
David quieted, and Levi worried maybe he'd said the wrong thing by bringing up Kristen. But when his son spoke again, his voice was still bright, contemplative, not sad.
I think maybe I need some pressure. Not like you and Marsh level pressure. I could never do the law enforcement or military thing. Not my deal. More like Irina level pressure with the vet thing. Is that still on the table?
Being a vet is pressure-filled too, Levi cautioned. It's not all cute baby goats.
I know,
he said, tone serious.
Irina's been sure to tell me about the schooling and the practice and about losing patients too. I'm not 100% sold, but I want to look into it. Maybe find an internship that's not working for Aunt Nick.
Levi said, drawing out his hum into as many syllables as David had his earlier please. Sounds more like a you not working for Aunt Nick thing versus a you working for a vet thing.
Bit of both,
his son admitted.
Not gonna lie.
They both laughed, and Levi encouraged David to tell him more about his day-to-day as a vet's assistant. He listened with rapt attention until the pop of a champagne cork clued him in to Catherine and Remy's meeting wrapping up. Successfully, it seemed. He straightened from the rail and glanced over his shoulder in time to see Catherine appear at the end of the promenade, 2 raised glasses in hand. He raised his hand for her to wait.
All right, buddy, this has been great, but I gotta go.
He slowly walked Catherine's direction as he finished with David.
Be good for Marsh, and I'll see you soon. Will do. Love you, Dad. Love you too. He ended the call, just as he reached the end of the promenade. Everything good? Catherine asked, as she held a glass out to him. My son wants to be a vet. Well, when we're done here, you'll have plenty of money to send him to whatever vet school he wants. She tapped the rim of her glass against his. Cheers, Mr. Bishop. Cheers indeed, to setting Phase 3 officially in motion, and to getting home to his family sooner rather than later. Chapter 13. The Bay Bridge was in sight, the arena and ballpark even closer, but before reaching either, the yacht's captain turned the boat down one of the many commercial canals that flowed between the industrial piers. He slowed behind the U-shaped building with Madigan Cold Storage emblazoned on the eyebrow, smoothly steering the yacht into the smaller of the two berths, the one with a suited Hawes Madigan waiting by the mooring post. Remy, he greeted, the coolness in his tone, the opposite of hospitality, almost enough to make Levi laugh. Remy did cackle like she was used to Hawes's chill and enjoyed working him up. She tossed him the mooring rope. "Ha! Where's your sister?" "At home with her wife and kids," Hawes said, as he looped the rope around the post. They worked together to unfold the gangway, and Remy continued to needle him, clicking her tongue against her teeth. "That's a shame." When she didn't get the rise she wanted out of him, she returned her attention to Catherine. "I'll be in touch. It won't be long. I'll have everything in place when you call," Catherine said with a pleased smile. She cinched the belt of her coat and grabbed her roller bag. "It's been a pleasure, Miss Park." Levi gave their temporary host a parting nod, then followed Catherine off the boat. They stood to the side as Hawes and Remy folded up the gangway and unmoored the boat, no more words between them. Clearly, more enemies than friends. Once the yacht was on its way, Hawes turned his icy gaze on Catherine. Hawes Madigan. He introduced himself, voice and manner impossibly colder, not a greeting at all. Catherine Sanders. She kept her own hands shoved in her pockets. "I understand. You're responsible for the death of 2 mercenaries I hired in Texas." Bile rocketed up Levi's throat, and the dizziness he'd felt at the benefit in Salzburg the other night walloped him again. Catherine had told him then that she'd sent hired guns after his son and husband's family. He'd believed her, but actually hearing her confirm what she'd done? The only thing that kept Levi upright now was the parallel confirmation that the Madigans had protected them, that they truly did have Levi's family's back. "You hired the wrong mercenaries," Hawes told Catherine, and Levi couldn't recall ever hearing someone talk so coolly to her. A blow after her other wins today. Playing coy, she leaned into Levi and tried to yank him back into the conversation. My, Mr. Bishop, you do keep some interesting company." Levi hadn't missed how she'd dropped the agent since he'd told her his reinstatement had been revoked. He hitched his bag between them, creating space and refusing to buffer her against Hawes's chill. "If you did any background checks at all, you knew my husband was best friends with Braxton Kane, who is married to Hawes's twin brother." "Yes, but Mr. Kane was previously law enforcement. So was Mr. Madigan's husband. I assumed their goal was to turn their husbands and the Madigans straight." "No one in this family is straight, Miss Sanders." Hawes deadpanned. "In any sense of the word." Catherine tilted her head, eyes narrowed, assessing the person who had seemingly stumped her. She always had an angle, a play, but she clearly didn't know what to make of Hawes Madigan. "I had heard you'd retired." She flicked her gaze to the building behind them. "That you were running your family's cold storage business." "Yes, I focus my efforts on MCS now. My sister runs our other business, which has become more discerning in its operations. But make no mistake, we are still the best at what we do. He stepped closer and lowered his voice, a menacing edge to it that sent chills up Levi's spine. And if you come at our family again, which includes Marsh and Levi, their son, and their families, we will end you. Catherine white-knuckled her suitcase handle at the same time she straightened her spine and lifted her chin, trying to maintain a confident front. Prince of Killers? Makes sense. King, now, and Hawes will do just fine. His light blue eyes shifted to Levi, but his words were still directed at Catherine. Levi and Marsh want to do this the civilized way. His gaze hardened and swung back to Catherine. I will do it any way I can to protect my family. He didn't wait for Catherine's reply, or maybe her sharp inhale was reply enough. He turned up the path to the building, expecting them to follow. Catherine, however, remained frozen to the spot. Any color the earlier champagne had given her pale cheeks gone. She was on her heels, all 4 designer inches of them, and as much as Levi wanted to lean in and whisper, "Did you know I had the most dangerous piece on the board?" He kept his mouth shut and gently nudged her forward, his own knees steadier now thanks to the king. Inside the facility, Levi barely got a look around the ground floor, production and storage as far as he could tell, before they rode the elevator up to the 3rd floor. In silence. Broken only when the doors opened, and Levi let out a surprised gasp. Helena Madigan, wearing a black suit compared to her brother's gray, waited for them at the reception desk. Not at home, with her wife and kids, as Hawes had led Remy and them to believe. Catherine was surprised too, her steps stuttering as she preceded Hawes out of the cab. "Catherine Sanders?" Hawes said. "My sister, Helena Madigan. Helena, this is Catherine." The petite blonde Levi had first seen in the airport weeks ago shot him a wink, same as she had then, before wiping all trace of warmth from her expression. She pinned Catherine with an icy glare that bested her brother's. "He give you the stay away from our family warning?" Catherine nodded. "He did. If you don't believe him, believe me." In the half-second Levi glanced at Catherine to assess her reaction, a knife was hurtled their direction. It sliced through the narrow space between their heads, hissing as it cut through the air on the way to lodging in the wall behind them. Levi whipped his gaze back to Helena, who stood with her arms crossed as if she'd merely flicked a paper football at them. Zero effort exerted to so expertly throw that knife. Correction. Helena Madigan was the most dangerous piece on the board, and thank fuck the Queen was on his and Marsh's side. "Understood," Catherine said, a slight tremor in her voice. She cleared her throat and started again. "If you have a few minutes, I'd like to get your read on Remy Park," she said, seeking firmer common ground. Helena laughed out loud, the icy cold mask shattering. "Let's head into my office," she said. "This will take a while." She led them past the reception desk and into a hallway of executive offices, diverting into the first one on the right. Levi moved to follow, but Hawes's hand around his biceps directed him farther down the hallway instead, past an oversized office/command center/playroom, then another, more reasonably sized office with stacks of paper on the desk, before reaching the office at the far corner. Hawes closed the door behind them, and the tension he'd been carrying since the dock seeped from his frame. Not ice cracking like his sister, more like ice melting, revealing the friendly, if deliberative man Levi had interacted with several times on calls and briefly in Texas. He wasn't as warm and open as Holt or Brax, but the evidence of his love and devotion was everywhere around his office, from the photo of him and his husband on his desk, the drawings by Lily that decorated his whiteboard, and the collection of family wedding photos that graced his credenza.
There was warmth there, just quieter than the other members of his family. Speaking of quiet, the offices are soundproof? Levi asked as he dropped his bag by the door and slid into one of the visitor chairs. Hawes tossed his suit jacket across the desk. He folded into the visitor chair beside Levi, his smirk completely transforming his face, turning all those hard lines and sharp angles from menacing to devastating. Comes in handy with 3 siblings who love their spouses. A lot. Levi chuckled. Also with a kid who is around often. He tipped his head to the whiteboard stick figures. I noticed the setup in the office beside Helena's. Holt's, Hawes confirmed. Or, more accurately, Lily's. I remember those days. David's toys used to be scattered from one end of the house to the other, upstairs and downstairs. Now all that clutter was concentrated in his lair. Levi marveled at how David had survived this long in Texas with no video game console and only a single suitcase of belongings. Marveled at how well he seemed to be doing. Was it the truth? Or an act so Levi wouldn't worry? How is he, for real? He sounds and looks good on calls, but not being there, it's hard to tell. Hawes reached out and covered Levi's hand, the warmth surprising. He's good, Levi. He's an incredible kid. He gave his hand a squeeze, then drew back into his chair. And I meant what I said to Catherine. Marsh's family, and so are you and David. His smile widened, and affection twinkled in his eyes. More than that, I don't think Lily would ever forgive me if I let something happen to her David. He's attached to her, too. It'll be good having more family close by. Relatively. We're looking forward to it. Levi's family was already large, but it never hurt to have more. Different support systems worked for different scenarios and different people. Levi had needed his parents and sisters, and his cousin June after Kristen's death. David, it seemed, had needed a red-headed toddler and Marsh's moms, neither of which Levi could have predicted 5 weeks ago. And looking forward to all this, he gestured the direction of Helena's office. Being over. Helena's making her assessment. It will be over soon, one way or another. A knock sounded at the door, and Levi twisted in his seat. Was it over already? Come in, Hawes called. The door opened to one of the crew who'd arrived in San Diego with Helena 3 weeks ago. The person who'd had a rainbow mohawk at the time and had slipped Marsh the gate number note. Today their hair was bright orange, and their attire game day ready. Jeans, fleece, and orange and black chucks. You wanted to see me? They said. Jax, Hawes said. Meet Levi Bishop, Marsh's husband. Levi, this is Jax. I'm sorry I didn't get to say hello at the airport, Jax said as they shook his hand. And congrats, Marsh is awesome. Thanks, I think so too. Jax is one of Holt's hacker protégés, Hawes said as he moved to his desk chair, freeing up the other visitor one for Jax. We've been going over what Marsh shared about Catherine's contacts, and we had some follow-up questions. The more variables we can control going into this exchange with Remy, the better. Let's do it. Levi didn't mind having the work to distract himself from whatever was going on 2 offices over. They'd been at it for over an hour when Helena poked her head into the office. I'm going to show Catherine to the bunk. When are we leaving for the game? She asked Jax. C and the kids will be here in 30. That'll work. Gives me time to change. Got any idea when or where Remy will want to do this? My guess on when? Midday tomorrow? Jax said. I've got one of her aliases on a flight out at 4. Helena glanced across the desk at her brother. Where? Given what Levi's told us about who she met with on her way to London, I'm going to guess the Hagen warehouse in South San Francisco. That tracks, Levi said. Catherine said yesterday she'd have everything in place when Remy called. Helena nodded. Meaning money and transport. You should get some rest before then, Hawes said to Levi. I'm guessing it's been a few days.
He started to count on his fingers, and everyone laughed. You got an extra bunk here? How about an extra room at the house? Helena said with that wink she was so fond of giving him. The house? The inviting warmth in Hawes's voice and eyes was the furthest thing Levi, hell, most anyone, would expect from the Prince of Killers. Your family. Chapter 14. Marsh rarely flashed his badge for personal reasons. He remembered as a kid his father flexing his standing as a professor to get what he wanted, usually lording it over this or that service person who he didn't think was moving fast enough, or flexing his authority as the breadwinner over Camilla when he thought no one was listening. From what Marsh had overheard in Hanover, Jefferson had continued with his bad behavior, especially as his students had risen higher and carried his reputation higher with them. Marsh refused to be like his father. So he waited in line at airport ticketing like a good civilian, and once he got to the counter, he explained to the ticket agent he just needed the cheapest ticket that would get him back to the gates to pick up his son he hadn't seen in weeks, and to please tell the gate agent he wouldn't be boarding, so they didn't need to hold the plane for him or call his name God only knew how many times. She smiled, told him he was a good father, and thanked him for saving them the hassle. She also gave him a first-class upgrade so he could skip the ridiculously long security line full of summer tourists at San Diego's main airport, meaning he got to the gate Brax had texted him an hour early. He swept the area for any suspicious activity or packages, then stood by the plate-glass windows and enjoyed the view. The only thing that marred the sunny San Diego morning was the bank of televisions reporting on a special announcement by California's own Representative Anthony, scheduled for later that day. Speculation was rampant, most of it correct, that he would be throwing his hat into the presidential primary ring. Some of the networks had gotten wind of Charles Sanders' remarks in Salzburg, but none of them, suspiciously, were reporting on the rest of that evening's excitement. Marsh smirked. News of the Sanders family drama and more would reach the masses soon enough. The gate agent opened the jetway door to Marsh's right, and a few minutes later, one of the two private planes Marsh had become all too familiar with parked on the other side of the windows. It was barely another minute before Brax appeared at the door. Alone. Marsh tried not to let his smile fall, but judging by Brax's chuckle, he'd failed to hide his disappointment.
Not happy to see me, Major?
Brax said as they embraced.
I'm always happy to see you. Just someone else I want to see more. He's here, I promise.
Brax stepped back, his gaze roving the terminal.
Wanted to do a look around first. Got here an hour ago. Did a full sweep already. Good. Maybe 2 sets of tired eyes are enough to make a pair of good ones.
Guilt spiked at the back-and-forth travel Marsh had put his best friend through.
How much do I owe you in mail and jet fuel? Don't worry about it.
Brax squeezed his shoulder, the corners of his mouth tipping up.
We'll collect when the time is right.
He withdrew his phone and shot off a text.
They'll be out in a minute. Y'all staying?
Brax shook his head.
Gotta get back. Holt will be running comms on the ops, so I'm on Lily duty.
But if Holt and Lily weren't the other ones on the plane with David, then who were they? A guard may... A familiar Texas drawl reached Marsh's ears. So how far is the house from the water?
Close, I hope.
Another equally familiar voice said.
20 minutes, David said. 30 in traffic.
He told Marsh's moms, who cleared the jetway behind him. Marsh didn't have time to ask what was going on. David spied him and took off at a dead run. Marsh! He slammed into Marsh, who wrapped one arm around him and shot out the other to catch the cowboy hat that tipped off his head. David hugged him tight, and Marsh hugged him back tighter, dropping a kiss in his ginger mop of curls. His misty-eyed moms sighed.
Don't look at me like that.
Marsh grumbled at them. Camilla smiled, happiness beneath the teary sheen of her dark eyes. The whole terminal is looking at you like that, mijo. Irina looped an arm around her waist. Good thing there's a ring on his finger. David drew back enough to look up at him. When is Dad getting here? If all goes to plan, Wednesday. Maybe as early as tomorrow, but Marsh was building in a cushion for bureau admin. He didn't want to get David's hopes up. Better surprise than disappointment, especially with David's spirits so high, his smile as wide as Marsh had ever seen it. He reclaimed his Stetson and flipped it back onto his head. I want to show him my new hat. Marsh eyed his mother's behind him.
Been spoiling him much?
Never. Camilla lied. Everyone laughed, only reining it in when the gate agent who'd opened the jetway for Brax approached. I'm sorry to interrupt, sir, but if you're going to keep your takeoff spot, we need to get you back on board.
Thank you,
Brax told her, then to Marsh and family.
That's my cue.
You'll bring Lily to visit soon? David asked. I promised her ice cream from this amazing farm stand near Aunt Liz's place.
Count on it.
Brax hugged David goodbye. Marsh, too, then kissed Camilla's and Irina's cheeks before he disappeared down the jetway, Irina humming appreciatively as he went. Marsh rolled his eyes. Stop it. She shrugged, not the least bit ashamed. I got spoiled with him around the ranch more. Marsh made sure David had his bags, then grabbed the handles of his mother's and started the group toward the exit. Who's minding the ranch while you're gone? Staff, same as mine did it when we visited you in Vienna. I think this is our first vacation since then, Camilla said. If their house is too far away from the water, Irina said, we might have to think about that hotel room. Camilla draped an arm over her shoulders and drew her into her side, voice low, but still loud enough for them to hear. We might think about it anyway. David snorted and cut Marsh a side-eye. I see where you get it from now. Ignoring the two horny women, Marsh continued a step ahead with David. You been practicing your chess between all the vet rounds? He nodded. Brax showed me some moves, too. I might be able to beat you now. He waggled his brows, and Marsh laughed out loud. David returned the smile, which grew wider as they stepped outside. He inhaled deep and turned his face up to the sun, gentler here than in Texas. It's good to be home. Marsh bumped his shoulder. I couldn't agree more. Now, he just needed to get Levi home with them, too. Chapter 15. David sat outside at the patio table, laptop open, earbuds in, gesturing animatedly to his father on screen. From the kitchen, Marsh saw Levi's face, his smile stunning and bright, his gaze fixed lovingly on his son, only flitting away occasionally when Taco would cross into the frame behind David. This is the sweetest cat. Marsh glanced over his shoulder and nearly dropped the knife he was using to slice and dice cucumbers. Camilla had entered the kitchen, burrito in her arms, the tabby fur ball curled contentedly with its head tucked beneath his mother's chin. He set down the knife, wiped his hands, and snatched up his phone, snapping a picture. What was that for? Camilla asked. No one would believe that cat allowed someone to hold her like that unless there's proof. Camilla cooed at the usually grumpy beast. It just takes the right someone, doesn't it, kitty? She scratched behind the cat's ears, lulling her into purring slumber before Camilla gently tucked her into the pile of blankets on the den couch. Okay, she said, rejoining him in the kitchen. What can I help with? Peel and dice the avocados? You got it. She washed her hands, grabbed a knife, and got to work across the island from Marsh. Irina okay? Marsh asked. Camilla had come down alone, and he didn't hear Irina moving around upstairs. Yeah, just catching a nap. She and David have been running all over the country the past 2 weeks. As active as she is, she's a good bit older than his 14. Marsh dumped the cucumbers into a colander, tossed them with salt, then placed the colander over a bowl to drain. If this trip was too much, this trip was the break we needed. Irina can't be on call from 1,000 miles away. She snagged the cutting board and began dicing the peeled avocados. And when you trusted David's safety to us, that didn't stop at the ranch gate. His gaze skipped over her shoulder, checking on David outside, getting another shot of happiness, seeing him healthy and whole back at home.
Thank you for taking such good care of him.
It was easy. She paused between avocados to gesture generally at their surroundings. This is easy for you too, isn't it? You stepped over that threshold, and I don't think I've ever seen you so settled somewhere before. Not even at the ranch. I love me. I know you do, mijo, and it will always be home, but this is your home.
Yes, that's how he'd come to think of it too. He'd been as desperate to get back to it as David and Levi, but as eager as he'd been, Marsh had also been nervous, afraid the memory of how they'd left, of the near miss and frantic flight from danger, would overshadow the joy of returning, of the future he looked forward to here. But there'd been little time for nerves or fear last night as he and the team had secured the house, and no time for it today either. David's exuberance, contagious and all-encompassing. He'd bustled in, dropped his bags, and launched right into giving Camilla and Irina a tour. So many of his highlights had included Marsh, and so many of his references were prefaced with our. Marsh didn't think he meant only him and Levi. It all still seemed a little surreal. A miracle that the surly, reserved kid who had made it clear that first night that Marsh's presence was temporary had opened up to him over the board and now considered him a permanent fixture. Marsh had had to tread carefully. It wasn't easy to start. I didn't want to step on the life Levi and David had here already, including the one they'd had with Kristen.
But they made space for you.
They did. Levi had offered him a home for a little while, then given him forever. He removed the colander from the bowl, dried the bowl out, then handed it to his mom to scrape the avocado into. As for the house itself, the lingering sadness was unsettling at first, but there was so much love in these walls too. And when I stepped out onto that patio the first time, he whistled, same as he had that night 5 weeks ago.
Some view.
Yeah. He squeezed a cut lemon over the avocado, added the cucumber, then tossed them with a spoon as his mind drifted back to that night, to Levi standing in the patio doorway, backlit by the setting sun, inviting him to see the view, inviting him into his and David's lives. Marsh had sensed he was in trouble already, but he'd known it for certain then.
"Aw,"
Camilla drawled as she rounded the island and hip-checked him out of the way of the fridge.
"My love-struck baby boy. I knew it would happen one day."
She opened the fridge door just as David opened the patio one, laptop in hand, Taco at his heels.
"Dad said he'll call you on your phone," he said to Marsh. "You're supposed to watch something together in 5?"
Marsh tapped his phone to check the time. How had it gotten to noon already? I need to head up to the office. Camilla set the pack of burgers on the counter.
"We'll get working on these."
David groaned, still some of the surly teen left in him, which Camilla promptly batted down.
Wah, go start the grill." "Was she always like this?"
David asked him. Marsh chuckled. Pretty much. He was still laughing as he closed the office door and withdrew his phone, standing it next to his computer. He logged on and was just pulling up a live news feed when Levi's video call pinged. He answered it, and Levi's face filled the screen. There were bags under his blue eyes, but not as bad as yesterday's, and his smile was as warm as Marsh had seen it since they'd left David in Texas. "Hey, you," Marsh greeted.
"Hey, yourself." He slumped onto what looked like the couch in Holt's attic lair at the Madigan mansion. The old Victorian had been home to 3 generations of Madigans. Helena and her family were now its primary residents, but the stately mansion remained the non-office hub of the Madigan Perry family and had room aplenty for guests.
"How you doing?" "Long night," Marsh replied, "but should be worth it here in a few." In addition to hours securing the house, there had also been hours of sorting and analyzing evidence from Greg and Amanda's crime scene. Most of it in real time, as it had become available. All of it needed for the dominoes that would soon start to fall. All their ducks had to be in a row. "How about you?" Levi propped the phone on something and raked both hands through his hair. "A house full of assassins is not what I thought it would be like." Marsh recalled the same feeling the first time he'd met the entire Madigan clan. He'd known Brax and Holt half his life, but it still hadn't prepared him. "It's like the family-friendliest place you can imagine. Toys all over the place, and yet there are elaborate comm systems and hidden weapons." "Yes, like this room." He waved a hand towards something off camera, the direction of Holt's wall of monitors. "And the food? Oh my God, the food!" "You sound like your son. Always the food." Affection flooded his features once more. "He sounded so good, Marsh. Happy to be home, but that it was a good hideout masquerading as a vacation." "And he brought Texas home with him." "He told me. San Francisco might be there too, based on Lily's to-do with David list. She spent all of dinner going through it with me." "Your son is being corrupted." "Pretty sure you're right, and I'm good with that. I'm just—" His voice cracked, and he glanced away, swallowing hard. When that didn't work to gather his composure, he tipped down his face and laced his hands behind his neck. Marsh would have given anything to reach through the screen and wrap him in a hug. "Baby." He lifted his chin, and the corners of his eyes were wet. "I'm just so glad he's happy again, and so fucking relieved. I was worried I'd lost him." He dropped his hands, straightened, and physically gave himself a shake. "Thank you for making us both happy." Scratch that. Marsh wanted to reach through the screen and kiss him. "Me? I'm the one who was just downstairs telling my mom how happy I am that you two made space for me in your lives and your home. Our home. And I am so ready to be back there with you." "Any idea when the op will go down?" "Soon," Levi said. "Remy is on a flight out at 4, so between now and then." "Maybe she's waiting on this," Marsh said as Stuart Anthony appeared on the steps of his D.C. townhouse. His press secretary approached the podium first, laid down the ground rules, then turned the mic over to the congressman. Levi shifted on the couch toward the wall of monitors and turned up the volume. "Here we go." Anthony said all the right, awful words to energize and excite his supporters about the exploratory committee he was forming to assess a possible run for president. "Possible my ass," Marsh mumbled. Charles hadn't said anything Friday night in Salzburg that had sounded remotely like exploratory or possible. "Firm announcements are usually held until after the midterms," Levi said. "So formalities and all that." The assembled press weren't buying it any more than Marsh or Levi. They skipped right over the exploratory bit and started asking when an official announcement would be made, who Anthony was considering as a running mate, and what the pillars of his platform would be. "Fear and greed about cover it," Levi said. "Don't forget war," Marsh added, recalling his interview with Stephen Sanders. "Whatever country he can pick a fight with fastest." But someone else was there today to pick a fight with Anthony. "Excuse me, Representative Anthony." The crowd parted to reveal Charlie's boss, SAC Sutton Conder. He cut quite the camera-ready figure, his fit frame in a tailored gray suit that matched his dusting of early 40s gray hair. "Sutton's doing this himself?" Levi gasped. "I thought we were leaking info to the press."
As much as Anthony has a hard-on for the presidency, Sutton has a hard-on for taking him down. The SAC of the Criminal Investigative Division's Organized Crime Unit was a notorious stickler for the rules. Sean had not been a fan of his when he'd been an agent, but Sutton had been an excellent boss, according to Charlie, and when it came to Anthony, he seemed willing to break all the rules. "There's backstory there," Levi said. "Gotta be." Judging by the way Anthony blanched, Levi probably wasn't wrong. "What are you—" Anthony started, only to be cut off by Sutton, who cut right to the chase. "Would you care to comment on the deaths of your associates, Greg Hudson and his daughter, Amanda Hudson? They worked at the 6th Avenue shelter in San Diego, your pet funding project. Greg was the assistant director, and Amanda, the program's coordinator." Anthony contorted his features into confusion and surprise with just the right amount of practiced grief. "Greg and Amanda are dead? This is the first I'm hearing this terrible news." If anyone bothered to look at his hands clutching the podium, they'd notice his knuckles were white. Sutton interrupted him again. "They were murdered, execution style." Pandemonium erupted. Members of the press shouted at Anthony for answers and at Sutton for an ID. Anthony shouted at security to get Sutton out of there. The poor press secretary shouted at everyone to stop shouting. Marsh's phone rang with another call. Charlie's name on screen. He turned down the TV and turned his attention back to Levi. "That's Charlie. I'm guessing your afternoon is about to get a lot more interesting. Probably not as interesting as yours. This is good for you, too." "Oh, I know." Levi's sly grin, the excitement in his blue eyes, was sexy as hell. "Catherine will be delighted, especially when she finds out we delivered this to her." "Work it, baby." Marsh grinned. "Then, get your ass home so you can sip tea while David and I play chess. It's a date." Chapter 16. Jax's prediction on the time had been correct. Levi had barely hung up with Marsh when Hawes appeared at the top of the stairs. "Catherine's meeting Remy at 2, Hagen Transport in South San Francisco." Hawes's prediction had been correct, too. "Nice work," Levi said, as he stood and tucked his phone away. "Nope, all the credit goes to you, Marsh, and your team. You gave us the intel. We just triangulated it." 90 minutes later, Hawes pulled their SUV into the parking lot of the oddly deserted for a Monday transport warehouse. Levi reached for the passenger door handle, but Hawes halted him with a hand on his forearm. "Gear up first." He opened the middle console, then entered a code on the tiniest keypad Levi had ever seen. "Kid-proof," Hawes explained, to access a second compartment underneath. Levi's eyes widened at the variety of weapons and comm devices crammed into the small space, each of them neatly tucked in foam. "Someone was a Boy Scout?" Hawes laughed. "Boy Scouts, no. Army, yes. Holt keeps us well stocked." He pulled a garrote out of the foam, dropped it into his jacket pocket, then went back for 2 earpieces, handing one to Levi. "This will keep us connected to Holt, who will keep us connected to the other teams." "Where are they?" Levi asked as he tucked the comm into his ear. "Helena's inside with Catherine," Holt answered. "Avery and Victoria are in position. Mel and the team of feds are building over. So the only missing person is Remy," Hawes said. "Always gotta make an entrance," Holt muttered. "She's 2 minutes out, driving a cargo van." "Dimitri?" "Negative." "Does her boss know she's making this deal?" Levi asked. "Debatable," Hawes said as they exited the car. "Remy is a wild card." "Truth," Holt said. "And for some reason, Dimitri lets Remy get away with it. She's also one hell of an actor," Hawes added. "So long as Catherine buys that she's operating for the Bratva in this case, we're good." As they crossed the lot, Levi mentally reviewed the building floor plan one last time. Reception desk at the front,
The forward third of the space was a small bullpen area sandwiched between a break room, bathroom, and row of offices. The remaining 2/3 of the building were the warehouse space and loading bays. They entered through the front door and found Catherine and Helena waiting by the reception desk.
Levi?
Catherine greeted.
I wasn't sure you'd make it. I have expected you to be back in San Diego by now.
This time tomorrow, he said. If I can help it. She smiled her Cheshire cat grin.
I appreciate the vote of confidence.
Levi was confident. Confident that when told what she wanted to hear, Catherine would walk right into their trap. He'd been correct, too. Rich folk like Catherine did think they could buy anyone, that everyone wanted to be rich like them. Levi just wanted his family back together, safe and all in one place. Further conversation was cut short when the door to the warehouse area slammed open.
Sorry, I'm late,
Remy said as she strode into the bullpen area. She didn't seem the least bit sorry. Catherine peered around her, squinting the direction of the open door behind Remy, looking for something, someone.
Where's your boss?
In Russia, Remy said with a shrug.
Where's your uncle?
Catherine didn't have a response. She couldn't call Remy on operating rogue when she was doing exactly that. She nodded instead.
I have all the necessary authorizations, funds and transport already. Do you have the inventory?
Remy gestured toward the warehouse. Hawes moved that direction, and Catherine, seeming to judge that safe enough, fell in line behind him. She was halfway across the bullpen before she realized Levi had not joined them.
You're not coming, Levi?
If I didn't want to know the details yesterday, I definitely don't want to today.
We'll wait here,
Helena said. The group continued into the warehouse, Remy closing the door behind them, at which point Levi finally released the breath he'd been holding. Helena chuckled and rubbed a hand across his shoulders.
I'm sure you've run more dangerous ops than this before.
Yes, but none of them have had this many wild cards involved or such far-reaching implications, professionally and personally. A presidential candidate, a transnational criminal organization, and the safety of my family. She hummed and rocked back on her heels.
How would you feel if Catherine was gone?
Safe was the first word that came to mind and almost escaped his lips, but he bit it back at the last moment. Helena noticed.
You can say it. We're family.
Except how did law enforcement remain family with assassins? How did Marsh do this? Levi missed his husband. He needed him to help navigate the dangerous waters that were swirling too fast. Marsh was the people person with all the charm. Levi was the investigator who'd rather live in his casework. How did things get turned upside down? No matter what, the truth had always served Levi well. He'd told one lie during this entire ruse, about their reinstatements being revoked. Catherine had spun the rest of Levi's perceived rock and hard place situation in her own head. With the Madigans, though, something told Levi lies were out of the question, and fully truthful was better than vague sidestepping. Safer, he admitted.
How's that?
Catherine's a wild card. Not a wild card like Remy, who I'd venture a guess never makes a move she hasn't gamed out from every angle.
There's one person she'd drop everything for,
Helena said.
But generally, you're right. She's locked down tight, and so is every move she makes.
Catherine wants the world to think she's the same. She's composed now, saying all the right things, making all the right calculations. But the truth is, she's flying by the seat of her pants, and she's ultimately driven by her emotions, which is dangerous for someone with that much money and power.
Say you get the evidence you need here. Do you think she'll play ball to take down her uncle?
If she thinks doing so will eventually lead to her in control, yes. Deep down, she's hurt. She wants to prove she's the heir. She wants to sit on the throne one way or another.
That was my assessment, too.
What else did you assess? Helena crossed her arms and stared out the front windows.
That the world would be safer without her.
I'm not asking you to— I know you're not, Levi. Her smile was no comfort at all. Before Levi could say more, Hawes re-entered the bullpen with Catherine and without Remy. Through the open warehouse door, Levi heard the sounds of trucks pulling away and the rolling bay doors closing. "All set?" Helena asked. "All set," Catherine confirmed. "Good. Let's have a toast." Levi forced himself not to tense, aware of what would happen next. Helena stepped behind the reception desk and retrieved a bottle of champagne and a stack of plastic flutes. She peeled off the foil, and Levi held the glasses while she filled them up. Catherine took her first sip, then nearly spit it out when Aiden Talley strode through the front door with a cadre of agents behind him, all of them in FBI windbreakers. "Agent Bishop," the Irishman said, hand extended. "Good to see you again." Catherine's gaze snapped to him. "Agent? I thought—" Red slashed across her cheekbones. "You lied about the reinstatements." "I did." Levi set his glass down. "SAC Talley is here to execute on the extradition order. We'll be adding a few more charges, I suspect." Catherine drained her glass, then tossed the cup aside. "Pretty fucking face. I should have never believed you." She cut a glare at the Madigans. "Dmitri Petrov never wanted to do business with me, did he?" "Likely not," Hawes said. On her heels, Catherine clutched for scapegoat straws. "I'll tell the whole world Remy Park is a mole for the feds and that the Madigans cooperate with law enforcement too." "You can," Helena said. "But everyone knows that about us already." "As you yourself said," Hawes added. "My brother and I married LEOs." He jutted his chin at Levi. "And our family friends are, too." "As for Remy," Helena continued, "she's Dimitri's favorite. He probably knows she cooperates from time to time, but so long as it doesn't blow back on him, which it rarely does, he lets it go. She makes him more money than you ever could. So honestly, he's just as likely to kill you for spreading rumors that might get her killed." Catherine paled, and Levi saw his opening, the one he'd been waiting for this entire time, the leverage he and Marsh had talked about last night. "Did you see Stewart's news conference, Kat?" The nickname drew her gaze to him, shrewd and a little hurt. She shook her head. "His announcement did not go as smoothly as planned. The spotlight is on him, and not for the reason he wants. You have an opening, Catherine, to ruin both him and your uncle for good this time. And don't tell me you've given up your grudge, because after the past few days together, I know you well enough to know that would be a lie." "Those other charges Agent Bishop mentioned," Aiden said. "They're negotiable, if you cooperate." Her gaze never strayed from Levi's. "Why should I trust you after this bait and switch?" "Because you were never mine and Marsh's target. Because you, like us, are pawns in Charles and Stewart's game. Aren't you tired of playing by their rules? Isn't it time you made them play by yours?" Chapter 17. The war room Levi set up 18 months ago for the human trafficking case that had started with a tip from his late wife had never been more crowded. Boxes were stacked in every corner, new ones marked evidence were lined up beneath the whiteboard, and file folders and supplies were strewn the length of the conference table. Laptops and devices were plugged into every outlet, and every seat except the one beside Marsh was taken. Marsh felt that open seat like a hole in his heart. None of them would be there if not for Levi's tireless efforts to bring the traffickers who'd stolen countless lives to justice. He'd put his own life and career on the line to do so. Marsh spun the ring around his finger. Levi had put his heart on the line too. In all his years of service, Marsh could say with absolute certainty that he'd never known another person as brave as his husband. And with Levi's latest victory, it was left to Marsh, Julia, and the rest of the team to bring Levi and the case home. On the same wavelength, Julia stood at the head of the table, her dark eyes sweeping the length of it. She couldn't officially be named SAC until after the final phase of their plan, but inside these walls, she was at the helm. She'd spent most of yesterday and today conferencing with Cam and getting up to speed on what she'd missed at the office and on other matters. Those matters handled, she now turned her attention to this one. All right, sit rep. Her gaze landed on Matt first. Greg and Amanda, where are we with local? They're cooperating, he replied. To them, the case looks like a no-winner. Execution-style killings, zero evidence left at the crime scene, no direct surveillance. We haven't told them otherwise, Alyssa said. They don't want to lose her on their board. What's our jurisdictional hook? The fake IDs and Bitcoin laundering, Cam said. We disclosed that much to local. All the more reason they don't want to touch this case with a 10-foot pole. Also, the broader Ader and Orchard trafficking case, Marsh said. We'd prefer not to disclose that part to local either, but we could if we need to make that pole 20 feet. Organized crime will also flex if we have to, Sutton said from across the table. The SAC's stunt at Anthony's presser that afternoon had caused a shitstorm as they'd intended. Before anyone could come down on them with disciplinary action, Sutton and Charlie had taken the Paxton jet from D.C. to San Francisco, where Charlie had joined Levi's team. Sutton had continued on to San Diego, safe haven with Julia, his former terrorist task force colleague. Being out of D.C. and out from under Justice's thumb bought Sutton and Charlie, and the broader team, a day or two max, so it was all hands on deck, at all hours, the clock well past 9 now. How long will the juice last? Julia asked. As long as you keep feeding me info to hit Anthony with, Sutton replied. Because he will push back. I expect him to call for an oversight committee first thing tomorrow. His party doesn't control the House right now, so it'll mostly be for show, but it's still not the attention we want unless we have ammunition to fire back with. Julia gestured to the rest of the team. Give the man the goods. Alyssa opened a folder in front of her. Coroner confirmed time of death was between 12 and 4 Sunday morning. She pushed the coroner's report and autopsy photos forward. 2 gunshot wounds, no struggle. Will pushed the crime scene report into the center of the table next. Per CSU, the scene was clean. No prints, no hair, no tracks, no other trace evidence. It's clean. Professional, Matt concluded. Clean, but for the actual bodies, Marsh said. Because the professional hitman was interrupted. Everyone leaned forward in their seats. Marsh had the goods for them, armed with the information he and Farmer had gathered over the past few hours. Once we had the coroner's estimation on time of death, we were able to narrow the surveillance window. He opened one of the folders nearest to him and Farmer and added 2 black and white photos to the center collection. These surveillance stills are from a traffic cam 2 blocks from the scene. The photos were blurry, a back shot of a person in a hoodie getting into a nondescript SUV. Do we have a better picture? Cam asked. Marsh passed the baton to Farmer, who'd been the one to hack the money shot. These, he added 2 better-resolved, full-color photos to the stack, are from surveillance footage of the entry gate at the complex across from where the SUV was parked. Farmer parsed through dozens of wireless networks to ID the one controlling those cameras, Marsh said. Anyone look familiar? Matt drew the pictures closer, his eyes narrowing briefly before the dark brows above them raced north. Is that Blaine Anthony? He lifted his gaze. No fucking way. Yes, fucking way. Marsh unveiled his last picture, a facial recognition match to Representative Anthony's son. We think he was there to drop off the fake IDs Amanda ordered. Farmer played out the rest of their theory. Blaine then stumbled on the killer and hauled ass out of there. Cam tapped the black and white photo. Is that his car? Not according to any registrations in his or his parents' names. He left going west, Marsh said. We're pulling any and all accessible footage that direction. Hopefully, we get a hit on the license plate or VIN. We get Blaine, Matt said. Maybe we get a description of the killer.
That's the goal.
Stay on it, Julia told them, then zeroed in on Marsh again. Catherine status, go. Levi delivered. There hadn't been any doubt in Marsh's mind that his husband would. He'd pulled off his part with flying colors.
Catherine is ours.
Charlie is in San Francisco coordinating with Tally, Sutton said. We'll have Catherine in San Diego by tomorrow morning. Anthony is scheduled to fly in midday and will hold meetings in the afternoon with his exploratory committee, lawyers, and bankers. Cam's hissing cringe made the entire table laugh. Bet he wishes he'd planned that for DC now. Yes and no, Matt replied. Heard from the shelter director that Anthony already called about making an appearance, and I quote, to pay tribute to Greg and Amanda, the shelter's loyal servants. Matt's air quotes were equally hilarious. The director refused the request. Doesn't mean Anthony won't still try, Will said. He's got to sell that he's innocent in all this. Charles is coming with him? Alyssa asked. Sutton nodded. He's hosting a meet and greet for potential donors at a house Anthony rented in Rancho Santa Fe. He can't donate himself as a foreign national, but he can rally his U.S. contacts. We need an in, Julia said. I've got that, Marsh said, rubbing his hands together. He knew the queen of Rancho Santa Fe, and she'd be happy to have him on his arm for a night. I'm sure Levi's aunt already has an invitation. Do her politics align? Matt asked doubtfully. Not a chance in hell, but her wallet and address do. Good, Sutton said. But you can't go. He landed another blow before Marsh could protest the first. Neither can Levi, not if we want to sell this. He's been selling it just fine, Marsh defended. Yes, but you've been back on the scene here. There's been enough FBI involvement in San Francisco for someone to assume they're involved there. The reinstatement cover could very well be burned. We can't depend on it any longer. So then, how do you propose we sell this? Julia said. The other folks involved in San Francisco. Sutton swung his gaze back to Marsh. Your family. They have a way of getting folks out of custody. Catherine shows up on a Madigan arm, Charles will think she's made new allies. Should get her an audience with Charles. She can sell that it's a temporary reprieve. Marsh couldn't argue Sutton's deduction as 1, a fair assessment, and 2, a viable alternative. Once there, Catherine can pitch the Bratva deal to Charles. Do we think he'll bite? Julia asked. Levi teed us up. We have to close this. Marsh couldn't agree more. He wouldn't let Levi's sacrifices go to waste. Going on what Sutton said, if we arrest Catherine after she's told Charles about the Bratva deal, then Charles can swoop in, reestablish lines with the Bratva, and claim all the glory. It plays into the game he's playing with Anthony. It brings him one step closer to the outcome they want. He'll bite. And once he does, Sutton prompted, the thinly veiled vengeance in his brown eyes unmistakable. He was as invested in this case as they were now. We use all this, Marsh gestured at the table, and Charles to capture the last piece left on the board. Anthony won't be a sitting congressman when this is over.
Chapter 18. By 2 a.m, Marsh threw in the towel. Too little sleep the however many nights before, plus settling the family back in at the house, plus settling himself back in at the office, plus another few hours reviewing surveillance footage once he'd returned home, and Marsh was done. He'd be no good to Levi or anyone in the morning without some real rest. He closed his laptop, tossed his glasses on top of it, and grabbed his phone off the charger. Standing, his bones and muscles protested, joints cracking all over. Then, cracking some more, when he jolted suddenly at the phone vibrating in his hand. He glanced at the screen, and his pulse rocketed into his throat. The home security app reported motion at the curb. A half-second later, a car door shut outside, muffled as if someone was trying to be quiet. Activity at this late hour was unusual for the neighborhood. This could not be good. Marsh tapped the banner notification to open the app, then set the phone on the nearby file cabinet so he could open the gun safe in the office closet. The phone vibrated again. Fuck. Motion detected closer to the house. The new video loaded over the first one, and Marsh stopped mid-spin of the bolted safe door, not believing what his eyes were telling him. Connor, the Madigan guard who'd been assigned to Levi's family at Aunt Liz's and was now on the house, was halfway down the front walk, shaking hands with Levi. Marsh's pulse kicked up again, adrenaline of a different sort pumping through his veins. He hustled out of the office, deactivated the house alarm, and barely caught himself from thundering down the stairs. He took them at a quieter pace, clearing the bottom step just as Levi opened the front door. Questions fired inside Marsh's head. What was he doing there? Where was Catherine? What did this mean for the op? But as Levi dropped his bag and closed the door, as he turned and locked his tired eyes with Marsh's, none of Marsh's questions mattered anymore. All that mattered was Levi under the same roof as him. Under their roof. Home. And Marsh sure as fuck wasn't staying on his side of the room this time. He closed the distance between them and claimed his husband's mouth. Despite the late hour and what had to be as little, if not less sleep than Marsh, Levi caught right on, twining his arms around Marsh's neck and diving into the kiss with him. Marsh shuffled him back against the door and deepened the kiss, tongues tangling, bodies pressed together. As they reacquainted themselves with each other, as Levi plowed his fingers into Marsh's hair, and Marsh swallowed his husband's whimpers, Marsh thought maybe this was his favorite kiss he and Levi had ever shared. Nothing hidden, souls and hearts bared, both of them on the same page, both of them relieved to be back together, exactly where they were meant to be. "Welcome home," Marsh mumbled against Levi's lips. Levi rested their foreheads together and sighed contentedly. "Fuck. You have no idea how good that sounds." "Oh, but I do." Levi gentled his fingers in Marsh's hair, carding them through it soothingly. "You sound good, too. We keep talking and moaning, and we'll wake the whole damn house up. Which is exactly what I was trying to avoid by sneaking in at this hour." Marsh leaned back, unsurprised to find a smirk on Levi's face. "Bad Bishop." He grinned, the dark circles under his eyes, no match for the light in his eyes. "Let me peek in on David, then I want to spend the rest of the night with my husband, before all hell breaks loose in the morning." "Good to know I didn't lie to David. You actually are the smartest man I know." Levi chuffed and playfully shoved his chest, creating enough room to slip out from between him and the door. Marsh stifled the laugh that wanted to bubble free, and while Levi tiptoed down the hall toward David's domain, Marsh leaned his head outside to thank Connor before closing the door and locking everything back up. He grabbed Levi's bag, checked that Taco and Burrito were still snoozing in the den, then headed upstairs. He swung by the office to finish locking things up there, then crossed the catwalk to the master. He was in the bathroom, splashing water on his face to wake himself the rest of the way up, when he heard the bedroom door shut. He straightened, dried his face with a hand towel, and could hardly believe his eyes still when Levi appeared in the mirror behind him. Could hardly contain his heart from beating out of his chest when his husband's arms wrapped around him from behind. "I know it wasn't that long apart," Levi mumbled between his shoulder blades. "But it felt like too long." "We're newlyweds." Marsh tossed the towel on the vanity and laid his hands over Levi's, their rings softly clanking. "We're not supposed to be apart." "You're pretty smart, too." He chuckled and leaned into the warm body behind his, enjoying the quiet moment, matching his breaths to Levi's. Then after a minute, noticing them getting longer. He drummed his fingers over the back of Levi's hands. "How do you want to play this? You must be beat." Levi snuggled closer. "But you just said we're newlyweds." He snuck a hand out from under Marsh's and aimed it lower, coming to rest over Marsh's bulge. Levi stroked his cock through the thin material of his athletic shorts, and fuck, that felt good. But did tired or horny win? "If you need to sleep..." "After sex," Levi said, answering Marsh's question. "Not gonna argue. I can feel that." Levi stroked him once more, then, unfortunately, or thankfully, let up on the torture. He brought his hands higher, splaying them over Marsh's chest and holding him snug while directing him toward the bedroom. His hands didn't stay put for long, though, stripping Marsh as they walked, pushing his t-shirt up and off and dappling kisses across Marsh's bare back and shoulders, shoving his shorts and boxers down, hands cupping his ass cheeks as they reached the side of the bed, skating his fingers over Marsh's hips and diving into the V of his pelvis. Marsh hung his head back on a curse that turned to a moan when Levi licked into the crook of his neck and raked his nails down Marsh's chest. Marsh shivered. The soft and rough handling, and the fact Levi was still fully dressed behind him, was driving Marsh wild and bringing his cock to full attention. "You're wearing too many clothes." Levi nipped his earlobe. "So, turn around and sit on the bed while I strip." He gave him another playful push, and Marsh managed to spin just before he crashed onto the bed. And what a view he had in front of him. His husband, at home again, in their bedroom, stress drained from his limbs, eyes bright with lust and love. Levi kicked his shoes off into the corner, bent to remove his socks, and threw those into the corner too. Straightening, he undid his belt and fly, lowered his jeans and boxers, and stepped out of them. Then, two hands over his head, he pulled his shirt up and off, doing that sexy thing where all his muscles bunched and flexed in all the right places. It wasn't a show, per se, but it was the very thing Marsh needed. A cherished glimpse into their future. Countless nights ahead to casually undress in front of each other, to share each other's space, to just hold each other and breathe. He reached out, snagged Levi's hand, and drew him forward. Levi didn't resist. He climbed onto the bed and straddled Marsh's lap. Marsh lifted a hand and brushed his hair off his forehead. "What do you need tonight?" "To be with you." A coyote howled outside, drawing Levi's gaze over his shoulder toward the open window. "Should we close the curtains?" Marsh shifted his hand, thumb tracing one of Levi's moonlight-kissed cheekbones. "You know I love you like this, all wolfed out." He tipped his own head the direction of the window. "I want to take you there." "The canyon?" Levi asked with a smirk. Marsh gave his ass a pat for the sass. "In front of the window." "Now?" He shook his head. As tempting as that sounded, tonight wasn't the time for that fantasy. "When we both have the energy to stand for more than 10 minutes, and when there's no one else in this house so I can make you scream." Goosebumps prickled Levi's skin all the way down to the curve of his ass. "How would you do that?" "I'd tell you to spread your arms and legs." He hitched Levi more firmly onto his lap, spreading his knees and thighs farther apart and bringing their stiff pricks into contact. "I'd tell you to press your palms to the glass that had been warmed by the sun all day." He hauled Levi even closer, their erections pressed snug together. "Your cock, too." He rocked his hips, and Levi rocked back, the friction divine. You'd be shoved up against that warm glass while I tongue-fucked your hole. Marsh, fuck. He shifted so he could rest his forehead on Marsh's shoulder, and with the narrow space created between them, reached a hand down and grasped their cocks together in his fist. There's my smart husband. Levi swiped a thumb over his head, stealing Marsh's words and collecting the moisture there, spreading it and his own pre-cum over them. Keep going. Tongue-fucking? Right. He held Levi close, braced with one hand on his back, while Marsh brought the other to his mouth. He sucked 2 fingers, a bit of a show for Levi, who groaned and stroked them faster. Faster still, when Marsh brought his wet fingers to the cleft of Levi's ass. How long could you last, Levi? He slid his fingers lower, circling his rim. How long could you hold all that cum in while I speared your hole with my tongue? He pressed the tip of a finger inside. Or would you rather have my cock? Levi keened and rocked harder, riding Marsh's hand as his own continued stroking them together. I'd still be dressed, Marsh said. Standing behind you with just my cock out. You'd be naked, all this pale skin glowing in the moonlight, your eyes all wolfy. Marsh, what would I feel like against you? Marsh roughly palmed his ass cheek. The denim against your thighs. Rough. Marsh tilted slightly back, bringing more of their bodies into contact. My shirt against your skin. Soft. Levi bent an arm over his shoulder and splayed his hand over Marsh's delts. Hot from your skin underneath. My cock. Levi groaned in his ear, breath so hot, Marsh nearly combusted. Hard. Slick. Messy. That's right, baby. Marsh curled a hand over Levi's around their cocks, jerking them off together. We'd make a mess, me ramming my cock inside you, you smearing the window. Together. You and me, Levi. He kissed a path along his cheekbone. Just the moon and the coyotes. Levi stiffened, on the verge of orgasm. And anyone across the canyon with a telescope. Marsh was right there, too, his balls drawing up. Do you know what they'd see, Levi? Everything. Levi groaned as he jerked in Marsh's arms, his cum covering their fists. Yeah, baby. Marsh stroked them twice more, his grip cum-slick and warm. Perfect. Everything I promised to give you. Levi's yes against his lips ended Marsh's weight, pushing him over the edge. He exploded in his husband's arms, right where he wanted to be. At home. Chapter 19. Why do I smell peppermint? David trudged through the open dog gate in his SDSU sweats, the hoodie opening cinched tight around his face, his freckled skin and ginger brows clashing wildly with the school's scarlet and black. Eyes closed, nose scrunched, runaway curls sneaking out from under the hood. He was the much-missed picture of grumpy morning teen. Biting back a laugh, Levi glanced at Marsh to make sure he had his phone ready. He nodded, and Levi, standing beside the island, answered David's question. Because I refused to drink Marsh's bean water. David's eyes popped open, comically wide for how tightly shut they'd been a second ago. Dad? The picture snap sounded. Got it, Marsh said. David scrubbed his hands over his face, dislodging the hood from his head. Am I dreaming?
Nope, Camilla said from where she stood in front of the oven, engaged in a standoff with Taco over who would lay claim to the goodness inside. That's really him. David didn't hesitate, zipping across the room and into Levi's open arms. Levi hugged his kid, no better feeling in the world. David was safe. Marsh was safe. He was safe. His whole world was back together under one roof, breakfast as usual. "When did you get here?" David asked. "Oh, dark 30. You snuck in is what you did," Irina said from her spot at the breakfast table. Maybe not exactly usual. Marsh moved around her, gathering plates and silverware. "What of it?" David drew the rest of the way back. "Marsh said you wouldn't be back until tomorrow. We thought later today was a possibility." Marsh placed the stack of tableware on the end of the bar, closest to the patio door. "But we didn't want to get your hopes up in case it slipped to tomorrow." Marsh stepped closer, and Levi snaked an arm around his waist. He snuggled into Marsh's side and kissed the hinge of his scruffy jaw. I surprised him too. "Gross, no." David covered his face again. "I don't want to know." Chuckling, Levi lightly grasped one of his son's wrists and drew it down. David opened one eye, peeking for safety, and, judging the coast clear, lowered his other hand and opened that eye too. "Go set the table outside," Levi told him. "Your other grandparents will be here shortly, and take Taco with you so Camilla can actually get into the oven." David spun the direction of the oven, nose finally getting the better of him. "Is there breakfast casserole in there?" Levi used the wrist still in his to redirect him. "You, Taco, outside, go." He sighed dramatically. "It's like you don't even want to see me." Nothing could be further from the truth. He drew David close and dropped a kiss on his head. "I've been down here an hour, waiting to hug you. 2 weeks, if we're counting." "I know." He leaned into Levi, another brief hug, before rotating toward the end of the bar with the dishes. "I'm just giving you shit." "Language!" Levi and Marsh corrected together. They were summarily ignored, that much was usual. Once he was outside, Irina stood and refilled her and Levi's mugs of tea from the French press. "Is you being home early a good or bad sign?" "Good. We had some breaks go our way." "Because you were damn good at your job." Marsh squeezed his shoulders and kissed his temple, then circled behind the island to retrieve a bowl of fruit salad from the fridge. "What do you need us to do today?" Camilla asked as she removed the breakfast casserole from the oven and placed it on a trivet beside the fruit salad on the island. "Continue distracting him," Levi said with a head tilt David's direction. "And my parents. They know I'm an agent, and Dad was career military, but I think they're still rattled from our mad dash out of here." During each check-in call Levi had had with them, there'd been a wobble of worry in his mom's too many words and concern in his dad's too few words, even for the quiet man he was. "I have a list of things I want to see in town," Irina said before a smirk turned up one corner of her mouth. "Starting with Coronado." "Top of my list, too," Camilla said. "Our boy had to go and join the army." She hip-checked Marsh out of the way of the serving spoon drawer. "Couldn't do the nice thing for his mothers and join the Navy." "Hey!" Marsh pointed a spoon at Irina. "The army got you bracks." Levi laughed, their humorous back-and-forth something he would never tire of. Would amuse the heck out of his parents, too. "Mom and Dad were born and raised in San Diego. If it's on your list, they'll make it happen." Right on time, the doorbell rang. That'll be the military prompt San Diegans now. He headed toward the door, momentarily waylaid by Marsh, who stole a kiss. The bell had just rung again when Levi opened the door to his parents. "Hey, Mom and Dad." Margaret didn't say anything, just threw herself into his arms and hugged him tight. He returned the embrace, reminded again how lucky he was to be home, and have such loving, understanding parents. He patted his mom's back. Thank you for rolling with things the past few weeks. I know it wasn't easy. Beside them, his dad clasped his shoulder.
You've rolled with things your whole life, son. It was our turn.
His mom leaned back and wiped her eyes. Everything's good now. Then swept her thumbs under his eyes. When the bags there didn't magically disappear, a divot formed between her brows. You look like you haven't slept. I've still got some catching up to do. And I'll make sure he does. Marsh joined them in the great room and hugged Margaret while Levi gave his dad a hug too. But are things good? She asked Marsh too.
Truly?
Getting there on the work front. He hugged Tom next, then drew Levi to his side again, an arm over his shoulders while Levi looped one around his waist. But here, Marsh said, we're good and happy to be home. Levi's mom smiled, relief audible in her sigh and visible in her frame that released its worried tension. And then her nose twitched, so much like David's that Levi laughed out loud. She swatted him for it. What is that smell? It's absolutely divine.
My mom's breakfast casserole.
Marsh untangled himself from Levi's hold, only to slip an arm through the crook of Margaret's elbow and aim her toward the kitchen.
Come on, let me introduce you.
Levi trailed behind at a slower pace with his father. You mind playing tour guide today? Tom shook his head.
Not at all. You know I love showing folks around town. Will Connor be with us?
Levi nodded. His family had become familiar with the Madigan Guard during the hide-in at Liz's mansion, which was good. They knew and trusted him. But his presence still spun a thread of doubt his dad couldn't shake.
Are things really getting there?
We've made headway, Levi told him. We'll know a lot more after tonight.
You need David to stay with us?
It wasn't a bad idea, depending on how the op went.
Thank you. We should be back home tonight, but we'll keep you posted.
There was raucous laughter from the kitchen just as they neared the gate. Fair warning, David comes with 2 more grandmas now. Tom snickered.
I kept your mother from murdering her sister for 2 weeks. I think I can handle it.
Chapter 20. Marsh had been right. Aunt Liz was the queen of Rancho Santa Fe, and she knew everything there was to know about Representative Anthony's donor event. The food and drinks on the menu, the guests and local celebrities invited, and, most importantly, the floor plan of the house where the event was being held less than a mile away. Marsh glanced at the time on his computer screen. In less than an hour, too. Okay, let's go through it one more time, Levi said from the head of Liz's monster dining table. She'd also graciously let them use her home as a staging area for tonight's operation. Sutton and Charlie will coordinate central from here, Marsh said. Matt and Cam will be a block away with a field team in case reinforcements are needed. Levi, Farmer, Julia, and I will be listening in from a mock catering van outside the target location. Hawes, Marsh nodded to the eldest Madigan across the table, netted an invite to the event and will escort Catherine. Hawes tapped the pride pin on his suit jacket lapel, and the tiny bug inside transmitted video and audio to Marsh's laptop. Reading loud and clear. How are you selling this? Sutton asked Hawes. If Levi's aunt's politics didn't align, yours certainly don't. Your family publicly funds LGBTQ teen shelters and causes. Hawes counted off on his fingers. We're also small business owners, high net worth, and politically active on veterans affairs, which we already know Anthony intends to make a platform issue. He wriggled a 4th finger, his pinky. Opposition research. If the congressman really wants to push me. Marsh didn't think anyone in their right mind would push Hawes Madigan, And if someone was too oblivious to pick up on the assassin's "don't push me" signals, then there was no help for them. Right, Levi said, reaching the same conclusion. Carry on, Marsh. Hawes will make an excuse to speak to Anthony so Catherine can speak to Charles alone. Catherine will tell Charles she's reopened channels with the Bratva, and that she took receipt of a shipment of weapons the Hagans are transporting. The Bratva expect to receive the shipment on this end Thursday, so they can deliver it to the cartel in exchange for women and drugs, which the Bratva will split with EC. How is she paid? Charlie asked from her seat beside Sutton.
NFTs, Farmer replied. She can show her uncle the accounts and activity. I set all that up with Frederick. Looks like laundering business as usual. Just a different currency, so to speak.
What if Charles contacts the Hagans? Julia said. They were his contacts originally.
They'll tell him they're transporting goods for EC, Marsh said. Which is true. What neither of them know is we're following the transport too.
What'd we miss? Levi said, his gaze roving the table. At the other end, Julia let loose a rare smile. The part where we nail these assholes to the wall. Her sentiment was echoed with "hear, hear" all around the table. Once they settled again, Cam leaned back in his chair to look around Sutton to Charlie. Catherine's ready with this plan? She nodded. Coach her on the flight down and again this morning. She'll stay in line, Hawes said, and Marsh believed that yes, he'd keep her that way. Last thing, Levi said, drawing everyone's attention back to him. We need to decide whether to arrest Catherine at the party or after.
I vote after, Marsh said.
Explain.
We all want to stop Anthony because God help us if more bigots like him come to power. The hears in agreement were much less cheerful this time. Most, if not everyone, at the table directly affected by said bigotry. But I'm pretty sure we're close to getting the goods on Anthony, too, with the Hudson investigation. He waited for nods from Matt, Cam, Will, and Alyssa, the team working that angle with him, then swung his gaze back to Levi. Charles was the focus of the criminal trafficking investigation before we even knew Stuart Anthony was involved. Let's not risk spooking Charles or cratering the case when we're so close to wrapping it. You want to catch him in the act? Levi said. Marsh nodded. He wanted these assholes, all of them, behind bars for good. We do that, we make the case against Charles solid, same as we did with the case against Catherine. Then we spring the news on Anthony when we really need him reeling. Which will force him to do something stupid that seals his case too, Matt said. Bingo, Marsh said with a slap to the table, then considered his choice of word. A lot had changed in a few short weeks. I might actually like that word again. Levi chuckled. You had a thing against bingo? I kept getting bad prizes. I think your bad luck bingo might be changing, Julia said, then with a clap, stood. Let's do this. Everyone hopped into action, including Levi, who was halfway across the massive marble foyer before Marsh caught up with him. Hey, where are you going? To make sure the other person we're depending on is ready to sell this too. Marsh's heart raced the good way. It was something special, working with the person he loved and also admired the hell out of. Confidence and competence in a gorgeous package. Wearing his ring. Hand around Levi's biceps, Marsh drew him close enough to steal a kiss. Smartest man I know. Thank you, Levi said with a smile he wore the rest of the way across the foyer, Marsh at his side. They stopped at the doorway of Levi's uncle's study. Catherine stood by the bay window, dressed the part in an off-the-shoulder navy cocktail dress, hair swept up and pinned with a clip where another bug was hidden. But despite her stylish appearance, her posture was anything but party-ready. Her shoulders slumped, chin lowered, and arms crossed protectively over her chest.
While Marsh had seen her angry in defeat, he couldn't ever recall seeing her deflated like this. Marsh hung back, shoulder against the door jamb, while Levi stepped farther into the room. He stood next to Catherine in front of the window, the two of them seeming to watch the water dancing in the fountain outside. The one, Levi's cousin, had been married in front of a few short weeks ago. Levi was giving Catherine time to pull her shield back up, and when she didn't, he spoke to her quietly, but loud enough for Marsh to still hear. "He's not going to believe you if you walk in there looking like that." She cast him a weak side-eye. "Are you breaking out the petty again?" "No, just the honesty." He turned his back to the view and rested on the windowsill, directly in her line of sight. "What happened to stealing his empire and running it from behind bars?" "Are you encouraging me to do crime, Agent Bishop?" she asked, a slight smirk in her voice. She was coming around to him. "Nope. I fully intend to shut this operation down for good." Levi stretched his legs out in front of him, just to Catherine's right, and leaned a shoulder against the window casing, keeping it casual, like they had become friends over the past week. "You have a chance to do the right thing." She scoffed and glanced past him out the window. He tapped her ankle with his toe and waited for her to look his direction again. "You were different with those friends of yours in London. They liked you. You, Catherine. Do it for that person, for the sake of those friends. Be the person who saves them from the hell your uncle and Stuart would inflict if left to their own devices. Be that queen, not the evil one." Catherine seemed to consider him a moment, then dropped her arms and straightened her back, finally drawing her shield up. But when she looked over her shoulder at Marsh, her eyes remained unguarded, the sincerity in them unexpected. "You're a lucky man." "The luckiest in the world." "I know." Chapter 21. "She's good," Marsh said from beside Levi in the surveillance van. They were watching and listening through Hawes's pride pin and Catherine's hair clip as they worked the crowd at the donor event. The duo easily slipped in and out of conversations, smoothly engaging with Anthony's potential donors, all while making steady progress to where Anthony and Charles were holding court near the center of the room. "She was like this all the way across Europe," Levi said. "She didn't climb the corporate ladder on crimes and nepotism alone. Hawes is good, too." Tonight's Mr. Madigan was not the icy assassin Levi had seen interact with Remy and Catherine, nor the reserved strategist from their pre-op meetings. Tonight, he was warm and inviting, closer to the man who'd called Levi family and opened the family home to him. "His grandparents were major players in San Francisco, legit and otherwise," Marsh said. "Hawes watched and learned, and was ready to take over both aspects of the business. He plays better with others than Helena, who plays better with knives, and Holt would rather play with his computers, so—" He gestured at the screen, where a smiling Hawes was shaking hands with an older gentleman. Levi chuckled. "Makes sense when you put it that way." They continued to watch Hawes and Catherine close in on their targets. Charles spied his niece first, the moment obvious. He and Anthony were speaking to a couple about water shortages in drought-prone areas, Charles's accented voice distinctive, when he stopped mid-sentence, startled silent. Anthony noticed the abrupt halt and begged the potential donor's forgiveness. "Charles, what?" His gaze tracked the direction of Charles's, his words likewise dying when the crowd parted for Catherine and Hawes to approach. "Showtime," Marsh murmured. Hawes hung back and let Catherine lead. Her bearing, her smile, the warmth she so expertly faked was chilling. She leaned forward and kissed her uncle's cheeks. "Uncle Charles, it's so good to see you." Anthony recovered faster, his game face in peak performance mode tonight. "Cat, what a lovely surprise!" He returned the cheek kiss she offered,
and while close, whispered in her ear. "And since everyone was searched at the door, I know we're safe tonight." He leaned back and smiled the smile of a politician out for every vote.
"I'm sorry we didn't get to spend more time together last week."
Catherine, to her credit, didn't miss a beat. "I'm sorry, too. We're all so busy. Any time with family is a gift. This opportunity presented itself, and I couldn't say no to seeing you both again." Charles finally found his words.
"Catherine, I thought you were—"
"In San Francisco." Hawes stepped to her side, hand extended to Charles first.
"Hawes Madigan."
Then to Anthony.
"Catherine and I had mutual interest in being here tonight, so I made it happen."
Charles remained circumspect, clearly knowing something of the Madigans. Anthony, too, though his approach was more direct. "I must say, Mr. Madigan, when I saw your name on the guest list, I was surprised. Even more surprised to learn Catherine was your +1. His gaze flickered to the pride pin, and thinly veiled contempt flared in his eyes. A straight person probably wouldn't recognize it. A queer person would. Levi did. So did Marsh, judging by the tension that visibly rippled through him, settling in his too tight shoulders. Levi laid a hand on his thigh, while on screen, Anthony continued to needle Hawes.
"Where's your husband?"
"At the Giants game with his niece and nephew," Hawes answered, perfectly pleasant. How he kept the coolness out of his voice, Levi would never know.
"What sort of mutual interests brought you here?"
Charles asked, maneuvering more carefully around this newest piece on the board.
"Representative Anthony made Veterans Affairs a centerpiece of his last campaign," Hawes explained. "Our family has a vested interest, especially as it concerns PTSD and mental health."
Contempt fled Anthony's eyes, dollar signs flashing there instead. Fucking asshole. "Our veterans face so many challenges after discharge, re-entering the workforce at the top of that list," Marsh cursed. "Always the almighty dollar. When I got out, I just wanted to sleep through the night." Dual amens echoed behind them, Julia and Farmer, the other two vets in the van, sharing Marsh's sentiment.
"Stuart," Catherine said, "do you mind if I have a word in private with my uncle?"
She played the role of doting niece to perfection. Could Anthony really say no in a crowd full of people without raising suspicions? Charles seemed to recognize the same, saving Anthony the trouble with a nod.
"Mr. Madigan,"
Anthony gestured toward the nearest bar.
"Let's grab a drink and chat further."
The crowd swallowed them up, and moments later, the right side of Marsh's laptop screen went fuzzy.
"We lost Madigan,"
Sutton radioed from command.
"Audio and video were cut."
"Stay on Catherine," Marsh said.
"Hawes can take care of himself."
He closed the right half of the split screen so Catherine's feed was the only one visible. Levi spun half around in his chair.
"See if you can restore Hawes's feed,"
he said to Farmer. The cyber agent nodded, and Levi rotated back in time to see Charles and Catherine in what looked like a parlor room.
"What happened to your pet FBI agent?"
Charles snapped. The view from Catherine's hairpin tilted up, indicating her face had too, Charles looming over her, but Catherine held her ground.
"I decided Hawes was a better bet."
"Better bet for what?"
His voice dripped with judgment, only the lowest grades for his traitorous niece.
"For connecting me to the Bratva. The Madigans are tight with Remy Park."
Charles jerked upright, and his eyes went wide.
"The Bratva's West Coast gunrunner?"
"Yes."
His brows pinched together, a divot forming, worry evident. For himself and his game, if Levi had to guess. Not for Catherine.
"What have you done?"
"I arranged transport of a supply of weapons that will arrive here tomorrow. Remy will meet the shipment and take them the rest of the way across the border in exchange for women and drugs, which we will get a share of.
With what money did you make this deal? A question, not a rejection. A little less judgment in his voice. She'd piqued his interest.
ECs, she admitted. Accounts the feds didn't know about, that you didn't know about.
Before he could question or object, she carried on.
I used the money to purchase non-fungible tokens, which we will also be paid in. We will then turn around and use those NFTs to buy tangible property that after a reasonable time we'll sell and cash out for the currency of our choice.
Sounds like you have everything worked out. He crossed his arms and rested on the arm of a leather wingback chair. What do you need me for?
She turned her head, momentarily looking away from Charles. Her sigh, though, was heavy and audible. I didn't just decide Hawes was a better bet.
The Fed turned on you, Charles surmised.
He went back to his husband last night. Hawes can't keep me out of cuffs forever.
She returned her gaze to Charles.
I can't be sure I'll be there to meet Remy on Thursday night, but you can be.
He scoffed.
Ha! Why should I trust you? You tried to kill me, Stuart, and your brother.
She didn't take the bait. Instead, she opened her clutch, withdrew her phone, and tapped the screen a few times. She turned it around for Charles to see. The funds flow traffic Marsh, Farmer, and Frederick had constructed on screen.
The money is moving.
She drew the phone back, closed that window, and opened a tracking app. Showed Charles that too, the red dot outside of Paso Robles.
So are the goods.
Charles shook his head.
I can't risk this right now.
Can you risk turning it down?
She asked, urgency lacing her words.
The folks out there may not be talking about what happened last weekend in Salzburg, but how many of our European contacts and routes are closed now? I've made this connection. I've made others already too. We can shore things up.
Charles's gaze drifted over her shoulder, the direction of the party, and Catherine took a step closer, blocking his sightlines and forcing his attention, a more aggressive version of the move Levi had used on her earlier at his aunt's.
Is Stuart a sure thing?
She asked Charles.
After that press conference yesterday, do you want the spotlight he brings? Or do you want the Bratva connection reestablished? This, she gestured with her phone, is a sure thing. This is how you win the game, with or without Stuart.
Charles didn't dismiss it. Head tilted, he considered his niece, the earlier judgment gone, replaced by genuine interest and an undeniable glint of pride.
What's in it for you, bringing this to me?
Your family.
She inched another step closer and laid a hand on his forearm.
This business has always been family. It's ours. We worked our asses off for it, and the last thing I want is for the feds to destroy it.
A slow grin spread across his face.
There's my cat.
Yes, there she was, and Levi's stomach sank. He'd learned a long time ago to believe people when they told you who they were. And Catherine had done just that, to her uncle and to them. Charles had bought it because there was no lie there to buy, only the truth. Catherine was prepared to fight, all of them, which meant none of them were safe. Chapter 22. Head down, texting David as he stepped through the door of his bureau war room, Levi nearly stumbled at the round of applause that greeted him. He jerked his gaze up, taking in the packed room and boxes of donuts on the table. He glanced at his husband in the chair closest to the door. "What's this?" he asked Marsh before eyeing the table full of colleagues again. "We were all together yesterday at Aunt Liz's place." "Yes,"
Julia said. "But this is your first official day back at the office." She flashed him a warm smile, same as everyone else around the table. "Welcome back, Agent Bishop." The sudden lump in Levi's throat trapped his words there. Marsh snagged his hand and gave it a squeeze, gave him the strength to accept he had a place with Marsh and at the Bureau. Still, his colleagues had had his back this past month, longer even, and they cared about him as more than just a coworker. They respected him too, and that meant everything. He stepped the rest of the way into the room and lowered himself into the chair beside Marsh. "Thank you all for helping to make this happen. The case is officially yours again," Julia said, then jutted her chin at the donuts. "You also get first dibs." "For the record," Cam said, "I didn't agree to that part." Matt swatted his friend and former partner. "Of course you didn't. You always gotta get the first Dunkin'." "What part of Boston?" Cam gestured at himself. "Did you not understand?" Levi laughed the rest of the lump in his throat away. "All right, someone pass me a blueberry glazed and let's play this next part out." Boxes were opened, donuts descended upon, and once everyone was settled with their fried dough of choice, Charlie kicked them off. "Catherine is in custody." "Quietly, as we agreed," Sutton added. She made her one phone call to Charles. He, in turn, reached out to the Hagans, Marsh reported. Then to an attorney for Catherine. "He was smart enough not to ask for my sister," Hawes said as he tore his strawberry-frosted donut into bite-sized pieces. Levi bit back a smile, remembering the same reflex action from when David was a toddler, even if it was food for himself. "Remy still on track for arrival?" Marsh asked. "She's flying down from Seattle tonight." He munched on a bite. "We'll be at the Hagen facility in Poway tomorrow after hours. Victoria and Avery have been following the shipment. They'll front as Remy's crew, then deliver the weapons into your custody." Levi set his remaining half donut aside and confessed the truth he, none of them, could escape, especially after Catherine's pitch to Charles last night. "It seems too easy." Relief crested like a wave around the table and crashed beside him, Marsh letting out a giant exhale. "Thank fuck someone else said it." Julia chuckled. "Which is why we have to be prepared for it to go sideways. Likely scenarios." "Charles is a no-show," Will said. "He either changes his mind or directs the Hagen transport elsewhere." "We'll know on the latter," Hawes said. "And if he bails on the Bratva, he's a fool." "And if he tries to flee," Sutton said, "he's on the TSA watch list." "We also left eyes on Anthony's rental," Farmer said. "Where Charles is also staying, we'll know if he detours." Julia nodded, seemingly satisfied with the guardrails for the scenarios suggested. "Next, Remy brings in someone else she trusts to actually take the weapons," Cam threw out. Alyssa swerved a slightly different direction. "Or Charles brings in someone to rip them off." All were scenarios Levi and Marsh had considered last night when reviewing area maps. "We've got several nearby retail lots we can stage in." Pushing to his feet, he nodded to Marsh, who displayed the maps they'd worked up on the conference room screens. "Once the weapons are confirmed on site, we'll set up roadblocks here, here, and here." He pointed to choke points on Community, Stowe, and the Scripps Poway Parkway. Alyssa stood and approached the other side of the screen, tapping the SPP roadblock. "If they get past this one and onto the 15, it's a straight shot to the 805 in the border." "We'll alert Border Patrol as well," Sutton said. "Any others?" Julia said. Levi stepped away from the screen and leaned against the back of his chair. "Catherine engineers the ripoff." Marsh rotated his direction. "The wild card." He nodded. "It's a more likely scenario than Charles or Remy, and she told us as much last night. I don't think she was lying about the 'we can't let the feds take this' part. Take her at face value on that. The lie in what she told Charles was the we. She won't let anyone win but her.
"We'll lob a call into Wagner, Ross, and Binney," Marsh said. "Have them go back through her Salzburg to London contacts, see if there's movement anywhere."
"There will be." Levi glanced again at the screen. "Containment plan still applies." Then grimaced. "With Catherine, though, the need to keep things discreet does not."
"Downer," Marsh grumbled.
"We gotta be prepared," Julia said, "including worst-case scenarios." Marsh leaned back in his chair, the springs squeaking.
"Hey, can't be as bad as watching a building come down on our friends, right?"
"Or," Cam said as he reached for the leftover Boston cream donut, "having the man you love kidnapped right out from under your nose with only donuts left behind." Hawes rubbed a hand over his chest.
"Or having to shoot the man you love and push him into the bay."
"Sorry, y'all," Charlie said with a raised hand. "I got this one. Serial killer who thinks I'm Lady Macbeth and tries to murder me in front of my sister on the bridge where our mother died."
"Oof," Farmer said. "I think we have a winner."
"Or..." Sutton spoke quietly, eyes on no one, as he threaded a finger under his shirt collar and withdrew a thin silver chain, idly weaving it through his fingers.
"Letting the man you love go to jail for a crime he didn't commit, so you can keep your shiny brass badge."
The table was quiet, almost long enough to be awkward, but their Boston visitor saved them, reaching forward to shove the Duncan box Sutton's direction. "You win the last donut prize." Even Sutton chuckled at that, as did the rest of the table, the tension dissipating. "You see what you did, Agent Bishop?" Julia said. "Bringing all this bad luck up in here?" He glanced to his left, to the handsome cowboy who met his eyes. Bad luck, maybe, but with a heaping side of love and hope. And friends aplenty, where just weeks ago, even in his own office and around his own family, loneliness dominated. Worth it. Chapter 23. "So, Levi, what's after this case for you?" Cam took another swig from his bottle of Imperial Stout, casual-like, not like he'd just plucked from Marsh's head the question that had been swirling at the back of it all day, ever since Levi had strode back into the Bureau war room. Once he'd gotten over his initial surprise, he'd settled right back in like he belonged there. Julia balled up a napkin and threw it at the San Francisco ASAC. "Stop trying to steal my best agent." "Hey," Marsh protested in time with Matt's, "what about the rest of us?" Levi just laughed and sipped his IPA. He was snuggled against Marsh's side, the two of them tucked into the corner of one of the outside lounge areas at Pacific Heights Brewing. "Marsh will back my play, won't you?" Cam cajoled. "Your best friend lives in San Francisco. Wouldn't you love to be in the same city as him?" "He does, and I would. But even so, you want us to give up this perfectly gorgeous July weather?" He gestured vaguely with his own bottle at their surroundings, a very pleasant 70-something degrees at 9 o'clock at night. "For cold summer fog?" Marsh shook his head. "Nope, not even for Brax." Cam pretended to sulk until Matt knocked him sideways with his shoulder, their laughter contagious. Their chuckling server dropped off a second round of appetizers, and it was only after they demolished most of the food that Sutton picked up the thread again. Not surprising, as he was frequently on the Bureau's hiring team, his assessment of folks rarely wrong. See Charlie, who made an excellent agent. "But seriously, Levi, where do you see your career with the Bureau going?" Levi's body against Marsh's remained relaxed, a good sign. A month ago, he would have tensed, worried about his job and keeping a roof over his and David's heads. Marsh would be forever grateful he'd had the opportunity to take that stress off Levi's shoulders. "I need to be home with my son more," Levi said. "It was a rough 2 years after his mom died. He's doing better now, but I don't want him to backslide. while we're not watching. Hearing Levi say we when discussing their future, parenting David together, would never get old. Marsh was happily rolling around in those fields when Julia knocked him and Levi for another loop. "I need an ASAC," she said. "I wouldn't make a good ASAC," Levi replied. Marsh opened his mouth to object, but Levi was already offering up another option. "Matt would make a better political player. He's better at hiding the ball when he needs to." "Sorry, bro," Matt said as he finished the last bite of dirty fries. "I put in a transfer request to LA last week." "Like that," Levi said, though he didn't seem half as surprised as Marsh, who gasped, "What?" "I've got family there," Matt explained. "This case has made me realize I should spend more time with them." His last words were barely audible over the fighter jet that thundered overhead. "And those fucking things are driving me fucking nuts. It's 9 at night, for fuck's sake." Levi snickered. "I'll miss you, but I knew that day at Sealoam that you probably weren't going to make it here. You're not the first friend those planes have chased off." Marsh didn't miss how Levi snuggled closer. He tipped his head to whisper in his husband's ear, "You don't have to worry about me in the planes." The first jet's wingman zoomed overhead, distracting everyone else, while Levi gazed at him with that soft, unguarded smile that made Marsh's heart race. "Knew that too that first night you stayed at our place. You just fit here." He clasped Marsh's free hand and threaded their fingers together. "And with us." While they'd been making heart eyes at each other, their colleagues had apparently been plotting the hard sell. "You'd make a great ASAC, Levi," Sutton said. "You've got the tactical mind for it, and you can make trafficking even more of a focal point for the office, which organized crimes will not complain about." "Everyone in the office looks up to you," Matt said, followed by Cam's, "They couldn't stop asking about you until you were back." Julia swooped in for the close. "And it's a desk job." "You haven't been at your desk much lately," Levi countered. "My fault," Marsh admitted. "But before this case, she was. Mostly." "I'm not saying to ignore the private sector," Julia said. "Feel it out, but just know the Bureau, our office, and I would hate to lose you." Levi quietly sipped his beer, considering, while Sutton shifted his attention to Marsh. "What about you?" Marsh suspected Sutton cared less about him than Levi as a long-term Bureau asset, but he was smart enough to rope Marsh into helping sell Levi on the ASAC position. Marsh didn't object to the idea or to being used in this case. He couldn't imagine a place where he'd be happier, at home with Levi and David, and in the office with Levi, Julia, and colleagues he respected and enjoyed working with. "I'd like to make the transfer to San Diego official, work the cyber unit. Also, a desk job so I can be there for David too, train Farmer up some more. Given my age and years of service, I'll get to retire before Levi." Julia scoffed. "Can you really tear yourself away from the computer, nerd?" Arm around Levi's shoulders, he squeezed him closer and made very public heart eyes at his husband. "The better question is, can I tear myself away from coming into work each day with this one?" The groans and napkin baseballs were the hilarity he was after, as were Julia's smile and words. "Of course, you can make the transfer official, and stay as long as you want to." Levi shifted in his arms, angling to look at him again. "What would you do if you retired? David's going to be out of the house by then, and I'll be at work all day." He shrugged. "Always wanted to learn to surf." More napkins sailed his direction. "And on that note," Cam said as he stood, "I'm going to go call my workaholic husband." Matt rose beside him. "And I promised Gail I'd swing by tonight." "She doing okay?" Levi asked. "She's good," Matt said with a sly grin. Marsh didn't ask how that was going to work with him in L.A., Granted, it wasn't far between the two cities, but neither of their jobs were conducive to long distance.
"We need to go back to the office and check in on Catherine," Sutton said to Julia as they rose too. "I'll flag down the server for the check." Marsh waved his hand. "We've got it."
"Fine, but don't stay too long," Julia said, splitting a look between them. "Big day tomorrow."
"Roger that, Eagle."
"What will you do all day?" Levi asked once the others were gone.
"Besides, surf."
He lowered his voice and whispered in Levi's ear.
"Whatever you need, baby."
He dropped a kiss behind the lobe, then another on the hinge of Levi's jaw, loving the shiver that rippled through Levi's body against his, loving the goosebumps that lifted on Levi's skin and tickled his lips where he trailed them down his neck.
"Whatever will make you happy when you come home from work each day."
Using the hand still tangled with his, Levi laid them on Marsh's thigh, high enough to almost be indecent. His gravelly voice was over the line.
"So, you're going to be cooking naked in the kitchen every day?"
"Apron." He inched their hands higher and flicked his gaze to where his cock was starting to take notice.
"To cover the sensitive bits."
Levi's splayed fingers ventured into indecent territory, his middle finger tracing the ridge of his erection.
"Wouldn't want to hurt those."
"Levi, maybe you'd like to go make out in the parking lot like we both wanted to our first night here."
"Fuck," Marsh groaned. "I wanted you so badly that night."
He nipped the damn earlobe he couldn't get enough of.
"Want you now."
"All you have to do is ask," Levi said, repeating Marsh's own words back to him from that night. "Ask, baby, and I'll give you what you need." "Check!" Marsh practically shouted at the passing server while Levi grabbed his cowboy hat for him. They laughed all the way to the car. Laughter Marsh swallowed when he shoved Levi up against the car door and claimed his mouth. Claimed everything love and life had to promise, all of it wrapped up in the beautiful man in his arms. "I wanted you that night too," Levi panted as Marsh kissed a trail down his throat. "Wanted a kiss, and more." Marsh popped open a shirt button so he could get at the base of Levi's neck, licking into the sensitive divot.
"What else did you want?"
Levi grabbed an ass cheek and hauled him closer, their erections rutting together, their suit pants and boxers thin enough to feel the building heat between them. "Wanted you to manhandle me. Wanted you to take me home, fuck me good and hard, then hold me all night." Marsh reached around him for the door handle. "In the car, now, before you get us arrested and we can't run the op tomorrow." Levi feigned surprise with such a David-like, "Me?" that Marsh laughed out loud. But then real surprise flitted over Levi's face when Marsh's phone rang. Marsh stepped back far enough to dig his phone out of his pocket. Wagner's name lit up the screen. "This hour for them?" Levi said. "That can't be good." Levi wasn't wrong. Marsh stepped the rest of the way out of his arms and answered the call, phone to his ear. "Wags, give me and Levi 2 seconds to get in the car." He grabbed his hat off the roof where it had fallen from Levi's head, circled the front of the RX, and slid into the passenger seat, Levi locking the doors as soon as Marsh shut his. Marsh tossed his hat in the back and flipped the phone to speaker. "What do you got?" "I'm here with Ross and Benny." The other 2 agents said their hellos, and by the tone of each, Marsh already knew the news wasn't good. His and Levi's night was now headed in a different direction than it had been moments ago. "We've got movement on Sinclair. Catherine's contact from the train." "According to RJ," Benny said, "they've set up a half-dozen NFT trading accounts over the weekend." "Expecting an influx of currency," Levi surmised.
"They've also reached out to their Balkan contacts in Vienna," Ross said. "Let them know a shipment of cocaine is incoming from Mexico."
"We've got the op on our end here tomorrow," Marsh told them. But there's not actually supposed to be anyone on scene from the cartel. The weapons are supposed to go from Bratva hands into the bureaus. Someone, Levi said, translation, Catherine, made other plans.
Catherine, Marsh said for the benefit of their colleagues on the other end of the line. Anything else?
We're still digging, Benny said. If we get an ID on the cartel contact, we'll let you know.
Thank you, and good work, Marsh said before ending the call.
We have to call the team back in.
Beside him, Levi closed his eyes and rested his head back.
Fuck. I knew it after last night. I knew she was up to something. She can't let it go.
You were right. Marsh laid a hand on his thigh. You know her better than any of us. Do we go to her now, or just let it play out?
Why would she help us? What does she gain by cooperating?
He shook his head.
Nothing. Worst case scenario is in play.
Marsh inhaled, forcing back any panic, convincing himself there was no reason for it. We're ready. He squeezed Levi's thigh, needing to convince him too. Our team is ready. We've got this. This ends for Ader Capital tomorrow.
Chapter 24. The team had backed their play not to question Catherine again. She had zero incentive to cooperate at this point. There'd be no way to know if she was lying or telling the truth, and they didn't have time to waste figuring it out. They'd gotten what they were going to out of her, and with the additional information Marsh's Legat team had supplied over the past 24 hours, they had a short list of likely cartel contacts who might be on the scene later. In any event, whatever information Catherine could have given them, and likely wouldn't have, also wouldn't fundamentally change the operation, which was in progress, and so far, all quiet. This time of early morning, there was very little traffic in this industrial area of Poway, a suburb northeast of San Diego proper, a short 7 minutes from Levi's neighborhood. An occasional car would speed down Community, cutting from one residential side of town to the other, but that had dwindled to only one in the past 90 minutes.
Delta, Echo, Foxtrot, report, Levi said.
Julia, Sutton, and Charlie each radioed, clear, over the comms, from their respective locations in parking lots near the choke points Levi and Marsh had previously identified. In addition to the 3 perimeter teams, there were also 3 teams in the immediate vicinity of the Hagen transport facility.
Charlie team, report, Levi prompted.
All clear from up here, Matt replied. He and his team had a south side view of the building from across the street and up a steep embankment.
Bravo team, report.
Clear, Cam radioed from his team's position across the street to the east, fanned out among the sports fields of the local park, using the fence protectors for cover.
Alpha team clear,
Levi finished from his and Marsh's team's position on the roof of a warehouse building directly behind the Hagen facility, overlooking the loading docks and parking lot. Beside him, Marsh checked the tracking app on his comms tablet.
Transport is 20 minutes out.
As if on cue, the door on the shortest of the 4 loading dock bays began to slowly roll up.
Looks like the lone stranger inside got the same message.
Levi lifted high-res night vision goggles to his eyes.
Bay door opening,
he reported to the teams. He spotted legs inside and to the right of the door.
One individual, control, be prepared for facial recognition in 3, 2, 1.
He clicked and held down the photo capture button on the goggles, hoping he snapped and transmitted enough pictures for Farmer to get an ID in the 10 or so seconds before the person climbed down the metal loading dock ladder and into the single remaining car in the lot.
White male, mid-30s, approximately 5'9", 220 pounds, Farmer said. Bulldog and Semper Fi tattooed on his shoulder. Jarhead.
Marsh and Julia said before Farmer finished getting the word out. The cyber agent chuckled.
Should help narrow down the facial recognition. Search is running.
It took a short 5 minutes to identify the person still in the parking lot, waiting in his car, as a Hagen employee. No record. He was clean. Probably just following his boss's orders for some extra cash. 10 long minutes later, the transport finally arrived. The driver parked the cargo van at the open dock, climbed out, and without so much as a backward glance, hopped into the car with the other employee. A blink later, they were gone, the van left unguarded. "What are you reading for security?" Levi asked Marsh.
Nothing. Whatever they have, it's turned off.
"They don't want anyone to see," Cam said.
Marsh's tablet vibrated with an incoming text from Hawes. He read the message aloud to the rest of the team. "Birds of prey, Remy, Victoria, and Avery, are 2 minutes out. Black X5, traveling south on Community." "Charlie team," Levi said. "That's you."
"We're monitoring,"
Matt confirmed.
"Alpha team," Cam radioed. "We've got potty crashes behind you. Late model sedan, blackout windows, no lights on, riding low, especially the trunk."
Which likely meant at least 4 people inside plus gear.
"Creep in your direction down Stowe, 50 yards.
Levi gestured for Alyssa and Will to take another member of their 6-person team to the other side of the roof to cover their flank.
"X5 spotted,"
Matt radioed.
"Potty crashes have stopped," Cam reported. 35 yards.
"We're clearly not the only ones with eyes on," Marsh said. "Everyone stay sharp."
The X5 swung into the parking lot and backed into a spot across from the van. Remy and Victoria climbed out of the passenger side of the SUV. "Canary and Oracle on the move. Huntress," Avery, "still in the car."
"Makes sense," Marsh said. "She's the best driver of the 3.
Remy and Victoria walked alongside the cargo van, phone flashlights on, inspecting inside the cab and under the body of the vehicle. 2 professionals at work. Detecting nothing out of the ordinary, they climbed the metal steps onto the dock. A moment later, static crackled through the comms, then 2 snaps. 2 pings back from Farmer's End. The bug in the bay was set. Video on Marsh's tablet materialized a moment later. It was dark in the dock bay, but there was enough moonlight to see Remy and Victoria and the back of the cargo van, its fender just below the lip of the short loading dock.
"Ben's just turned onto Stowe from SPP," Julia radioed.
"Penguin,"
Farmer said, referring to Charles.
"That's the car he left the Riddler's,
Anthony's,
place in.
Right on time. "Get the roadblocks in place," Levi told the perimeter teams before asking Cam for status. "Potty crash is still at 35 yards. Levi flicked off his comm. They had a window to steal the truck. They didn't take it. Could Catherine still be angling to kill her uncle? You said it yourself. Discreet goes out the window with her. They could also be with Charles. Either way, looks like they're waiting until after to rip off the shipment. From the Bratva, how does that make any sense if Catherine or Charles wanted to reopen those lines? It doesn't. So they either know we're on them or they don't care. Fuck. Levi flipped his comm back on. Everyone on your toes. This could get ugly.
Are we sure the facility is empty?
Marsh queried. We tracked Apaches, Cam said. All accounted for now that the last one left.
Confirmed, Farmer said. Drone detected no other heat signatures inside.
The Benz pulled into the lot. Potty crashes on the move, Cam said. 25 yards, and stopped again. How? Levi started as Charles slammed the car door. The car. Check the Benz for signals.
Already on it,
Marsh said as he worked the tablet. Meanwhile, through the loading dock bug, Remy was squaring off with Charles. The picture was grainy and dim, but good enough for evidence purposes, and the audio loud and clear. A little warning would have been nice, she said. You're lucky I didn't shoot you. Why didn't you? Charles asked, the same skeptical tone he'd greeted Hawes with at the party Tuesday.
He clearly wasn't in the habit of taking things at face value. Catherine warned me it could be a possibility. Especially his niece. The Fed turned on her, like I warned. Remy took 2 steps back, both hands raised. Maybe we should just call this whole thing off then.
If that's what you want.
He gestured at the cargo van.
I'm happy to take these off your hands.
The party crashers are his, Levi surmised. Marsh nodded.
Maybe Catherine was wrong about her uncle's desire to reestablish lines with the Brodva, or he just wanted to stick it to her as much as she did to him.
Either way, Julia said, we're prepared. So was Remy for such an argument. They're not yours to take. You're just the trafficker.
And you, my dear,
Charles said with a sneer,
are just a gun runner. I fail to see the difference.
I'm happy to call my boss if you need him to explain exactly what I am to him. Matt whistled low over the comm. The juice. He wasn't wrong, and Charles was smart enough to recognize it too, backing down.
That won't be necessary.
Good. Any trouble on the road?
None reported.
I'd like to take a look, Remy said with a jut of her chin at the cargo van. Make sure it's all still there.
Of course.
Charles turned to the cargo van doors and punched in the code on the electronic lock. He opened the van doors for Remy. Victoria hung back, keeping a watchful eye on Charles while Remy stepped off the ledge of the dock and into the van beside the stacks of wooden crates branded with winery logos. If they had been stopped on the road, the cargo would have just looked like a cellar transport from one California city to another. Remy withdrew a utility knife from her pocket and quickly opened the lid on the top crate. The row of bottles was expected, each secured in a notched wooden groove. Remy removed the bottles one by one, then the piece of particle board separating the layers. There was no more wine in the crate, only assault rifles, illegal, high-capacity magazines, and ammunition nestled among straw and what looked like bags of prescription drugs, something the cartel would use on the other end to cut their drugs with, or something that could be used to bribe the border guards with if they gave them any trouble.
We got it,
Farmer said over the comm. Remy couldn't hear them, but she too was satisfied well enough with what she saw. She replaced the board, bottles, and lid, then climbed out of the truck, back onto the dock. Very good. She closed the van doors and withdrew her phone. I have the funds ready to transfer. Deposit back to you plus the shipping fee. I just need the account number from you. Charles withdrew his own phone and rattled off one of the account numbers Farmer had fed to Catherine. A moment later, Charles nodded.
Received.
Same, Farmer said. Remy pocketed her phone. We'll be in touch when the return shipment is ready for pickup.
Very good. Please give Dmitri my regards, Charles said. I miss working with him.
The hairs on the back of Levi's neck rose. Just how well did Charles know Dmitri? Well enough to check on the legitimacy of this transport? To learn it wasn't real? If Remy was nervous about it, she didn't let it show. She extended a hand to Charles. This should lead to more work. Then tilted her head toward the van. Keys are in the cab? Charles nodded.
I'll close up here.
Remy and Victoria descended the metal stairs and climbed into the van, the latter behind the wheel, Remy in the passenger seat.
Too easy,
Marsh muttered. Way too easy, Matt echoed. Levi concurred, the hairs on his arms standing on end now, too. Bravo team, report. Patty crash is still in place. Avery cranked the X5 and pulled out of the lot first. Victoria cranked the cargo van, and Levi couldn't lie and say he didn't hold his breath, releasing it only when an explosion didn't follow. She pulled the van away from the dock and turned toward the exit. Levi glanced back at Charles, who was closely watching the departing van, who, as it crossed in front of the Benz, tapped his phone, then slammed shut the cargo bay door. The car. "Everyone get down!" Levi shouted, not bothering to keep his voice low. He threw himself over Marsh just as an explosion lit the night sky, blinding in its intensity, thunderous in the force of the blast, vibrations rocking the nearby buildings, deafening Levi's hearing, and heaving a wave of heat, smoke, and debris in all directions, driving Levi, Marsh, and their team back from the edge of the building they were hiding on. But even through the smoky haze and the ringing in his ears, Levi heard and felt the second explosion, witnessed the fresh flare of red, orange, and yellow painting the night sky through the clouds of smoke filling it. The cargo van. Oh, Hawes Madigan was going to be pissed. "Levi, babe." Two hands framing his face, brown eyes staring into his. His husband. "Are you okay?" Marsh's voice sounded distant, like he was shouting from miles away, not mere inches. "Levi, baby, answer me." "I'm fine." He shook his head, dislodging Marsh's hold and the blast disequilibrium that had momentarily unbalanced him. "Are you? The team?" "I'm fine, we're all fine here, but we need to go." Tires squealed from the direction of the road. Levi found his legs and dashed back to the edge of the building, peering through the smoke. Avery swung the X5 around in the street, leaving it parked at the lot exit, a barricade, as she threw open the door and charged toward the burning van. "Potty crashes on the move," Cam radioed. Levi pressed a hand to his ear, confirming the comm device was still firmly in place. "Bravo team, converge on the party crashers. Charlie team, converge and cover the building exits. The Penguin is in there somewhere. Alpha team converging for recovery." One last glance down, Avery dragging a body from the cab, and then Levi was running for the fire escape the rest of his team was descending. "Delta, Echo, Foxtrot, converge on the target facility," Marsh said as they hit the ground. "Backup needed. No one's bugging out of this one." That was one way to put it, and the right call. Levi clasped his shoulder in thanks, and then they were running again. Levi kept one eye on the burning van, and the other on the sedan spinning out in the intersection ahead, surrounded by Cam's team. The doors were flung open, and 4 people spilled out, shots firing. Levi gestured Will, Alyssa, and one of their other agents ahead. "Provide cover!" They nodded and charged ahead while Levi, Marsh, and 2 others on their team slid through the narrow space in front of the X5. "Friendlies!" Marsh shouted before pulling his windbreaker up over his mouth and nose. The smoke was thick, making Levi's eyes sting and his lungs hurt, but they pressed toward the heat that rippled over his skin like searing waves. "Avery!" Levi hollered, giving up the pretext, their cover no longer necessary. "Where are you?" "Here!" She yelled between racking coughs that did not sound good. They raced toward her voice, found her 10 or so feet from the burning van, dragging an unconscious Remy next to where Victoria was already laid out on the ground. "Get Vic!" Marsh called as he rushed to Avery's side, holding her up with one arm while hefting Remy's frighteningly lifeless body over his shoulder, the formerly pale skin of her arms already mottled with burns. Oh, the Bratva captain was going to be pissed. Levi moved to one side of Victoria, the other agent with them on her other side. They hauled her up between them, a cough and groan from her still mostly Gumby form, welcome noise to Levi's ears. "We've got you. Just hang on." They hustled away from the van and away from the firefight on the street to a dumpster enclosure at the back corner of the lot. "Shut the gate behind us," Levi ordered the other agent. "And keep watch." He leaned Victoria up against the brick corner. "Check her over," he said to Avery, then scooted next to where Marsh had laid Remy out on the ground and had started CPR. He moved next to her head. "I've got this," he told Marsh. "You take chest compressions." They worked together, all the while keeping an ear on the action in the street, all the while worrying that Remy only seemed to get colder to the touch, her body still frighteningly still, but for the breaths he was blowing into her lungs. He glanced at Marsh, who shot the same "we're fucked" glance back at him. Sudden movement from Avery drew Levi's gaze aside. She was pointing at Remy's hand. "Her fingers just moved." His gaze shot back to Remy. He didn't see it. He leaned down, feeling for breath against his face because he sure as fuck wouldn't hear anything faint over the ringing in his ears. 1 beat. 2 beats. And then he felt it. "I've got breaths." Marsh grasped her wrist and closed his eyes, opened them a second later with a nod. "Got a pulse. Weak, but there. I'm going to call in support," Levi said as he shuffled back over to Avery and the other agent. He crouched beside them. "Will you be good here?" Avery flipped a knife over in her hand. "We're good." The agent likewise nodded. Marsh stood beside them, offering Levi a hand up. He didn't let go once Levi was standing. "Are you okay?" he asked. "Breathing? Burns?" "I'm good." Levi squeezed his hand. "You?" Marsh nodded. "All right then. Let's go catch the penguin once and for all."
Chapter 25. Cam was leading point on the party crashers, assisted by Charlie and her team, who had arrived on scene, the two forces swiftly neutralizing the unknown entities. 2 dead, 1 in cuffs, the other fleeing on foot onto the Poway Trail. Julia was leading her team after the runner. She was an avid hiker, probably knew that trail backward and forward. Never mind, she was an excellent tracker. Marsh had no doubt she'd catch them. Sutton's team had also arrived on scene and surrounded the building, freeing up Matt and his team to enter the building and join Marsh and Levi in the hunt for Charles Sanders. "ETA on the drone," Marsh queried Farmer. "Drone is there," Farmer replied. "Can't get a read on heat signatures for the smoke and flames." "Fucking hell." "So we do this the old-fashioned way," Levi said, from the other side of the door where they were crouched, still in the shadow of the loading docks, the main bullpen area, across the threshold. "Matt, anything? Any sightings up front?" "Negative," Matt said. "We're fanned out across the lobby. No sign of him here, or on cursory glance, in the bullpen. Marsh and I are at the back. Grid inspection. Check every office and cubicle. Meet in the middle." "Roger that." Marsh glanced across at Levi, held his gaze a long moment. Then with a nod, they began to systematically work the back rows of the bullpen, checking each desk and cubicle, each office on either end of the rows, until they met Matt's team in the middle of the cavernous space. "He's not on this level," Marsh said. "We're sure he didn't slip out?" Levi asked Matt. "Not that we saw. You said he ran into the building. Visual confirmed that." He held up his phone, the feed from Levi's own goggles before the explosion. "He didn't come out any other point." Levi nodded. "Charlie, any movement from the building outside?" "Negative," she replied. "Upstairs it is, then," Marsh said. They filed into the stairwell, 8 of them, Marsh in the lead. He was reaching for the second-floor door when Levi's "Hold!" echoed up the line. Everyone stilled, no sound, no movement, except the click of the roof door latch a floor up. Levi pointed up, then at the door where Marsh had his grip on the handle, mouthing the words, "Fake it." Marsh nodded and opened the door. He held it open as Levi moved to the front and led the line of agents up the last flight of stairs to the roof door. Marsh let the second-floor door close and fell into position at the back of the line. He gave Levi another nod. Levi tested the roof door. Unlocked. He crouched low and pushed it open slowly. Marsh released the breath he'd been holding when no gunfire greeted them. Levi slipped out through the door, the other agents silently following and fanning out. Marsh was the last to exit, and he closed the door just shy of fully. No click. Charles was nowhere immediately in sight.
Levi signaled for Matt and 2 agents to do a sweep around the stair enclosure. They made quick work of it. No sign of Charles in their immediate vicinity, which meant he was somewhere among or behind the line of HVAC units ahead of them. He flashed Levi 6 fingers, then 2, then 3, reminding him and the team of the setup. 6 units, 2 rows, 3 units each. 3 lines. Marsh mouthed silently, then pointed at the 3 paths, to the left of the units, between them, to the right. Levi and Matt nodded, and the rest of the agents divided and lined up behind them. They started a slow walk toward the other side of the building, carefully checking in and around each unit. Halfway there, Charles darted out from behind the second-to-last unit into the middle aisle, 15 feet in front of Marsh, and fired. "Get down!" Marsh crouched, the bullet that whizzed past barely missing him, thankfully missing the agents behind him who'd immediately heeded his warning. "Suspect armed!" No use keeping quiet, as Charles clearly knew they were there. What he didn't know was the coverage they had on both other sides. He hung left, Levi's direction, and the ensuing gunfire sent Marsh's pulse rocketing into his throat. "Put down your weapon!" Levi called. "Converge!" Marsh whisper-shouted his order, and Matt's team materialized through the units, joining Marsh's, and together they funneled through to back up Levi's. Matt and Marsh darted ahead instead, coming around the back of where Charles had slipped through to Levi's lane. Marsh quickly assessed the scene. 2 agents down, Levi and Charles in a standoff, their weapons trained on each other. Marsh leveled his at the back of Charles's head, Matt beside him, doing the same. Levi's gaze stayed locked on Charles, not giving away Marsh and Matt. "You're outnumbered, Charles. Put down your weapon and surrender. We can make this go easier on you." Charles didn't budge. "I won't become your pawn like my niece." "We're not asking you to," Levi said. "You control your own destiny here. Your play." "My plays were apparently not as well planned as they'd seemed." "The party crashers weren't yours?" Levi asked as Marsh and Matt inched closer. "Or the bomb in the Benz?" He was almost within arm's reach. "Let us take you in. Protective custody." Charles scoffed. "You don't know what those words mean." "It means we'll do everything we can to keep you alive." "What if I don't want to be?" Charles yanked up his gun, pointing it at his own head instead. "I won't be anyone's pawn." Marsh and Matt lunged, the latter at Charles's body, arms wrapped around his middle, pulling him backward, while Marsh ripped the gun from his hand the opposite direction. "Checkmate, motherfucker." Except they weren't the only players on the board. The bullet came out of nowhere, and in the blink of an eye, Charles Sanders' brain was splattered everywhere. Chapter 26. Hair damp, shirt collar unbuttoned, tie hanging loose around his neck, Levi entered the bureau break room and found several of his team similarly trying to pull themselves back together after a too long, too eventful night and early morning. Marsh sat at one of the round tables dressed in jeans and a bureau t-shirt, hands cupped around a steaming mug of coffee. Farmer sat beside him, laptop open, scrolling through what looked like rap sheets for the 2 party crashers in custody. Alyssa stood by the window with her own cup of joe, and Matt stood in front of the open fridge, staring inside, but a million miles away. More likely 20 or so miles to the east, where a bullet a few inches to the left would have left him dead instead of Charles Sanders. A few inches the other direction, and it could have been Marsh. Levi suppressed the shiver that threatened. He'd have to process that later. Matt needed him now. He crossed the room, coasting a hand over Marsh's shoulders as he passed behind him, needing that reassurance, that confirmation he was safe and sound. The shivers backed off, and he made his way to Matt. He gently pried the fridge door from the other agent's grip, pushed it closed, then looped an arm around Matt's shoulders. When he didn't resist, Levi drew him the rest of the way into a hug. Close calls suck. Matt inhaled a shuddery breath as he returned the embrace and returned to the here and now. Every time. When we become numb to them, that's when there's a problem. Levi drew back. You got the number for the employee assistance counselor? Matt nodded. Appointment later today. And don't you ever say again that you wouldn't make a good ASAC. He squeezed his shoulder, then opened the fridge again, this time with purpose, retrieving the half-gallon of milk. You want any of this for your tea? Levi shook his head. Not a London fog kind of morning. He liked black tea occasionally when he needed a stiffer shot of caffeine, but this morning, he glanced at the wall clock, nearly afternoon. He needed calm. Marsh had apparently sensed that already. 2 peppermint tea bags in the mug by the coffee maker. Levi spotted the cup and smiled despite the hell of the past however many hours they'd been awake. A simple gesture that saved his teetering sanity. He filled the mug with hot water and slid into the seat beside Marsh. Thank you. Welcome, Marsh said, with a kiss to his temple. And Matt's right. You'll make a terrific ASAC. He opened his mouth to protest the accuracy and inevitability of that statement, but was cut short by Marsh's phone vibrating on the table. A notification flashed on screen. A text from Julia. Today was a day Levi was happy not to have the ASAC title. Julia, Cam, and Sutton had taken point coordinating last night's operation with local authorities. SDPD and the Sheriff's Department had been notified in advance and had deferred to the Bureau. But once 2 giant fireballs had lit up the night sky, all bets were off. The SACs and ASACs had had to stay on scene after Levi, Marsh, Matt, and the rest of the team had given their statements and left at sunrise. Now, 5+ hours later, Julia and Cam were downtown at SDPD headquarters, while Sutton and Charlie were meeting with the federal prosecutor in advance of Catherine's arraignment this afternoon. No one had slept. No one had gone home. And Julia's message, which Marsh opened and displayed on screen, didn't give Levi much hope for either of those things anytime soon. Anthony press conference, 12:15. Shelter. Marsh cursed, and Matt leaned over his shoulder to read the message. Are you fucking kidding me? He's doing that? Today? Does he want to be shot too? I don't think he's worried about getting shot, Marsh replied, then said to Farmer, Go back through everything we have on Anthony and all his accounts. Look for any unusual activity, anything that connects him to the party crashers or to anyone that's been arrested for explosives-related crimes. Sharpshooters, too? Farmer asked. Yes, Marsh said with a nod. To the extent we have anything that can connect those dots, then cross-reference against all leads on Greg and Amanda. Levi followed, even if it made his stomach sink. You think Anthony arranged the hit? The hit and/or the explosion. That Benz was at Anthony's house. It was rigged. By Charles, to blow up the weapons and the deal. That's what we thought at the time, and maybe that's the case, but what if that's not what Charles was doing on his phone right before the explosion? I'll reach out to evidence, Matt said, heading for the door. Expedite the processing of the activity log from the phone. Alyssa, Marsh said. Let's get a status check on Blaine, too. She nodded and followed Matt out the door. Levi took a sip of his tea and gathered his thoughts, trying to put last night and this new theory into context with everything they knew. This isn't the plan Stefan told you. The plan Stefan knew, Marsh said. But plans change all the time. Catherine told Charles to cut his losses. What if Anthony decided to do the same? He'd gotten what he could out of the Sanderses, same as he had out of Greg and Amanda. Too much of a liability now, so he sent a killer after them.
But aren't they like father and son? Farmer said. Would they really turn on each other that way?
The board can't have two kings, Marsh replied. Kings. Another thought occurred to Levi, but he needed to approach it delicately. Farmer, can you give us the room for a minute?
No problem.
He pushed to his feet, taking his laptop with him.
This will go faster if I'm directly wired.
While he gathered his things, Levi stood and snagged the remote from the wall beside the TV, where it was stuck with a piece of Velcro. He flipped to one of the local news channels, muted it for the time being, then closed the door on his way back to the table. His ass had barely hit the seat when Marsh correctly surmised where his mind had gone. You want to know if it could have been the Madigans. Hawes's feed went out the other night at the party, and Avery disappeared from the scene with Remy and Victoria before EMS arrived. If not for the guns, they'd be at the top of my suspect list too. Levi's surprise must have shown on his face, because Marsh chuckled. You never noticed their absence when you were with them? Now that Levi thought about it, there hadn't been any in the car safe Hawes had accessed that day. None around the house, MCS, or on any of their persons. I didn't think about it then, he admitted. And if I had, I would have assumed they were locked up because of the kids. No, Marsh said. They're not there at all. Long story, but it ended with a firm no guns policy. Huh. He sat back in his chair and raked a hand through his hair. So, not the Madigans. Probably not the Bratva either. You see how I got to Anthony? I do, he said with a nod. But we need to eliminate another possibility first. Catherine. Chapter 27. Levi navigated the RX through every shortcut to downtown his 38 years in San Diego had taught him. All the while, Anthony's press conference played from Marsh's phone on the dash. Levi's resulting rage drove his speed higher, shaving minutes off their drive time to the federal courthouse. The congressman spoke of Greg's and Amanda's dedication to the shelter, to helping women and children to safety and a second chance, to his commitment to continue funding the shelter and their search for a new assistant director and programs manager. Notably, he was on the sidewalk in front of the shelter, clearly unconcerned about his safety. Another point for Marsh's theory of the case. He invited questions about the shelter, about Greg's and Amanda's legacies. Levi rolled his eyes. And of course, about his efforts to support such causes. But the gathered press had already moved on to the latest scandal swirling around the congressman. Representative Anthony, one of the reporters called. Any comment on reports that your close friend and host of Tuesday night's donor event, Charles Sanders, died in an FBI sting last night? Anthony had the good sense not to pull the same I had no idea act he had when news broke of Greg's and Amanda's deaths. That said, his reports are unconfirmed reply was even less convincing and invited a barrage of follow-up questions. Is Charles Sanders alive? Did you know he was a suspected trafficker? Did he use illegal channels to donate to your last campaign? Did you know it was dirty money? What happened in Salzburg last week? Anthony coughed, that last question catching him off guard. We're not here to discuss this today. We're here to honor Greg and Amanda and their contributions to the shelter. Are their deaths connected? The first reporter asked. Is the shelter a front? Give that one a gold star, Marsh said. It was also apparently the straw that broke Anthony's civility mask. Again, I'm not here to discuss Charles or whatever may have happened last night, he snapped. But I will say this. If my dear friend Charles was killed as part of some unfounded, botched FBI raid, we need oversight. And we need it now. Greg and Amanda. Charles, where does the incompetence end?
How many lives is a vindictive agent's personal vendetta going to cost? What agent? What vendetta? Anthony left the podium without taking further questions. He handed his mic to his press secretary and climbed into an SUV that screeched away from the curb, just as Levi was screeching into the federal building parking lot. He swung the RX into a spot and threw it in park, but prying his hand from where he was white-knuckling the wheel proved a challenge. We have to tie this up. We have to nail him ASAP. He wanted this to be fucking over. Wanted his life back. Wanted the bad guys behind bars and a future with the man beside him. The future the rings on their fingers promised. Marsh laid a hand on his thigh. We will, babe. We're close. Or he wouldn't be making desperate moves, making sacrifices left and right. He's laying all the blame at the Bureau's feet. Buzzwords, Marsh said. All the right ones to rile up his base, but he won't get away with it this time. He reached across Levi's body and covered his hand, gently prying his fingers from the wheel, then holding his hand in his. We won't let him. Levi closed his eyes and leaned back in his seat, channeling all the boiling anger that had simmered for too long into the fist he curled inside Marsh's big hands, letting him absorb and dissipate the fury with soft sweeps of his thumbs. When his fist finally relaxed, Levi opened his eyes and met the brown ones watching him. Thank you. Marsh wove their fingers together. I'm amazed you held it together as long as you did. He inhaled deep once more, recentering. Okay, how do we want to play this? Don't let on to our theory about Anthony. Not right away. See where she leads you, but from there, it's your call. You've read her right from the go. Except I read last night wrong. He started to close his eyes again, frustration welling up, but Marsh gave his hand a squeeze, drawing his attention back. We don't know that yet. Maybe she was involved. At a minimum, she set some of that in motion. We need to assess how much. What's been Catherine's priority all along? Easiest question of the day. Hell, the past 5 weeks. Catherine. Right, so play to that. Did killing her uncle put her in a better or worse position? And how do we use that self-interest to our benefit to nail Anthony because we also set some part of this in motion? Levi debated different lines of questioning the entire way to the holding room. Where to start? How to lead Catherine to the answers they needed? But when Catherine stepped through the door, the glint of victory in her eyes told him everything he needed to know about where to start. She'd heard the news about Charles and was happy with the outcome. Question was, had she engineered it? Did you miss me, Agent Bishop? Since she knew Charles was dead, there was no sense beating around the bush. Did you have your uncle killed? She adjusted the collar on the suit coat she'd donned for her arraignment. I have no idea what you're talking about. He texted me last night, last I heard from him. He banged the table with a palm. Damn it, Catherine! Fiddled with the sleeves. How's dear Stuart handling the death of his so-called father? He sensed she was fishing, for the fallout from her actions, or to navigate going forward. Levi gave her a little info, hoping for some in return. He's disclaiming any knowledge, laying it all at the FBI's feet. She shrugged and slumped back in her chair, crossing one leg over the other. Why do you think it was me and not him? Why should I keep involving myself in this? Why can't I just sit here, let you do your jobs, let Stuart implode, and claim the spoils of war? There was the directional sign he needed. You could help us get there faster, help us nail Anthony, and help yourself. I've helped you enough. We were going to use Charles to leverage Anthony. Charles is off the board now. We have to get Anthony another way. And how am I supposed to help you do that? Give us Blaine.
His son, she laughed out loud. His fucking accomplice, she hissed lower. What good will that do? Because if he's willing to kill his so-called father, what makes any of us think he won't kill his own son? Or you? She hesitated, and Levi leaned harder into her self-interest, into any human's instinct for self-preservation. If you didn't kill Charles last night, Blaine is your best chance for clearing your name and pinning it on Anthony. And you need to, Catherine, if you want to stay alive. It's not only Anthony's hit list you're on now. She stiffened, and her gaze sharpened on him, seeming to finally sense the razor-thin edge she was tap-dancing on. What do you mean? It's not a far stretch for Dmitry Petrov to think the person who killed Charles Sanders also killed his favorite. The second lie he'd told in all this. Catherine inhaled a sharp breath as her eyes grew wide as saucers. Remy's dead, along with one of Hawes's captains, and the third. Surely you want Petrov and Madigan to know it wasn't you. She bought it, going pale as a ghost. I'll make the call. Chapter 28. By the time Catherine's arraignment was over that afternoon, she had arranged a meet with Blaine Anthony. 4 o'clock at a yakitori place in Claremont. The location was consistent with Levi's team's work tracking down Representative Anthony's son. Farmer had continued to analyze the surveillance footage from Sunday in Temecula, and while he couldn't get a usable shot of the tags or VIN of the SUV Blaine had jumped into, he had managed to get a relatively clean shot of an oil change sticker on the front windshield for a drive-through service station off Claremont Mesa Boulevard. A visit from Melissa and Will later, and the team had identified the owner of the SUV, a grad student who rented an apartment in Claremont. After a visit with him, they'd learned he was a former classmate of Blaine's, and an occasional fuck buddy. Blaine would sometimes couch surf at his apartment and would usually wander into his bed, a fact that made Blaine's life, Marsh figured, even more disposable to his father. According to Blaine's friend, Anthony knew Blaine was gay and forced him to stay in the closet with blackmail and emotional manipulation over Blaine's supposed role in his mother's death some years back. Marsh also figured Blaine had zero to do with that, but when your dad had the kind of power Anthony did, the kind of friends who trafficked guns, girls, and more, and used you to help them, Blaine probably couldn't see a way clear of the mess he let his father suck him into. Until now. I'm sure he wants out from under his father's thumb more than anyone, Marsh said as he and Levi crossed the street. Blaine had entered 10 minutes ago. They'd remained in the RX, parked at the curb across the street, making sure no one followed Blaine inside or set up camp in the parking lot. Why hasn't he run then? Levi asked. He's got the skills to forge the documents. He waved his own fake passport in the air. Money stashed in accounts all over, according to Frederick, but he's still here. I doubt it's loyalty to his father. It can't be, Levi said. Not after what we learned today. They were halfway up the sidewalk to the restaurant when Marsh's phone vibrated, an incoming call from Sutton. He stepped off the walkway, out of anyone's way, and out of anyone's earshot. Levi moved beside him, close enough to hear the phone Marsh held between them. Sutton, we're at the restaurant, Marsh said. About to meet with Blaine, what's up? Catherine made bail. Levi raked a hand through his hair. Fuck, that was fast. Though not a surprise. They'd been warned by the federal prosecutor that Catherine's attorney had requested bail and used her cooperation with the FBI as reason to grant it. They'd also seized her passport. Little comfort as Marsh and Levi stood outside a restaurant preparing to meet her forger of choice. Who paid it? Levi asked. Stuart Anthony. Jesus Christ, Levi muttered. There goes the distancing himself from the Sanderses theory. He started to stalk away, but Marsh looped an arm around his waist, drawing him back close. He was tired, angry, and at the end of his rope with this case. They all were. But they were close. Marsh could taste it.
Yes and no, Sutton said. He spun it to fit his narrative, doing right by his surrogate family, he and Catherine together in their time of grief, the two of them against the Bureau. News had broken mid-afternoon that Charles Sanders was in fact dead. But when pressed, Anthony made no comments on the charges against either of them.
Did she leave the federal building with him? Levi asked.
No, she refused his offer, asked to be taken back to the safe house instead.
Levi leaned some of his weight against Marsh's side.
Thank fuck for that.
Do we think she'll actually stay there? Marsh said. She's free to leave, correct? She is, Sutton said. But whatever you said to her, Levi, she's spooked. I don't think she's going anywhere.
Levi covered his face with his hands and sank more fully into Marsh, who made a swift exit from the call with Sutton.
What did you tell her? He asked Levi after hanging up.
That Remy and Victoria were dead, and she needed Blaine to clear her name with the Brodfa and Madigan's.
Marsh whistled low as he rubbed a hand over his husband's hunched shoulders.
Bold move, Cotton.
Levi elbowed his side, and Marsh chuckled.
And to think, I was going to tell you not to worry.
He tilted his head toward the restaurant.
Let's go see if your move pays off.
The restaurant was tiny inside. The yakitori took up a good portion of the center of the space, a bar around it, no one behind the glass at the grill or at the hostess stand, the place still technically closed. A single row of two-person booths were against the wall to the left of the bar. The rest of the dining room was to the right, four-person booths along the edge of the space and a few four-tops in the middle. They didn't see Blaine at first, tucked as he was in the corner. The high booth dividers, either direction, blocking their view of him, the black of his hoodie blending in with the restaurant's interior. They only noticed him there when a person who Marsh guessed was one of the chefs came out of the back with a bottle of Sapporo and dropped it at his table. They waited for the chef, who acknowledged their presence with a nod, to pass back through the curtains into the kitchen before approaching the booth. Blaine didn't startle, expecting them, it seemed, casually drinking his beer and letting his hoodie fall back off his head. Catherine must have warned him it would be them and not her. Good sign that he still came, though Marsh wondered what else she'd told him. Marsh gestured for Levi to slide into the booth first, across from Blaine, who had his back to the wall, putting Marsh's and Levi's to the door. Marsh didn't like it, but if he was forced to sit this direction, he'd make his bigger body the target. Because Blaine, sure as fuck, didn't look like he would be quick to move. Brown eyes, bloodshot, beard overgrown and scruffy, the longer top strands of his dark hair greasy and drooping over the shaved underside, the black paint on his nails chipped and his cuticles destroyed. Blaine looked like a stressed-out mess. Levi recognized it, too.
Are you as tired as we are?
A beleaguered laugh slipped out as Blaine finished his beer.
And you guys have only been dealing with this for a few years. Try 25.
He picked at the label on the bottle, not meeting their gazes, his shoulders slumped and the corners of his mouth turning impossibly lower.
Is Grandpa Charles really dead?
Grandpa. Blaine wasn't just stressed out, he was grieving. Anthony clearly wasn't the only one who considered Charles family, though by the look and sound of Blaine, by the evidence pointing at Anthony, only Blaine actually knew what family meant.
He is,
Levi said, voice gentle, commiserating. Charles may have been evil, but that didn't negate the hole that was now left in Blaine's life.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Blaine inhaled deeply, slid the empty aside, and propped his elbows on the table, raking his hands through his hair.
Dad's unchecked, then.
A hole bigger than either of them understood.
Your dad? Marsh said. Not Charles?
Charles was always the better chess player, more careful, strategic.
He combed his hands through his hair once more, then left them clasped behind his neck.
Dad's a bully, plain and simple. Pretty sure Charles is the only reason I'm still alive. He gave me a role in all this, made it so Dad couldn't kill me too.
Levi stiffened beside him.
Two?
He choked out. Your mother?
In a manner of speaking.
Levi slumped back in the booth and hung his head. Granted, they'd already discussed the possibility that Blaine could be a target, that the circumstances surrounding Mrs. Anthony's death were suspicious, but that was Levi the investigator. Hearing it from Blaine, though, made it more real to Marsh and no doubt sent Levi, the husband and father, reeling. While his partner struggled to recover, Marsh leaned forward and into the opening Blaine had given them. We can give you a role too, Blaine, and take him back your life.
But I don't know anything about what happened last night other than what I've seen on the news.
Why don't we start from the beginning, and we'll see if that's really the case.
How far back do you want to go?
Let's start with the 6th Avenue shelter. As Blaine detailed the countless forgeries he'd done for victims trafficked through the shelter, Levi worked his way back into the conversation, the investigator returning to the forefront. Asking who Blaine's primary point of contact was, Amanda, usually, Greg and Stefan sometimes, how he was paid, cash or Bitcoin, if there had been forged papers for folks other than the victims. Yes, and it was usually Catherine who made those requests. Until things had begun to go off the rails for Amanda. At first, she'd asked for new IDs for her, Johnny, and Frederick, but Blaine hadn't been able to turn those around as fast. It was quicker when she'd ask for hers and Greg's, the former already done. You were in Temecula last weekend to give her the IDs? Marsh asked. He nodded.
I was actually going to try to convince her to go to the feds with me. I knew Greg never would. He was too afraid of my dad, but she was like me, dragged into this mess by our parents.
That wasn't the impression we got, Levi said.
She was all in. Yes, she drank the Kool-Aid, but I grew up with her. I believe there was some good in there still, and you guys had been good to Frederick, kept him safe.
Marsh wasn't sure he shared Blaine's faith in his childhood friend, but that was neither here nor there at this point. Blaine had gone there to try to do right and stumbled onto something very wrong. What did you see that night in Temecula?
It was dark, okay? So it's not like I can be as precise as when I'm doing a forgery.
Just tell us what you can, Levi encouraged, then laid his phone on the table, the voice memo app open. Is it okay if I record this?
In case my father kills me?
No, so I can play this back to our sketch artist and have them draw it digitally. Then we can run it through facial recognition.
Sure, and I can also get them partway there.
He shouted something in Japanese that Marsh didn't understand, but a moment later the chef from before appeared with a paper menu, a pen, and another beer.
Thank you,
Blaine told him, then began to describe the hitman as he drew him on the back of the menu between sips of beer. Even in the dark, Blaine had seen a lot, more than most people, his attention to detail better than average owing to his forgery activities. Is there anything else you remember about that night? Levi asked, once he'd finished the drawing.
Yeah.
He sat back, bottle in hand.
He called my dad and said it was done.
No power in the universe could have stopped Marsh from lurching forward. You're sure?
I know that asshole's voice.
He drained the rest of his beer, picked up the pencil to make a final adjustment to the suspect's nose, then penciled down again, spun the sketch, and pushed it across the table to Marsh and Levi.
He's probably already gone by now.
I'm not so sure, Levi said. Charles was killed by a professional, same as Greg and Amanda. He tipped the beer bottle toward the sketch.
You think that's the guy?
Could be, Levi said. And if it is, Marsh continued, then you actually did know a lot about what happened last night.
If you get an ID on him, tell Frederick to check for transactions with Nathan White. It's the name my dad used for motels when he checked in with his mistresses. He rolled his eyes. Made me draw up fake papers for him and everything. While Levi scribbled the name on the menu, Marsh contemplated next steps.
We need to get you into protective custody. Unnecessary. Marsh whipped around in the booth, surprised by the familiar voice, unsurprised he'd been able to sneak up on him. For as tall and muscular as Hawes's husband was, he moved like a ghost. We've got him, Chris said.
Someone's already got another role for me, Blaine said. Get my dad behind bars this weekend and I'll go on record with whatever you need to make it stick.
He slid out of the booth and grabbed his 2 bottles.
Until then, I'm taking my chances with Canadian Tuxedo.
Chapter 29. With the information Blaine had supplied, it had been a fast and furious 20 hours as the team scrambled to ID the shooter, tie him and the party crashers to Anthony, and bring the rest of the case together. They'd worked in shifts, everyone getting a rotation at home for sleep, including Marsh and Levi, who'd spent a couple much-needed hours with family, then a few even more needed hours asleep in each other's arms. The sun was barely up when Marsh had left for the office and Levi for the safe house to check on Catherine. Marsh had offered to go with him, but Levi had wanted to make the stop quick, which he had, arriving at the office less than an hour behind Marsh, Catherine safe and sound. By early afternoon, the entire team was reassembled in the war room to brief each other on progress and to see if they had enough to move on Anthony. Farmer sat at the head of the table nearest the screen, one half displaying Blaine's sketch of Greg and Amanda's murderer. Using Blaine's sketch plus the additional details he'd provided, facial recognition returned a match. Robert Black. Farmer clicked his mouse, and photos of Black's California ID and U.S. passport filled the other half of the screen. 33, brown hair and beard, blue eyes, relatively nondescript, but for a scar right here. Farmer used the laser pointer on his phone to indicate the bare spot in their suspect's goatee near the right corner of his mouth. He entered the U.S. at the CBX Friday before last. He clicked his mouse again, and the pictures on screen were replaced with a recorded video feed from the Tijuana cross-border terminal. Their suspect approached the pedestrian checkpoint dressed in sneakers, jeans, a concert tee, and carrying a backpack. One CBP officer scanned his passport and asked the purpose of his trip. He pointed to his T-shirt with a smile and told the officer about the show. Another officer ushered him through the metal detector, patted him down, and checked his backpack. All clear. They sent him on his way.
Did he cross with anything else?
Cam asked. Nope, Farmer said. Just what you see.
Not unusual here,
Julia explained.
Lots of daily foot traffic, locals going back and forth, and tourists who figured out it's cheaper to fly to San Diego, walk across the border there, she gestured at the screen, then hop on a dirt-cheap in-country flight to get elsewhere in Mexico. Robert Black, Charlie said. Sounds like an alias.
Give that agent a prize, Marsh said, from where he sat across the table next to Levi. He nodded to Farmer, who put Blaine's sketch back on the screen next to a nearly identical photo of a man 10 years younger. His brown hair was buzzed, his jaw was shaved clean, the scar clearly visible, and his USMC uniform was heavily decorated. Corporal Justin Hurd, Marsh said. USMC Scout Sniper. Rumor has it the Scout Snipers won't have their own platoon much longer. They're being wrapped into reconnaissance, which might explain why Hurd didn't re-enlist earlier this year. And he found other work, Sutton said. Quickly. On Marsh's other side, Alyssa opened a folder and pushed the top picture into the center of the table. Because he'd crossed paths with Anthony before, he was loaned out for a protection detail last year. Guess who else was on that protection detail? She slid another photo next to Hurd's. You're Jarhead from Hagen Transport.
Diego Morales.
Which connects him to the other scene.
Sutton made a victory fist, but stopped short of banging the table with it.
It's still circumstantial.
Wait for it. Levi teased, then gestured for Alyssa to continue. One of a couple possibilities here, she said with a gesture toward the photos. Morales confirmed coordinates to Hurd, maybe sent him building plans, or he just left the door open like his buddy asked. In any event, Julia said. Where are we on getting Hurd and Morales into custody?
Morales was picked up an hour ago, Marsh said. Hurd is still in Mexico, according to his passport. Robert Black, however, is on a plane to Munich.
Fuck, Julia cursed. Way to hide the ball, nerd.
He raised both hands, palms out. I already called Benny. The team there will be waiting for him when he lands. Levi, Sutton said. What are you hiding up your sleeve?
Blaine's tidbit about his father's alias was a goldmine. In addition to the embarrassing wealth of hotel receipts and at least 2 abortions Nathan White paid for, he also regularly conducts business with the Sanders' undercover accounts.
Keep going, Sutton said, his fist getting ever closer to the table. I smell a conspiracy cooking, maybe even a Rico pie.
As long as it's not Frito pie, Levi said, face scrunched.
No Fritos. Check.
Everyone around the table chuckled, Marsh included. He hoped like hell he and Levi got the chance to know Sutton better after this case. He was damn good at his job, and his mix of earnest integrity and dry wit was an intriguing combination. Marsh also sensed he and Levi would be fast friends, which was never a bad thing. Levi nodded to Farmer, who flipped the on-screen display to a transaction record.
We're just starting to go through these and match them to dates and events, but that first payment to Sanders was made the day, during the last election cycle, when Anthony's opponent dropped out after being found in a motel room with drugs he still claims weren't his.
And the deposits? 2 line up with 6th Avenue Shelter funding, Matt said. A 3rd coincides with the latest defense spending bill. Sutton's fist was inches from the table.
And the current case?
Light 'em up, Farmer, Levi said. 2 of the transactions glowed yellow. 2 payments made to Robert Black, 1 last Thursday, the same amount last night. Sutton's fist hit the table.
Pie for everyone!
Everyone cracked up, but Levi apparently wasn't done. Make that murder a la mode. Farmer, last line, please. A 3rd line glowed. And I believe that account belongs to one of the dead party crashers. Marsh folded his arms on the table and buried his head in them, torn between laughing at Sutton and Levi and groaning at Stuart Anthony's appalling idiocy. He used the same alias. Charlie sounded as baffled as he felt. Every time. Ego, man, Matt said. Assholes like Anthony have enough money and connections to flee to a non-extradition country, but they stay. Every fucking time. I will never understand. Did he really think he could be president with this many skeletons in his closet? Julia asked.
Marsh lifted his head.
Remember what Stefan said. It was always a game. How far could he and Charles push each other in the world? Please tell me this is enough to stop Anthony from pushing, Julia said to Sutton. Sure looks like it to me. I know I'm only married to a U.S. attorney, Cam said. But I'm pretty sure even he would say this is enough.
Me too,
Sutton concurred, then said to Cam.
But if the federal prosecutor down here gives us any trouble, we might need your husband's help.
He shifted his attention to Marsh and Levi.
We'll need Blaine's testimony, Catherine's too, and any other connections you can make between Anthony and his alias. At a minimum, it's enough to pick up Anthony and bring him in for questioning.
Julia said, as she stared down at her phone. I don't think we're going to need to pick Anthony up. He's here, with the sheriff's officers. Did they arrest him? Alyssa said. Matt was closest to the door. He spun out of his chair and yanked it open. Through the open door, Marsh spied Anthony across the floor at reception. A line of officers fanned out behind him. He wasn't in cuffs, though. I don't think that's what's going on. Their view was quickly eclipsed by Julia and Sutton, who exited first, Cam and Charlie on their heels. Beside him, Levi shot into action. Farmer, kill the screens and make sure you have everything backed up. Someplace private, Marsh added, and Farmer nodded. The screen went black the next second, his fingers flying over the keyboards. We gotta get the rest of this out of sight, Levi said, as he began slapping folders closed. They just shoved the last of them in boxes when Anthony was close enough for them to hear. Representative Anthony, Sutton said. How can we help you? You can turn around so Deputy Helms here can handcuff you. On what charges? Julia asked, 100% the SAC. That eerie calm that had served her well climbing the FBI ranks. Obstruction of justice and leaking classified information, Anthony said. To start. Still trying to take the badge from me, Stuart? Not trying anymore, Anthony said. It's done. He swung his gaze to Levi, and the sheer evil there, mixed with barely concealed victory, made Marsh's stomach drop. And so are you, Agent Bishop. Marsh stepped closer to his husband, an arm around his waist, as Julia and Matt moved more directly in front of them. What for? Cam asked as he joined the line of defense. The murders of Catherine Sanders and my son, Blaine Anthony. You've got to be kidding, Julia said, over Matt's bullshit. You don't look too broken up about losing your son, Charlie chipped in. It's not my first loss, Anthony said with not an ounce of the grief any good parent would be feeling. Like the one who swayed heavily into Marsh's side, Levi's world, no doubt spinning. When exactly? Marsh asked, failing at not raising his voice. Levi's been with me since last night. Including that hour this morning when he visited Catherine Sanders? Levi sucked in a breath. She was fine when I left, and I haven't seen Blaine since— Don't, Marsh said, cutting him off. Don't say anything else until Helena gets here. Levi snapped his lips shut. I'd like a word with my husband, Marsh said. Before you take him. Better make it count, Anthony said, the corner of his mouth twitching, fighting an evil smirk. We never know when we might lose the ones we love. Marsh stepped in front of his pale-as-a-ghost husband and gently guided him back into the war room. Levi, baby, I need you to stash the panic I know you're feeling. How? He croaked out. You need to be the agent who just solved this case, the colleague who needs to have Sutton's back, and the father and husband who will come home to us tonight. Levi shook his head, disbelief and despair clouding his gaze. Marsh drew him into his arms, kissed his temple, and whispered the truth he'd only sorted in the last 2 minutes. A play that favored their side, that could deliver them the win once and for all. Do you remember Hawes going dark at the party? Levi nodded, his soft hair brushing Marsh's cheek. I know. We know. Who owns the last account Nathan White paid? You gotta let this play out. He knew he was asking a lot, but Levi was the strongest man he knew. He just needed a few hours to bring this home, and then he would bring Levi home too. Marsh, if something happens to me, David, he won't— Nothing is going to happen to you. He framed his husband's cheeks, thumbs sweeping beneath the blue eyes he wanted to spend the rest of his days staring into. I have your back, and so does our family. Do you trust us? Completely, Levi answered with zero hesitation. Marsh thanked him for that confidence with a kiss that reflected all the confidence he had in him, too. Levi was strong. He was smart. And with their team and family behind them, they were going to win this game. Tonight. The king had been checked, and he didn't even realize it. Chapter 30. The lock on the heavy lead door to the temporary holding cells turned, and Levi tensed where he was posted up on the back wall, hands clenched around either end of his unknotted tie. Chin down, he eyed the door through his lashes, waiting for it to open, to assess who was being let in. Prior to being escorted out for their phone calls, he and Sutton had been the only two detainees in this holding area, reserved for pre-booking intake. The cells were still empty when Levi returned from his call, but as the afternoon crept toward evening, that would change. For now, though, it was just Sutton returning from his phone call, and looking like he'd been put through the ringer. His silver-streaked hair was a hand-raked mess, his broad shoulders slumped, his expression bone-deep weariness, so full of sadness and regret that Levi's own chest ached. He waited for the officer to close the cell door behind Sutton, for Sutton to cross the room and lower himself onto the bench next to where Levi stood, for the big holding room door to close, too, before taking a seat beside him. "You look like you need that pie now?" Eyes closed, Sutton leaned back against the cement wall and heaved a sigh. I need all the pies." "Your attorney go that hard on you?" "Not my attorney, my ex." He raked his hands through his hair again, destroying any semblance of remaining order. "This goes the way I think it will. His name's going to be in the news again." "The one who went to jail for your badge?" He drew a knee up, heel braced on the bench, hands laced around his shin, and rested his forehead on his knee. "And now I'm going to lose it anyway." "How do you figure? We're going to win this." Levi wasn't deterred, the borrowed cowboy confidence a powerful drug. "You'll be cleared, and Anthony will go to jail." Sutton angled his head to cut a glare Levi's direction, a brow rising over one eye. "You seem more confident than you were an hour ago." "Good call with my kid." He folded a knee up on the bench, leaned closer, and lowered his voice. "I also had time to process what my husband told me before we were let off in cuffs." "Which was what, exactly?" He opened his mouth to tell Sutton about how Anthony had likely contracted the Madigans to kill Catherine and Blaine, foolishly thinking money and power would trump family because that's what he believed. Except in this case, he'd figured very wrong. But Levi cut himself short. His family was going to great lengths to protect him, venturing into the center of the board to make maneuvers in his and Marsh's stead. He had to protect them too. Trust. That's what it all boiled down to. That's how Marsh made it work, how Levi would have to also make it work going forward because Marsh came with the Madigans, and Levi wasn't going to be without Marsh. To trust him, Levi said instead, a shorter version of the truth. Sutton wanted to question further, judging by the other raised brow and stern set of his jaw, the rule-book hard-ass he'd heard about making an appearance, but before he could get a word out, the lock flipped on the main door again. Levi forced himself to maintain his casual posture, even as his muscles went tight, his nerves even tighter. Beside him, Sutton was similarly on guard, chin propped on his knee, the knuckles on the hands around his shin going white. The door opened, and behind the guard trailed the two surviving party crashers. No disguising the menace in their eyes as the guard led them to the cell block, two down from Levi and Sutton. No missing the guard accidentally dropping his keys close enough to the party crashers' cell for one of them to reach through and let themselves out. To let themselves into Levi and Sutton's cell block. "I've got eyes on them,"
Sutton muttered as soon as the door closed behind the guard.
What have we got for weapons?
Levi scanned the room as discreetly as he could.
Not much.
The benches were molded concrete. There were no windows, not even high transoms to break, no plumbing, fixtures, or beds. These cells only intended for short-term detention during processing.
Just the cameras, which aren't on.
No recording light, no movement, no whirring noises. Weapons were all they were good for at this point.
Blunt objects and wires.
How high up? Levi took another peek, estimated, and cringed.
Good 12 feet.
That's out then. So just the clothes on our backs.
You've still got your tie and belt. You wearing your chain beneath your collar?
Sutton nodded.
I've got my tie and belt too, Levi said.
Guards should have taken those from us.
Payoff for always being polite whenever I'm down here.
Sutton's gaze flicked to the door. Someone got paid more.
Can't win 'em all.
Sutton's chuckle was cut short by movement 2 cells down. The taller one, Jason, if Levi recalled correctly, loping across the cell block, kneeling, and reaching an arm through for the keys. The shorter one, Brian, rose from the bench, his malicious gaze trained on Levi and Sutton.
You can win them over,
Sutton said, the claim so jarring Levi whipped his gaze to the SAC, who kept his on the approaching threats. In the past week, you convinced Catherine to turn on her uncle and Blaine on his father. This should be a piece of cake.
I thought we were talking about pie.
The corner of Sutton's mouth twitched, then leveled out as Jason unlocked the door to their cell. As Sutton carefully moved a hand to his collar, starting to work his tie free, Levi stood with equal caution, his hand raised, palms out.
Jason, right?
He said to the taller of the two, meeting his blue eyes, then looked Brian in his brown eyes too.
And Brian, can we talk about this?
They stopped halfway across the holding cell, standing side by side, a bench between them and Levi and Sutton.
You killed Mike and Alex, Jason said.
No, Levi said.
That was the person who hired you. He used you as cover.
He hired us to do a job
that he had covered 2 other ways,
Levi said as he heard Sutton rise behind him, as Brian's gaze tracked his every move.
You were expendable. You still are.
Sutton stepped to his side, tie dangling loose around his neck.
He killed the man he considered his father.
His son, too, Levi lied.
If he was willing to kill them, what do you think he'll do to you?
Jason threaded his fingers through the keys on the ring, a sharp end poking out between each of his knuckles.
At least our families will be taken care of.
Brian lunged first, a foot on the bench between them, using it to launch himself Sutton's direction. Sutton ducked, spun under him, wrapped the tie around his back ankle, and took him down in one swift move. Sutton yanked the tie back, wound either end around his hands, and lifted it in front of his face as a shield and weapon. The whole sequence was equal parts graceful and brawler. Jason decided to try his chances with Levi instead. He took the less obstructed route, charging down the aisle between benches, directly at him. Levi juked one way, Jason corrected, and Levi spun the other to get behind Jason. Yanking free his tie, he held either end, whipped it over Jason's head, around his midsection, and yanked down and back hard. Jason rocked off balance, and Levi flung him to the ground, where he collided with a groaning Brian.
"You're a brawler?"
Levi asked Sutton as they squared up, blocking any exit for Jason and Brian, who were staggering to their feet.
"Contrary to popular belief, I wasn't born with the rule book up my ass."
He clenched the tie tighter and raised his fist higher as Jason and Brian righted themselves.
"What's your excuse?"
"Jock," Levi answered as he pulled loose his belt. He wrapped the leather end around his wrist, metal buckle dangling free at the end for maximum damage.
"And 3 older sisters."
"I can do this all day," Sutton said to their attackers, playing the bad cop.
"Or," Levi said, You can take the deal we're offering you. Jason started to lunge forward, but Brian's beefy arm shot out in front of him, putting a halt to his advance. We'll take the deal, Brian said, just as the cell block door was wrenched open. Levi's eyes went to the white Stetson first, his husband's fiery brown eyes second, the icy blues of the woman beside him third. What's this? Helena said, and given the daggers in her voice, Levi could guess she'd been on the warpath for him all afternoon. More evidence. Levi snatched the ring of keys from where Jason had dropped them and tossed them through the cell bars to Marsh. Is it over? Marsh unlocked the door and held it open for Levi and Sutton. Catherine and Blaine just finished giving their statements. Sutton's head whipped around so fast, Levi almost laughed. They're alive? Helena slammed the cell door shut and pocketed the keys. Anthony solicited the wrong person to kill them. Sutton split a look between them, no doubt a dozen questions warring on the tip of his tongue. He was SAC for organized crimes. The Madigans were on his radar. But he was also smart enough to know now wasn't the time to pick that fight, especially if he was on the way out the door. As if that realization had just dawned again, the earlier weariness crept back into his expression, sadness and regret muting everything else. He looped the tie back around his neck, cinching it unnecessarily tight. I need to give a statement too. Levi clasped his shoulder, sought to give the man who'd fought beside him, who'd helped him solve an impossible case, who'd buried himself inside the rulebook to hide from an age-old hurt, some comfort. Maybe this is what you both need. He nodded, then followed Helena out into the hallway. Marsh waited for Levi to exit, then shut the cell block door behind them. We just need to get your things and we can go. In the hallway, he pulled Levi into his arms, and Levi hugged him back through his shudders. I told you could do it. Levi drew back enough to drop a kiss on the hinge of his jaw. Not without you and our family. The prosecutor is ready to move on Anthony tonight. Do you want to be there when he's arrested? I'd rather spend the evening at home. Marsh brushed their lips together. I couldn't agree more. Chapter 31. Marsh stood at the kitchen island, the sunset's glow and his family's laughter floating in through the back door and windows, the patio full for Sunday dinner. It was hard to believe that 24 hours ago, Levi had been in lockup at the San Diego County Jail, that after the falsified charges against him had been dropped and Marsh had brought him home, they'd fallen asleep last night on the couch during a dodgeball rewatch with David, only to have their son excitedly wake them, his grin huge, as he'd shoved his phone in their faces and shouted, "That asshole congressman from the Valley is going to jail!" Neither Marsh nor Levi had bothered to correct his language. It wasn't a lie. David had happy danced around the den, Taco barking up a storm, and Burrito taking cover under the couch. Marsh, an arm around Levi's shoulder, had given him a squeeze and whispered in his ear, "You did that. We did that." Levi had corrected, before snuggling closer and falling back to sleep in his arms. There'd been some work calls that morning, some paperwork they'd had to run into the office to finalize and sign, but by noon, they'd been shopping at the farmer's market with his moms and David. They'd left with 2 flats full of goodies that had all been wiped clean at dinner, Levi coming through the door with a stack of empty dishes. They hated everything, huh? Marsh teased as he scooped ice cream into coffee mugs. Especially the tomato, corn, and bacon hash. He set the plates in the sink and gave them a spray with the faucet. Mom said it was the worst thing she's ever eaten. Then, she's definitely not getting any of this horchata ice cream in her affogato. It's the worst. Levi swiped the pint out from in front of him. All mine. Hey!
Marsh grabbed him by a belt loop and dragged him back, his back colliding with Marsh's front. He snaked an arm around his waist and held him there, savoring the closeness, the freedom to hold his husband in his arms without the threat of the sky falling down around them. All that extra headspace and the gorgeous man in his arms led Marsh's mind in a singular direction. You know what's the actual worst? Levi plucked the ice cream scoop from his other hand and continued filling cups where Marsh had left off. What's that? Marsh palmed his ass with his newly free hand. A house full of people when all I want to do is fuck my husband. He appreciated the responsive shiver that rippled through Levi and raised goosebumps under his skin. Then, let's finish preparing dessert so we can get them out of here. You really are the smartest man I know. Marsh dropped a kiss in the crook of his neck, sun and peppermint, an enticing cocktail that threatened to keep him there. But he forced himself to unwind from around Levi and start up the espresso machine. You don't even like coffee, Marsh said, pausing before pouring coffee into the last waiting mug. You could just eat the ice cream. And break my Italian mother's heart? He poured a shot of amaretto into the mug on the opposite corner of the baking sheet he'd been using as a tray. I'm a bad Italian. Don't tell anyone. Marsh laughed, poured half an espresso shot into Levi's mug, then down the other half. Community property to the rescue. They laughed as they finished loading the tray, Levi preparing to lift it when Marsh's phone pinged. He all but forgot the tray and stepped closer. Is that work? Marsh dug the phone out of his pocket and opened the message from Helena, reading it aloud but also tilting the screen so Levi could see. Catherine's being transferred to FCI Dublin. That's good news, right? Marsh nodded. We've got eyes and ears there. Family and other redemption assets they could trust to keep Catherine in line at the federal prison in the Bay Area. We'll all be safe with her there. Levi swayed on his feet, and Marsh nearly dropped his phone in his haste to get an arm around Levi and steady him. His forehead landed on Marsh's collarbone, and his torso rose and fell in heaving breaths under Marsh's hands. Marsh could guess what was going on in that head of his. Blaine was in protective custody. Anthony was being detained by the U.S. Marshals and would be arraigned tomorrow in front of a judge who'd already told him not to waste the court's time requesting bail. Catherine's final resting place, so to speak, was the last play in the wind-down of a dangerous 6-week match that had taken them around the world and back, that had brought them together and returned them home in one piece. We're good, baby, Marsh said as he coasted a hand up and down Levi's spine. We're good. A shuddery sigh later, Levi lifted his head, smile easy and bright, even if there were tears in the corners of his eyes. Sorry, he said, wiping away the wetness. The relief just got to me there. Relief. Marsh felt it too, all the way to his soul. And not just about the case. He knew where he wanted to be, who he wanted to be with, and for the first time, knew that feeling was 100% mutual. He knew where he belonged, thanks to the beautiful man in his arms. Levi! Margaret shouted from outside. Where's my affogato? Levi laughed, the sound a little watery, and turned out of Marsh's arms toward the dessert tray. Coming, Mom. Marsh intercepted him, clasping his hand and tugging him toward the patio door. I think I know how to clear folks out of here. But the dessert, Levi started. Margaret finished his thought. I don't see my affogato, she said as he and Levi stepped out onto the patio. I have something better, Marsh promised her, then shouted for David, who was in the far corner of the yard with his youngest cousin, picking flowers off the bushes to make a tiny bouquet.
David, can you come here? I need you for this, too.
He handed Maddie off to her mother, then came to stand beside Levi, who was thoroughly confused, judging by the deep divot between his brows.
Marsh, what?
Until Marsh grasped his left hand in his and lowered onto one knee. Levi's eyes grew wide, his mouth falling open in a silent, "Oh," while David squeaked a, "Holy shit!" from beside him. Levi and Marsh corrected him together, like the partners they'd become these past 6 weeks. Like the parent Marsh wanted to be. He kept hold of Levi's hand, but shifted his attention to David, speaking from the heart, knowing that his was the approval that mattered most to the man Marsh loved.
Would it be okay with you if I stuck around? If I loved your dad and you? If I continue to teach you chess and tell you to stop cursing, even though I do it too?
Will you continue to make breakfast casserole every weekend?
Fuck yeah. David's grin was even bigger than it had been last night. Bigger even than the day the baby goats were born.
Then I'm good. You can stay. Happy, muffled laughter erupted around them, except from the love of Marsh's life, who stood with his eyes closed, tears leaking out the corners and streaming down his face. Marsh would have been worried if not for the death grip Levi had on his hand. Marsh squeezed back. "Babe, open your eyes." He waited for those gorgeous blues to show themselves, for Levi to look love in the face again, in front of his son and family. Marsh was the luckiest man alive to be that face, to be the person Levi had chosen, who after having lost the first love of his life, he was willing to take a second, terrifying chance on. "This is the proposal you deserved, baby. In front of our family. In front of everyone who knows how brave you are and who loves you as much as I do. You gave me a home for my heart. Let me give you a heart to come home to, Levi. Every fucking day, for as long as we have on this earth. Levi Bishop, will you marry me?" Levi hauled him up, into his arms and into everything Marsh had ever wanted. In a fucking heartbeat. Chapter 32. Marsh's plan did not, in fact, get people out of their house sooner. Levi's arms were still around Marsh, their lips still locked, when the question started to fly. "When's the wedding?" His mom. "Where's the wedding?" Marsh's mom. "Where's the party?" Marsh's other mom. David had all the answers. "Here at Christmas. They already promised." A new round of affogato was required, then 2 bottles of champagne, and by the time the last glass was emptied, much of their impending wedding redo had been planned. Levi and Marsh answered questions when asked, but otherwise let their family run with it. Hands entwined, they sat in the club chairs by the fire pit, enjoying the warm night, their elated family, and the promise of the future ahead of them. Together. Levi would feel eyes on him every few minutes. He'd turn his head and catch Marsh staring, no care for who saw him gazing. Levi would stare right back until someone asked a question that required his or Marsh's input. The stares had started soft and affectionate, but as the night wore on, they grew heated. Desire they'd been too tired to act on last night, bubbling to the surface now. Levi tried to be patient in case Marsh was enjoying this. He'd never planned a wedding before, but when the topic of the guest list and Aunt Liz arose, Levi shot his sister Amy the SOS eyes he'd perfected as a kid. "All right," Amy said with a clap. "I think we should leave the guest list to the grooms, who have plenty of time to nail that down." "Not really," Margaret said. "It's only 5 months away." "Plenty of time," Amy repeated, a line in the sand, the mirror image of their stubborn mother. "Come on, Em,"
Tom said as he offered her a hand up. This is all code that our son and his future husband, would like some alone time.
Oh,
Margaret giggled, then hopped to it, but not without a detour by the fire pit. She kissed Marsh's cheek, then wrapped her arms around Levi's shoulders and kissed his cheek too. You deserve this, baby boy. You deserve all the happiness in the world. I'm so glad you found it again. Levi swallowed around the lump in his throat and patted his mother's hand. Thank you, Mom. Do you want us to take David, too? Levi grinned. You're the best. She winked. I know. It took another 20 minutes for everyone to clear out, including Marcia's moms, who'd snagged a seaside room in Del Mar for their long-awaited nights by the coast, leaving Levi and Marsh truly alone. Marsh pounced as soon as Levi closed the door behind their last guest, sandwiching him between the door and his big body. Not my best plan ever. He trailed a line of nips and kisses down Levi's throat. I've had better. Levi threaded his fingers through Marsh's locks, the waves more voluminous by the day, long overdue for a cut, but Levi liked that he could curl his fingers in the strands and give them a tug, loved the groan it elicited from Marsh. Yes, it was a terrible plan for getting people out of our house. He tugged again, and Marsh lifted his face from where he'd buried it in the crook of Levi's neck. But for making it a proposal, I'll never forget. It was the best plan ever. He shifted and slid a leg between Marsh's, lifted so his thigh was pressed tight to Marsh's taint. You know what would make this the best night ever? Marsh ground down on his leg, his stiffening erection digging into Levi's hip. I have an idea, but I want to hear you say it. He dragged his hands up Levi's torso, thumbs finding and flicking his nipples through his t-shirt. Body a live wire, Levi tipped back his head and groaned, his own hips thrusting for friction. Tell me what you need, Levi. Ask for it. Levi righted his head, confident enough now, thanks to the man in his arms, to ask for what he needed, to trust that his husband would give him what he wanted. I need you to take me upstairs and tell me to stand naked in front of the window, my arms and legs spread, dick pressed against the glass. Then I want you to make me scream. The teasing touches turned purposeful. Marsh's hands skating under his t-shirt, pushing it up and off. His mouth picking up where his fingers had left off, tongue swirling around his right nipple, flattening for a long swipe over it, teeth not so gently nipping, repeating it all over again on the left, then kissing a return path to his mouth, taking Levi apart with greedy lips, plundering strokes of his tongue, and deep, rumbling groans that reverberated down Levi's throat. It was almost enough to distract Levi from Marsh popping the button on his cargo shorts and sliding the zipper down, from slipping his hands inside the waistband, palming Levi's ass cheeks, then pushing Levi's shorts and boxers over his hips, the fabric pooling around Levi's ankles. Levi tore himself away from Marsh's mouth, panting as he leaned his head back against the door, then gasping as Marsh's fist closed around his cock. Fuck, this isn't in front of the window. It isn't even upstairs. Marsh chuckled, infuriating and sexy as hell. Levi attempted to swat at the hand that was doing wondrous things to his cock, but Marsh intercepted him and directed Levi's hand over the bulge behind his zipper. In case you didn't notice, I'm already hard as a rock. He rocked his hips into Levi's palm. Just watching you by the fire tonight, knowing I can do that every night for the rest of our lives, knowing you're willing to share all of you,
All of this. A long, slow stroke down Levi's cock. With me, turned me the fuck on.
Marsh, I need...
What do you need, baby? He righted his head and met those same fiery browns from over the fire pit earlier. I need you to cowboy up, stop talking, and put that tongue in my ass like you promised. Marsh's grin was pure sin. It nearly melted Levi into a puddle, definitely made his knees weak, which made climbing the stairs a challenge. So did Marsh's arms around him, his clothed form at Levi's back, rough and delicious, his hands likewise rough and delicious as they wandered his front. It took entirely too long and entirely too much restraint, but they somehow made it to the bedroom. The lamps and overheads were already off, the curtains and windows already open, just the moonlight casting the room in shadows and dim blue-gray light, the sounds of the bullfrogs and other wildlife echoing through the canyon. Levi stopped at the edge of the shadow by the nightstand where they'd ventured to retrieve the lube. Behind him, Marsh slowed his questing hands, arms banding around Levi's torso. We don't have to.
I thought I'd be more nervous,
Levi admitted, then confessed the rest of the truth that was making his dick ache.
All I can think about is how warm that glass is going to feel, how good you're going to feel behind me, how much I want this. You. Every day for the rest of my life, too.
Marsh buried his face in his neck, muffling his Jesus. Smiling, Levi dropped a kiss on his temple.
Not Jesus. Just Levi.
Marsh lifted his face, smile easy and true, the one Levi had first seen on their wedding day that he'd wanted to be the cause of every day since, including today. Just perfect, Marsh said before capturing his mouth, slipping the lube from his hand, and getting them moving again. The glass was warmer than Levi imagined, reminding him of slipping into a hot bath, but the only wetness in sight was the pre-cum leaking from his cock, streaking the window, and Marsh's wet lips moving behind his ear. Spread your legs and put your palms to the glass. Let those coyotes see who the wolf in this canyon is. Warm all over. The glass in front of him, Marsh's big body behind him, the warmth, the love that had wrapped itself around his heart. The heat that arrowed straight to his cock when Marsh slid down behind him, spread his cheeks, and speared his hole with his tongue. Levi leaned his forehead on the glass, staring at the vast canyon in front of him while his nerve endings threatened to burn him alive, while the rest of his world narrowed to the tongue that unrelentingly worked him over, to the lubed fingers Marsh pressed inside him too, exactly the way Marsh had promised, until Levi couldn't take it anymore, until he needed more. The rest of the fantasy Marsh had promised. He had no qualms asking for it any longer. He glanced over his shoulder as he pushed back with his ass, clenching enough to force Marsh's face out from between his cheeks. Levi nearly blew right then. Marsh's lips were wet, his beard wild, the blush on his cheekbones making his bronze skin glow, the dark pupils of his eyes blotting out the brown. Levi groaned and tipped his ass up.
I need your cock, now.
The sweetness with which Marsh kissed each ass cheek before he rose was Levi's undoing.
I love you so fucking much.
Marsh cupped his face, a thumb under his eye, a smile turning up the corners of his lips. I love you too, Wolfie. Levi laughed out loud. Let it all go.
Let the coyotes and whoever was listening hear him. Let his husband see how much love and desire he had for him. Fuck me, baby. Make it rough and messy. Marsh kept his promises. Clothes still mostly on except for the jeans pushed down far enough to get his cock out. He slammed into Levi, took him apart bit by bit. Sensation overload. The denim of his jeans rough against Levi's bare thighs. His t-shirted chest soft and warm against his back. His lips silky smooth on the nape of Levi's neck, whispering, "I love you. You're beautiful. I'm yours. Everything." Words Levi repeated back along with harder and please. His emotions overloaded too. Trust, freedom, happiness, love so big, so surprising, so welcome, so life-changing, like it was supposed to be, like Levi never thought he'd have again, until a cowboy in a white Stetson swaggered into his life on the most improbable of nights. A night when Levi had been at his lowest. As he stared across the canyon now, stared across the past 6 weeks, he looked back on that night as the start of something unexpected and wonderful, of new highs. The start of a second chance for his heart, for love. The windows rattled as they came together, now cum-streaked and messy. But they held, same as Levi's heart and body in Marsh's arms, where Levi trusted it would be forever safe. He'd keep Marsh's the same way, would give him everything too. A home for the life and love, the heart he'd entrusted to him. This has been King Hunt, a perfect play novel. Written by Layla Rain, narrated by Christian Leatherman. Copyright 2023 by Layla Rain. Production copyright by Layla Rain.
Marsh and Levi get married in a Christmas in July celebration in Best Play. Up next. Best Play, a perfect play novella. Written by Layla Rain. Narrated by Christian Leatherman. 1. How did I end up in this outfit? Levi tied the pink bandana around his neck, tucked the loose ends beneath the collar of his fringed black and white Western-style shirt, then stepped back, giving himself a once-over in the guest bedroom mirror. He plucked the white Stetson Marsh had gifted him off the bed and flipped it onto his head. Outfit complete, but still. I could have rocked the pink. I'm sure you could, came Marsh's voice from behind him. But I rock it better. Glancing up, Levi caught the reflection of his husband in the mirror, and... oh. Better was an understatement, and fuck if Levi could decide where to look, his attention torn in a dozen different directions. From Marsh's bronze skin and sprinkling of chest hair on full display between the open flaps of the hot pink vest, to his muscled biceps and rippling abs as he sauntered closer, to the hot pink bell-bottoms Marsh had somehow poured himself into, his thighs testing the seams, his shiny belt buckle drawing Levi's gaze to his cock that was likewise testing his zipper. Jesus fuck, Levi cursed. Haven't we been over this? Marsh snaked his arms around Levi's waist and pressed close behind him. Heat, so much heat, up and down the length of Levi's body, then in his ear, as Marsh whispered hotly, "Not Jesus, just Marsh." He nipped his neck above the bandana,
then lifted his hands and began unsnapping Levi's shiny shirt buttons. "And you're wearing entirely too much clothing." He got as far as Levi's ribs, the brush of Marsh's warm, rough fingertips against his skin sending another wave of heat crashing through him, finally knocking Levi out of his pink-on-bronze haze. "And you're not wearing nearly enough." He turned in Marsh's arms and grabbed the lapels of his vest. "I can't believe your mom made this for you." He tried and failed to tug the vest closed. "Will this thing even button?" Marsh stole the hat from his head, tossed it onto the dresser beside his matching one, then stepped into Levi's space, forcing him back a step. Then another, and another, until Levi bumped into the bedroom door. Dipping his head, Marsh peppered his exposed collarbone with kisses. "I think you're missing the point of San Francisco pride." Then altered his path and continued the kisses up the column of his throat to the corner of Levi's mouth. "And of a bachelor party." He splayed his big, warm hands over Levi's chest, branding as he pushed the shirt open wider. And fuck it. How was Levi supposed to resist? He angled his face and brought their lips crashing together, greedily sucking Marsh's tongue as it swept inside his mouth. The fire that burned between them was no less scorching now than it had been that night a year ago after his cousin's wedding, when Marsh had held him in his arms and given him exactly what he'd needed, what he'd asked for that night, during the whirlwind month that had followed, and over the past year, which had been one of the best of his life. A life, another shot at love that Levi had thought out of his reach until a cocky cowboy had reached out to him. He smiled against Marsh's lips. "I love you." Marsh shoved a knee between his thighs and rocked their hips together. "You love my cock." "That too," Levi said, before a flash of light in the mirror drew his gaze. The midday sun catching his wedding ring on the hand clutching his husband's ass. A perfect one at that, encased in hot pink. Levi flexed his fingers, more of that light shining, more of Marsh rubbing up against him. "Maybe we skip the bachelor party." Marsh chuckled against him, his big body rippling in Levi's arms. "I don't see a bachelor in this room. Hell, I think the only one in this house is David." Marsh drew back and braced a forearm beside Levi's head, his dark eyes sparkling with heat and affection, with all the love Levi felt in his own chest. "Yes, our son," Marsh said. "Who we owe this party, like we owe him a wedding next weekend." He lifted his knee, pressing it snug against the underside of Levi's balls, making Levi gasp. Marsh's smirk was the same devastating one that had hooked him from across a dinner table a year ago. "And we owe ourselves a first anniversary celebration." "Best deal I ever made." Marsh's grin gentled as he pressed his lips to Levi's. "Thank you for saying yes, that night and all the days and nights since." "Fuck." Levi clutched his sides, hauling him closer. "Just when I think I can't love you more." He flipped them, backing Marsh against the door and diving in for more of his husband's kisses. He spread a hand over Marsh's chest, over the beating heart of the man he'd promised to love and cherish a year ago. Words of convenience, then. He couldn't wait to repeat them, full of conviction now. But first, he slid his hand down, cupping Marsh's erection and stroking. "How about a private celebration before the festivities begin?" Marsh thrust into his grip.
I can agree to that deal. Their son, however, did not.
Dad, Marsh!
He shouted from the other side of the door, fists banging the wood, rattling them against it.
You're supposed to be putting on clothes, not taking them off.
Levi buried his face in Marsh's chest, burying his laughter. David knew them too well. Knew to recruit help, too.
Texas!
Lily screamed at the top of her lungs as she smacked the door in that open-palmed way Levi remembered from David's toddler days a decade ago.
Hurry up!
No tag teaming, Marsh called back through his own laughter.
I needed help,
David argued.
And Reese isn't here yet.
They'd been to San Francisco so often the past year, either for work or for visiting friends and family, like Lily and her dad's, that David had gone and gotten himself a Bay Area boyfriend. Hadn't lost the teenager attitude, though.
You two are impossible,
he grumbled. We'll be down in 5, Levi called back to him.
How many seconds is that?
Lily asked, still at the top of her lungs.
300,
David answered.
I can't count that high yet.
Good thing I have a stopwatch on my phone, he said, ever patient with her, if not with them. A few seconds of indecipherable whispering later, Lily gave them a stern,
Clock's ticking,
warning before the two troublemakers trudged off, cackling. So much for that private celebration, Levi grumbled, taking after his son. Tonight, baby. Marsh nipped his bottom lip and tugged at the bandana around his neck. I promise to put this to good use. Levi groaned. Not helping at all. As much as he wanted to sink into Marsh again, to drop to his knees and take care of the erection still persistently pressed against his thigh, he reluctantly pushed back and straightened his clothes. And you better keep that promise. I intend to. Marsh tossed him his Stetson before flipping his own onto his head, then opening the door. After you. At the top of the stairs, Levi paused to let the familiar sounds from below, of a family celebrating together, wash over him. Marsh stepped to his side, a hand on his opposite hip. Everything okay? Levi tipped back his head so he could catch his husband's gaze from under the brims of their hats. Thank you for this, too. For giving me and David more laughter, more love, more family. Carefully avoiding a collision, Marsh leaned in and pecked his lips. Yours is pretty great, too. And they'll all be together next weekend. Marsh shivered. Ugh, little terrifying. Lotta terrifying, Levi said, even as a grin stretched across his face, as he pressed that smile to his husband's. But I wouldn't have it any other way when I say I do to you again. 2. Marsh lounged at the large round table in the center of Under the Table's dining room, sipping a bottle of Gravity Stout and glancing around the restaurant full of friends and family. Jax's girlfriend, February, owned the place, and she had closed it for Marsh and Levi's post-Pride Parade bachelor party. At the table on one side of Marsh was his best friend and best man, Brax, who was pretending to pay attention to the hacker speak between his husband, Holt, Agent Farmer, who'd flown up from San Diego, and Jamie Walker, a family friend who used to be an FBI cyber agent and now coached basketball at one of the local Division I colleges. On Marsh's other side, a leering Agent Cameron Byrne had his dark eyes trained on the heavily tattooed silver fox behind the bar. Dressed in a pink fringe vest, frayed jeans, and rainbow glitter cuffs that matched his rainbow glitter combat boots,
Cam's husband, San Francisco's U.S. attorney, was popping caps off bottles of beer while Jax and Levi slung cocktails.
"If I hadn't seen him at work," Marsh said to Cam, "I'd think your husband was more at home behind a bar than in a courtroom."
"Might still be true," Cam said with a grin. "Same as your husband."
Marsh held his beer bottle out for a clink, Cam tapping back with the neck of his. "Touché." Levi had waited tables all through college and usually played host for his family's get-togethers in San Diego. As for Dominic Price, not only was he a federal prosecutor, but he also co-owned one of the most popular microbreweries in the Bay Area. "Last call on the Imperial Stout," Nick shouted to the crowd, and Cam bolted out of his seat.
"That fucker was holding out on me."
Chuckling, Marsh settled back in his and glanced around again at the charming space, wishing for a place like it in San Diego. A bright, white shiplap roof arched overhead. Jewel-tone booths and chairs invited guests to get comfy, and a kick-ass bar provided plenty of live-action entertainment. He wasn't surprised folks gravitated around it. "This place is pretty fantastic." Brax glanced around, same as he'd done, but with a certain fondness in his hazel eyes. "Would you believe it was riddled with bullet holes 4 months ago?" "Absolutely," Marsh said, with a knowing grin. Feb had wandered her way into the Madigans' world, or, more accurately, the Madigans had wandered their way into hers. So yeah, no surprise chaos had erupted. But so too had love for Holt and Brax's hacker-hunter protege, Jax. "But you missed one in the bar." Marsh pointed at the round hole on the opposite side of the bar from where Levi was mixing what looked like a Negroni. "Intentional," Brax said. "Feb thought it gave the place more character." Marsh laughed out loud. "No wonder she fits in so well."
"Hate to interrupt, fellas,"
Helena said from over Brax's shoulder.
"But Lily is standing guard by the pantry door. She says David needs protection from, and I quote, that asshole."
Marsh's gut sank, figuring he knew what this was about. At the same time, he bit back a laugh, imagining Brax's daughter, tiny fists on her hips, uttering those words. She was as fiery as her red hair, and as quick to pick up words and skills as the rest of her family. On the other side of Brax, Holt broke mid-sentence and jerked around in his chair, glaring up at his sister. "And where did she learn that word?"
"No idea,"
Auntie Helena said with a flit of her fingers before she danced away. Brax hung his head, shaking it in defeat. "We're so doomed." Marsh patted his best man's back. "If you didn't know that already where Lily was concerned." "Oh, we know," Holt said, moving to stand. "Stay," Marsh said, already on his feet. "I'll send her your way." He caught Levi's gaze as he wove through the tables, tipping his head toward the kitchen breezeway. Levi met him there. "What's going on?" Marsh hated to deepen the divot that had already formed between his brows. Today was supposed to be filled with fun and smiles, but teenage hearts didn't care for adults' timelines. "Boy troubles, I'm afraid." Lips pressed together, he took only a second to reach the same conclusion Marsh had. "I haven't seen Reese since we first got here." "Me either." Hand in the small of his husband's back, Marsh led him down the breezeway and around the outside edge of the kitchen, where February, Hawes, and Celia were prepping dessert trays with Celia's daughter, Mia.
"Texas!"
came a loud, high-pitched shout as soon as they rounded the last corner. In front of the pantry door, Lily looked exactly as Marsh had imagined. Red ringlets wild, color high on her freckled cheeks, tiny hands fisted on her hips.
Reese was an ass.
Language! David shouted from the other side of the door, and even through wood and over the kitchen noise, Marsh could hear the tears in his voice.
He left,
Lily declared, standing firm.
I told him to,
David countered. Marsh crouched in front of Lily and gently palmed her shoulder, one protector to another. You did good, sweetheart. Thank you, he told the tiny, scary Tyke. Definitely a Madigan. We can take it from here. She didn't look convinced. Thankfully, Mia knew the way to her cousin's heart.
Hey, Lily, you want to help me with these cupcakes?
She bit her lip, big brown eyes darting between them and Mia.
You got this?
We got it, Levi assured her. She didn't need to be told twice, the siren call of frosting, too tempting to resist. Marsh accepted Levi's hand up and mouthed a thank you to Mia.
Can you toss me the candied ginger from in there?
She called. Marsh nodded while Levi knocked on the door. David, can we come in? The bottle of ginger appeared first, then a tear-stained David. His cheeks were as red as Lily's had been, albeit for a different reason, and Marsh's heart broke for the kid. He tossed the bottle to Mia, then slid inside the pantry, leaving the door cracked this time, in case anyone needed them for something else. He leaned back against the shelves while Levi sat cross-legged on the floor next to David. What happened? Levi asked.
Reese is a freshman next year, and he...
His words caught on a tearful hiccup, and Levi slung an arm around his shoulders, hugging him tight against his side.
He didn't even want to spend the rest of the summer together.
Marsh and Levi had worried this was coming. Reese was 2 years older than David, and while the rising freshman had clearly been into David when they'd spent time together in San Francisco, he hadn't made much time for David otherwise. David, despite his and Levi's warnings, had gotten attached, though Marsh suspected it was more to the idea of a boyfriend than to Reese himself, given the two didn't have much in common. He pushed off the shelves and crouched in front of David, hand on his son's knee. Reese doesn't know what he's missing. David glanced up, then away, his free arm flopping at his side.
I mean, I knew it wasn't long-term.
Sniffling, he reached behind Levi and grabbed a napkin from the stack on the shelf he'd clearly already raided, judging by the mountain of tissue balls at his feet.
It wouldn't last with him at Duke and me at Davis, assuming I get in there, but I thought maybe I'd get a trip to North Carolina out of it.
We don't need Reese for that, Marsh said. His other best friend, Sean, owned a house with his wife and husband right on the Carolina coast. We can go to Casa Henby Paxton whenever you want. David returned his gaze to them, eyes bright.
For real?
Snickering, Levi rose and lightly kicked Marsh's knee. You so got played. Marsh shook his head. Nope, I got a trip to Hanover out of it. He reached out a hand to David, palm out for a high five. Wins all around. We can check calendars for some dates after the wedding. David's momentary uplift faded.
I don't have a date to the wedding now.
Which makes you, Marsh pointed at him, the most eligible bachelor. And you're my best man, Levi said. You and Brax are gonna have your hands full.
Yes, we know how well you two get where you're supposed to be on time.
His heavy sigh was half annoyed teen and half beleaguered Uncle Brax. If Marsh didn't know better, he would have bet Brax had been in his son's life for longer than just a year. Well then, you two, Marsh said, offering him a hand up. Better get your plan in place. He drew David into a hug, embracing him as tightly as Levi had. Seriously, kid, Reese doesn't know what he's missing.
You're right,
David said.
He doesn't.
With a final honking blow of his nose, he gathered up his tissues and pushed out of the pantry, some of his confidence restored, and a mission to distract him. He tossed the tissues in the trash, washed his hands, and called to his partner in crime.
Lily, triple team time.
Levi waited until they'd disappeared up the breezeway to release the sigh Marsh figured he'd been holding in since they'd first stepped into the pantry. His first breakup in the books, Levi said, sounding a little sad, but also more than a little relieved. Marsh held the pantry door open for them, then slung an arm around his waist as they made their way out of the kitchen. You never liked that guy anyway. Truth be told, Marsh wasn't sure anyone would ever be good enough for their son in either of their eyes. He didn't have a chance to contemplate that further, though. Jamie and his husband, Special Agent in Charge Aiden Talley, met them halfway down the breezeway with their FBI faces on, even though Jamie was years out of the bureau at this point. "What's going on?" Levi asked, straightening from Marsh's side, the both of them clicking into LEO mode as quickly as their friends had similarly shifted. "Break-in at one of my former players' homes," Jamie said. "In San Diego." 3. "And this," Jamie said after introducing Brax and Marsh, "is Assistant Special Agent in Charge, Levi Bishop." Levi wrangled his gaze from the ocean view out the balcony doors and extended his attention and hand to the young man standing with them in the middle of his Cardiff home's living area. "It's nice to meet you, Press." Presley Jackson played basketball for one of the teams in LA, but years before going pro, he'd played at Charlotte University when Jamie had been undercover as a coach there. After impressing at CU, Press had transferred to a D1 school and led his team to a national championship. "Nice to meet you too." Press returned the shake, then glanced around again at their gathered group, including Aiden. "Though, no offense, this seems like a lot of folks for a break-in." Levi jutted a thumb at Marsh. "We're getting married this weekend. Again." Marsh, in turn, jutted his thumb at Brax. "And he's my best man, so he was already along for the ride." "Well, I appreciate it," Press said with a chuckle. "It's certainly more interest than the one local cop on Saturday night showed." Jamie had told them about how the brush-off by the San Diego County Sheriff's Department, which served as local law enforcement for Cardiff, was a big reason why Press had reached out to him yesterday. That, and he'd been pretty rattled. "We'll get to that," Levi said as their group carefully followed Press through the tossed living area to the balcony where the furniture was still intact. "But why don't you start by telling us what happened?" "Yeah, so, I play in LA. Got a condo up there near the facility. But season's over. Been over for us for a while." He rolled his eyes and swiped a hand over his shaved head. "Anyway, I wanted to spend some time here since I just bought the place, and I'm part-time at UCSD. Press is getting his law degree," Jamie said, pride brimming over in his voice as he patted Press's back. A blush reddened Press's dark cheeks. "Promised my mom and best friend." "How long ago did you buy the place?" Aiden asked. "Closed the Friday before Memorial Day." "And everything was okay at first?" Brax said. "Yeah, first couple weeks were great." He stretched an arm out toward the glass and metal balcony wall. "I mean, look at that view. It's stunning," Levi concurred. West of the 5 and situated on a bluff over the San Elijo Lagoon, Press's place had a view that extended all the way to the Pacific Ocean. It was a hell of a perch. The sunsets would be amazing. "Would sell anyone," Marsh replied. "But it's also isolated up here. Also what sold me on it, until the break-in." Press folded his arms, fingers digging into his biceps. I got home late Saturday. Been studying with classmates for an exam later this week. I was so tired I didn't even realize the house alarm was off. Took the elevator up from the garage, flicked on the lights, and found the place trashed. Ripped sectional cushions on the floor, cabinets and drawers open, pictures down off the walls. Then there was a crash from out here. The balcony doors were open, so I guess whoever it was ran out this way. Levi peered over to the balcony wall. That's a steep drop. No shit, Press said. And I sure as hell wasn't chasing him over it. Him? Yeah, bulky dude. White from what I could see of his neck between the mask and jacket he wore. Also saw a car waiting for him at the bottom. Make and model? Marsh asked as he stepped beside Levi. Old four-door of some sort. Sorry, it was dark out and so was the car. Marsh craned over the balcony, glancing left and right, then pointed at the intersection and signal lights to the north. I'll pull cams. He rotated back around, leaning against the rail. About what time was this? Just before 10, Press answered. I was about to call. His abrupt halt drew Levi back around, and Brax and Aiden to the edge of their seats, the SAC beating Levi to his next question. Why did you buy this place? Aiden said. You could have gotten into a law school in L.A., somewhere closer to the facility and your place up there. The baller blushed again, deeper this time. Well, I won't be playing forever, and I don't love L.A. But you do love someone here, Levi surmised, following the clues in Press's carefully chosen words and his less carefully hidden reactions. His gaze flickered to Levi and Marsh, then bounced to Jamie, a safer, more familiar ear for him. He's got a job here, a good one, so I figured I'd put down some roots too, for whenever I decide to stop playing. Jamie clasped his shoulder. He's a lucky guy. I'm the lucky one, Press said, the corners of his lips turned up in a shy smile, clearly smitten. Maybe even in love. But if so, why hadn't he mentioned the boyfriend to Jamie? Where was he now? Have you been staying with him since the break-in? Levi asked. It had been 2 nights now, the night of the incident, then last night when, after no follow-up from the sheriff's department, Press had called Jamie. Doesn't look like you've been here much. No, he's, out of town. Special occasion. I didn't want to bother him. Chin ducked, he ran his hand over his head again. I've been at a hotel near campus. While Levi was curious what Press was holding back, he sensed Press would be more comfortable having that conversation with Jamie. And Levi didn't sense it was relevant to the case. Press didn't seem the sort who would hold back that kind of information, especially not after calling them in to help. Levi circled back to an earlier, more relevant thread instead. What did the local officer say, the one who was here Saturday night? Random break-in. Was anything missing? Aiden asked. Press shook his head. Nothing, as far as I can tell. Just trashed the place, then ran. He gestured again at the balcony wall. I mean, what could he carry out and over? Your championship ring, Jamie said. Nope, Press said. Still in the glass case on my desk. Anything else small and valuable like that? Brax asked. A safe with cash, papers? Press shook his head. Nope and nope. Nothing's missing as far as I can tell. What do you know about the house? Marsh asked. That I got it for way cheaper than everything else around here. Figured it was the highway noise. As if on cue, a car horn blew from not far off. Some Monday morning commuter, clearly unhappy about the traffic. Press, however, didn't seem too bothered by it. I can close the balcony doors and hardly hear it. We'll look into it, Jamie said before his gaze strayed to Marsh's, and Levi could practically hear their hacker game plan coming together.
Could it have been someone targeting you? Brax gently asked. You are kind of famous. Not that famous. Definitely not his kind of famous, he said with a head tilt toward Jamie. So that leaves who? The asshole I beat at mock trial? He shrugged again. Whoever it was, he ran away when I got here. I'd still like to put a protection detail on you, especially if you intend to stay here, Levi said. I'll stay at my boyfriend's place. He's back today, and also former military, so I'm all set for protection. You sure? We're good. Alrighty then, Levi said, letting the matter of protection and Press's boyfriend go again for now, intending to have Jamie follow up in a less my living room is full of LEOs manner. Let us do some digging and see what we can find out. Do you have the contact info for the local officer who responded Saturday night? Marsh asked. Detective Hines. Press fished his wallet from his back pocket, withdrew a card, and handed it to Marsh, who snapped a picture with his phone before passing it back. We'll reach out, then be in touch. I'll check in too, Jamie said. And keep me posted if you run into any more trouble. Yeah, Coach, Press said with a nod. Thanks for calling in the cavalry. Least I could do, Jamie replied, drawing his former player into another hug, then walking and talking next season with him and Aiden as they all made their way downstairs to the garage. Levi hung back with Marsh and Brax, the latter of whom asked, Chance it's a random B&E? If this were Oceanside or downtown San Diego, Levi said. 50-50. Marsh finished his thought. But here in Cardiff, single digits. 4.
And how is this case in our jurisdiction?
SAC Kwan asked from her seat at the head of the conference table. She'd missed the festivities in San Francisco, holding down the fort here in SD while her ASAC was gone. It's not, Marsh admitted. With 2 SACs in the room, no use beating around the bush. But the sheriff's department isn't paying attention. Which is why we're going to tread carefully, Levi said. Try not to draw it.
Neither of you are even supposed to be here, Kwan said, sounding 5 o'clock exasperated with them when it was barely noon. You're supposed to be off this week getting ready for your re-wedding.
Marsh smirked at his old army buddy turned boss. Oh, come on, Eagle. You know me better than that. And we all know your husband is a workaholic, Farmer said as he cruised into the conference room, suitcase rolling at his side. Hey now, Levi feigned offense. You're the one who came straight here from the airport. Hey now, the cyber agent parroted back with a grin as he flopped into the open seat beside Aiden. Maybe if someone, he jostled the Irishman's side. Had a bigger private jet. Laughter echoed around the table until Levi cleared his throat, drawing them all to relative order again. As I was saying, we tread carefully. We can still put protection on Press, Brax said. I know he said he didn't need any, but I also didn't like what I saw at the house. Me neither, Aiden agreed. That burglar was hunting for something when Press interrupted him. He'll be back. Wait, what? All humor gone, Farmer lurched to the edge of his seat, his entire frame vibrating with military-ready energy. How Marsh imagined the former paratrooper must have felt standing at the aircraft door before each jump. Are you talking about Presley Jackson, the professional basketball player? That's why y'all left so early this morning? Marsh nodded. Break-in at his place in Cardiff on Saturday night. He called Jamie yesterday after the local cops blew him off. He played for me at Charlotte University, Jamie explained. As coaches, we're not supposed to have favorites, but we all do.
Press is one of mine. I want to help him out and help keep him safe. Press says he's covered. His boyfriend's former military. Levi told Quan, then caught a glance at Marsh, Farmer, and Brax, all of them vets too. But I agree with the team. I'd like to get additional protection on him. I've got him. Farmer volunteered. We need you hacking, Marsh countered. Farmer was the second best cyber agent in the San Diego field office, behind him, and he had a knack for finding the needle in a haystack. You, Jamie, and I are going to dig through all the real estate records for the house Press bought, see who else might have an interest in it, and if that search turns up nothing, we dig into Press. To his credit, Jamie didn't object, the former agent understanding and accepting the investigative protocol. I'm in. Me too, Farmer said. And I can do protection detail. When he still didn't get the approval he needed from Quan and Levi, he pitched harder. Look, not gonna lie, I'm a fan. But more importantly, if his boyfriend is former military, he may take more kindly to another vet on guard duty versus someone he considers less qualified. When all the non-vets around the table opened their mouths to object, Farmer beat them to it. Wrong, of course, but ask Marsh or Brax or the SAC how military folk think. He's not wrong, Quan said, then to Levi. Write up the detail with Farmer. Levi nodded, then turned his attention to Aiden. Which leaves us going back to the house with a crime scene unit. If you're game? Aiden nodded. Top to bottom, since it sounds like local only eyeballed it. I can help too, Brax said. Talk to some neighbors while you're inside. Nuh-uh-uh, Marsh said. I've got a special job for my best man. Brax hung back his head on a heavy sigh, as beleaguered as ever. Do I even want to know? Marsh slung an arm over his friend's shoulders, grinning. Moms are due at the airport in an hour. I'm sure Irina can't wait to ogle the best man's ass. The room erupted with laughter again, including Levi, and after a very early, very long morning, Marsh counted it a win. 5. The dashboard clock read midnight as Levi pulled the RX into the garage at home. A too-long workday on what was supposed to be a no-work day, but he was happy to do this favor for Jamie, and he was heartened by how his team had stepped up to help too, including the snoring man beside him. He gave him a gentle shake. We're home, babe. Marsh lulled his head on the headrest, face tilted toward Levi. Can I just sleep here? He grumbled, eyes still closed. Chuckling, Levi leaned across the console and pecked his lips, then, using the distraction and opportunity, unfastened Marsh's seatbelt and opened his door. Let's go, cowboy. I promise the bed is comfier. Marsh grumbled some more, but as Levi had learned about his husband, the siren call of the bed at the end of a long day was irresistible. He followed the lead Levi had left for him, climbing out of the car, grabbing his hat from the back, and meeting Levi at the interior door to the house. Before he got it open, though, the door to David's room off the back of the garage swung open. Their son looked ready for bed, dressed in a stolen FBI gym tee and wrinkled sleep pants, but the headphones around his neck and the game controller in his hand indicated otherwise. It's past time for you to go to sleep, Levi said. I'm off this week, David said with an insolent teen shrug. Definitely back to himself. You two were supposed to be off too. Why? Marsh said. He pushed off the door jamb, tossed his hat to Levi, and crossed to David, looping an arm around his neck and dragging him into a sideways hug. We've got the best wedding planner in San Diego. David twisted out of his hold and split a glare between them. Whatever you're doing, be done with it by Friday. Roger that.
Marsh gave him a salute, then, grabbing his hat back from Levi, flipped it onto his head and disappeared into the house. For his part, Levi gave his son a less rambunctious version of the hug he'd endured from Marsh. "You good?" he asked. "Yeah, fine." David, thankfully, hadn't withdrawn into himself like he would have done before Marsh had come into their lives, before the cowboy had brought them each back to a place where they could communicate and heal after losing David's mom, to where they could be a family again.
It was a madhouse here tonight with the grandmas, but Nona and Pop came over and Brax and I cooked.
An even larger family than either of them could have imagined. Marsh coming with 2 moms and the Madigans, and, by extension, the Tallies and their crew.
"There's leftovers in the fridge."
"But what about you?" Levi asked again. "How are you? Anything from Reese?"
"Fuck him."
Lang... David raised a hand, and his green eyes were as fiery as his late mother's.
"If there's a time I'm allowed to curse, this is it."
He had a point. "Fair," Levi agreed. "Fuck him. But Truth, how are you?"
"Good."
He rotated back into his room, tossed his game controller in his desk chair, then folded onto the futon, one leg under him, the other hiked, chin resting on his knee.
"It's good, having all the family around, even if it is Grand Central here."
Levi leaned a shoulder against the jamb. "Anywhere you need me and Marsh tomorrow?"
"Not tomorrow,"
he said, raking a hand through his ginger curls, a frizzy halo this time of night.
"I need you both Wednesday night for the cookout. Trevor will be here, and I cannot guarantee I won't lose my shit."
Levi stifled his laugh, barely. David's crush on Charlie and Sean's husband no less diminished. "Maybe we'll have this case done by then." David snickered.
"Someone's optimistic for midnight."
Eyes rolling, he slumped back in the futon.
"Just be done by Friday."
"Anyone ever tell you you're an awesome kid and wedding planner?"
"Remember that when you get your credit card bill for this week."
"Also fair," Levi said with a laugh. "Now, I'm going to bed before we do all the chaos again tomorrow." He turned for the house door, but David's softer, more serious,
"Hey, Dad?"
had him turning back around.
"Danger level?"
David asked. It was a system they'd developed after last summer, a way for Levi and Marsh to be as honest as they could be with David about the danger involved with their work, with whatever particular case or cases they were working. And if last summer had been a 10 out of 10, then this case... 3 out of 10.
"Good,"
David said.
"Get done by Friday."
"Roger that," Levi said, echoing Marsh's sign-off before he headed inside himself. He found Marsh at the kitchen island, plating leftovers. "Eat," he said, pushing a plate of grilled chicken kebab and couscous in front of the closest bar stool. "We forgot to today." Levi claimed the seat, then waited for Marsh to take the one beside him. "We're off the wedding hook until Wednesday night," he told Marsh as he pried a morsel of chicken and a charred pepper off the skewer. He popped it into his mouth and hummed appreciatively at the flavorful bite. We need to bang this out tomorrow if we can, for our sakes and for Press's. He's got enough stress as it is, by the sound of it." "He's impressive. Basketball career and law school." Marsh dredged a piece of chicken through the red pepper spread he'd heaped on his plate. "We'll go through everything with fresh eyes in the morning." They finished their food, Marsh clearing the plates, and... A gentle shake brought Levi back to where he'd fallen asleep, cheek down on the bar. "Let's go, Wolfie," Marsh said, using the nickname that always made Levi smile. Had him burrowing into Marsh's side as they headed for the stairs. "Sleep now, and I promise to make your morning worth it." Levi liked the sound of that. Liked the sound of his quiet house, too, knowing it was full of love and family, all thanks to the man beside him. He rose on his toes, brushing his lips over Marsh's. You make every day worth it, and I can't wait to marry you again. 6. Levi's phone alarm was going off, the never-welcome trilling escalating in volume and pitch, soft to loud, over and over again. Marsh burrowed into his pillow. Hit the snooze, he pleaded, needing those extra 9 minutes like his life depended on it. The alarm started another scale. He rolled from his front onto his side, flinging an arm back the general direction of Levi's torso. And kept rolling, his body meeting no resistance, free-falling all the way to the sheets. Cold ones, at that. Levi had been AWOL from their bed for a while. Hand to the mattress, Marsh reached out with the other and snagged Levi's phone off the nightstand, finally silencing the dreadful noise. He didn't used to have issues getting out of bed. He was career military and occasionally plagued by the nightmares that came with said career. But more often than not over the past year, he'd slept soundly in his husband's arms, a place he had zero desire to leave in the mornings, especially when other desires tended to ride him hard first thing. This morning was no different, his dick already half hard. But without Levi in bed beside him, it appeared he was SOL, same as he'd been the last 2 nights. Pouting, he tossed Levi's phone back on the nightstand, straightened, and listened for his husband's whereabouts. No other noises coming from inside their primary suite. He listened next for Levi's voice outside their cracked bedroom door. He didn't hear it there either, among the others drifting up from the downstairs kitchen with what smelled like sausage gravy and fresh-baked biscuits. A run with taco? Late for that, though, the summer temps outside already rising, judging by the sun and heat seeping in from around the edges of the bedroom curtains. Maybe in the backyard under the trellis. Marsh swung his legs off the bed on his way to peek out the window when his own phone vibrated. He grabbed it off the charger and read the text from his husband. In the office. Texting from the computer then. Marsh started to type a response when Bubbles appeared, Levi typing. A second text appeared. Bring the pink bandana. Bedside drawer. Marsh's dick perked back up, stiffened to fully erect when he opened the drawer and found a certain remote sitting atop the strip of pink fabric. Prepped and ready, his husband was apparently feeling frisky this morning. Marsh had admittedly nursed Levi's exhibitionist streak. They'd gotten up to all manner of naughty in front of their big bedroom window that overlooked the Los Peñasquitos Canyon. But sex with a house full of people, and few walls between them would be a challenge. One, Marsh was up for. His cock, too, hard and leaking as he gave it a long, slow stroke. The bandana would help, too. Grabbing it and the remote, he clicked the latter once and imagined Levi's gasp as the vibrations started. Imagined him squirming in his chair, angling the plug's tip for his prostate, rubbing the toy's ridges against his rim, seeking more friction while he waited for Marsh, who kept him waiting a little longer, brushing his teeth and throwing on sweats and a tee in case anyone from the floor below noticed him crossing the catwalk between the primary suite and the rest of the upstairs rooms. Thankfully, he reached the home office door unnoticed by everyone but their cat, Burrito weaving around his ankles. He gave the tabby a quick scratch behind the ears, then keyed in the code on the door lock. He slipped inside and closed the door behind him. Levi sat facing the computer, back straight in the task chair they'd recently purchased. It wasn't a particularly comfortable chair on purpose. It kept either of them from sitting in front of the computer for too long. It was also easier to straddle than a chair with arms. Or to straddle one's husband in it. Marsh clicked the remote again. Levi gasped, as needy as Marsh had imagined. And his body. Fuck. He was desperate for it already. Eyelids fluttering, Adam's apple bobbing, bare abs clenching as he pressed his ass more firmly down against the seat, making his cock strain against the front of his athletic shorts, begging for attention, which Levi answered, sliding a hand down his abs and under the waistband, stroking his length. Marsh bit back a moan, admiring the show Levi was putting on for him. Multitasking, too, his right hand clicking the mouse and opening windows across Marsh's two monitors. Levi glanced over at him, blue eyes dark with lust, and strained to his erection. Darker still. We have to get this case done before the weekend. If Marsh could get it done before the next minute, he would. Then he could spend the week doing nothing but fucking his husband between family gatherings. But that was not their reality, this week, or any week. He stepped to Levi's side, close enough to feel the heat of his flushed skin, and jutted his chin at the monitor. Evidence turn up anything? Levi continued to open windows across the screen, each a different crime scene photo from Press's place. Notice anything? Squinting, Marsh leaned over Levi's shoulder, trying and failing to see the detail he needed. Can you zoom in, room by room? Levi stretched up and nipped his jaw. Sorry, I made you rush over without your glasses, but you don't need them for this. Before Marsh could capture his lips, Levi scooted forward and gestured at the screen with the hand that had just been in his pants, the tips of his fingers wet with pre-cum. Marsh grabbed his wrist and held it out to the side, preventing the heathen from touching the screen and keeping temptation out of sight. For now. 2 minutes, Marsh grunted. 2 minutes, and I will give you what you want. Levi's gaze strayed again to Marsh's cock, and Marsh contemplated whether to continue this conversation at all. In 2 minutes, he could have Levi out of the chair, the plug out of his ass, and his cock plunging into the hole Levi had stretched open for him. What do you see? Levi said, voice a breathy stutter. He ached with need, too, but he was enjoying the anticipation. Same as Marsh. Look at it as a whole. Releasing his wrist, Marsh straightened, clicked the plug's vibration up another notch, and forced his gaze to the screen, ignoring the needy keen that slipped past Levi's lips. As a whole. Marsh stopped squinting, and that was when he saw it. Press's office is more trashed than the other rooms. Someone was looking for something in there. Not his championship ring either. Good sign for Press. Levi lifted his ass and shoved down his shorts, cock free to stroke again. It's more likely about something and someone else. Any other evidence? Marsh asked as he fought the urge to fall to his knees and gag on his husband's cock. Levi shook his head. No prints, and nothing else from CSU. Anything off the traffic cams? Marsh nudged the chair and Levi over, but before taking control of the keyboard, he dug the bandana out of his pocket and slapped it into Levi's pre-cum sticky hand. Gag yourself. We've got a house full of people. Can't have you going all howly when I stuff you full of my cock. Levi shoved the bandana between his lips, stifling his immediate groan, then tied it the rest of the way around his neck while Marsh checked the status on the auto and property searches.
Couldn't get the VIN off the car, but we did identify it as a late model gray Camry. Farmers pulling all matching registrations in San Diego County, and we'll have property records by 10.
He barely had the last word out when Levi tugged the gag back out of his mouth, yanked Marsh's sweats down, then silenced his needy moans with Marsh's cock instead, swallowing him to the root. It took everything in Marsh not to come right there on the spot. Between the wet, hot suction of Levi's mouth and the sight of him in the mirrored closet doors, cheeks flushed and hollowed, bobbing on his cock while he continued to jerk himself off, Marsh was skating the edge. As if sensing how close he was, Levi pulled off his cock and stared up at him, only a thin ring of blue around his blown, wide pupils. My ass feels like a live wire. Need you inside me, now. He shoved the gag back in his mouth and held out an arm for Marsh to haul him up and out of the chair. They switched positions, Marsh claiming the chair and holding Levi's hips so he could admire the vibrating blue plug nestled in his husband's ass. Gorgeous. And all for them. He clasped Levi's cheeks, pulling them apart, then pushing them back together, shifting the plug in the process. You love this thing, don't you? His husband's more was a muffled, beautiful thing. Marsh spread his cheeks and leaned closer, swiping a tongue around the toy's ribbed base and Levi's rim. The scent, the vibrations, Levi's gagged moans were driving him wild, making his cock ache to get in there. Another couple lashes, then Marsh gave them both what they needed. Holding Levi by one hip, he carefully withdrew the plug and checked with 1, 2, then 3 fingers that Levi was slick and ready for him. Satisfied, he lowered Levi onto his cock, legs straddling his lap, back to Marsh's front. The task chair creaked, but held firm. This wasn't their first rodeo in this position, as evidenced by Levi's practiced movements, the up and down of his hips, the turn of his head to meet Marsh's gaze in the mirrored closet doors, the fist he wrapped around his cock. Marsh covered his hand, working him together, and Levi's gaze was no more. Eyes fluttering closed as he rested his head back on Marsh's shoulder. As he bit into the gag each time Marsh thrust up, muffling his grunts. Marsh couldn't tear his eyes from the erotic sight, from the remarkable man in his arms. The one who'd agreed to marry him a year ago and had turned his world upside down, in the best way possible. He'd allowed Marsh to share his home, to get to know his son, and to get to know him, professionally and personally, inside and out. The people and places he loved, the things that made him smile, the touches that made him go wild. Marsh inched his hand lower and tugged at Levi's balls. I am the luckiest man alive, he whispered in his husband's ear. I have the finest piece of ass in all of San Diego, sprawled across my lap, riding my cock like he was fucking made for it. And he's also the best person I've ever fucking known. He splayed his left hand over Levi's chest, the rays of morning sun catching his wedding band. Catching Levi's too, as he tangled their fingers together. And I get to marry you again this weekend, and have a proper... He thrust up. Fucking thrust again. Wedding night. Levi groaned, strokes coming faster, head thrashing on Marsh's shoulder, his orgasm barreling down on him. Marsh tightened his grip on his balls. I'm gonna make it so good for you, baby. Levi's rhythm began to falter, his body stiffening against Marsh's, muscles coiled tight with tension on the knife's edge of release.
Open your eyes, Levi. I want you to see us come.
Blue eyes shot open, and Marsh released his balls. Levi's hips jerked, cum spilling over their fists, his teeth digging into the bandana as he groaned, long and ragged. Levi falling apart was Marsh's favorite sound. He drew it out, pounding his prostate, heightening the sensation, making Levi's ass clench tight around Marsh's cock as he emptied inside him. Levi's satisfied pants were another of Marsh's favorite sounds, one of the first that came back to him after their lovemaking. He pulled the gag out of Levi's mouth so he could enjoy the full effect, so he could angle Levi's face in for a kiss, lips brushing in the aftermath of the blinding pleasure that still regularly overtook them.
"You're amazing,"
Marsh whispered. "My ass is amazing," Levi grinned.
"Your cock, too. And that toy,"
Marsh said, eyeing the blue plug still vibrating on the floor. "If my limbs weren't jello, I'd go pick it up."
"We do have to get out of this chair sometime today."
"Boo," Levi said with a pout. Someone else made the decision for them. Twin calls of "boys" and "dads" echoing from below.
"We're coming,"
Marsh shouted back. Past tense. Levi muttered, and Marsh lost it, burying his laughter in Levi's neck, squeezing the witty, beautiful man in his arms with all the love his heart would never be big enough to contain. 7. Levi was still riding the morning's high as he crossed the FBI bullpen to the conference room, Marsh at his side, his big hand nestled where it belonged, at the small of Levi's back. Their lovemaking had been exhilarating, hot, wild, a little naughty, and 100% the connection they'd needed after the past few days. Then, after they'd cleaned up and headed downstairs, they'd stolen a few extra minutes with their family over a raucous, delicious breakfast. Between Camilla's and Irina's latest exploits, including casseroles for cows, a deviously delectable plan for passing a local conservation measure, updates on the goats David had helped deliver last summer, and enough teasing to make poor Brax blush, Levi had left the house with an even wider smile on his face than when he'd first come downstairs. Days like these, Levi thanked his lucky stars. He'd had it all early on: the love of a good woman, an incredible son, a tight-knit family. Then lost it when cancer had taken David's mother's life. In the aftermath, his heart broken, the rising tide of debt and responsibility drowning him, Levi had drifted from his son, his family, and his friends. And then the cowboy hacker at his side had sauntered into his life and lassoed him out of his misery, helping Levi reconnect with his own family and bringing Levi and David into his. And even working together, Levi never found himself wishing for time away from Marsh. He always wanted more, wanted everything. Marsh leaned closer as they approached the conference room door.
"Wipe that smug grin off your face, or everyone is going to know how hard I railed you this morning."
Levi's cheeks burned, his blush never something he could control, especially around Marsh. Now, they're definitely going to know. Turned out there were only 2 people in the room who might notice, Jamie and Aiden, and both of them were too wrapped up in the folders and papers strewn across the table to even notice they'd entered the room. Levi cleared his throat. "Good news or bad news?"
"Bit of both," Jamie said, glancing up.
"We know why Press got a good deal on the house.
That's more than we knew yesterday."
That's the only good part,"
Aiden said as he stood. Turns out, Press bought a murder house. Not exactly, Jamie replied. But not far off. Aiden grabbed their mugs and met Marsh by the coffee maker, spinning up refills while Levi slid into the chair across from Jamie. Start from the top, Levi said. Jamie withdrew a green folder from the rainbow stack to his left and slid it across the table. Property records. First deed is the one for Press's purchase from Dwight Cousins. Second is from when Cousins purchased the property. Levi briefly scanned Press's deed. Nothing unusual. He flipped to the prior deed. Similarly benign, though the house had been owned in trust. Not an uncommon tax strategy in California. Eloise Ward signed for the Ward Family Trust. Did she live there? Hold that thought, Jamie said. Notice anything else? Levi flipped back to Press's deed, examining it more closely. Then to Cousins. All looked in. Wait. He checked the date on Press's, then on Cousins, surprised at how close they were. He didn't hold on to it long. Marsh slid into the chair beside him. Property values do escalate like magic beanstalks around here. He handed Levi a cup of tea, then scooted back in his chair, nursing his bean water. Or maybe Cousins was a flipper, or maybe he was like Agent Kim and couldn't take the planes. Jamie and Aiden chuckled, Cam, no doubt, filling them in on his former partner's aversion to the military flyovers that had eventually chased him out of town and up the coast to the L.A. field office. Levi sipped his tea and considered Marsh's theories. The latter is certainly possible. A flipper is possible too, but those improvements at Press's place, while nice, didn't look less than a year old. He set his tea aside and turned his attention back to Jamie. I'm guessing there's more to the story. Cousins sold the house 366 days after he bought it, 1 day past the required holding time for a residential loan. Smiling, Jamie passed a yellow folder across the table next. Settlement statements from both transactions. Marsh whistled from over Levi's shoulder. Cousins came out of pocket for that delta? Aiden nodded. Tapped his 401k. Penalty is on his tax return. Why didn't he just sell it sooner? The lender's penalty was even more exorbitant. So he wanted out of that house, bad. Levi spread the papers in front of him and reclaimed his mug, reframing the situation around this latest evidence. Any issues while he was the owner? Nothing reported, Jamie said. Checked FBI and the county sheriff's records. We need to talk to him, Levi said. And to the neighbors. There must have been something that chased him out of there. Marsh made a high-pitched, eerie, ghostly noise and got a balled-up piece of paper to his face for it, Jamie hitting him square between the eyes. That drew more laughs and tripped something in the back of Levi's mind. Ghosts. Dead people. Ward. That prior owner's name. Tell us about the Ward who lived there before Cousins. Lance Ward, if I remember the news stories correctly. Marsh dropped the spooky act, snapping back to professional attention. News stories. Good memory. Jamie pushed a red folder across the table to them. Lance Ward was found dead in the San Elijo Lagoon 15 months ago. Levi opened the folder to crime scene photos and was immediately glad he'd gone easy on the sausage gravy and biscuits that morning. Bodies found in water were some of his least favorites. Beside him, Marsh, who'd not gone easy, took one look, then angled his chair away. Cause of death was suicide? Levi asked, closing the folder on the pictures. I think I remember that too. Aiden nodded. Sheriff's Department ruled it a suicide officially, but the autopsy was technically inconclusive, from the body being in the water too long. No one noticed him gone? Marsh asked.
Ward was a restaurateur with investments in SoCal and Vegas, Jamie said as he handed over the last remaining folder, a bulging blue one. List of restaurants plus his travel and credit card records for the last year of his life are in there. It wasn't unusual for him to be gone long stretches. So, why did local rule it a suicide? Jamie's tone was more somber when he spoke next, the latent investigator's glee taking a back seat to sympathy. Because he'd tried before. Check the last page in there. Levi flipped the folder over, then drew out the last sheet, an editorial written by Ward and published in a prominent food magazine. He read the first few paragraphs and was jarred by the contrast between this piece and Ward's ultimate fate. This reads like he came out the other side. Doesn't mean he didn't slide back into darkness, Marsh said. And the darkness, the touch of fear in his own voice, had Levi reaching out and laying a hand on his husband's thigh. He'd witnessed Marsh's nightmares over the past year. Infrequent, but there had been enough to know they stayed with Marsh for days after. Let's dig into him too, Levi said. But less about his death and more about his life. He gave Marsh's thigh another squeeze. Want to show them what we found this morning? The thin line of Marsh's mouth curved into a devious smirk, and judging by Aiden's pained, I don't want to know. He'd noticed this time, and made the deduction Levi had expected earlier. Levi rolled his eyes at his husband. I can't believe you were telling me to behave when we walked in here. He snagged the laptop from in front of Marsh and opened the crime scene photos they'd reviewed that morning. He flipped the laptop around but kept it closer to them, aiming for that broader perspective that had helped Marsh realize what he was seeing. Each room was searched, but when you look at them all together, that room, Aiden said, pointing at Press's office, was searched more thoroughly. Something to do with Ward's work? Or something Ward left behind? 8. Marsh couldn't park the RX fast enough once they finally reached their destination in Newport Beach. Catch Me looked like a nice enough place, an upscale eatery on the channel, but Marsh's aching back and legs distracted him from the view. What should have been an hour and 15-minute drive had stretched over 2, and would have stretched longer if Levi didn't seem to know every shortcut in Southern California. The FBI agent waiting for them on the sidewalk in front of the restaurant looked similarly displeased at their delay until he saw Jamie climbing out of the passenger seat. The two were old friends from when Jamie was at MIT, and Matt had been partnered with Jamie's best friend, Cam. I didn't expect to see you until the weekend, Matt said, L.A. doing nothing to diminish his New York accent. What are you doing here early? Matty K, he huffed, hands over his chest, pretending to be injured while doing his best Cam impression. You don't love me no more? Don't you start with that nickname too? Smiling, Matt swatted at him once before yanking him into a hug. Of course I still love you. Marsh missed having Matt in the San Diego office. The agent briefly partnered with Levi, but from the few times he and Levi had met up with Matt the past year, it was obvious Los Angeles was a better fit for him. Hope you don't mind the surprise, Marsh said as he took his turn for a hug. Not at all, and I don't mind meeting here either. He jutted his chin at the restaurant. Been meaning to visit this place. We're not here to eat, unfortunately, Levi said. Doesn't look like we could get a table anyways, Marsh added. All the sidewalk patio tables were full, and a steady stream of summery dressed people continued to go in and out the front doors. I didn't mean for the food, Matt said, and the change in his tone from jovial to serious was enough to draw all their glances.
Levi shifted them out of the middle of the sidewalk and off to the side of the patio, out of anyone's earshot. "Explain," he said to Matt. "We're here because the late co-owner was also the owner of a house one of Jamie's former players bought. Had some trouble there the other night." "Unrelated, I think," Matt said, then turned his attention to Marsh. "Remember that jewel thief case, the one you hacked some info on for me when you were trying to get into my good graces?" He tilted his head toward Levi. "And into his pants?" Marsh smirked. "I remember. You still working it?" "In my spare time, following the money like we did on the Ada case." "And it leads here?" Levi asked. "Maybe. There are some interesting influxes of cash, all coming roughly the same number of days after each theft." Jamie said the thing they were all thinking. "Laundering. That, or their funding lines up too perfectly." Marsh had heard enough to be doubly intrigued now. He removed his hat and gestured toward the door. "Let's go find out." Matt led the way, having already spoken with the host, not wanting to cause a scene. Good thing, as their group looked distinctly too suited for the casual crowd. She led them through the main dining room to a private one behind sliding barn doors. Inside, Luis Rivera, the man they were there to see, sat chatting over empty plates with a white man dressed in entirely too much black for a hot summer day. The two men glanced their direction, and Marsh was struck by the stranger in black's appearance. Familiar somehow, but he couldn't place him. The stranger seemed to place Matt, though, his gaze darting directly to the other agent, same as Matt's had to him, and staying there while the host spoke quietly to Rivera. After a moment, Rivera broke the stare down, sharing a few words with the stranger, then a hug before the man in black disappeared with the host through a door to the kitchen. "Gentlemen," Rivera gestured them over. "Please, come have a seat." Levi led the way, hand extended. "Assistant Special Agent in charge, Levi Bishop." They exchanged friendly handshakes, then each of them in turn, Rivera insisting they call him Luis, before everyone claimed chairs around the table. "Shame I didn't have my son's Remedy album with me," Levi said. "Ryan is his favorite." That's who the stranger had been. Ryan Lassiter, from David's favorite band, Remedy. There was a poster of him in David's room. "Can't Gino get it signed for you?" Marsh said. "What's the point of having a rock star cousin if you can't call in the occasional favor?" "Gino Morelli of Middlecut?" Luis said, his eyes sparkling. "He and Bennett used to be in here all the time. I miss them so much." "That's them," Levi said with a nod. "And yeah, they've been on tour nonstop these past few years. So much so they'd missed Gino's sister's wedding last year. Only security had shown, not the rock stars." "Well, if you need Ryan's signature," Luis said, "just let me know." "How do you two know each other?" Matt asked. "He was a close friend of Ward's." Luis dipped his chin and crossed himself, muttering a quick prayer for his late friend, before lifting his face and starting again. "Ryan's been a lifesaver. He helped me go through the house after, and still drops in whenever the band is in town." "You and Ward were close too?" Jamie asked. "We met at a food truck years ago, and by the end of that day, he was my best friend. It was like I'd found the brother I never had. We opened Catch Me together a year later." "How many concepts have opened together?" Levi said. Luis paused, swallowed hard, then corrected himself. "I'm opening the 6th RW Kitchen concept next month." He ran a shaky hand over his face, then through the tight, dark curls on top of his head. "I'm sorry. He's been gone over a year, and I'm still not used to it." "That's a lot for one person," Marsh said. "We're sorry for your loss." He dropped his arm, looking sad but resigned.
After what happened, I couldn't let the RWK dream die. That's the last thing he would have wanted. After his suicide, Marsh said, skirting the line between question and statement. Luis's answer was firmly on the side of doubt. Right. You don't seem to believe that, Levi said, picking up on the same skepticism in Luis's voice. Matt and Jamie, too, judging by the way they leaned forward in their seats. Luis pushed back from his, standing. Can I get anyone a drink? They all declined, but gave Luis the time he seemed to need. He refilled his glass and stared out the windows at the channel. I was the one who found him the first time he tried. We'd had back-to-back failures, concepts that never even made it to opening, and we were losing investors. He always put so much pressure on himself, which was dangerous for someone who suffered from anxiety and depression. He turned away from the water, darkness clouding his expression, his light brown eyes hardening with certainty. I knew what my best friend looked like, how he acted like during a depressive episode. He shook his head as he sank back into his chair. This wasn't that. Fuck, we just opened our 4th place together and we're booked solid. We were on top of the world. That was consistent with the financials they'd reviewed that morning. Granted, money did not equal happiness, and sometimes success was the worst kind of pressure. But Luis made a convincing case, one that was backed up by years of friendship. Levi seemed similarly convinced, aiming his questions a different direction. Had Ward mentioned any issues at his place in Cardiff? Break-ins or anything suspicious? No, nothing. He loved that fucking house, and I'll admit the view was incredible, but it was also creepy as fuck. Creepy? Marsh asked, keying in on the same isolated vibes he'd picked up there. Luis's expression darkened once more, but this time the guilt mixed with the pain was unmistakable. From the downturned corners of his mouth, to the averted gaze, to the blush that hit his brown cheeks. I once told him that lagoon was the perfect place to hide a body. Still haven't forgiven myself for that joke. Marsh clasped his shoulder in sympathy, recalling similar comments about desert sandworms eating people whole. And then he'd served there and lost colleagues to the other very real dangers hiding in the sand. No doubt that one jest had been eating Luis up inside every day for the past 15 months. Probably why Lassiter was checking in on him more too. Did Ward have any other enemies? Jamie asked after Luis took another sip of water. Folks who might have wanted to harm him? Luis shook his head. Everyone loved Ward. That's why he ran the front of house operation, and I dealt with the kitchens. He was far more of a natural at it. Marsh didn't doubt that about Ward, but he thought maybe Luis wasn't giving himself enough credit. He'd been the picture of hospitality with them, even as they'd discussed a difficult, painful topic. He wasn't holding anything back. Marsh wondered if he'd been as forthcoming with the local authorities. Did you go over all this with the sheriff's department at the time? Luis nodded, and Levi beat Marsh to the next question. Did they ever follow up with you? Not once, he said, voice firmer than Marsh had heard it all conversation, bolstered by indignation on behalf of his friend. They got his medical records, found the scars on his thighs, and had their answer. Local blowing off another case involving the same house? Or looking the other way, intentionally, then and now? Or were they just doing so now to cover their asses from before? As much as their FBI team wanted to stay below the radar with this case, it was becoming more and more clear that they needed to have a conversation with the sheriff's department. And soon. But first, they needed to finish with Luis, Matt already leading him down the final line of questioning. How familiar are you with RWK's finances? Intimately, now.
he said. Before, that was Ward's domain. I'm the chef. He was the money and concept guy. It's been a crash course, that's for sure. Levi withdrew the folded bank records from his coat pocket and pushed the several highlighted sheets in front of Louise. These are influxes of cash the company received. Do they look familiar to you? Funding rounds. Louise answered without hesitation. After Ward's death, I had an accountant go over everything and bring me up to speed. I saw those numbers too and was like, whoa. I hired someone independent, on Ryan's recommendation. I wanted to be sure it was all legit. The way we'd bounced back after those losses. He smiled, small but proud of what he and his friend had achieved. It was humbling to know folks in the industry believed in us like that they still do. His words got scratchy, thick with emotion, and he cleared his throat before going on. I've got the backup for everything. I can send over whatever documents you need. We'll get you a list, Levi said. Thank you. He asked around the table for more questions and, hearing none, stood, Marsh and the others following suit. If you think of anything else, Levi said, handing Luis his card. That's my number, and Agent Kim is based here in Los Angeles. Matt handed Luis his card too. We will follow up with you. Luis thanked them, then slipped into the kitchen, seeking comfort in the familiar, while the host reappeared and led their group back out the way they'd entered. Once outside, Matt let his neutral face fall, the agent looking like he needed some comfort too. Sorry, we couldn't be of more help on your case, Levi said. I'm about to call it cold at this point, Matt said with a shrug. But I'm glad the visit was useful for yours. That's another person who doesn't think it was suicide, Jamie said. I tend to believe him, Levi said. Well, I can tell you what wasn't cold, Marsh said, cutting a mischievous smirk at Matt. Those bedroom eyes you and the rock star were giving each other. We were not, Jamie snickered. You totally were. Matt looked pleadingly at Levi, who was no help either. The blush on your cheeks also says you were. Something you want to tell us, Matty K? Jamie needled. Before he could answer, Marsh's phone rang, the ringtone familiar to 3 out of the 4 of them. He drew it out and answered on speaker. Eagle, what have you got? Local caught wind, she answered, sounding at her annoyed worst. They're sending over Detective Hines. Get your asses back here, now. 9. Why are you dredging up a cold case? Levi was barely off the elevator when the unfamiliar raised voice from the conference room across the bullpen reached his ears. And why are there civilians involved? Beside him, Marsh cringed. Guessing we didn't make it back before Hines made it here. But someone else had. Consultants, she corrected. And make no mistake, it was a correction, no matter how sweet and southern Charlotte Henby's voice sounded. Both of whom had impeccable law enforcement records before moving into the private sector. Agent Henby isn't wrong, Quan added. Not to mention Lieutenant Colonel Kane's stellar military record. Which, from my time working a case here last summer, Charlie said. I gather, is fairly common in San Diego. She smiled as Marsh, Levi, and Jamie entered the room. Agent Marshall here was career military too. Served with Kane and Quan, isn't that right? Camp Casey, Marsh said with a shit-eating grin. He tossed his hat on the table, gave Charlie's upturned cheek a kiss, then sank into the chair beside Brax. Then, I worked at The Hague with Agent Henby's husband, who's officiating my wedding this weekend. I'm the groom, Levi said as he hugged Charlie on the way to his seat beside Quan. And I'm the assistant special agent in charge here. The detective's blue eyes bounced around the room, looking for a new target and landing on Jamie. You must be the other civilian, then. Jameson Whiskey Walker. You may have seen me on television or on the basketball court, as a player or coach. He wasn't one to throw around his fame often, but the way he flashed his cred and camera-ready smile almost made Levi laugh out loud. Jamie slid into the chair beside Aiden and turned the screws some more. I'm also a former cyber agent, frequent consultant, and SAC Tally's husband. Detective Hines was the physical definition of squirm. Outnumbered, he couldn't figure out which way to go, which way to fire. Levi jumped on the uncertainty. We have some questions for you, Detective Hines. Marsh leaned forward, picking up the thread. Like why you didn't more thoroughly investigate the break-in at Presley Jackson's house this past weekend. On the defensive, Hines remained standing, his height above them an illusion of power. His white knuckles on the chair back gave away. No reason to think it was anything more. Why did you think it was anything less? Levi countered. The current owner is a professional basketball player. A prior owner of the same house was murdered. Committed suicide. We'll get to that. Nothing was taken. Exactly, Jamie said. Including Press's championship ring, which was sitting out in the open on his desk, the most trashed room in the entire house if you'd bothered to look. And not just any house, Levi continued. A multi-million-dollar one in Cardiff, where someone died 15 months ago. We talked to his business partner earlier today, Marsh said. Doesn't sound like you investigated that case either. Look, he had a history. What? Levi cut in. You assumed because he had a mental health condition and had attempted suicide in the past that it was the same this time? That Mr. Ward just threw himself into that lagoon? He had seen cases, detectives like this before, more often in the human trafficking context, where asshole detectives like Hines wanted to make it the victim's fault. But in either case, it pissed Levi off to see someone's life and their death so easily dismissed, especially by officers sworn to protect people and to solve their deaths or disappearances. Cornered, Hines stepped back and raised his hands, palms out. Look, no harm, no foul. In either case, we got a board full of more pressing matters. This wasn't anything, either time. Then you won't mind us investigating, Quan said, having Levi's back, like she always did. Why do you care about a random B&E? The current owner is a former player of mine, Jamie answered. Hines's wide eyes were further proof he hadn't given this case a second thought. Clearly, not a minute of research. You don't have an interest, Quan added. We do. Fine, Hines shrugged. Have at it. One less case on my board. I'll have the paperwork over to you by the end of the day, Levi said, while mentally calculating the jurisdictional hoops needed to paper it. They'd figure it out, probably before Hines, who was already halfway across the bullpen, would give it a third thought. Well, Levi said, turning back to the table. I don't think the sheriff's department was purposely covering anything up. Agree, Brax said. This just doesn't rank on their priority ladder. And the former police chief would know, having had to manage a ladder like that before. And ours? Levi asked his boss, confirming the front she put on for Hines was gonna stick. Same answer as before, she said, standing. It's your week off. If this is how you want to spend it, go for it. She paused over the threshold, giving them the same warning she had yesterday. Just be done by Friday. Seems to be a trend, Levi said once she was out of earshot. David gave us the same ultimatum. Knowing them well, Charlie grinned. Who are you more afraid of,
Quan or your kid? Levi glanced at his husband. They answered together. David. 10. Marsh cruised in from the back patio with the last of the empty platters and grilling utensils, savoring the AC and the relative quiet of the kitchen. Outside, the cookout was still in full swing. Family and friends from one end of their backyard to the other, chatting with one another and dancing to the music playing on the outdoor speakers. How are we going to fit even more people here on Saturday? Our neighbors are going to kill us. Maybe we should call Aunt Liz and see if we can do it at the mansion. We're doing it here, Levi said as he warmed up the espresso machine for after-dinner drinks and desserts. We'll just send Jamie to the neighbors with a smile and a pint of barbecue. Marsh filched a few bits of pulled pork from the chafing tray and popped them in his mouth. Not a bad plan. He wished their other plans for the week had gone better, but Press's case still wasn't wrapped yet. Granted, having Jamie here early to contribute to the gut-busting picnic was a plus, but Marsh was worried about the stress Levi was putting on himself, juggling work and family and more visitors by the day. It was good they'd had this cookout scheduled for tonight. It was a break Levi couldn't get out of, and the breather they all needed after pushing hard the past 3 days. So, I was thinking, Levi started, and Marsh figured he knew what was next. His husband, agent extraordinaire and certified workaholic, was not done pushing. Maybe I should... Stepping behind him, Marsh twined his arms around his waist and nipped his neck, cutting off the return-to-work comment Levi was about to make. Maybe you should take the night off and spend it with your friends and family. But Press doesn't have a place to go home to. Marsh slid the tamper out of his hand, clicked the portafilter into place, then clicked the start button before turning his husband in his arms. Does it look like Press is having a bad time? Marsh flicked a glance out the back windows to where Press was at one end of the patio table, animatedly talking with Jamie, Farmer, Trevor, and David, who'd remained in his crush's orbit since he'd walked in the door. Last I passed by them, they were laying odds for preseason number 1. If Press can take a night off from studying and his murder house, so can you. Marsh leaned forward and captured his husband's lips, pleased when Levi relaxed into the kiss, the two of them lazily making out until the portafilter gurgled. Levi drew back, but not far, resting his head against Marsh's shoulder. Thank you for always pulling me back from that edge. It's just tough when there are so many moving pieces and so much evidence, but none of it connects. While they hadn't solved the case yet, Aiden and Brax had turned up more clues in their interviews with cousins and the neighbors, and they were continuing to turn up leads on Ward, too. As Levi said, they just needed to find the piece that tied it all together. But not tonight. Tonight was for them and their family, all of them gathered to get a jump start on the celebration of their love. All of them instrumental in nurturing that love into what it was today. The most important connection of Marsh's life. He palmed his husband's cheek, thumbs skating across his sun-warmed skin. I love how hard you work, how good you are at your job, and this is part of mine, as your husband. It's appreciated. Levi lifted his chin and met his gaze. I just want this done by Friday so we can fully enjoy ourselves. Oh, I intend to fully enjoy every minute of our wedding weekend, and every inch of you on our wedding night. Then we gotta finish this case. Which is why, he said, kissing the tip of Levi's nose, we're gonna make your mother's affogato.
Marsh paused, because after a year he knew what was coming. In 3, 2, 1.
Levi, Marsh, where's my dessert?
Levi lost it, falling against his chest in a fit of giggles. The sound 100% welcome. One of Marsh's favorites. On its way! Marsh shouted back, then to Levi, leaned down and spoke next to his ear. Which is why we're going to serve our guests dessert. We're going to spend some more time with them, and then while you spend some time with your son and family tonight, I'm going to do some hacking. Levi lifted his head, mouth open to object, and Marsh kissed him quiet. You put in the extra time the other morning. Now it's my turn. Are you sure? Marsh laced their fingers together, their wedding bands catching the evening light streaming into the canyon. As sure as I am that I can't wait to marry you again, in front of all these people and more, on Saturday. 11. While Levi got to spend the rest of the evening with his family, he and Marsh were up and out of the house before sunrise, called back to Press's place by an early morning security alarm. A glass break set off on the lower level. On alert this time, Hines apparently taking them seriously, a sheriff's deputy was already on site when they arrived. He'd done a complete look-around and saw no evidence that the burglar had made it inside. Only broken the lower-level window, then fled when the alarm had sounded. Levi asked the deputy to keep watch outside while he and Marsh checked inside, clearing each room, confirming what the deputy suspected. No one had been inside the house, the alarm doing its job. Levi texted the deputy that he was off guard duty, then slid onto a metal stool at the dining bar beside Marsh. They're still after something here. Yep. Marsh angled his phone toward Levi, footage from the traffic cam displayed. Different car this time. A light-colored Prius. Probably another rental, but I'll have Farmer run it. This time of morning, there's nothing else around. That's got to be them. The gray car Press had spied had been a dead end. So had all the other maybe-suspect cars that the neighbors and cousins recalled. No one car was the same, and not all were caught on camera, the stoplight only recently installed. Of those on camera, some were rentals, some were owned by local folks, and a fair few belonged to real estate agents. No one with a rap sheet. Levi drummed his fingers on the stainless steel bar top, counting the bright, multicolor backsplash tiles of the kitchen as he cycled through possibilities in his head. He kept coming back to the same ones. It has to be something in the walls, ceiling, or floor, or in a panic room type space. Marsh shook his head. Cousins looked for the latter. While he, Marsh, and Jamie had been in Newport Beach the other day, Aiden and Brax had questioned Cousins. The prior homeowner had thought this place would be his dream home. It had turned into a nightmare. Hang-ups, drive-bys, lights in windows late at night, unexplained power and Wi-Fi outages. Cousins had worked from home, leaving little opportunity for break-ins, but he'd had the sense someone was always watching for the opportunity. He couldn't handle constantly looking over his shoulder, being uncomfortable in the place he spent most of his time. He'd wanted out, no matter the cost. Marsh tapped again at his phone, bringing up the floor plans. I don't see anything here like a panic room or secret space. Levi leaned in, peering over his shoulder as Marsh spread his fingers, zooming in room by room, spending extra time on the in-home office. Me neither, Levi said. All the corners and dimensions line up. What about the floors, walls, or ceiling? CSU didn't find anything up or down. As for the walls, short of busting into them, we can't know for sure, but
The break-in didn't go that far either, Levi said, following Marsh's train of thought. The place had been tossed, but not destroyed. A matter of time? Or if it wasn't in the floors, walls, or ceiling, whatever it was it in something that had been removed, without the burglar's knowledge? Do we have the sales contract to Cousins, and the one to press? Marsh nodded, scrolling once more. We need the bills of sale. What carried all the way through? Looks like most of it, Marsh said after a moment. Couch. Tossed. Beds. Shredded. What about in the office? Levi said, sliding off his stool and heading in that direction, Marsh on his heels. He stepped into the smallish room, took a moment to admire the view out these windows too, then rotated toward Marsh, who'd posted up against the door jamb. All right, what have we got? Desk. Glass. The one intact piece of furniture left in here. Chair. Leather, Levi said, spinning it. Cut. Rug. Rolled up. Shoved against the wall. Against the wall art. He gestured at the broken frame propped on the rug. Also ripped. Well, this is curious. Levi spun to face his husband. What is? There was a wine fridge on the bill of sale to Cousins, Marsh said, straightening off the door jamb. But it was crossed out, initialed by Cousins and L.R. Luis Rivera? He removed it? Marsh had already dialed, the call ringing on speaker by the time Levi reached his side. Hello? Luis answered, sounding surprisingly awake for 5 a.m, and somewhere surprisingly noisy, near the water, judging by the boat horns and seagulls in the background. Luis, this is Agents Bishop and Marshall. We're sorry to call so early. Best time of the day to buy fish, he replied. Give me just a second. They listened as he negotiated a halibut purchase. Then, after a moment, the background noise quieted, Luis having moved out of whatever hustle and bustle he'd been in. What can I help you with, agents? Did Ward used to have a wine fridge in his office? Levi asked. Oh, yes, Luis replied. Eloise was going to sell it to the buyer, but I wanted it for the underbar in one of the restaurants. We worked out a deal. Did you notice anything unusual about the fridge? No, it worked fine. Some junk behind it when we moved it out, but Ward wasn't the neatest guy. What kind of junk? Receipts for restaurant supplies, a couple of flash drives. Marsh's eyes grew wide. Did you check the flash drives? Gibberish, Luis said. Just a single file on each, a random string of numbers. Marsh hit the mute button. They're passkeys to other files. He took the phone off mute, asking Luis, Any chance you also have Ward's laptop? I do, since he only had his RWK one. I've got it in secure storage with the rest of the work files we cleaned out of the house. Backup, in case I needed to access anything. Can you text us the address and meet us there? Levi said. I know it's early. I want to know what happened to my friend, Luis said. I'll text you the address. It's here in Newport Beach. This time of morning we can be there in an hour. I'll see you then. And Luis, Marsh added, bring the flash drives. 12. They could have waited for the searches to come back on the entities revealed in the encrypted files Marsh, Jamie, and Farmer had cracked with the passkeys from Louise. But Levi and Luis had ultimately made the call to accelerate matters. Levi, because they were coming up fast on their David Quan Friday deadline. Luis, because he wanted to know who Ward was laundering money for. While thankfully not through the company accounts, Ward had been using RWK's connections with suppliers to buy equipment, foodstuffs, and other goods at an industry discount. With dirty money. Ward would then sell those goods on the secondary market and get paid in clean money that was funneled back to his client. A misadventure Ward had entered into during that period of failures, when he'd spiraled and tried to take his life to escape the pressure and his own bad decisions. But then things had turned around, and Ward had wanted out of the laundering business. At least that was the story Marsh had deduced from the invoices and notes Ward had left in his encrypted files. The pieces all fit, including Ward's dead body in the lagoon and the launderer's desperation to clean up after themselves, to find the evidence they'd thought was still in the house, but which had been unintentionally removed by Louise. "You don't have to do this," Levi had told Louise earlier that afternoon. "We can take it from here. At this point, they don't even know you have the information they're after. You don't have to put yourself in danger," Marsh had added. He liked Louise, respected how forthcoming and cooperative he'd been through all this. He was an innocent wrapped up in Ward's mess. He didn't have to put his life or business on the line. "I need to do this for myself," Louise had replied, voice thick with tears, but no less adamant for it. "And for Ward." He still had his friends back, even knowing what he'd done, even with Ward gone. Marsh respected him more for it. A deep breath later, he'd placed the call to the number on the invoices and left the message they'd rehearsed with him. "Hello, this is Luis Rivera, Ward's old business partner. I have the information you've been looking for. I'm interested in learning more." It was a believable enough scenario that Luis had come into possession of the incriminating evidence and wanted to revive the arrangement. A return text had arrived 10 minutes later, a time later that evening, and an address. Which was how Marsh found himself between Jamie and Brax, in front of the monitors of the mobile command van. They were parked across the street from an industrial complex in Oceanside, waiting for the launderers to arrive for a 7 o'clock meeting with Louise. Between them and the meeting site were 4 lanes of rush-hour traffic, and a steady stream of folks going to and from the complex. Organized in a U configuration, the complex's 3 buildings were each a single story, 4 suites each, roll-up bay doors at the front of each unit. All but one of the units had their doors rolled down, tenants wisely staying cool in the sweltering heat. Marsh would bet Levi was already sweating through his shirt under his tactical vest, positioned as he was in the lookout spot on the roof of the complex's center building. He'd wanted to be one of the primary tactical teams, but Marsh had pulled him aside and, admittedly, unfairly, reminded him that David would be supremely pissed if Levi got shot 2 days before the wedding and had to delay it again. Levi had cursed Marsh's sudden but inevitable betrayal and conceded the primary posts, taking lookout instead. "Teams report," he called, getting clear replies from Farmer's team in the first unit of the right side building and from Aiden's team in the center building, 1 unit over from where the meet would go down. Charlie's "Incoming," from where she was circulating among other FBI agents pretending to be civilians at a company picnic at the far end of the left building, drew Levi's bird's-eye view her direction. His camera caught a gray Camry pulling into the parking lot, driving past the picnic area and into a spot near the middle building. "Looks like a match," Jamie said. "Same make and model as the car press identified the night of the break-in." "Tally, you're up," Marsh said. "Eyes on," Aiden confirmed. 2 white men climbed out of the car. The driver was middle-aged, suited, and carried himself with an air of authority. The passenger was younger, a bruiser who walked a step behind Mr. Suit on their way to the unit Luis waited out front of.
Marsh would bet his Stetson that Bruiser was the person who'd trashed Press's home Saturday night. Fit the description, same as the car.
Mr. Rivera.
The suited man greeted, his words audible through the in-ear comm Luis wore.
Dayton McConnell,
he said, hand extended.
Run him.
Marsh said to Jamie and Brax, the former checking all the sources, legit and otherwise, available to him, the latter on rap sheets and records.
50-50 shot it's an alias. I was surprised to hear from you, McConnell said.
I was surprised to learn what Ward was up to, Luis replied.
Were you?
He didn't let on. Shame, as I might have been able to help.
I'd like to hear how, McConnell said. If you have what I need.
Luis nodded, and McConnell gestured toward the door. Bruiser keyed in a code on the lock pad, and the group entered, disappearing from view. Farmer, Henby, second position, Levi said, moving their teams closer, the three teams now surrounding the unit, Levi maintaining lookout.
How do you think you can help us, Mr. Rivera?
Luis didn't reply immediately, and Marsh's heart lodged in his throat, fearing the worst for a moment, until Luis finally spoke again. Are you in the tortilla business? This is a lot of masa. Marsh pointed at Brax.
Check for orders and Ward's invoices. Do we have Ward buying the masa with dirty money? Then to Jamie.
See if it was sold on the secondary, Jamie said, following. On it. Marsh tuned back into the conversation, shifting between camera views, monitoring for any additional activity.
We lost our best trader, McConnell said. Product stalled.
Lost or fired, Luis countered.
He wasn't adhering to company policy.
Levi, Marsh prompted. Hold, he answered. Not enough yet. Marsh wanted to say something to Luis, to provide him some encouragement. They were so close, but the chef had elected not to go two-way on the comms, afraid he might give away the op with his reactions.
Got the masa, Brax said. Ward purchased it 2 days before his death.
Haven't found it sold yet, but McConnell's an alias, Jamie said. Real name is Joseph Gallagher, specializes in laundering money for white-collar criminals. Explains the Brioni suit. A few quick keystrokes after that, Brax chimed in.
Got him. Was operating out of Chicago until he moved west 2 years ago. LAPD and SD sheriff have both brought him in for questioning, multiple times.
I need assurances, Luis said to Gallagher. None of this can get back to RWK.
We had the same agreement with Mr. Ward. We'll honor that, if you have what we're looking for.
Flash drives. Luis clicked them together twice, the signal they'd agreed on. Tally, Henby, Levi said. First position, Farmer, hold. The moment Luis handed over those flash drives, he would be at his most vulnerable, no longer of use to Gallagher. The tactical teams had to be ready to act. These contain all of Ward's invoices and records, Luis said, as they'd also rehearsed. The dirty money you sent him, what he bought, what he sold, and the clean money he returned. This is what you need?
Are there any other copies?
None. I didn't figure that would win me any business. The masa was sold, Jamie said. But neither the product nor the money was delivered. Holy shit.
What?
Marsh said, whipping his gaze to him. Jamie dragged a phone log onto the middle monitor, a row highlighted. Ward called the sheriff's department with a tip the night before he was killed. They never called him back.
So, that's why Local is so determined to ignore this, Marsh said.
And that's why Ward was killed, Levi said. Final straw.
And now, Brax said. The cops are gonna ignore it again to cover their own incompetence and a leak. At the expense of press's safety. Farmer chimed in. Fuck that. His vehemence almost distracted Marsh from the conversation still going on the other end of the comm. I can move this masa by tomorrow, Luis said. I can move more. All right, Mr. Rivera. If the money is in the accounts by tomorrow morning, we can work together. And if it's not? Then you'll be fired too. Tally, Henby, go, Levi ordered. Farmer, back up! Chaos erupted over the comms, Marsh watching as FBI agents streamed into the unit, catching Gallagher and Bruiser off guard. Aiden and Charlie taking them down before they could draw the weapons they were carrying, and giving the rest of the agents time to form a wall around Luis. By the time Levi made it down from the roof and into the unit, Gallagher and Bruiser were in cuffs and being read their rights. You got what you need? Luis asked him. We did, Levi said. And we couldn't have done it without you. Without Ward, Luis said with a nod for his friend. In the end, he gave us what we needed. He had. Case closed with explanations about more than one aspect of the case. But not the most unexpected explanation of the week. That came with Farmer charging into the unit, stalking directly up to Bruiser, and slugging him with a right hook. That's for wrecking my boyfriend's new place. Then kicked him with his metal foot. And that's for scaring the shit out of him. Something you want to tell us, Farmer? Levi said, and Marsh could hear the grin in his voice, could see it through the body cam on Farmer's gear. Yeah, he said, not bothering to hide his own smile. My +1 for the wedding is press. Hope that's not a problem. Not at all, Marsh said, Levi completing his sentence. We'll see you both on Saturday. 13. Informal attire had been the right call. Levi couldn't imagine a better sight than his husband standing before him on their second wedding day in his snow-white Stetson, red-checked shirt, shiny belt buckle, and faded jeans. Mount Cowboy in all his glory. You were wearing the same outfit the day I met you, Levi said, voice raised so their guests packed into the backyard could hear him. I was at one of the lowest points in my life, and this mountain of a cowboy swaggered into my world and turned it upside down. Not everyone in the group was privy to the full story, so Levi kept the details vague, even as his mind rewound to that night. Replayed Marsh sliding into the chair across from him, wearing that same outfit and a too attractive smirk, telling Levi to marry me. And when you proposed, you told me the only answer you needed was yes. Levi had said yes that night a year ago to a marriage of convenience. Today, he was saying yes to so much more. He wrapped both of Marsh's hands in his. Yes, Emmett Marshall, to spending every day of the rest of my life with you. Yes, to raising our son together. Beside Levi, David groaned in true teen fashion, and Levi amended. To the extent he lets us. Yes to all the family and friends you've added to our lives. Cheers and applause rippled across the yard. And yes, to the love and laughter you fill my world with every day. Yes to everything with you. Marsh dipped his chin and lifted his hands in Levi's, bringing Levi's knuckles to his lips. He brushed a kiss over them, then righted his gaze, the shiny gleam to his eyes, making Levi's water too. I knew you were the one the minute I laid eyes on you, Levi Bishop, and not just because you look like a fucking pinup model. Language!
David and Lily chirped together, loud enough to be heard over the rest of their guests' laughter. Levi chuckled too, shaking a few tears loose that Marsh wiped away. He left his hand on Levi's cheek, cradling it in that way that made Levi feel cherished, that had obliterated the loneliness at a time when that was all he'd been able to see. "Then I got to know you," Marsh went on. "I learned you were a good man, a good father and son, a good brother and friend, and a damn good agent. I watched you struggle and fight for those you love and what you believe. I worked by your side as you rescued those in need and saved God only knows how many more people." He brushed more of Levi's tears away, then lifted and joined their hands again over his chest. "I fell in love with the best man I've ever met, one I'm lucky to wake up next to and work beside each day. And I will spend the rest of our lives trying to live up to your example. I will do whatever it takes to earn each and every one of those yeses." There were more than a few sniffles in the crowd, one even from Levi's side, though Levi would never call his son on it, because he was losing the battle himself. Marsh's words, his admiration and love, meant everything to him. He'd found a partner in all aspects of his life. Sean, Charlie's and Trevor's husband, and Marsh's other best friend, likewise needed to clear his throat before picking back up with the ceremony. "Do we have the rings?" he asked in his officiant role. Beside Marsh, Brax lowered Lily to the ground, and she scurried in front of Sean with the basket Camilla and Irina had helped her make. The platinum and rose gold bands Levi and Marsh had worn the past year shone bright in their bed of bougainvillea, picked fresh from their yard's abundance that morning. Levi plucked out the larger of the two bands and slipped it onto Marsh's finger. "Take this ring," Levi said, "as a promise that I will always bring my heart home to you." Words he'd spoken, a pledge he'd made in a Salzburg hotel room a year ago. He'd kept that promise then, would keep it for the rest of his life. Snagging Levi's ring from the basket, Marsh kissed the top of Lily's head, then turned back to Levi and slid the ring onto his finger. "Take this ring as a promise that I will always bring my heart home to you." Cheers erupted, Lily's and David's the loudest. So loud, Levi almost missed the words he'd been most eager to hear all ceremony. "By these promises made," Sean said, "and by the good fortune of being your friend, I pronounce you husband and husband. Again. Now kiss, because we all know you're dying to." Levi didn't have to be told twice, claiming Marsh's lips and tasting the promise of forever in his husband's smile. 14. Marsh was mixing 2 Manhattans at the kitchen island when David and Levi came bustling in, Taco on their heels, the greyhound scouting for any dropped bits from the serving trays they carried. Too bad for him. The plates on Levi's tray were wiped clean, and David's candy cane-striped bucket of ice was empty of its frozen delights. "Sorry, buddy," Marsh said, scratching behind the dog's velvety soft ears. "You'll have to settle for a biscuit." He tossed one into the great room, and Taco sprinted after it, Marsh closing the gate behind him. Better to keep him out of Levi's and David's way, the latter of whom was sweating through his Grinch tea and had his head in the freezer. "Your ugly Christmas sweater didn't last long," Marsh teased. "Because it's pushing 90 out there." "You could have not." "Nope," David said, whipping around with another armful of ice pops that he dumped into the chilled bucket.
You promised me a Christmas wedding. You and Dad might have wanted to go all cowboy, I get it. But I had all this Christmas supplies to go through.
He gestured at the bucket, then at the breakfast table covered in holiday-themed plates, cups, and napkins. Even the utensils had little Christmas trees on the end. "It is July 1st, Levi said, finishing up at the sink. He dried his hands and circled the island to Marsh's side. "It was either Christmas in July or wait until December."
"And risk you delaying it again?"
David squawked.
"No way in hell. Or more like Christmas in hell. I mean July. No objections."
"Well, mark this date in history," Marsh said as he handed a glass to Levi, then clinked his own against it, the both of them chuckling. David rolled his eyes, hard. Then, with an indignant huff, picked up the ice bucket.
"I may just keep all of these for myself."
"You're not going to share with Trevor?" Marsh teased, and David gave an even harder eye roll. "Oh ho, what's that about?"
"He tried to convince me to add more Shakespeare to my summer reading list. The thrill is gone."
"I know, you know he's an English lit professor." He flitted a hand in the air, then with a spin of his heel, cruised back outside, humming B.B. King melodies under his breath. "He's having fun, right?" Marsh asked Levi once David was out of earshot. He and David poked at each other mercilessly, but his son's happiness was as important as Levi's, two sides of the same coin. Levi smiled, the fondness for his son radiating. "He's having a blast. We gave him what he wanted." "And you?" All that fondness shone Marsh's direction. "There's nothing else I want right now. Except maybe a kiss." Marsh obliged, leaning down for a slow, soft brush of their lips. The spicy rye and cherry sweetness delicious on Levi. Same as the outfit he'd worn today. Marsh loved his man in suits, but he loved him like this too. In a short-sleeved chambray with red and white stripes that showed off his biceps and hugged his back, jeans that likewise hugged his ass, and cowboy boots that had become well-worn over the past year. Marsh's black Stetson had been a surprise. He'd figured Levi would have worn his white one too. "Why this one?" Marsh asked, bumping a knuckle against the brim. "I love the white one you got me, and I love the white one on you," he said, bumping back against Marsh's brim. "But this black one, I remember you wearing it that first day we were in Texas, when you rode out with Camilla." Levi laid a hand over his chest. "It hurt here. I knew then I was in trouble. I was so gone for you by then," Marsh confessed, then dove in for another kiss. He would never get enough of this amazing man. Was ready to. A throat cleared behind them, and they parted to find Farmer and Press just inside the doorway. Hands clasped, they stood close, same as they'd been all afternoon. The two adorably inseparable, clearly smitten with each other. More than smitten if Press had bought a house here in San Diego and was making post-ball career plans to be near Farmer. "You guys having a good time?" Marsh asked as he rested against the island. "You know how to throw a party," Farmer said with a wide grin. "And it's good to be around people like us, in lots of ways." Marsh loved working with the guy. He was a hell of a hacker. But this meant even more. Providing a safe, uplifting space where folks could be themselves and see themselves in others. His family, Levi's family, had made a point of it, and they were always happy to open their arms to more. "We'll have to make more of a habit of it, yeah? Whenever Press is here in SD. "We'd like that," Press said. "I also wanted to say thanks again for all the help this week. And I'm sorry for not telling you about us up front.
When Jamie said he knew some folks in San Diego who could help, I didn't think it would be you two who'd show up at the house. Threw me for a bit of a loop. Farmer bumped his shoulder. You got the best. I'm grateful, Press said, for your help and to know Jermaine has such good people around him. We're lucky to have him too, Levi said. And I'm glad you'll be back in your house soon. Me too, Press said. The Launderers had been arrested and booked. A formal inquiry opened at the sheriff's department. Luis cleared of all involvement, and by tomorrow afternoon, Press's place would be good as new, courtesy of the Madigan cleanup magic. It's a lovely place, Marsh said. We thought so, Farmer replied, and Marsh would be shocked as shit if the two weren't moved in together there by the end of the summer. They exchanged a few more words. Then, after a round of hugs, Press and Farmer wandered back to the party, leaving Marsh and Levi in the kitchen, finishing their drinks to the sound of their friends and family, laughing and having a good time, enjoying the wedding day Levi deserved, that Marsh was so very happy to give to him. But right then, Marsh wanted to give him something else more. So, he drawled at Levi's ear. How long do we have to stay at our own party before it's acceptable to sneak out? Because as much as I love this, I'd love to fuck my husband more. Levi kept him in suspense for the 2 minutes it took to finish their drinks, to take their glasses to the sink, and to wash them out. When he returned to Marsh's side, he took his hand, kissed his knuckles with a sly smirk, then spun on his heel as fast as their son had earlier, and bolted for the garage door, dragging a laughing, head-over-heels-in-love Marsh behind him. 15. The last time Levi stood in this hotel room, his world had been spinning out of control. A circus, he'd thought that day as he'd gazed out the balcony doors at the ocean. The 72 hours since Emmett Marshall had swaggered into his life had been a dizzying blur. And that afternoon, an hour before their first wedding, the tilt-a-whirl had been on max speed. Until Marsh had offered him a ring and his help, had begged him to take it. Levi's world had stopped spinning. Sure, there'd been other dizzying moments on that first case together and in the year since, but standing here today, gazing out the same open patio doors at the moonlit ocean, Levi had never felt steadier. Marsh stepped behind him, his chest warm against Levi's back, his arms twining around his waist, holding him close. I hope it's okay I brought you here tonight. It's perfect. He laced his fingers with Marsh's, their rings softly pinging as they slotted next to each other. I was just thinking how much has changed. He leaned his head back on Marsh's shoulder. How steady you made my world. You made it that way, Levi. Marsh kissed his temple and squeezed him tighter. You had the courage to say yes, to risk everything, and trust me when you had no reason to. You're remarkable, baby. So are you. You put yourself out there, saw a person in need, a way to save me and so many others, and you went for it. You always go for it. Levi turned in his arms and coasted his hands up Marsh's chest, the heat beneath the cotton warming his palms. I'd say we both won. Best play, Marsh said with a smile. In chess terms. Levi chuckled. If you say so. No matter how many hours he spent on the periphery of Marsh's games with David or Brax, chess would never be Levi's forte. But he did occasionally pick up terms.
I'd say romantic chess is more in order. Sudden attacks and sacrifices, if I recall correctly.
You do, Marsh said with a smirk.
Levi curled his hands in Marsh's shirt and yanked, the pearl buttons unsnapping, baring Marsh's golden bronze skin to Levi's hands and lips. He spread the shirt wider, fingers sneaking under the lapels, teasing his nipples, while he kissed across his collarbone, into the hollow of his throat, and down between his pecs. Marsh hissed and cupped the back of his head, fingers carding through his hair. What about the sacrifices? Do 40-year-old knees count? Marsh laughed out loud, the sound going straight to Levi's heart and his dick. He needed his husband. Levi sank to his knees. A sacrifice, but not as painful as it could have been thanks to the hotel carpet. And the second he got Marsh's flush, erect cock out of his jeans, Levi forgot all about his aging joints. Leaning forward, Marsh's cock brushing his cheek, he nuzzled the crease between his thigh and groin, savoring the heat and musk of Marsh's skin. He inhaled deep, then traveled a path designed to tease and torment, his lips teasing Marsh's balls, his tongue swiping over his taint before he buried his nose in the crease on the other side of his cock. Jesus, Wolfie, you're killing me. Marsh tangled a hand in his hair, then slid it lower, palming one side of his cock, pressing the long, hard length against Levi's cheek. You feel how hot I am for you? How much I want you? Groaning, it was all Levi could do, not to give in and take Marsh in his mouth, to taste all that heat and the salty pre-cum he could smell. He executed another swift attack instead, hands diving over Marsh's hips and spreading his cheeks. Marsh preferred to top, but his needy grunts whenever Levi swirled a finger around his rim were intoxicating, made his own hole clench to be filled. I see you squirming, Marsh said from above him. Like you did in that chair the other morning. You need it, don't you? My cock inside you, filling you up, making that hole mine. Please, Levi whimpered into the wiry hair at the base of Marsh's cock. It is now. All the yeses you said in front of our friends and family today. You made it official. Your heart and your hole are mine. Finally giving in, Levi licked a slow stripe along the underside of Marsh's cock, and, when he reached the tip, swirled his tongue. He opened his eyes and locked gazes with Marsh's dark, heated one. Take it, then. If Levi thought his moves were bold and sweeping, they were nothing compared to Marsh yanking him up off the floor, ripping open his shirt, and tossing him onto the bed, Marsh's big body covering his in the blink of an eye. But then Marsh stilled, a hand on his cheek, gaze intense as he stared down at him. I'm yours, too. Never forget that. I dirty talk and dominate because I know that's what you need, but make no mistake, you own all of me, Levi Bishop, heart and soul. I will do whatever it takes to earn every one of your yeses. Tears threatened, probably would have fallen again if Marsh hadn't cupped him through his jeans and stroked. Eyes rolling back in his head, Levi surrendered to Marsh taking control of his body, taking him apart piece by piece as he proved his words. Every kiss down his neck and across his chest, every lick and suck of his cock, every lash of his tongue over Levi's hole. All of it exactly what Levi needed, All of Marsh's energy and attention focused on him, imparting all of that love to him, earning every yes. Yes, as Marsh thrust inside him. Yes, as he wrapped a hand over Levi's around his cock, the two of them stroking him together. Yes, as they rocked and climbed and came together, Marsh filling him and Levi spilling over their fists. Yes, as they sank to the bed after, their tangled bodies spent. Yes, as Marsh whispered words of affection in his ear, promises of a future full of days and nights like the one today, full of family and laughter and love. A life Levi couldn't in his wildest dreams have imagined a year ago. Saying yes to Mount Cowboy was the best play Levi had ever made. This has been Best Play, a perfect play novella, written by Layla Rain, narrated by Christian Leatherman. Copyright 2024 by Layla Rain. Production copyright by Layla Rain.
This has been